Chapter 1. The first day in the capital, captured by my brother's archenemy. A recent rain had graced the capital, leaving the greenery vibrant and pleasing to the eye, marking the most splendid season of the year. Yet, Jiang Yihuan felt a sense of trepidation. Clutching her small blue cloth bundle tightly, she timidly inquired of the man before her, "Did you just say that my brother sent you to escort me?" Wei Zhao, tall and graceful, with sharp features, replied in a calm voice, "Yes." "And where's my brother?" "He promised me a life of luxury in the capital, with grand residences, beautiful garments, and exquisite cosmetics awaiting me. All that is gone. Your brother has been exiled 3,000 miles away. I have taken it upon myself to care for you temporarily." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's delicate face turned pale. "What? Why has he been exiled?" "Because he sought death, repeatedly attempting to assassinate Wei Zhao." Jiang Yuan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her small fists clenched. "Wei Zhao, I know that vile creature," my brother said. "He is born with a rebellious spirit. My brother acts on behalf of justice. He is truly remarkable." Wei Zhao remained silent. "This handsome brother, my brother entrusted me to you, so you must be his closest friend. May I know your name?" "That my surname is Wei, and my given name is Zhao." Jiang Yihuan stared in disbelief. "Impossible." "My brother said that Wei Zhao has a green face, a pus-ridden body, and could scare even the largest bull to death." "You are far too handsome to be him," Wei Zhao replied. "I am he." Jiang Yuan shook her head vigorously, asserting, "If I were you, I would have skinned my brother alive. How could I possibly care for him?" Wei Zhao smirked coldly. "That is a question for your dear brother." Jiang Qianli was his sworn enemy, viewing him as a thorn in his side. After capturing him, Wei Zhao had intended to kill him outright. However, Jiang Qianli claimed his assassination attempt stemmed from admiration, a desire for him, a craving for his very being, leading to such reckless behavior. Since he could not possess him, he resolved to perish by his hand, even vowing that after his death, he would transform into a lovesick ghost, haunting Wei Zhao day and night, never to part. Wei Zhao felt that killing Jiang Qianli would only grant him an undeserved end, hence he exiled him to a desolate land. Upon learning that Jiang Qianli had a sickly sister living in the countryside, he decided to bring her to the capital to prevent her brother from causing trouble during his exile. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yihuan burst into tears. 3,000 miles? That's so far. Woe is me, I must go find him. Seeing her weep, Wei Zhao's mood brightened. "You have quite the imagination, come with me." "Woe is me. Where are you taking me?" "To a brothel I intend to sell you." Wei Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. The maid, Zhu Xian, nearly laughed out loud, as her master, disgusted by Jiang Qianli, was merely teasing his sister for amusement. Jiang Yuan's frail form trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Lift her into the carriage." "Yes, young master." Inside the carriage, Wei Zhao settled at one end, while Zhu Xian and Jiang Yihuan occupied the opposite side. Zhu Xian gazed curiously at the pallid young girl, pondering her feelings upon learning that she was to be sold to a brothel. Wei Zhao, too, awaited her reaction with anticipation. Jiang Yihuan wiped her tears and spoke softly, "Wei Zhao, who will receive the money from my sale? It will belong to me." "That's acceptable, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "Before I entertain clients, would you accompany me for one night? Consider the money for my sale as your night fee." Wei Zhao was momentarily speechless. Zhu Xian's mouth opened and closed, pondering the implications of night fee. Jiang Yihuan wished to share a bed with her master? And for a fee? The thought caused her to chuckle delightfully, but her laughter abruptly ceased under Wei Zhao's piercing gaze. The carriage rolled into the city, coming to a halt before a residence adorned with white walls and green tiles. Zhu Xian alighted. "Miss Jiang, please, this is my master's private abode." Jiang Yihuan, feeling uneasy, asked, "Wasn't it agreed upon that I would go to a brothel? Where is the matron? What are the portly clients?" She turned to Wei Zhao. "Are you suggesting I become a private courtesan? That whenever you are away, I wear a green hat to signal my availability, and when you are home, I remove it to be your wife?" Wei Zhao's expression darkened indeed. She was Jiang Qianli's sister, with a tongue as sharp as poison. Zhu Xian bit her lip tightly, fearing that another laugh would seal her fate. The courtyard was lush with greenery, with pavilions and towers in abundance, and the residence was both grand and beautiful. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed in delight, "Is this truly the place I shall come and go?" Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao felt a pang in her heart. Zhu Xian interjected. Miss Jiang, my master holds the esteemed titles of Divine Marshal General, Minister of Rights, Prime Minister Guangling, and is conferred the title of Marquis of Wuan, in addition to being the Crown Prince's tutor. With such a multitude of titles and honors, one may address him by any name, for even His Majesty would not dare utter his name directly. Jiang Yihuan shook her head. I'm not clever enough to remember all that. Wei Zhao, I wish to bathe. Since you've captured me, you must take care of me. Wei Zhao gritted her teeth. Zhu Xian, take her to the bathhouse. Inside the bathhouse, Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled. Wow, what a beautiful room. Unlike the cramped quarters she was accustomed to in the countryside, this bathhouse was larger than both her living and sleeping spaces combined. The floor was adorned with azure bricks featuring cloud patterns, the shells crafted from precious rosewood, and the screens elegantly embroidered with exquisite suzhou needlework. The bathtub was surprisingly spacious, accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. Comfortably. 2 maidservants assisted her in undressing and brought forth fragrant bath beans to massage her body. A delightful aroma filled the air. Jiang Yihuan closed her eyes in bliss. My brother was right, entering the capital brings fortune. Zhu Xian felt a twinge of sympathy for her. The naive little lamb had wandered into a den of wolves, blissfully unaware of the impending flames that awaited her. Had she not noticed her master's demeanor? Miss Jiang, there are some matters I must bring to your attention. Jiang Yihuan lifted her delicate, porcelain-like face. Certainly. Please do, sister. The Wei family is a venerable clan with a history spanning a century. My master is the legitimate son of the main branch, commanding military affairs across 7 provinces, holding immense power within the court. Many wish to see him eliminated, yet he has vanquished numerous foes. He is truly formidable. And then, Jiang Yuan's admiration was palpable. Zhu Xian hesitated. Though my master is arrogant and capricious, he is also distant and unapproachable. Yet he possesses certain virtues, at least in matters of romance. He maintains a commendable integrity. Therefore, Miss Jiang, if you obediently comply, my master shall grant you a swift release. Jiang Yihuan, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, does such a man have a wife? No, but do not overthink it. My master has exceedingly high standards, and you are not of his caliber. The master is the epitome of the girl's dreams upon encountering him. Miss Jiang would willingly spend her money to share his bed, a testament to his allure. With a touch of sadness, Jiang Yihuan remarked, I understand in our line of work, falling for a client is the ultimate taboo, a true path to despair. Zhu Xian winced, pondering whether the master was aware of the predicament he had brought upon himself. After her bath, Jiang Yihuan donned her attire. Zhu Xian observed that while her outer robe was made of coarse linen, it was relatively tidy. However, her inner garment was best not scrutinized. Although clean, it was evident that it had undergone numerous washings, with the cuffs nearly transparent and fraying at the seams. Is Jiang Qianli truly so impoverished? What kind of life is his sister leading? He refrained from asking further, wary of bruising the young lad's pride. Come, follow me to meet the master. Wei Zhao, in the hall, was toying with a jade sword. Upon noticing Jiang Yuan's arrival, he lifted his gaze. Chapter 2. On the night of her arrival in the capital, Wei Zhao's residence was engulfed in flames. The young girl possessed hair as dark as ebony and dense, straight lashes that framed her delicate eyes. Her skin resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, albeit exceedingly frail. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Yihuan nestled beside him, resembling an affectionate little puppy, and sweetly implored, Wei Zhao, please refrain from addressing me by my full name. Very well, Wei Zhao, he replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Your brother, Jiang Qianli, is truly a disgrace. I suspect he will not behave during his exile, which is why he brought you here. If he transgresses, I shall make you suffer. Your arrival here is not a privilege. You must recognize your status as merely a prisoner. Tears welled in Jiang Yihuan's eyes as she protested. Wei Zhao, are you really going to punish me for his misdeeds? I shall indeed, he retorted. Had your brother been more compliant, I would spare you. You are to remain in the courtyard and must not attempt to flee. Do you understand? Jiang Yihuan gazed intently at him with her dark, glistening eyes. He possessed an impressive demeanor, with sharp brows and sparkling eyes. Even in a relaxed posture, his broad shoulders and slim waist, coupled with his long legs, were evident. Understood. May I retire for the night? Wei Zhao nodded. Go ahead. The weary girl, resembling a clumsy goose, surely felt exhausted. However, her sleeve was suddenly grasped by two delicate fingers, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Come on, let us sleep together. You can undress me. Zhu Xian covered her face, utterly exasperated. Had she completely forgotten the advice she had just given? Wei Zhao sprang to his feet, seizing her collar with the intention of tossing her outside. To his surprise, with a tearing sound, the collar broke, and the young girl tumbled to the ground. Clutching the torn fabric, he wondered how it had come apart. Jiang Yihuan lay on the floor, wailing, refusing to rise. He attempted to pull her sleeve, only to hear another rip, revealing a tangled mess of threads in his hand. The girl began to sob anew. Wei Zhao, I am but a cooked duck. Do you truly fear I will escape? At night, I shall permit you to do as you wish, but please do not ruin my clothing. I only possess 2 sets. Wei Zhao could only stare in silence. Zhu Xian interjected, Young master, Jiang Mrs. Clothing is both old and thin. It cannot withstand your rough handling. Jiang Yihuan hugged her knees, raising her delicate wrist. You must compensate me for my clothes. Boo-hoo, where are you, brother? Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and her attire a complete mess, rendering her quite pitiful. Wei Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. You hail from Wuzhou, a place renowned for its silk and brocade. Why do you wear such coarse garments? I raised 10 Lu Hua chickens, 5 ducks, and 2 large white geese, but after half a year the officials seized them, leaving me with not a single egg. I lack the strength for farming and have resorted to foraging for wild vegetables. The ones on the back mountain are nearly gone. Why is this so? Am I inherently fond of wild greens? Are you still intent on raising chickens and foraging? Wei Zhao queried. Does Jiang Qinli not provide you with sufficient funds? He gave me a little, yet I must also support my blind great-uncle. It is hardly enough. Jiang Qinli is truly a wastrel, unable even to support his sister. Do not speak so ill of him. Before my brother took up his official duties, we lived comfortably. He is handsome and gallant, often pursued by wealthy women. He would spend the night with them in exchange for good food for me each day. Zhu Xian was taken aback. Jiang Qinli was renowned as a noble scion of a humble background, esteemed and unblemished, yet he had engaged in such conduct. Wei Zhao couldn't help but recall Jiang Qinli's declarations of affection towards him, which only made him feel more nauseated. Just as he was about to speak, a matron entered from outside, bowing respectfully from a distance. Greetings, young master. You appear in good spirits. What is it? Wei Zhao asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, the matriarch will host the flower festival banquet, inviting many daughters of reputable families, and she requests your presence to partake in the festivities. Relay to my grandmother that she should cease her matchmaking efforts and accumulate some virtue instead. The matron's face flushed with embarrassment. Young master, such words. The matriarch is your elder. She is concerned for your well-being. I have informed her that matters of marriage are not to trouble her, yet she insists on meddling. Is this not akin to peddling? Or perhaps akin to trafficking? The matron sighed in exasperation. Young master, your tongue is as sharp as a sword, severing ties with kin. Noticing Jiang Yihuan on the floor, she inquired, and who might this young lady be? Jiang Yihuan clung to Wei Zhao's leg. Greetings, matron. I am Jiang Yihuan, belonging to Wei Zhao. But she fell silent. The matron understood, so the young master had taken a tender paramour and allowed her to serve him in such a manner? How intriguing. With an awkward chuckle, she remarked, the young lady is quite charming, truly delightful. She hastily excused herself. Wei Zhao shifted his leg. Release me. Jiang Yihuan let go, only to wrap her arms around his slender waist instead. In the capital, even the most fervent young ladies would only dare to express their affections through furtive glances. None would be so brazen as to act directly. Wei Zhao's anger flared. Zhu Xian, what are you waiting for? Quickly remove her. I shall rid myself of her by tomorrow. Zhu Xian pulled Jiang Yihuan away, ushering her into a guest room, which he then locked. Miss Jiang, you are a relative of a criminal, a captive of the master. Do not provoke him further. Jiang Yihuan murmured to herself as she curled up on the couch. Brother, wait for me. As long as Wei Zhao does not kill me, I can rescue you back to the capital. Wei Zhao busied himself in the study until sunset. no matter how many lamps he lit at night. Their glow could never rival that of the day. The young master, valuing his eyesight, ceased his reading. As fatigue began to envelop him, he was suddenly startled by a voice calling, "Someone? Fire! Quickly extinguish it!" Servants are shouting, "Young master, there are villains setting fire. The guest room is ablaze." Wei Zhao's expression darkened. Jiang Yihuan was in the guest room. Upon arrival, he found the room engulfed in flames, the servants preoccupied with dousing the fire. "Are you all fools? Why do you not save the people inside?" The servants exchanged glances. "Young master, this," from within, a voice cried out in distress. "Wei Zhao! Wei Zhao! Come save me! I cannot get out. I'm not dressed." Wei Zhao rushed inside. The flames were intensifying, threatening to consume the bed. The young lady covered herself with a brocade quilt, sobbing, "My clothes were on the shelf. They have been burned. My sisters are not here, and outside are all men. I dare not go out." Her delicate, glistening shoulders slipped from the quilt's grasp, revealing her beauty. Wei Zhao swiftly wrapped her in the brocade quilt. "Turn around and close your eyes," he commanded the servants. "Those who disobey shall face dire consequences." The servants, terrified, complied without hesitation. The guest room was ablaze, but his own courtyard remained secure and unscathed. He carried her to the right wing of the main courtyard. Jiang Yihuan emerged from the quilt, calling out, "Wei Zhao! Wei Zhao, are you calling my spirit? Please be quiet for a moment." Wei Zhao's mood was far from pleasant. The fire had been set by Jiang Qianli's accomplices, who, under the pretense of punishing Wei Zhao and cleansing the court, had made several attempts on his life. Most of the culprits had been apprehended, yet a few elusive ones continued their nocturnal arson. Jiang Yihuan timidly inquired, "May I borrow a piece of clothing to wear?" Wei Zhao lifted his gaze, only to awkwardly avert it. He had forgotten that she was clad in only a thin undergarment, scarcely covering her form. Jiang Yihuan covered her face, as if coming to a delayed realization. "Ordinarily, if you see me like this, wouldn't it mean I can't live anymore?" Wei Zhao removed his outer robe to drape it over her. "Is this truly a reason to despair?" he remarked. "At any moment, your life holds greater value than your reputation. Should anyone mock or insult you, they deserve death." Jiang Yuan wept. "Oh, I could never take a life. Back in the countryside, I was always the one being bullied. My poultry was taken, my bean sprouts uprooted. I lived in fear, hiding and not venturing out. And now, I lack even a proper garment." Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback. She had often been oppressed in the countryside. Chapter 3 On the second day in the capital. Wei Zhao took her to meet his mother. He sent someone to fetch Zhu Xian, who arrived after a considerable delay. Noticing Wei Zhao's grim expression, she wavered slightly before kneeling on the ground. "I deserve 1,000 deaths for my negligence. I brought them back to the main residence and neglected Miss Jiang. Please punish me, master." Wei Zhao fixed his gaze on her splendidly woven, colorful attire. "Zhu Xian, are you cold?" Zhu Xian, taken aback, stammered, "No, not at all. Thank you for your concern, master." He had always treated her as if she were a man. When had he ever shown such tenderness? "Good. Then remove your outer robe and give it to her, quickly." Zhu Xian hesitated, thinking to herself, as if the master were truly considerate, fish would fly. Once Jiang Yihuan received the robe, she immediately ceased her tears, quietly burrowing into the spring rolls, and soon fell asleep. Zhu Xian cautiously suggested, "Should I buy some clothes for Miss Jiang? She looks rather pitiful." After all, Jiang had endured a long and tumultuous journey to the capital, only to find her brother exiled by enemies, herself under house arrest, and nearly perishing in a fire. She had not lost her sanity only due to her naive demeanor. Wei Zhao nodded in agreement. "Go to the storeroom and take some money. Buy a few things for yourself as well. Consider it a trade for your outer robe." Zhu Xian was elated. It seemed the master would allow her to accompany him a little longer. As night fell, a light rain began to fall. Wei Zhao, accustomed to the solitude of the grand courtyard, felt unsettled by someone sleeping in the side room, and he harbored an increasing resentment towards Jiang Qianli. The heavy rain did not last through the night, but the drizzle continued to fall incessantly, pattering on the steps until dawn. When Jiang Yihuan opened her eyes, four maidservants approached her. "Miss, you are awake. We are here to assist you with your washing and dressing." They presented her with new garments that Zhu Xian had purchased at great expense early that morning. After washing and dressing, Jiang Yihuan turned in front of a tall bronze mirror, her cheeks flushed with excitement. What beautiful clothing! The maidservants served her 8 dishes, both meat and vegetables, along with 4 types of pastries and a small pot of thick, rich green rice porridge. Jiang Yihuan swallowed hard, nearly fainting from the delightful aroma. In the countryside, she had often gone hungry, eating only 1 meal a day. Now, this breakfast provided by Wei Zhao equaled several days' worth of food from her past. Is this the life of a prisoner? The main residence sent someone to summon Wei Zhao, indicating that his mother, Lady Heng, wished for him to return and specifically requested to bring along his beautiful young companion. Lady Heng's handmaid pleaded with him, "Young master, the madam has been bedridden and has only recently improved. She constantly worries about you." At the mention of his mother, Wei Zhao softened his tone. "Very well, I shall take her with me." He informed Jiang Yihuan, who was still digesting her meal, "Come with me to meet my mother." Though the young girl appeared somewhat dazed, she possessed a certain vitality that might amuse his mother. Jiang Yihuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Mother? You're taking me to meet her so soon?" I'm not prepared." Wei Zhao, exasperated, tapped her forehead. "It is my mother. Do not speak nonsense in her presence, understand?" "Understood. With my beauty, she is sure to like me." Wei Zhao shot her a disdainful glance, noting her glaringly colorful attire. What on earth was Zhu Xian thinking? His grand entrance was accompanied by an entourage of luxurious carriages, attracting the curious glances of passers-by. After a brief half-hour, the vehicle came to a halt on a long street, where the residences stood in orderly fashion, subtly revealing the silhouette of the official market's drum tower. Jiang Yihuan leaned out, inquiring, "Wei Zhao, where are we? So many beautiful houses. Surely they belong to high-ranking officials?" Zhu Xian interjected, "All these residences belong to the Wei family." Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. The entire street belongs to the Wei family? In such a bustling area? Her brother had mentioned the exorbitant rents in the capital, forcing him to share a cramped bed with colleagues, enduring their snoring and kicking, which robbed him of restful nights. The thought of her own splendid sleeping quarters made her chuckle foolishly. Wei Zhao, oblivious to her amusement, disembarked. Before a grand entrance shaped like a brass beast's head, the ebony plaque read, "Wei Residence." A residence? Wei Zhao, this is my first encounter with a plaque that bears the word residence. Only chancellors and princes may bear such a title. To do so without merit would be a grave transgression. Jiang Yihuan was bewildered. "But you're neither a chancellor nor a prince. So, is it a problem that I have hung it without permission?" Wei Zhao replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yihuan stammered, No problem at all." Upon entering the courtyard, her anxiety heightened. The majestic abode, with its glazed tiles shimmering like jewels, could sustain her for years. She clutched the wide sleeve of Wei Zhao, closely following in his wake. Wei Zhao's mother, Madame Heng, resided in the Zhaoyue Hall, where 2 rows of maidservants awaited their arrival. "We have met the eldest son," the maidservant outside the entrance announced, pulling back the crystal bead curtain. "Please, master." At the head of the hall stood a woman approximately in her 40s, her features gentle. Beside her a girl of 16 or 17. Wei Zhao respectfully bowed. Son pays respects to mother. Madame Heng expressed her delight. "Shiguang, you have returned." Wei Zhilan chimed in. "Elder brother." Wei Zhao ignored her and gestured for Jiang Yihuan to step forward. "Mother, this is the young lady you wish to meet, Jiang Qianli's sister." Madame Heng's gaze fell upon Jiang Yihuan, astonished. "What a beautiful girl. What is your name?" Jiang Yihuan mimicked Wei Zhao's bow, responding to mother, "My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Yihuan." "Mother?" The 3 of them froze, and Wei Zhao gritted his teeth. "You should address her as madam." Wei Zhilan frowned disapprovingly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Has your mother never taught you manners? Your brother is a notorious criminal, so behave yourself." Jiang Yihuan jumped in alarm, half kneeling before Madame Heng, timidly pleading, "Madam, please don't let her scold me. I have been without a mother since childhood, and no one has taught me these things. I was unaware when my brother harmed Wei Zhao." Madame Heng's heart ached for her. "Do not fear. You cannot be blamed for this. The poor girl has been living in the countryside, and my son brought her to the capital. What a sin. Just then, a matron arrived to summon, Master. The old lady is waiting for you. It was no wonder that the matriarch was anxious. As a grandmother, her legitimate grandson had returned home after many days. If he did not pay her a visit, where could she show her face? Wei Zhao remained unmoved, recalling how their grandmother had humiliated them and nearly expelled him from the Wei family. Madame Hung rose. Guang, she is still your grandmother. You should pay your respects to her as a filial duty to your father. Wei Zhao nodded and said to Jiang Yihuan, Stay with my mother. I shall return shortly. Jiang Yihuan obediently agreed. Once Wei Zhao departed, Wei Zhao seized the opportunity to pull her aside, saying, Do not linger indoors. Let me take you to admire the blossoms. Jiang Yihuan hesitated. Perhaps not. I am feeling rather weak and would prefer to keep Madame company. This lovely young lady seemed to possess little affection for her. Do not trouble my mother. Come with me. Hung Shi chimed in. Miss Jiang, you are of similar age to Lan'er. Go and enjoy yourself with her. Jiang Yihuan acquiesced. In the garden, the weeping cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and the noble ladies gathered merrily to appreciate the flowers. Wei Zhao led her into the throng, where the young ladies greeted them with laughter. Zhao, who is this? We have not seen her before. This is Jiang Qianli's sister, Jiang Yihuan. Wei Zhao's expression soured. Jiang Qianli's sister? Was he not exiled? Where did she come from? Jiang Yihuan sensed the unfriendly atmosphere and offered a friendly smile. Pei Yanfang pointed at her. So you are Jiang Qianli's sister. Your brother attempted to assassinate General Wei, and you still have the audacity to smile? How dare you step foot in the Wei household? Jiang Yihuan timidly replied, Sisters, please do not scold me. It was Wei Zhao who brought me here. There is no mourning in his house. So I cannot possibly wear a sorrowful expression, can I? The crowd fell silent. Chapter 4. Wei Zhao, your sister has wronged me. Wei Zhao was taken aback. Silence. His Majesty does not dare to utter your brother's name. How can you? Your brother has committed a grave sin. My brother should be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Indeed, merely exiling him is too lenient. He deserves to suffer all manners of punishment. Jiang Yihuan lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. Please, do not speak so disdainfully of my brother. Of course we despise him. On the day he was paraded through the streets in a prisoner cart, I had my servant throw rotten eggs at him. I did the same. I had someone hurl pancakes at him. Can you believe it? He actually ate them. Tears streamed down Jiang Yihuan's face. But my brother said he was beloved by all in the capital. Upon seeing her cry, the others fell momentarily silent. Pei Yanfang scrutinized her attire. What poor taste you have. Sister Zhu Xian, come quickly. Someone is questioning your taste. What do you usually do in the countryside? Play the zither, brew tea, or burn incense? I raise chickens and geese, dig for wild vegetables, and catch fish. The more considerate girls stifled their laughter, while the less considerate burst into guffaws. Jiang Yihuan lamented, Miss Wei, you brought me here. Aren't you going to help me when they bully me? Your brother nearly cost my brother his life. What grievances you suffer pale in comparison, Wei Zhao retorted scornfully. Pei Yanfang interjected, Well, we cannot be blamed for this. After all, your brother committed a crime. We are all just individuals of justice. It is only right to despise him. My brother neither coveted wealth nor harmed the people. He merely wished to kill Wei Zhao. Is that so reprehensible? Jiang Yihuan's eyes turned red. Pei Yanfang huffed. Very well, let us not dwell on that for now. I shall take you up to the tower to enjoy the lake view, to broaden your horizons. She exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Zhao. Jiang Yihuan wished to refuse, but Pei Yanfang forcibly led her away, demonstrating considerable strength. Wei Zhao, Wei Zhao. Pei Yanfang tightened her grip on Jiang Yihuan's wrist, twisting her arm. Stop shouting. He cannot hear you. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Wei matriarch, the maids and nurses were bustling about, tending to various tasks. Calm yourselves, bring water, they urged. Wei Zhao remained unperturbed. Grandmother, do not be angry. The eldest son did not intend to offend. He did it on purpose. Zhao, how can you disregard filial piety? Are you not afraid your father will hold you accountable? Father has left the capital for his new post and will not return for 2 years. Grandmother, you may wait. As your grandmother, I may scold and discipline you. That is my right as an elder. For such trivial matters, how long will you resent me? Wei Zhao brushed aside her words and departed, deeming it foolish to heed her admonitions. As he walked to the lakeside, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. He paused, straining to listen. The voice appeared to emanate from above. His expression darkened as he hurried toward Lingyun Pavilion, the prime location for viewing the lake. At the highest level of Lingyun Pavilion, the stairway door was locked with iron chains. Jiang Yihuan stood helplessly above, anxious and frightened. Pain Yinfeng and Wei Zhao had brought her there. She had barely glimpsed the lake before they pushed her away and locked her in. With no servants nearby, she called out desperately, Wei Zhao, where are you? Come save me. As the rain fell like pearls, cool droplets struck her face. By the time Wei Zhao arrived, her garments were thoroughly soaked, and her lips had turned pale with the chill. Upon seeing Wei Zhao, she was overcome with joy and tears, exclaiming, Wei Zhao, you have finally come. The door at the stairwell is locked, and I cannot descend. Wei Zhao opened his arms and spoke in a deep voice, jump down. He feared that if he left to find help, this girl would begin to wail again. Jiang Yihuan gazed downwards, her legs trembling slightly, yet she resolutely vaulted over the railing and leaped down, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. The wind rushed past her ears, and the sensation of falling made her tremble with anxiety. She landed securely in Wei Zhao's embrace, the warmth and cleanliness of his presence washing over her. With reddened eyes, she clung tightly to his neck, saying, Wei Zhao, they have wronged me. The body in his arms quivered as she clung to him desperately. Wei Zhao turned his head slightly and calmly said, do not cry. Tell me what happened. Wu, your sister's friend forcibly brought me here, claiming she wanted to befriend me, but when I was not paying attention, she locked the door and ran away. Wei Zhao remained silent, leading her to meet Wei Zhilian. Wei Zhilian, composed as ever, stated, brother, I kindly took Jiang to play, yet she accused you of harming her brother. She despises you. Is that so? Wei Zhao inquired. Indeed, to calm her, I took her to Lingyun Pavilion to enjoy the view, but she threw a tantrum, crying and causing a scene. Fearing to disturb our guests, I locked the door, intending to ask for your guidance, but she reported me first. This matter can be corroborated by both guests and servants. She believed her words were foolproof, backed by witnesses. Yes, General Wei, Miss Jiang is indeed quite rude. She lies, having instigated trouble first. The other young ladies chimed in, yes. She said she loathes you and wishes to escape to the countryside to forage for wild vegetables. No, I did not lie. Wei Zhao, you must believe me. I do not wish to leave you. Wei Zhao turned to the servants, asking, and you? What do you say? Returning to the young master. It is as Miss Jiang described. I shall ask once more. Is that truly the case? Wei Zhao surveyed the crowd, weighing the consequences of deceit before he spoke. His expression was not fierce, and his tone remained calm. The previously boisterous young ladies fell silent, and the servants dared not utter a word. Jiang Yihuan rested her head against his chest, murmuring, Wei Zhao, I have not deceived you. What I say is the truth. You must believe me. Our bond is so unique. Wei Zhao nodded. I believe you. Wei Zhilian panicked. Brother, do not heed her nonsense. Her brother is a troublemaker, and so is she. How can you shelter her? Perhaps you should hand her over to me. I will handle it, all right? Silence. My affairs do not concern you. Wei Zhao retorted. Prepare to kneel at the ancestral hall. He instructed his men to inform the Hung family of the situation, and then hurriedly took Jiang Yihuan away. Upon returning to the private residence, Jiang Yihuan relaxed her spirit, saying, Wei Zhao, I still prefer it here, with food and drink, and no one bullies me. I shall remain in your cage from now on, not going anywhere. Wei Zhao still had to enter the palace and replied, You should sleep. Earlier in the carriage. You could hardly keep your eyes open. Jiang Yihuan grasped him. I shall retire to sleep momentarily. Upon awakening, might I procure some exquisite fabric? No, you're my captive, my hostage. Do not present me with unreasonable demands. Wei Zhao departed. Zhu Xian was troubled. Indeed, Miss Jiang had a knack for stirring up trouble. Sister, could you possibly grant me some beautiful fabric? No, you are a prisoner, a hostage. Refrain from making unreasonable requests. Zhu Xian reiterated her master's words. Rejected repeatedly, Jiang Yihuan climbed onto the bed, her spirits dampened. Are you aware that you have caused a commotion today? Zhu Xian suddenly inquired. Jiang Yihuan, snuggling into the covers, shuddered. What commotion? Chapter 5. Wei Zhao is forced to use a whispering tone. My master has never been fond of his sister, and your commotion has only worsened the situation. How heartbroken the lady must be. The master punished his own sister to kneel before the ancestral hall, which will undoubtedly sadden the Hung family, particularly as she has long been frail and unwell. Sister, your words have dispelled my weariness. Can I be blamed for this? Did I wield a knife to compel them to lock me up? They are siblings. As an outsider, how could I sever their bond? Zhu Xian was momentarily speechless, her expression revealing a tangle of emotions. There are matters you do not comprehend, and I cannot divulge. Yet if you insist on hearing, I might. A gentle breath interrupted her, as Jiang Yihuan had fallen asleep. Zhu Xian's unfinished words lodged painfully in her throat. In the Tai Chi hall of the palace, the inner treasury officials presented the tribute from Jiangnan for the emperor's inspection. As customary, all offerings were first displayed before the tablet of the former crown prince before being distributed among the attendees. Wei Zhao and the princes and princesses stood to the side, and the emperor, with a smile, inquired, General Wei, is there anything you desire? These are unique to Jiangnan. Feel free to select a few. As Wuzhou also belonged to Jiangnan, Wei Zhao replied, Thank you, your majesty. I would like the flowing light brocade. The emperor was somewhat taken aback. Wei Zhao desired fabric? When had he ever shown interest in such items? The flowing light brocade was exceedingly difficult to weave, costing a fortune, yet in the emperor's eyes, it was merely a trinket to please his concubines, of little consequence. It was a rare chance to reward Wei Zhao. Ultimately, he bestowed upon Wei Zhao 6 bolts of the exquisite brocade, leaving only 4 for the princesses, who were flabbergasted at the prospect of dividing so few among themselves. Upon exiting the palace, Wei Zhao, accompanied by a retinue, made a grand display of heading to the Letian tavern for drinks. After imbibing copiously, he returned, inebriated, dismissing his guards along the way. Do not follow me. Keep your distance. The guards dared not disobey, trailing him from afar. As he traversed a narrow alley, arrows, propelled by the wind, came hurtling towards him. In an instant, his senses sharpened. Any trace of intoxication vanished. He deftly wielded his whip, deflecting the arrows with precision, emerging unscathed. However, more arrows followed. His concealed allies arrived just in time to subdue the assailants. The leader was a woman, who rebuked him fiercely. Wei Zhao, you treacherous scoundrel, may you meet a miserable end. You have forcibly taken a commoner. Release Miss Jiang at once. If Jiang Qinli were to know, he would haunt you even in death. In her desperation, she set fire to Wei Zhao's residence, intent on rescuing Jiang Yihuan. Yet, that stubborn girl refused to leave, determined to stay. When Wei Zhao arrived swiftly to confront them, she had no choice but to retreat. Wei Zhao chuckled lightly. At long last, I have captured you. Jiang Qinli's sister is now in my possession, and I shall not release her. You beast! Did you not vow to spare women and children? I have changed my mind. Miss Jiang is exceptionally beautiful. As a man, I cannot help but be captivated. Is that not permissible? These loyal followers of Jiang Qinli were driven to madness by their desire for vengeance, their hearts consumed with rage. The woman, indeed seething, lamented that Jiang Qinli's sister had never known luxury, yet had been taken and mistreated by Wei Zhao. Heaven discerned between loyalty and treachery. Jiang Yihuan, having not received the beautiful fabric, awoke and anxiously clutched the corner of her blanket. Although Zhu Xian purchased new garments for her, the intimate and personal item of a belly band must be custom-made, and lacking fabric, what was she to do? Pathetically lingering under Wei Zhao's eaves, Zhu Xian warned her, What do you intend to do? Do not even think about climbing into bed. Sister, I'm merely playing outside. I want to go in. The young girl replied with an innocent expression. Zhu Xian harbored suspicions of her ulterior motives, yet lacked any evidence. Wei Zhao entrusted the handling of the assassin to his subordinates, hurriedly returning to the courtyard, drenched from the rain, to change his clothes. The effects of alcohol surged within him, causing his steps to falter, nearly leading to a stumble. Grasping his aching head, he peered into the lantern light for some time before noticing the young girl crouched in front of the door. It was her small bamboo stool that had caused him to trip. The girl's voice rang out with delight. Wei Zhao, you're back. The heat of the alcohol intensified, causing him to slip and fall heavily onto the moss-covered stone slabs. He had always cherished the moss, never allowing anyone to clean it. Yet unexpectedly, before he could complete his thoughts, Jiang Yihuan also slipped on the moss, landing squarely on him, exacerbating the pain in his back and chest. Ah, you! Jiang Yihuan lay atop him. His solid and elongated form was slightly warm, far more comfortable than the bedding. She tugged at his collar, saying, Wei Zhao, you're quite warm, aren't you? Let me loosen your collar to ease your discomfort. Wei Zhao, with a broken arm, was overwhelmed with the desire to curse, yet found himself momentarily speechless. The maidservants stifled their gasps, pondering whether their master was willing or unwilling. They failed to see who had initiated this encounter. Zhu Xian, returning from the restroom, rubbed her eyes vigorously upon realizing the scene before her. It was needless to say that their master must have been coerced. He valued his appearance too highly to act so absurdly. However, considering his pride, should she intervene now, it would spell her doom by this time next year. Her mind wandered to past events. Years ago, the eldest son faced doubts regarding his lineage, while their lord was away at war. The son struggled alongside the Hung family, enduring the old matriarch's scrutiny and the weight of slander, with his sister Wei Zhao also rejecting him as a disgrace. It was only when the eldest son began to resemble their lord more closely that no one questioned his bloodline any longer. Misunderstandings were cleared, yet a rift formed between the eldest son and their grandmother, leading to a distant relationship with his sister, as he immersed himself in the pursuit of power. What one loses in youth, they seek to reclaim doubly in adulthood. The eldest son would not tolerate any disrespect, and those who dared offend him would face dire consequences. Jiang girl, may she seek her own fortune. Jiang Yihuan tugged at Wei Zhao's collar, her hand brushing against a thin layer of muscle, the texture smooth and resilient, as if drawn to her palm like a magnet. Wei Zhao lowered his voice, ensuring only she could hear. Get up. The alcohol surged again, and having fallen so badly, he found himself unable to move. What did you say? She inquired. I said get up. Wei Zhao urged, his voice strained. Jiang Yihuan leaned closer to his chest. What? I can't hear you clearly. I brought you the flowing light brocade. He murmured. Jiang Yihuan's ears perked up, and she began to stir, as if sensing something. Wei Zhao suppressed the urge to strike her down. Hurry up, or I will. Jiang Yihuan, halfway through her action, fell back against him once more. Wei Zhao cried out in pain. It was truly excruciating. I'm sorry. Let me help you up. Do not alarm them. Yihuan, you are truly kind. I shall give you all the flowing brocade later. Wei Zhao was aware of the humiliation of bowing his head. Should outsiders discover that he lay beneath a young girl, subjected to her relentless teasing, he would be utterly mortified. Jiang Yihuan, having received his promise, exerted great effort to pull him up. Zhu Xian, believing himself to be dead, blocked the reckless maid who sought to cause further trouble. Observing his master's limping form, he was undoubtedly filled with rage. She was correct. As soon as they entered the room, Wei Zhao dropped the pretense. Jiang Yihuan, do not speak. Lie down quickly. I shall attend to you. In her flustered state, Jiang Yihuan accidentally knocked over 2 rows of candlesticks, sending them clattering across the floor. Wei Zhao's fury surged, nearly drying his damp garments in its wake. His head spun, and suddenly he was pushed down by Jiang Yihuan. How much have you had to drink? Alcohol is harmful. Look at you, completely inebriated. Wei Zhao himself was perplexed. He had often consumed much alcohol before, yet tonight he felt exceptionally feeble. Could it be that his exertion during cultivation had exacerbated the effects of the wine? Chapter 6, Audacity. You dare to control me? With a gentle pat on her cheek, the young girl eagerly inquired, Wei Zhao, where's my shimmering silk? I still have great use for it. Her undergarment had been washed numerous times. Now, resembling a mere ball of thread, it was imperative to craft a new one swiftly. More shimmering silk? You must be dreaming. Wei Zhao ground his teeth in frustration. Just a moment ago, you mentioned you would give it to me. Jiang Yihuan leaned closer, fixing her gaze upon his countenance. Wei Zhao, you are truly handsome. Wei Zhao raised his hand, intending to push away the boisterous and flirtatious girl. Although his hand was lifted, it lacked strength, merely nudging her gently. Yet, his touch revealed an unexpected softness, rendering his mind momentarily frozen. Suddenly, the ties of Jiang Yihuan's undergarment snapped, freeing the softness it had restrained, which immediately sprang forth from her attire. She clasped her chest tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. "My garment has come undone. Phew, you should sleep. I shall take my leave." As she fled in haste, Wei Zhao finally comprehended what he had just encountered. Regaining his strength, he gritted his teeth and pushed open the door. "Zhu Xian, are you dead?" Zhu Xian was far from dead. However, she was determined to absolve herself of the accusation of failing to protect her master, opting to take a contrary approach. With a pained expression, she declared, "Master, you forced Miss Jiang while intoxicated. She is utterly mortified and refuses to speak with me. Though she is the sister of your enemy, she is also an innocent young woman, and you must take responsibility for her." Upon delivering this remark, she felt a newfound sense of stature. How liberating it was to chastise her master. Wei Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Zhu Xian, do you believe yourself to be clever?" Liang Jian had just dealt with an assassin and approached. "Master, how may I serve you?" "Henceforth, the stable shall be cleaned by Zhu Xian, and she shall take care of the chamber pot." For a full 3 months, Zhu Xian slapped herself in frustration. "Let this serve as a lesson for your arrogance." The following day, Wei Zhao awoke with a stern expression. As he passed by Jiang Yihuan's room, the young girl propped open the intricately carved wooden window. Wei Zhao, what is it? Come closer. I wish to speak with you in detail." Wei Zhao was unwilling to approach her. Jiang Yihuan, growing anxious, exclaimed, "You tore my undergarment. I cannot leave my room." Wei Zhao rushed forward, covering her mouth. "Do not shout. Such things you should request from Zhu Xian. That will not suffice. Each person's size differs. I need a custom fit. You must provide me with the fabric." Realizing she sought beautiful materials for intimate garments, he wondered why she stated so directly. Raising his hand, 6 bolts of shimmering silk were presented before Jiang Yihuan's window, stacked in several boxes. Her face flushed with excitement. She exclaimed, "So beautiful, like moonlight flowing. It is so smooth and soft." It felt even better than Wei Zhao's own skin. "Is all of this for me?" "Indeed. I shall provide you with a fabric, and you shall remain well-behaved." Jiang Yihuan grew increasingly fond of Wei Zhao and cautioned, "Wei Zhao, do not drink so much next time." Wei Zhao contemplated twisting her head off in exasperation. "How dare you speak to me so audaciously?" In our Wu prefecture, a man lay drunkenly by the roadside, subjected to the lewd advances of passing women. This encounter left him with a shadow of trauma, transforming him into one who turned away from women entirely. "You wouldn't be referring to your brother, would you?" Wei Zhao scoffed. "Certainly not. My brother welcomes such advances. He can profit from them." "Wei Zhao, do return home early tonight, so we may dine together." With that, Wei Zhao strode away, unwilling to share a meal with the prisoner. Upon reaching the Wei residence, he sought out his mother, Lady Heng. "Where is Wei Zhilan? Summon her to meet me." Lady Heng put on a brave face, aware of her son's purpose for visiting, and called for her daughter. Wei Zhilan appeared, visibly anxious, and cautiously inquired, "Elder brother, why do you not bring Miss Jiang today?" Wei Zhao replied coldly, "I know you harbor no regrets. Do not feign innocence before me. She is not someone you may bully." Wei Zhilan, filled with sorrow, countered, "Brother, I only wish for your well-being. Do not underestimate her. She may seem simple, but she is quite troublesome. As your sister, how could I wish you harm? Is that so? Yet, I recall no sister in my memories." Wei Zhilan's face burned with shame, on the verge of tears. In her youth, spurred on by their grandmother's instigation, she believed her brother to be an illegitimate child and refused to play with him. Even when others mocked and bullied him, she would join in, throwing stones at him. Their mother wept, urging her to treat her brother kindly. But at that age, she lacked the discernment to understand, only escalating her mistreatment. It was only when her brother began to excel, and the family took pride in him, that she sought to mend their relationship, only to realize it was too late. Lady Heng sighed, finding the dynamics between her children a source of constant concern. "Shiguang, I have reprimanded Zhilan, Do not hold it against her. Is your tension a sign of affection for Miss Jiang? Misunderstanding her mother's intentions, Wei Zhao thought, Jiang Qianli is troublesome whether alive or dead. I intend to use his sister as leverage. She is my hostage. Lady Heng hesitated. I perceive her intellect to be lacking. If you continue to confine her, issues will inevitably arise. Wei Zhao remained silent, acknowledging that Jiang Yihuan had indeed been somewhat naive. She herself admitted to being bullied in the countryside and often had to hide away. Lady Heng seized the opportunity. Entrust her to me, and I shall care for her. Let us discuss this matter further. Wei Zhao responded, somewhat hesitant. After he departed, Wei Zhilan collapsed on a Lady Heng's lap. Mother, do you truly intend to care for her? I do not like her. Lady Heng coughed lightly. Has your brother ever had a woman by his side? Would it not be beneficial for the girl he cares about to remain close to us? She understood her son's disposition. If he genuinely disliked Jiang Yihuan, he would not have defended her. Was her mother suggesting using her to ease the rift between herself and her brother? You must rely on your brother in the future. In that moment, Wei Zhao's cousin-in-law Lin arrived, greeting good day, Aunt. I heard that cousin has sent you the luminescent brocade. Might I see it? Lady Heng was taken aback. What luminescent brocade? Didn't Aunt know? Princess Shochuan mentioned that His Majesty bestowed 6 bolts of luminescent brocade upon cousin yesterday. Has he not given you any? Wei Zhilan awkwardly added, brother mentioned it earlier, saying he would bring it in a few days. Jiang Yihuan hummed a melody while crafting a shimmering belly band for herself, temporarily donning Zhu Xian's. Zhu Xian discreetly stole glances at her, initially believing that the belly band would be somewhat loose on Jiang Yihuan, only to be surprised by its snug fit. How could this be? Jiang Yihuan stifled a yawn and inquired, Sister Zhu Xian, would you like some shimmering fabric? Zhu Xian replied, I could give you half a bolt, sufficient for several garments. Would that suffice? Unable to contain her excitement, Zhu Xian added, absolutely. Which girl wouldn't desire shimmering fabric? Just a couple of feet could be exchanged for gold. In gratitude, she permitted Jiang Yihuan to greet Wei Zhao at the door. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, there was still no sign of Wei Zhao. Jiang Yihuan felt a pang of distress, thinking, if he doesn't return soon, I shall be left with a green hat. I had told him to come back early. Zhu Xian, measuring the shimmering fabric against herself, casually remarked, no need to rush. Just wait a little longer and see. Chapter 7. I am your prisoner. You must keep a vigilant eye on me, unable to meet Wei Zhao. Jiang Yihuan tossed and turned in her sleep, and the next day, while still in a haze, someone came to visit her. It was Wei Zhilan and Mama He, who served the Heng family. Jiang Yihuan donned her outer robe and hid behind Zhu Xian. Sister, I am afraid. Zhu Xian comforted her. Do not fear. I will protect you. Wei Zhilan's gaze fell upon the shimmering silk on the table, its brilliance seeming to threaten to burn a hole at her heart. How could her brother bestow such a treasure upon Jiang Yihuan? Born into privilege, she had never coveted the silk, but she valued her brother's affection above all. Jiang Yihuan peeked out. What brings you here? Have we not settled our grievances? Wei Zhilan replied coldly, on my mother's orders. I am to take you to the Wei residence. That day, my brother and mother scolded me and even punished me by making me kneel. Are you satisfied now? I will not go. I do not like you, and you do not like me. Zhu Xian interjected. My master instructed me to safeguard Miss Jiang. He did not command that she return to the Wei residence. Mama, he smiled benignly. Miss Zhu Xian, my lady has taken a liking to Miss Jiang and wishes for her to stay for a short while. Surely, the young master would agree. Zhu Xian hesitated. While the Heng family was kind, she dared not act without her master's command. Jiang Yihuan, with an innocent expression, declared, Mama, if the lady favors me, then if I were to quarrel with Miss Wei, she would certainly side with me. That would be unfair to Miss Wei, so I shall not go. Mama, he was momentarily speechless. You think too much. How could the lady possibly favor you? Just then, Wei Zhao returned. His stature as upright as a pine or bamboo, though a hint of weariness lingered in his brows. Yihuan, come out. Jiang Yihuan and Wei Zhilan rushed out together. Brother, I have come to see you. Wei Zhao, your troublesome sister has come to our home. Wei Zhao's lips twitched, his gaze settling on her flowing hair. I will be accompanying the crown prince to Dongshan in the outskirts of the capital for a few days. Zhu Xian will stay behind to take care of you. Jiang Yihuan bolted. No, I am your prisoner. You must keep a vigilant eye on me. You can stay at home sewing and playing, with so much shimmering silk. Is that not enough for you to occupy yourself? I will take the shimmering silk and go with you. Wei Zhao threatened. If you continue to act up, I shall confine you to your room. Jiang Yihuan, fiddling with her fingers, relented. Very well, I shall obey you. Wei Zhao nodded, somewhat pleased with her compliance, and absent-mindedly stroked her smooth hair. This scene left Wei Zhao with a bitter taste. When had her brother ever treated her with such tenderness? Brother, are you going to Dongshan? Have you informed mother? Wei Zhao ignored her query. Mama He, unable to tolerate the tension, stepped forward to inquire after the eldest young master. I have come on the lady's orders to fetch Miss Jiang. Since you are leaving, Miss Jiang shall be entrusted to the lady. You need not worry. Wei Zhao turned to Jiang Yihuan. Are you willing to stay with my mother? I would be willing. Your mother is kind, but I fear your sister. Wei Zhao nodded. Zhu Xian, gather Yihuan's belongings and take her to my mother. Yes, master. Wei Zhao gritted her teeth. Do not worry, brother. I will take care of her as well. Wei Zhao's gaze swept over her face, and he said, Zhu Xian, take good care of Yihuan and keep an eye on her. Zhu Xian replied, Ah, yes. Wei Zhao felt extremely wronged. Did her brother really need to be so wary of her? Jiang Yihuan then asked Wei Zhao, Where did you wander off to last night? Have you taken in other captives? Is I not enough? Wei Zhao waved his sleeve dismissively. Don't overstep your bounds. This is not your concern. He possessed multiple residences, yet he chose to come early in the morning to exchange a few words with her. And now he was interrogating her. Wei Zhao felt somewhat relieved. Jiang Yihuan had provoked her brother's ire, hadn't she? After packing her belongings, Jiang Yihuan, accompanied by the shimmering silk, boarded the carriage to the Wei residence. She hummed a little tune, leaning against Zhu Xian. I want to tailor countless garments. Once I've exhausted this shimmering silk, I'll ask Wei Zhao for more. Wei Zhao fixed her gaze upon her. Your brother has attempted to assassinate mine multiple times. My brother should despise you. Why does he treat you well? In her childhood, she had been naive, misled by rumors. When others insulted her brother, she too had thrown stones. As she matured, regret filled her heart. Could her brother not see that? The one who sought to kill him was her brother. She had never harmed him. Why would he resent her? I live in the countryside, and that day I worked tirelessly, finally managing to dig up a large, plump bamboo shoot. Before I could even place it in a basket, your brother's people took it away. You reminded me. I must make him compensate for the bamboo shoot. Wei Zhao retorted. He gave you 6 bolts of shimmering silk, not a single inch for me. You were competing with me for my brother. Others claimed she had a formidable brother, yet little did they know how indifferent he was towards her. Jiang Yihuan, plagued by a headache from the commotion, replied, I am not competing with you. I have a brother who cherishes me deeply. In my childhood, I fell ill and was cast out of the village. My brother carried me to the mountains to hide. He nearly fell off a cliff while searching for medicine for me. Later, to help me regain my health, he compromised himself with a wealthy widow, allowing me to survive. Wei Zhilan's eyes reddened. Your brother even sold himself? Yes, I adore my brother. Then, if your brother were despised and scorned by others, and he became your shame, would you still acknowledge him? Why should I care about others' opinions? He is my dearest brother. I still wish to bring him back to the capital, but I am too weak and have yet to find a way. Wei Zhao couldn't help but recall how Jiang Yihuan had once pleaded with him not to insult Jiang Qianli. Yet back then, she had lacked the courage to stop others from bullying her brother. Jiang Yihuan nudged her. We've arrived. Let's disembark. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. The news of her arrival at the Wei residence spread swiftly. Old Madame Wei scoffed. I shall see what manner of woman can capture his interest. Where does Miss Jiang reside? Replying to the old madam, her belongings have been moved into the first madam's courtyard. The old madam chuckled coldly. Keeping around the one whom Zhao heir favors. Is she not merely plotting for herself? In the past, she had been misled by rumors and, disliking the Hung family, had misunderstood Chang Sunday. In recent years, she had frequently shown goodwill towards Wei Zhao, yet he remained unmoved. Jiang Yihuan lay in her chamber, feeling a slight ache in her lower abdomen. The Hung family had settled her in, and they asked their sullen daughter, "Are you unhappy? Did you have a quarrel with her?" Wei Zhao, filled with shame, replied, "Mother, please do not inquire further. I prefer not to speak of it." Hung sighed, saying, "I understand your aversion towards her, yet since she is here, you must treat her kindly. Does she not wish solely to cherish her daughter? It is indeed bittersweet. Although her son shows her respect, he does not heed her in all matters, and she must still seek to appease him." As the crystal curtain was drawn aside, an elderly maidservant, attending to the old lady Wei, came to deliver a message. "The old lady requests your presence in her courtyard for a meal, and she insists that Miss Jiang accompanies you." Chapter 8. Jiang Yihuan, with an innocent grin, remarked, "I am not foolish." Hung Shi, responding gently, grew slightly colder in demeanor once the visitor departed. Years ago, her mother-in-law had been swayed by rumors, leading to the misconception that Wei Zhao was not a true scion of the Wei family, resulting in considerable coldness directed towards them, a sentiment that Hung Shi harbored as well. However, the intricate relationships within the Wei family, coupled with the presence of her husband, necessitated a fade of decorum. She smiled and said, "Yihuan, come with me to pay a visit to the old matriarch. Though she may appear stern, she has a fondness for her younger kin, so do not be afraid." Expecting Jiang Yihuan to protest vehemently, thus granting her the opportunity to decline her mother-in-law's request, Hung Shi was taken aback when Yihuan exclaimed in delight, "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I envy those who have grandmothers. Will the old lady share her delightful treats and beautiful jewelry with me?" Hung Shi forced a smile, replying, "Perhaps." Wei Zhao, reluctant to attend, knew that her grandmother was not particularly fond of her. Observing Jiang Yihuan's foolish grin, she cautioned, "Be mindful of your words in front of grandmother." Jiang Yihuan nodded vigorously, her innocent expression affirming, "I know, I am not foolish." Wei Zhao and Hung Shi shared a silent understanding. The courtyard of the old matriarch was abuzz with activity, filled with her 5 daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters, numbering in the dozens. Upon entering alongside Hung Shi, all eyes fell upon Jiang Yihuan. The young girl, with her fair complexion and thick hair, possessed delicate and refined features, promising beauty. The old matriarch appeared momentarily taken aback. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl's visage, yet could not place it. Imitating Wei Zhao's gestures, Jiang Yihuan curtsied sweetly, saying, "Greetings, esteemed matriarch. You're truly kind." The old matriarch, striving to maintain her elder's authority, rarely smiled, her deep-set lines betraying no trace of benevolence. Upon hearing the compliment, she managed a faint smile, responding, "You are a good child. How is Zhao's health? Is he eating well?" Adopting the demeanor of a concerned grandmother, she continued, "He is well, though he refrains from reading after dark. His appetite is hearty. Just look at how tall he has grown. Today, he is accompanying the crown prince to the outskirts of the capital, leaving me in your care." The old matriarch huffed softly, Hung Shi, as the eldest daughter-in-law, "Has much to improve upon." Jiang Yihuan interrupted, clutching her stomach with a distressed expression. "Matriarch, I'm feeling a bit unwell. May I sit while we converse?" The old matriarch, momentarily displeased at being interrupted, suppressed her irritation, recognizing her dependence on Wei Zhao. She summoned a cushion for Jiang Yihuan, who settled down and began to rub her legs, contentedly exclaiming, "Ah, sitting is much more comfortable." The assembly stifled their laughter, uncertain of how to react. "Matriarch, I would like some hot soup. When shall we dine?" Wei Zhao mentioned that no one should go hungry. He would be heartbroken otherwise. Zhu Xian interjected, "Did the master truly say such a thing?" The old matriarch opened her mouth, "Prepare the meal." She took her seat at the head of the table, while the daughters-in-law stood to serve and the younger ones settled at the lower end. The luncheon was lavish, featuring over 60 dishes adorning the long table. Jiang Yihuan stuffed her mouth with meat, then leaned forward to grasp a crystal shrimp ball, only to have it slip from her grasp repeatedly due to its roundness. Determined, she began to poke at the slippery morsel with her chopsticks, exclaiming, "Little ball, I have caught you." The onlookers were left in stunned silence at her antics. Hung Shi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chided, "Yihuan, focus on the dishes before you. Do not neglect your dining etiquette." Jiang Yihuan chewed on a meatball, mimicking Wei Zhao's tone, darkly stating, Wei Zhao said, if the dish is out of reach, just stand up and serve it. At any time, being full is far more important than my reputation. If anyone mocks me, they shall pay dearly. The old Madame Wei slammed her palm on the table in fury. While she had indeed curtailed Wei Zhao's meals, she had not anticipated his murderous hatred. The second daughter-in-law, who was serving, was so startled that she accidentally spilled a bowl of soup, which fell squarely on her shoulder, the hot liquid trickling down. Terrified, the second daughter-in-law exclaimed, Mother, I truly did not mean to. The old Madame Wei retorted sharply, What? Do you dare to claim it was intentional? The daughters-in-law, fearing retribution, hurried to assist her to the back hall to change clothes. Jiang Yihuan, seemingly oblivious, served herself soup and declared loudly, Wei Zhao said, one cannot solely eat vegetables. One must also drink some soup to soothe the stomach. The ladies present collectively wondered, has Wei Zhao become so pedantic? Zhu Xian felt like crying, oh, the master's reputation. When the old Madame Wei returned after changing, Jiang Yihuan was sipping from a crystal cup, surrounded by the astonished ladies, yet none dared to laugh, fearing Wei Zhao's resentment. Put that down. It is for rinsing your mouth. You child. The old Madame Wei scolded. Jiang Yihuan wiped her mouth, confused. What? This water is warm and soothing, and it is merely for rinsing? The old Madame Wei took a breath and said, You have just come from the countryside and are unfamiliar with the customs. It would be better for you to remain in my courtyard, where I can slowly educate you. Heng Shi was taken aback. How could the matriarch harbor such intentions? Absolutely not. Jiang Yihuan, with her innocent black eyes wide open, replied, Old Madam, Wei Zhao instructed me to follow his mother. I am his person, and no one can arrange for me to go elsewhere. The old Madame Wei's chest heaved, exasperated by the young girl's utterances that seemed to infuriate her. Resisting her ire, she finally conceded, Very well, you may stay with Heng Shi in the Jiayue Hall. Of course, old madam, I will visit you often, Jiang Yihuan responded. Noting her somewhat obedient demeanor, the old Madame Wei's anger subsided slightly. Being a bit foolish was easier to manage. Upon returning to the courtyard with Heng Shi, the latter remarked, Yihuan, you have truly vexed the old madam today. Despite her words, a smile lingered on her lips, for it was rare to see her mother-in-law so flustered, and it was indeed an eye-opener. Jiang Yihuan replied earnestly, Madam, you are mistaken. The old madam is very fond of me. She even smiled at me, though not overtly. Heng Shi sighed, Yes, she adores you. We all do. Now, you should take a little nap. Feeling drowsy, Jiang Yihuan agreed, I must rest for a while. Wei Zhao said, I need to sleep more to grow as tall as he is. Before she could head to her sleeping quarters, the ladies gathered around her. Wei Zhao's cousin inquired, Miss Jiang, are you not afraid of my elder brother? He has little patience for young ladies, often wearing an icy demeanor or sending them away. Their grandmother remarked that Wei Zhao was like a wild wolf cub, unrecognizing of kinship. I'm not afraid. He is gentle and generous towards me. When I asked for fabric, he gifted me with shimmering silk. It is stunning. What? He gave you shimmering silk? The cousin was somewhat astonished. May we see it? Certainly. Please bring my fabric here. Several large boxes of flowing brocade were brought forth, and upon opening them, the fabric shimmered with radiance, displaying exquisite colors. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. How many are there? I heard that only 10 bolts were woven this year. 6 bolts. I had Zhu Xian measure them. Everyone furtively observed the expressions of Heng and Wei Zhaolan, as His Majesty had bestowed 6 bolts of flowing brocade upon Wei Zhao. Did not the mother and daughter receive a single inch? Chapter 9. Is Wei Zhao actually fond of this? The probing gaze was almost tangible, causing Wei Zhaolan to feel a wave of shame wash over her. She had previously claimed that Wei Zhao would present her with a splendid brocade. Yet this falsehood was now laid bare. Heng Shi hastily intervened. Neither Lanner nor I lack for such things. All the brilliance belongs to her. Sister-in-law Lin chuckled. Not only does she dote on her, but I also hold her dear. Anything of value naturally gravitates towards her. Jiang Yihuan nodded in agreement. Wei Zhao indeed holds me in the highest regard. When I express fatigue, he insists that I must eat well and rest more so I can gain some weight. Only then will he cherish me even more. The assembly was left speechless, observing the utterly foolish demeanor of Jiang Yihuan. Could it be that Wei Zhao held such affection? Jiang Yihuan turned and entered her chamber, collapsing onto the bed. Zhu Xian, this bed is truly spacious. There's ample room for both Wei Zhao and me. Zhu Xian's lips twitched in disbelief. Miss Jiang, the old matron does not favor you. Do not be foolish. I am aware. She is quite fierce and lacks any tenderness. Then why? She is my grandmother. I must appease her, lest she scold me. Zhu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Fear not. Miss, the old matron would not dare scold you. She has matters to discuss with the eldest son. What matters? Her family has offended the crown prince and been imprisoned. The matron wishes to implore the master on their behalf. Jiang Yihuan burrowed into her blankets. It's futile. The matron's plea will yield no results. Unless Wei Zhao intervenes, she might as well chant Amitabha. Zhu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss Jiang, you seem quite knowledgeable about the master. After Jiang Yihuan fell asleep, she entertained herself by playing card with her left and right hands, envisioning herself winning at the gambling table, amassing wealth that would compel even Wei Zhao to kneel and beg her for funds. She became exhilarated by her own fantasies, erupting into raucous laughter, oblivious to Jiang Yihuan's pained whimpers. As darkness enveloped the sky, she finally put away the dice, ceasing her daydreams. Miss Jiang, awaken. It is time for dinner. Jiang Yihuan lay still, silent and unmoving. Zhu Xian lifted the covers, only to discover large patches of blood seeping through the bedding, and Jiang Yihuan's breath was faint. She let out a scream and hastily reported to Heng Shi. Heng Shi was struck with terror, gripping Wei Zhao tightly, trembling as she asked Lan'er, "Are you envious of Jiang Yihuan and have poisoned her?" Wei Zhao was taken aback. "Mother, how could I dare harm her when my brother is so protective of her?" Heng Shi felt a wave of dizziness and quickly summoned a physician. After examining Jiang Yihuan, the doctor frowned. Miss Jiang is in a weakened state, suffering from a deficiency of both qi and blood. Her monthly cycle has come with a vengeance. Madam, please ensure she receives proper nourishment or further complications may arise. This was clearly the result of prolonged undernourishment coupled with mental strain. Heng Shi felt a pang of sympathy and ordered the preparation of nourishing soups, remaining by Jiang Yihuan's side without respite. She could scarcely bear to imagine her son's expression should any misfortune befall the young lady. At the break of dawn, Jiang Yihuan finally awoke, her complexion pale. "Oh, why is the madam here? Has night fallen?" Heng Shi embraced her. "Little ancestor, you nearly scared me to death." After 3 or 4 days of consuming nourishing soups, Jiang Yihuan's complexion improved. She nudged Zhu Xian. "When will Wei Zhao return?" "Soon, in just a couple of days." "Sister, may I go out and play?" Upon my arrival in the capital, I was promptly seized by Wei Zhao, leaving me yearning to explore the surroundings. Zhu Xian pondered for a moment. The prohibition on leaving the courtyard presumably referred to private residences, and since we were now at the Wei estate, it should be permissible, right? Seeing her relent, Jiang Yihuan leapt with joy. The Heng family granted her permission to venture out, but insisted that their daughter accompany her for mutual safety. Wei Zhao was reluctant to go, yet thinking of her brother's frosty demeanor, she begrudgingly agreed. Familiar with the shops in the city, she guided Jiang Yihuan through them one by one. Jiang Yihuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she twirled around. "Wow, the emerald is so beautiful, even greener than a green hat. Oh, this garment is exorbitantly priced. Worth more than I am. Why don't they just steal it?" Wei Zhao lips trembled. It was truly embarrassing to be seen with her. Jiang Yihuan gazed longingly at a nearby tavern. "Sister Zhu Xian, I wish—" Zhu Xian, feeling awkward, interrupted Miss Jiang. "I have lost all my money gambling and owe quite a sum to Liangjian. I'm merely awaiting my salary." Jiang Yihuan tugged at Wei Zhao. "Zhao, let us dine at the tavern. You pay first, and I'll have Wei Zhao reimburse you later." "Dream on. My brother is not your personal purse." Pain Yinfang emerged from a shop across the street, her maid carrying bundles behind her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao, you're out too?" "Yinfang." Wei Zhao responded joyfully. Then her expression darkened. "My mother has asked me to take her out." Pain Yinfang glared at Jiang Yihuan and scornfully declared, You little rustic from Wuzhou. Last time, you got Jilan scolded. Your brother is a criminal, and you are nothing but a seductress, enticing General Wei to come to your aid. Jiang Yihuan hid behind Zhu Xian, retorting, "It's not my fault. You mocked me first, locked me upstairs, and even pinched me until my arm hurt." She appeared on the verge of tears. "Sister Zhu Xian, I'm so scared. Let us escape. I'm the best at running away." Zhu Xian scoffed, "With me here, why would you run?" Jiang Yihuan hesitated. Then, "Can you hold her down while I pinch her back?" Zhu Xian, Has your mood shifted so swiftly? Pei Nianfang, upon hearing this, would not relent. "You little vixen, dare to lay a hand on me?" Jiang Yihuan replied with a stern expression. "And what of your brother, the Minister of Justice?" Wei Zhao's mere title could overshadow him entirely. Wei Zhao declared that what is his is also mine. "We are family. Zhu Xian, hold her down. I'll give you half a bolt of shimmering silk. Just seeing her reminds me of the times I was bullied. I feel suffocated." Zhu Xian swiftly restrained Pei Nianfang, conceding, "Fine, let Miss Jiang enjoy herself. Being a captive isn't easy." Jiang Yihuan suppressed her grin and pinched Pei Nianfang's arm. "Miss Pei, we're even now." "No, wait. You locked me upstairs last time, so I must confine you in return." She scanned the surroundings and pointed to the tallest building. "Zhu Xian, let us lock her up there." Zhu Xian panicked. "Don't act recklessly. That is the Xixi terrace built by the late emperor for Prince Zhangde. Intruders are to be executed." Pei Nianfang, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "You have twisted my arm and now intend to confine me to the royal forbidden grounds? I shall have you all imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice." A voice resonated above her. "Whom do you intend to imprison in the Ministry of Justice?" Wei Zhao, clad in a flowing dark blue robe that enveloped his tall figure, stood with an electrifying presence behind them. Pei Nianfang fell silent. Zhu Xian was equally speechless. Jiang Yihuan, with a playful bounce, rushed forward to embrace him. "Wei Zhao, it has been ages since we last met. Not a single day has passed without thoughts of you. Do take a look. Am I not more beautiful than ever?" A barely perceptible twitch crossed Wei Zhao's lips as he gently pulled her down, asking, "Have you found yourself embroiled in another conflict? You haven't come to harm, have you?" No, I am perfectly fine. You're the best, Wei Zhao. Zhu Xian is wonderful too, but Miss Pei is intent on sending me to the dungeon." Chapter 10. She said, "I am your woman and must serve you." Wei Zhilan trembled as she spoke. "Brother." It was she who first laid hands on Miss Pei. Miss Pei instigated the trouble. As soon as she saw me, she called me a seductress and accused me of enticing you. That is why I had Zhu Xian restrain her. Wei Zhilan continued with indignation. "She merely spoke carelessly. Yet you all resorted to violence without offering an apology." Pei Nianfang also protested. "General Wei, I was merely jesting with her, yet she and your subordinates assaulted me. You must advocate for me." Wei Zhao scoffed. "Did she ever permit you to jest with her? Did you see her smile? Why not direct such unpleasant words towards yourself?" Jiang Yihuan's eyes sparkled with agreement. "Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. I may be verbose, but you articulate the essence perfectly." Pei Nianfang felt on the verge of tears. "You claim to be verbose? You are far too eloquent." Wei Zhilan, feeling sympathy, consoled her. "All right, Nianfang, do not cry." Jiang Yihuan tugged at Wei Zhao. "Look, they're indeed friends. I shall no longer play with your sister. Your mother, however, is quite amiable." Wei Zhao took a deep breath. "You haven't angered my mother, have you?" "Not at all. Your mother and grandmother both adore me. They're eager to take care of me. Yet, I shall heed your wishes and remain close to your mother." "Well, you are somewhat sensible. Let us board the carriage." Jiang Yihuan refused. "Why must you ride a majestic steed while I am confined to the carriage?" "Because I can ride, can you?" Jiang Yihuan grasped the reins. "I cannot, but you may take me along. I occupy no space." With all her might, she clung to the reins, while Liang Jian and the others stifled their laughter. Wei Zhao, unwilling to lose face, pulled her up. "Are you satisfied now?" "Oh, I am quite satisfied," Jiang Yihuan proclaimed, seated upon the horse, feeling formidable. "Wei Zhao, do you see that tallest pavilion? Sister Zhu Xian mentioned it is the Xixi terrace." Wei Zhao snorted. "That is the late emperor's lament for the uselessness of Prince Zhangde." "Useless lament?" Wei Zhao fell silent. Prince Zhangde was the late emperor's eldest legitimate son, powerful and compassionate, his virtues beyond reproach. Winning the hearts of the people, a true and radiant moon. Alas, he fell victim to the late emperor's suspicions and was forced to take his own life, leaving behind no surviving offspring. Afterward, the late emperor realized he had driven away his most exceptional heir and thus erected the Sitsi terrace as a form of contrition. Yet what purpose did it serve? Upon returning to the Wei residence, Wei Zhao, after meeting with the Hung family, handed Jiang Yihuan over to them. Calling for Zhu Xian, he casually inquired, "Why did you take her out? And why accompany her in causing trouble?" While defending Jiang Yihuan was one matter, Zhu Xian's negligence was another. Reporting to the master, Miss Jiang was feeling stifled, so I took her out. Miss Pei was bullying her. I had to assist her, didn't I? She has already endured enough hardship in the countryside. I could not allow her to suffer further upon arriving in the capital. Liang Jian shot her a warning glance. "Be quiet. Do not provoke the master." Wei Zhao remained silent for a moment before chuckling. "Oh, Zhu Xian, how much luminescent silk did that little fool bestow upon you for you to be so easily swayed?" Zhu Xian opened her mouth. How did the master know? After a long pause, she stammered, "It is not solely for the silk. I genuinely wish to assist her, driven by a sense of justice." Wei Zhao applauded. "Excellent. Since you are so righteous, I shall allow it, and impose a penalty of 3 months' salary upon you." Zhu Xian lamented, questioning why she was being fined. She would rather endure a beating. Wei Zhao rose and made his way to the chamber. Upon opening the door, he noticed the quilt on the bed was raised. He immediately erupted in fury, demanding to know who it was. Jiang Yihuan, just awakening, poked her head out, groggily responding, "It's me." Wei Zhao stared at her flower-like visage, exasperated. "Weren't you in my mother's courtyard? Why have you come to my room?" "Madam sent me," she replied, "saying that I am your woman and must serve you." Wei Zhao grasped her nape, incredulously stating, "Your woman? You must be dreaming." Jiang Yihuan wriggled free from his grip and said, "Stop fooling around. Let us just sleep. I'll stay inside, and you can sleep outside." Wei Zhao attempted to seize her slender calf, hoping to pull her out. The young girl's leg was as white and smooth as jade. Before he could grasp it, it slipped from his fingers. He froze, astonished that he had failed to catch her. Jiang Yihuan whispered, "Wei Zhao, you seem tired. Just rest assured. I promise not to do anything to you." Recalling the last incident where she had teased him, he retorted angrily, "Have you lost your mind? Lie down properly." "Oh, all right," she replied obediently, lying down as if resigned to her fate. Wei Zhao leaned down, gripping her delicate chin. Jiang Yihuan, with her beautiful eyes wide open, covered her face and smiled sweetly at him. "I'm ready." Wei Zhao's body stiffened. What was she doing? He felt utterly bewildered. Outside, Liang Jian announced, "General, the old lady requests your presence. She says there is an urgent matter." Wei Zhao scoffed. It is surely about her inept maternal family. He sighed at Jiang Yihuan. "You may continue sleeping. I will find you shortly." Jiang Yihuan nodded. "Yes, I will wait for you." Upon encountering Wei Zhao again, the old lady's demeanor was considerably gentler. She first praised Jiang Yihuan's beauty before inquiring about the crown prince. "Grandmother, please speak plainly. Spare me the circumlocution," Wei Zhao said impatiently. The old lady's expression stiffened. "You are the crown prince's tutor and have a good relationship with him. Your cousin has offended the crown prince, and you must intercede on their behalf." "Grandmother, you are mistaken. That fool has insulted the royal family, and by law, deserves to have both hands severed and serve 3 years in labor. With your influence, cannot you save him?" "I could, but I choose not to." The old lady trembled with rage. "You abandon your kin. I wonder how long you can maintain your glory. That is of no concern to you, grandmother." He waved his sleeve and departed. Back in the courtyard, Wei Zhao intended to summon Jiang Yihuan to the side room for sleep. Zhu Xian stopped him. "Perhaps it is best not to. Miss Jiang is sleeping soundly. She could sleep until dawn." Wei Zhao halted, contemplating. Does she not eat dinner? She mentioned that in the countryside, food was scarce, so she got used to sleeping when hungry and skipping dinner. Wei Zhao fell silent for a moment before turning to the side room. In the middle of the night, restless and discontented, he wondered why Jiang Yihuan could sleep soundly until dawn. He went to the main chamber and shook Jiang Yihuan awake. "Yihuan, I have news for you." Jiang Yihuan jolted awake, alarmed. What news could possibly be so urgent in the middle of the night? Your brother escaped during his exile, surrounded by dense mountains and forests, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. It is feared that his situation is dire. Tears immediately welled up in Jiang Yihuan's eyes, lamenting, "Oh, my poor brother. He should have long ago devoted himself to you and served you well." Your brother? Devote himself to me? Indeed. Do you not also have an affinity for men? Who told you that I am fond of men? My brother, it is well known throughout Wuzhou that you are indiscriminate in your affections, particularly coveting his form. Wei Zhao. He rises in the dead of night solely to seek out his own misery? How could Jiang Qianli, so cunning, possibly have a foolish and naive sister? Chapter 11. Jiang Yihuan's cheeks were swollen and painful, and Pei Yanfang was infuriated by her plight. She went to confront her brother. Brother, I was attacked by Wei Zhao's men, and you want to avenge me? Go and tear Wei Zhao apart. Although she had previously held a favorable impression of Wei Zhao, his public rebuke the day before ignited her resentment. Pei Jingchen replied sternly, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the Vice Minister of Justice, not a beast." Wei Zhao was ruthless, and, relying on his military authority over 7 provinces, he cared little for even the emperor. How could he dare confront him directly? There were numerous individuals in the capital who despised Wei Zhao. It was only a matter of patience before he fell from grace. Jiang Yihuan wept for several days over her brother's misfortune, hiding in her room, her small face growing even more haggard. After drying her tears, she decided to confront Wei Zhao in the side chamber. Wei Zhao, we could share a bed. There is enough space for several people. I could sleep in the middle, while you and Zhu Xian could be on either side. Zhu Xian interjected, No, please don't involve me. Wei Zhao angrily slammed down his brush. What a beautiful thought. You've reminded me. We are switching back to our original rooms. It was utterly absurd for a prisoner to occupy his main quarters while he was relegated to a small side room. It was a complete inversion of propriety. He ordered Zhu Xian to move Jiang Yihuan's belongings to the side room and reclaim his own quarters. His expression serious. Stay put in the courtyard. I have matters to attend to outside. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yihuan pleaded, Wei Zhao, please don't be so fierce. Where are you going? Don't ask me where I'm going. It's none of your business. You are merely a prisoner. After he left, Wei Zhao cautiously entered. Yihuan, I'll take you out to play. Let us not bring Jeline along to avoid her bullying you. Jiang Yihuan had a decent impression of her. All right, can you treat me to a meal? I'll find Wei Zhao later to pay you back. Wei Zhao cheerfully replied, No need, I'll treat you. Let's hurry out. Zhu Xian did not stop them. Burdened with debts and having her salary deducted, she decided to let Jiang Yihuan enjoy herself. Wei Zhao led them to the largest restaurant in the capital, Wangjiang Tower, renowned for its Jiangnan cuisine. Upon entering, they fortuitously encountered Wei Zhao's companion, Fu Shirong, who was also dining there. Fu Shirong greeted them with a warm smile. What a coincidence, Zhao. Since we've met today, let us dine together. Reluctantly, Wei Zhao agreed, not wanting to offend her. As they entered a private room, she intended to let Jiang Yihuan order, but before she could speak, Fu Shirong began listing a dozen exquisite dishes. Feeling somewhat displeased, she turned to Jiang Yihuan. Yihuan, what would you like to eat? Jiang Yihuan, not picky, replied, I like whatever she orders. Waiter, please place our order. However, Fu Shirong added, Wait, let us also order 2 pots of pear blossom snow. Wei Zhao was astonished. Rong, you drink alcohol? Pear blossom snow was quite expensive, worth several dishes. Fu Shirong chuckled. There are more people here. She stood up and opened the window, calling out, Brother, Sister, I'm here. Miss Wei is treating us. Come join us. Zhao, I have 2 younger sisters and a brother here. The more, the merrier. Wei Zhao panicked. This won't do. There are distinctions between men and women. How can we dine with men? Fu Shirong chuckled. Oh, I nearly forgot. I shall have my brother go to the next room. Her 2 younger sisters entered, laughing. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Wei. Wei Zhao rolled her eyes, noting the audacity of those who would bring their sisters along for a free meal. Once the dishes arrived, Jiang Yihuan inhaled deeply. How fragrant. This is authentic Jiangnan cuisine. She filled a bowl to the brim and offered it to Zhu Xian. Sister, please eat. Zhu Xian, taken aback, replied, Thank you, Mississippi. Fu Shirong frowned. Miss Jiang, You must not spoil the servants. If she partakes as well, Giroux will have to spend more. Jiang Yihuan, not lifting her gaze, retorted, you are right. Indulging too much may invite misfortune. But I am unafraid. Are you? Fu Shirong smiled awkwardly. Miss Jiang certainly enjoys jesting. After their meal, she dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, waiting for Wei Zhao to settle the bill. The attendant presented the account to Wei Zhao, stating, honored guests, the total is 80 taels. Wei Zhao exclaimed, 80 taels? Such amount. Jiang Yihuan was equally incredulous. How exorbitant. In our Wuzhou tavern, several hefty men would only spend a few taels. Miss, your room's expenses amount to 20 taels, while the adjacent gentleman's tab is 60 taels, largely due to the expensive wine he ordered, which he said you would cover, the attendant explained. Giroux confirmed, indeed, that is the price. Fu Shirong smiled sweetly. Wei Zhao, irritated, retorted, what? Besides the three of you sisters, must I also treat your brother? Jiang Yihuan slammed her hand on the table. Giroux, we only spent 20 taels in this room. You pay half, which is 10 taels. The expenses from the other room have nothing to do with you. Wei Zhao, her expression frosty, instructed her maid to pay 10 taels and dragged Jiang Yihuan away. Jiang Yihuan did not forget to tell the attendant, we have settled our bill. The remainder belongs to them. Should they dare to default, report it to the authorities, and I will testify for you. Fu Xirong, alarmed, exclaimed, Tsiru, do not listen to her. She is simply foolish. Wei Zhao huffed coldly. She is not foolish. It would be foolish of me to treat your entire family. As they reached the carriage, Fu Shirong hurried after them. Giroux, wait. I was in the wrong. I apologize. Jiang Yihuan turned around to see Fu Shirong standing before a towering man. She covered her mouth, astonished by how tall Fu Shirong's brother was, even surpassing Wei Zhao. Resembling the legendary figure Quafu chasing the sun. Quafu, with a naive expression, boomed, who dares to bully my sister? Step forward. It is she. She incited discord between me and Giroux. Fu Shirong pointed at Jiang Yihuan. Zhu Xian felt a chill. Fu's elder brother was immensely strong. Though she was skilled in martial arts, she stood no chance against such overwhelming strength. A shadow loomed over her as she was shoved roughly, nearly losing her balance. Fu's elder brother then pushed Jiang Yihuan, who fell hard, tears welling up as she cried, Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian, incensed, retaliated with a kick. But it was futile against Fu's brother's immense strength. As Jiang Yihuan struggled to rise, Fu Shirong shoved her down again, causing her to hit her head painfully and scrape her cheek. Fu's elder brother was toying with Zhu Xian like a cat with a mouse. Wei Zhao was terrified. Rong, quickly tell your brother to stop. Fu Shirong replied languidly. He is impulsive. No one can rein him in. Command him to cease. I shall cover the expenses for your feast. With that, she thrust the pouch of coins into Fu Shirong's hands. Zhu Xian was on the verge of collapse, pleading for respite. Fu's elder brother aimed a kick at Zhu Xian, who, unable to maintain his balance, staggered and fell to the ground. Jiang Yihuan, her cheeks swollen and aching, rose to her feet, tears brimming her eyes as she glared at Fu Shirong, accusing, you are bullying us. Fu Shirong scoffed coldly. This is no rural setting. Today, you shall receive a lesson. With darkened eyes, Jiang Yihuan clung to her neck, biting down fiercely. I have had enough. She yanked out a hairpin, pressing it forcefully against Fu Shirong's throat, declaring, you, foolish giant, stand aside. Otherwise, I shall pierce your sister. The crowd stood in stunned silence, taken aback by her audacity. Fu's elder brother, momentarily bewildered, stammered, let her go, or I shall throw you to the ground. Jiang Yihuan, filled with resentment, retorted, before you can cast me down, I shall ensure her demise. She pressed the pin deeper against Fu Shirong's neck. Chapter 12. Wei Zhao clasped his lips tightly, determined not to allow her to feed him. Fu Shirong was utterly terrified. Please, don't be reckless. Don't harm my throat or my face. Jiang Yihuan gasped, you are overthinking. I intend to extract your eyeballs. Fu Shirong's fear intensified. Brother, step back quickly. You must listen to her. She merely wants a meal. Who knew she would be so reckless? Jiang Yihuan leaned close to her ear, her voice barely a whisper, do not attempt any tricks. or I shall gouge out your eyeballs and stuff them into your mouth, allowing you to savor your own flavor. Fu Shirong nearly retched, given her brother's intellect. He would not resort to trickery. Jiang Yihuan continued softly, "Foolish giant, once you return home, I will release your sister. Furthermore, return the purse to Jiru." In the Eastern Palace, Wei Zhao was in the company of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, 2 years his junior, had recently undergone the coronation ceremony and possessed a gentle demeanor. He lamented to Wei Zhao, "What should I do? 7 Eastern pearls. Both the Crown Princess and the favored consort desire them. I cannot divide them evenly." Wei Zhao was at a loss for words. "Your Highness summoned me. Not merely for this matter, I presume? Indeed, I am troubled. I cannot bear to see either of them heartbroken. Then your Highness could simply bestow all the Eastern pearls upon me, and the issue would be resolved." The Crown Prince opened his mouth in surprise. "Ah? What would resolve the matter? Something feels amiss." But, Wei Zhao rose. "If your Highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Do not rush off. I have heard that Jiang Qinli's sister is in your custody. You have not mistreated her, have you?" Wei Zhao's lips curled in a smirk. "Of course I have. Otherwise, why would I have brought her to the capital, if not to indulge in her company?" The Crown Prince sighed. "Wei Xiaofu, you truly are audacious." As they reached the bustling main street, Wei Zhao led his horse. Liang Jian whispered, "Master, look." A clumsy giant was sprinting wildly, shouting, "Make way. I must return home. I must save my sister." He knocked over numerous stalls, and the vendors behind him hurled curses. Wei Zhao chuckled. "Isn't that the fool from the Fu family? Has he lost his mind? How fortunate for Master Fu." Liang Jian remained speechless. "He is merely a bit slow. He is not mad." Upon arrival at the Wei residence, they found Heng standing anxiously at the entrance, exclaiming, "Shiguang Yihuan is in trouble." Wei Zhao's heart tightened. What has happened? Was she not at home? Jiru was responsible for her today, I felt assured. Yet, it appears she had a confrontation with the Fu siblings and has sustained injuries. You must go and check on her. Wei Zhao hurried away. Wei Zhalan felt a chill run down her spine. Her brother's expression was truly fearsome. Even when he had been beaten and bullied in the past, he had not looked so grim. In the side room, a maid was applying ice to Jiang Yihuan's face. "Miss, please bear with it. It will be over shortly." "Hiss. Where is Zhu Xian? Is she severely injured?" "Miss Zhu Xian is not gravely harmed. The physician says a few days of rest will suffice." The crystal-beaded curtain was lifted, and Wei Zhao strode in with purpose. "Yihuan." Jiang Yihuan smiled brightly. "Wei Zhao, you returned so early today?" "Hiss. My face hurts a bit." Upon seeing her swollen cheek, Wei Zhao's expression darkened. "Was it the Fu siblings who harmed you? They sought to seize the wealth of Jiru. But I refused, prompting the foolish young master of the Fu family to assault us." As she recounted her tale in detail, Wei Zhao could not help but feel a surge of anger. Had the second fool of the Fu family neglected his sister, how dire would your fate have been? Was it worth it for a mere sum of money? It was not solely about the money. In the countryside, I cultivated a cherry tree, and when the fruits ripened, the daughter of the village head pressured me to guard it day and night, forbidding the birds from pecking at it, and demanded that I pick the ripe cherries for her consumption. I was infuriated. Those cherries were undeniably mine. The maid was astonished. Was there such cruelty in the world? Wei Zhao felt a pang of sorrow mixed with amusement. Cough. What does this have to do with the Fu siblings? Because they bear a resemblance to the children of our village head. It seems that the people I detest in the countryside can be found in similar forms in the capital. And what of the Fu daughter? Did you not harm her? Not at all. She merely had a trickle of blood from her neck and wailed like a banshee. Aside from your face, where else were you injured? The back of my head, and my knee is bruised as well, look. She rolled up her pant leg, and Wei Zhao initially intended to avert his gaze, but then scolded himself for what there was to hide. He hastily glanced. The knee was a mottled blue and purple, stark against her fair skin, a striking sight indeed. Quickly, he pulled down her pant leg. You have suffered an injustice. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to report this to the authorities. Will reporting it be of any use? Our officials in Wuzhou are but petty thieves. They never act for the benefit of the people. In this world, all crows are black. If I report myself, do you think it will matter? Jiang Yihuan was momentarily taken aback, then applauded him. You can surely do it. In our Wuzhou, Even the great blue ox dares not graze at the sound of your name. Wei Zhao ground his teeth. Was that a compliment? Jiang Yihuan cautiously remarked. Zhu Xian is quite seriously injured. I have heard that you deducted her salary for 3 months. If I eat less, will you refrain from docking her pay? Wei Zhao queried in astonishment. You consume my provisions and yet wish to meddle in the management of my subordinates? Jiang Yihuan fell silent, as it seemed somewhat illogical. Outside the window, someone approached quietly, and Wei Zhao immediately became alert. Who is out there? Come forth. The maid replied. It is the young lady. Wei Zhao opened the door. Wei Zhao stood outside, fidgeting. Brother, it is I. What are you doing lurking by the window? Wei Zhao clenched her fingers tightly, speaking cautiously. Brother, please send Jiang Yihuan away. She has only just arrived and has already offended the Pei and Fu families, bringing you trouble. Wei Zhao fixed his gaze upon her. Do you think that only the aggressors can commit acts of violence while the victims cannot retaliate? Brother, do you not feel that Jiang Yihuan is feigning innocence? She is doing this deliberately. She is creating enemies for you. What benefit is there in offending so many? Wei Zhao dismissed her concerns. Whether it be the Pei family or the Fu family, if I do not hold them accountable, they should be grateful. Wei Zhao felt a bitterness in her mouth. How could her brother be so unyielding? As night descended, Jiang Yihuan felt a sharp pain in her cheek, tossing and turning in her sleeplessness. Where has Wei Zhao gone? Someone should fetch him to keep me company. The maids exchanged glances. Who would dare inquire about the General's whereabouts? It seems he has stepped out. Jiang Yihuan pounded on the bed, calling, Wei Zhao, Wei Zhao. Come and tend to me. I am your captive. Wei Zhao's voice resonated from outside the door. You foolish child, are you summoning spirits? He pushed open the door, holding a small bamboo basket covered with green leaves, revealing vibrant red fruits within. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed in delight. Are these cherries? Indeed, try one, he replied. The cherries, with their thin skin and succulent flesh, were irresistibly bright. Jiang Yihuan picked one up and placed it in her mouth. So fresh and sweet. This won't do. I must share them with my dearest one. Wei Zhao scoffed. They're just a few cherries. You lack ambition. He pressed his lips together, determined not to let her feed him. Chapter 13. Jiang Yihuan goes to the Dali Temple to lodge a complaint. Jiang Yihuan, carrying a basket of cherries, rapped gently on Zhu Xian's door, exclaiming, Sister Zhu Xian, I have come to feed you cherries. Zhu Xian, clutching her injured chest, replied with a wince, I was just yearning for those. Come in, dear sister. Wei Zhao was on the verge of indignation. The following day, at the break of dawn, he yanked Jiang Yihuan from her bed, declaring, Come, I shall escort you to the Dali Temple. Why must we go to the Dali Temple? She queried. Have you forgotten? You have committed an offense. I must report it to the authorities and have you imprisoned. Jiang Yihuan clung to the bedpost, reluctant to leave. Perhaps it is best not to go. I would prefer to stay by your side. May I serve you like a devoted servant? Absolutely not. You shall accompany me, Wei Zhao commanded, instructing a maid to dress her and forcibly leading her to the carriage. The Dali Temple, situated at the northwest corner of the imperial palace, allowed officials of the 4th rank and above to forego the early morning roll call. However, those of the 5th rank and below were required to attend daily. Otherwise, their salaries would be docked. Zhao Qingyun, the 5th rank official of the Dali Temple, had just arrived at the office when Wei Zhao caught him off guard. Deputy Zhao, I come to report an offense. Zhao Jijia, holding a pancake, stared blankly, muttering, General Wei, Marquis Wei, Minister of State Wei, and Young Master Wei. Whom do you wish to accuse? I wish to accuse the daughter of the Pei family and the siblings of the Fu family. They have instigated trouble and openly assaulted my household. What? Wei Zhao pulled Jiang Yihuan forward, stating, She is the victim. Allow her to elaborate. Zhao Jijia, with a swift glance, urged, Please have a seat, esteemed guest, and let us serve you tea. At the entrance of the grand hall, the mythical creature, Xie, symbolizing justice, loomed high above, and all of Jiang Yihuan's grievances surged forth. She recounted in detail how Pei Nianfang and the Fu siblings had tormented her, not omitting the tale of her stolen chickens, ducks, and geese, the vegetables uprooted from her garden, and the cherries that had eluded her every year. As she wiped her tears, she exclaimed, Zhao Qingtian, I finally behold living justice. Compared to you, the officials I have encountered before were naught but zombies. Please, great official, take my case to heart. Zhao Jijia felt a pounding headache and urged, please do not cry, just continue. Huh? Jiang Yihuan's tears brimmed. Wei Zhao also lifted his gaze, darkly asserting, what are you saying? No, I meant, Miss Jiang, please cease your tears. They're quite unbearable. Wei Zhao scoffed, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and upon facing injustice, my first thought was of your esteemed Dali Temple. Do not disappoint me. Zhao Jijia silently cursed Wei Zhao 1,000 times in his heart. General Wei, your trust in me is overwhelming. I am in trepidation. I'm already aware of the specifics. Please be seated while we await the arrival of our Shaoqing. Jiang Yihuan could not help but inquire, Shaoqing? Is there also an old Qing? Why are they so tardy? I have heard that officials must also attend roll call. Zhao Jijia choked on his words. The Dali Temple has 1 Jingqing and 2 Shaoqing. The daily affairs are managed by the 2 Shaoqing. They need not attend roll call. Ah, why do they not need to attend roll call? Zhao Jijia replied with indignation. Because their positions are higher. Jiang Yihuan responded with an O and added, Wei Zhao surely does not need to attend roll call. Does he? Wei Zhao tugged at her hairpin, affirming, indeed. Who would dare require him to attend? After waiting for approximately half an hour, an official finally arrived to report. The deputy of the Zhao mansion, Qiao Shaoqing, has come. Zhao Jijia felt as if she had received a pardon and urged, quick, please invite him to meet General Wei. The deputy of the Dali Temple held a prestigious 4th-rank position, yet he still paled in comparison to the 2nd-rank crown prince's grand tutor. Qiao Shaoqing appeared somewhat haggard, his complexion less than favorable. Upon entering, he remarked, General Wei, what brings you here? Upon learning that the purpose was to lodge a complaint, Qiao Shaoqing's temper flared. Understand this clearly. This is the Dali Temple. It is not a place for your reckless antics. Jiang Yihuan was startled by his outburst, stammering, I am not being reckless. I am here to file a complaint. Qiao Shaoqing replied sternly, Young lady, let me inform you. Brawls fall under public security matters, governed by the Jingzhou Prefecture. Murder and arson are criminal cases, managed by the Ministry of Justice. The Dali Temple does not accept private grievances. We do not entertain private grievances. Then what purpose does the Dali Temple serve? Do you merely partake in idle pursuits? Qiao Shaoqing rolled his eyes in exasperation. The Dali Temple presides over the nation's criminal litigation and formulates the law. Serious cases involving exile or capital punishment are subject to review by the Dali Temple. Additionally, political cases, such as royal conspiracies or an individual seeking the title of 9 ribbons, also fall within our jurisdiction. Jiang Yihuan fidgeted. Exile? 9 ribbons? My brother, said Wei Zhao, aspired to the 9 ribbons, which is why he attempted to assassinate him, leading to my brother's exile. Qiao Shaoqing was taken aback. Your brother is? My brother is Jiang Qinli. He was exiled 3,000 miles by Wei Zhao. This case has been reviewed by you, has it not? Qiao Shaoqing's expression turned grave. We have reviewed it. I respect your brother's bravery, but the fact remains that he attempted to assassinate a court official, and I could only pass a sentence of exile on him. And you? How is it that you are associated with Wei Zhao? Do you not know? He brought me from the countryside to care for me in place of my brother. Qiao Shaoqing's beard trembled. Keep your distance from him. Do you understand what the 9 ribbons represent? Wei Zhao may appear splendid on the surface, but in truth, he is adorned with flowers and embroiled in flames. Of course, it signifies his unwillingness to lead an ordinary life, his courage and strength, and his lofty aspirations, such as the nature of man. Qiao Shaoqing retorted, Fool, and what of your brother? Zhao Jijia pondered. Is she truly the sister of Jiang Qinli? Wei Zhao laughed heartily, grasping Jiang Yihuan's hand. Qiao Shaoqing, I have conversed with you at length. Regarding the judgment for the Pei and Fu families, there must be a protocol. Do not tell me you do not accept private grievances. I am an official, and thus, this falls under official complaints. His argument was indeed a stretch. Official complaints refer to cases reported by the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and local counties to the Dali Temple under the name of the official. Qiao Shaoqing, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, Since the general has come, how could I allow you to leave empty-handed? I will provide you with a resolution. Let those two families apologize to Miss Jiang and compensate for her medical expenses. Jiang Yihuan sighed. Xiao Shaoqing. Your judgments are remarkably swift. In our Wuzhou, there was a case of a scholar being replaced in the provincial examination. The victim ran about for 3 years without results and ultimately drowned in the river. Xiao Shaoqing remained silent for a moment before inquiring, this incident occurred in Wuzhou? Indeed. That scholar traversed the counties and prefectures, but had no one to report to. He intended to travel to the capital to lodge a complaint, but tragically drowned before he could set off. Wei Zhao scoffed. Drowned by accident? More likely, he was the victim of retaliation. In Wu province, under my governance of the 7 states, such occurrences shall never transpire. Jiang Yihuan reverently remarked, Wei Zhao, you are truly formidable. No wonder you command the military authority of the 7 states. They departed hand in hand. Xiao Shaoqing pinched the bridge of his nose and said to Ji Jie, I shall compose the verdict for Wei Zhao. You should dispatch someone to retrieve the case files from Wu province. Zhao Ji Jie was taken aback. My lord, the scholar has perished, and the local authorities have not reported it. Should we not? Xiao Shaoqing interjected sternly. They may fear reporting, but does that mean I shall refrain from investigation? Hurry! If Wei Zhao dares to bestow 9 honors, then surely I can pursue the case. Chapter 14. Deputy Minister Pei brings his sister to apologize on their way back. Jiang Yihuan cradled her face in her hands and asked, Wei Zhao, where did you buy those cherries yesterday? I want more. The Eastern Palace. They were the earliest ripened fruits of the year, gifted to the crown prince. He had heard Jiang Yihuan mention the cherries the day before and had sought some from the crown prince, who only had 1 basket, which Wei Zhao had pitifully managed to acquire. Can you get more? Not possible. Your favorite person eats too much. I can't afford it. The day prior, Zhu Xian had indulged herself, devouring most of the cherries, leaving Jiang Yihuan with very few. Jiang Yihuan then retrieved a shimmering silk handkerchief from her pocket, within which were several large, round cherries. Surprise! I saved a few. Wei Zhao chuckled, pinching her cheek. You've gained a bit of weight. You actually thought to save some for yourself. You're not entirely foolish after all. They're delicious. You should try one. Jiang Yihuan held out a cherry to his lips. Her fingers were round and adorable, resembling jade beads. Wei Zhao glanced at it and promptly shut his mouth. Not going to eat it? These are the best from the basket. I saved them just for you. Why not give them all to Zhu Xian? Isn't she your favorite? Zhu Xian was injured for my sake. She deserves to have more. But the largest and reddest ones are reserved for you. I only give you the best. She swallowed hard. If you don't eat it, I will. Wei Zhao quickly seized her wrist. As he bit into the cherry, its exquisite flavor filled his mouth. A delightful blend of tartness and subtle sweetness. No one had ever reserved the finest for him before. His parents had always saved the best for their elders. After his sister arrived, the best was to be saved for her. What he desired was something he had to fight for. No one would ever set aside for him. Upon returning to the Wei household, the Hung family awaited them in the hall. Wei Zhiru, still shaken from the previous day's fright, dared not visit Jiang Yihuan in her courtyard and now felt deeply remorseful, huddled beside Lin. Upon seeing her, Wei Zhao's expression hardened. Wei Zhiru, Wei Zhilin, what sort of friends have you made? Should such incidents occur again, I will punish you both. Hung hastily interjected. I had just spoken with your aunt about them. They will be more cautious in their friendships moving forward. Lin added, I scolded Zhiru. She is simply too naive, easily deceived by the girls from the Fu family, and has suffered greatly because of it. Wei Zhao grasped Jiang Yihuan's hand. Be more discerning in your friendships. No one should ever put you at a disadvantage. Do you understand? Yes, I will listen to you. Lin was astonished, having thought Jiang Yihuan exaggerated Wei Zhao's affection for her, only to find it was even more profound than she had imagined. After Deputy Minister Pei left court, he was intercepted by Xiao Shaoqing, who handed him a decree. Pei's face shifted from dark to pale. Xiao Shaoqing, are you out of your mind? When did the Grand Court accept civil complaints? From the moment Wei Zhao caused a commotion at the Grand Court, Xiao Shaoqing replied sternly. I am the Deputy Minister of Justice. Do you dare insult me? I am the Junior Minister of the Grand Court. It is not I who insults you. But Wei Zhao, get it straight. It was Miss Jiang who struck my sister. I have yet to pursue the matter, yet she dares to report me first? You issue a judgment without even inquiring? Apologies, but I stand by my decision. As a colleague, allow me to remind you, if you cannot bring about Wei Zhao's demise, then take your sister and apologize to Miss Jiang. Otherwise, prepare for Wei Zhao to eliminate you. Wei Zhao is known for his audacious words. Do you wish to see my end? I shall ensure your collective downfall. Such arrogance. Minister Pei closed his eyes, pondering when this scoundrel, Wei Zhao, would finally face his reckoning. Recently, Jiang Yihuan had not ventured out, as the Lin family had arranged for a female tutor for Wei Zhao, leaving her without companionship. She leaned over her desk, awkwardly inscribing her name upon the paper, Jiang Yihuan. Next, she wrote Wei Zhao's name, Wei Zhao. Zhu Xian noticed her improper grip on the pen, revealing her lack of formal education. Indeed, how could she afford writing instruments when she struggled to fill her belly? A maid entered to announce, Miss Jiang. Minister Pei has brought Miss Pei. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed in delight. So soon? We only visited the Dali Temple 2 days prior. The efficiency of the capital is remarkable. She donned a vibrant outfit to meet the Pei siblings. Pei Nianfang awkwardly stated, Miss Jiang, I have come to apologize. Jiang Yihuan scrutinized her face. Really? I find that hard to believe. Pray tell, what was your error? Pei Nianfang stammered. I was wrong to stand up for a friend. No, Jiang Yihuan replied. You may defend your friends, but you ought to inquire into the matter first. It was Wei Zhao who insulted Wei Zhao. If you were genuinely angered, it is him you should confront, not me. Pei Nianfang retorted. Seek Wei Zhao for an explanation? That would be akin to courting death. Minister Pei, with a solemn expression, interjected, Miss Jiang, my sister erred in bullying you. You are innocent. I take full responsibility for my lack of guidance, and I ask for your forgiveness. After receiving the judgment from Xiao Shaoqing, he contemplated for 2 days and nights before deciding to extend an apology. A true gentleman must possess both humility and strength, and there is no shame in admitting fault. However, Jiang Yihuan remarked, Minister Pei, your furrowed brow is more severe than that of the Wei matriarch. Honestly, you bear some resemblance, though you are far younger and not nearly so harsh. Minister Pei could only think, what a simpleton. How could Wei Zhao be fond of her? Zhu Xian quickly added ahem. Minister Pei is a judicial official and is naturally serious in demeanor. Minister Pei, your sister's mischief has brought you trouble. You have not chastised her, but instead brought her here to apologize. This speaks to your character as a good brother, and I forgive her. Do temper your anger. I would not approve of you scolding her behind closed doors. Minister Pei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Despite her foolishness, Jiang Yihuan was considerate and empathetic, prompting a twinge of envy towards Jiang Qianli. Upon returning home, he resolved to reprimand his sister thoroughly. Pei Nianfang earnestly said, Yihuan, thank you for forgiving me. Let's be friends henceforth. Jiang Yihuan noticed the chest behind them. What could it contain? Is it all for me? Indeed, that is compensation for you. 500 taels. Do you find it sufficient? Quite enough. We are bound by life and death. Jiang Yihuan's face broke into a radiant smile. Pei Nianfang quietly mused, You simpleton. I shall first befriend you, and, once I earn your trust, I will ensure you learn a lesson. After they departed, Jiang Yihuan took out some silver and handed it to Zhu Xian. I shall supplement your salary for 3 months. Do not let your heart continue to prick with thoughts of Wei Zhao. Zhu Xian was taken aback. How could she possibly have noticed that? He fell to his knees before her. Miss Jiang, please do not reveal this to the master. I implore you. Wei Zhao returned late at night, burdened with worry. Earlier in the day, he had received news that Jiang Qianli had escaped during his exile, retreating into the depths of the forest, filled with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, much like the deception he had played on Jiang Yihuan just days prior. If Jiang Qianli were truly to perish, would Jiang Yihuan be driven to tears? A piece of paper slipped through the crack of the door, scrawled with their names in a haphazard manner, undoubtedly penned by Jiang Yihuan. After scrutinizing it for a while, he found it rather unattractive. Liang Jian whispered, General, reading such handwriting at night may strain your eyes. It will be wise to put it away. Chapter 15. Jiang Yihuan weeps. My poor brother Wei Zhao continued to scrutinize. What do you understand? Her characters are large, which does not hurt the eyes. Liang Jian silently conceded. All right, as long as it pleases you. It is my fault for speaking too much. Wei Zhao caressed the bold characters on the paper, realizing it was Jiang Yihuan. He had mistakenly thought it was Jiang Yihuan. In the morning, Jiang Yihuan awoke, and her maid called out, "Miss Jiang, the general requests your presence for breakfast." Jiang Yihuan was overjoyed. It was the first time Wei Zhao had shared a meal with her since arriving in the capital. Today, Wei Zhao was particularly gentle, serving her a bowl of rice porridge and inquiring, "Did you sleep well last night?" Seizing the moment, she touched Wei Zhao's long, jade-like fingers and mischievously replied, "I slept very well. And you?" "I did as well," Wei Zhao responded, retracting his hand, feeling as though he had been taken advantage of. In truth, he often awakened abruptly, fearing an assassination from his enemies, and could not afford to sleep soundly. Jiang Yihuan remarked, "You have red veins in your eyes. What has happened?" Wei Zhao, in a serious tone, said, "I feel quite fatigued and wish to resign from my post and retreat to the deep mountains to feed ferocious beasts. Would you care to join me?" Jiang Yihuan, with earnest concern, replied, "Wei Zhao, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but you have made too many enemies. If you relinquish your position, you will not even reach the deep mountains before your foes turn you into mincemeat, and I would have no way to recover your remains. If all else fails, you could raise a rebellion. No one would dare cross you." Wei Zhao remained silent, and seeing her resilience, he boldly divulged the matter concerning Jiang Qianli. "This time, I speak the truth. I do not deceive you. Your brother may indeed be in grave danger." Jiang Yihuan burst into tears, exclaiming, "My poor brother! Wei Zhao, why must you lie to me? I need to cry twice more." Overwhelmed with sorrow, she could not eat, pushing the bowl away with tears in her eyes, her colorful attire losing its luster. Wei Zhao deeply regretted his words. Why did I have to speak out? Jiang Qianli's death could have remained a secret. Back in her chamber, Jiang Yihuan wept inconsolably, her shoulders heaving with each sob. Zhu Xian, where are the Fu siblings? Will they not come to apologize and offer silver? Only silver can ease my suffering. Zhu Xian assured her, "Do not worry. They cannot escape. Our master is relentless and will not spare them." The Fu family was in disarray. After being frightened by Jiang Yihuan, Fu Shirong fell ill that night, dreaming of Jiang Yihuan extracting her eyeballs and forcing her to consume them, leaving her too terrified to sleep again. Her father was furious, glaring at the court ruling on the table. That rascal Wei Zhao, what kind of girl could possibly be around him? And Xiao Shaoqing too, with his thick brows and large eyes. Yet he seeks to please Wei Zhao. The dim-witted Fu Ziding shouted, brandishing a cleaver, "Father, let me go and kill Wei Zhao." Fu Darin swiftly delivered Azlep, "Fool, how many stalls did you knock over that day? They have been coming to demand compensation in these past few days. My salary is not sufficient to cover it. Father, our meals lack oil. My sister invited me to dine and drink, yet Miss Jiang has ruined everything. I am utterly vexed by her." Fu Darin delivered another slap. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat." He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wei Zhao, making it impossible for him to bring his children to apologize. Furthermore, his daughter was unable to leave her bed. Just as he was fuming with anger, the officials from the Jingzhou prefecture arrived. They took away Fu Ziding, stating, "Master Fu, your son has harmed Miss Jiang, and we must place him under arrest." Master Fu was enraged and retorted, "What about Miss Jiang? She also laid hands on him. My daughter has sustained injuries to her neck and has fallen ill from the fright." The officials coldly replied, "That is not our concern. This is how the Jingzhou magistrate rules. Take him away." Master Fu's face contorted with fury as he pondered the situation and penned a letter to Wei Zhao's father, beseeching him to discipline his unruly son. Meanwhile, Jiang Yihuan was weeping profusely inside her room when the matriarch of the Wei family called her over. Her maternal family's nephew was still imprisoned and was to be executed in 5 days. Her sister-in-law was nearly fainting from despair, kneeling and pleading for her help, threatening to take her own life if she did not intervene. The matriarch, feeling cornered, had no choice but to follow Jiang Yihuan's lead. With a forced smile, she said, "Yihuan, have I not treated you well?" Jiang Yihuan obediently replied, "Indeed, you have treated me exceedingly well. I am not required to pay my respects at dawn or stand while serving meals." Although you are known for demanding much from your daughters-in-law, waking them before the rooster crows and keeping them up later than the dogs, you have shown genuine fondness for me." The matriarch was momentarily speechless, while the other daughters-in-law exchanged glances of disbelief. "You little girl, where did you learn such words? Was it from the Hung family?" A bunch of gossips. The Hung family members protested in unison. "We are wronged. Mother, please do not misunderstand. These are my own observations, unrelated to them. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Do not presume that because Zhao dotes on you, you can act with impunity. I am a true master of this household." The matriarch continued. "Do not raise your voice at me, nor glare. You are not appearing very gracious. You truly are Zhao's person, making me furious." The matriarch was advised to calm down, for anger is detrimental to one's health. "If you wish for me to remain calm, it is quite simple. Go speak to Zhao and ask him to save his cousin." Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. "That is impossible. Wei Zhao is upright and selfless. He never engages in favoritism. You have yet to speak to him. How do you know it is impossible? You must urge him. He may refuse." The matriarch, feeling stifled, retorted, "Why don't you go and try? Do not make my affection for you in vain." Jiang Yihuan hesitated. "Very well, I shall go and speak with him." The matriarch felt a sense of relief. "Good child, once this matter is resolved, I will arrange a joyous occasion for you." "Thank you, matriarch." Jiang Yihuan curtsied and departed. Wei Zhao rushed after her. "Yihuan, do not act foolishly. My brother will not assist our grandmother. Though he hold affection for you, he possesses his own temper." She refrained from revealing the rift between her brother and their grandmother, for he might not wish Jiang Yihuan to know. Men are often sensitive about their pride. Jiang Yihuan nodded. "I understand. Thank you." Wei Zhao peered towards Wei Zhao's quarters. "Yihuan, how long has my brother stayed in your room overnight? He has never spent a night in my chamber." Wei Zhao covered her mouth in disbelief. "How can this be possible? You are all alone, with a brother who has committed a crime. You must seize the opportunity with my elder brother and bear him a child to establish a firm footing." "Have a child? How am I to accomplish this in order to bear his offspring?" Chapter 16. Our general only values you. You must sleep together and then sleep again, vigorously, in order to conceive a child. Jiang Yihuan grasped her hand earnestly and said, "Zhao, thank you. You are my true friend." Zhu Xian cautioned, "Miss Jiang, do not act recklessly. When you and the master are mutually affectionate, he will naturally share your bed." Jiang Yihuan nibbled on her fingers. "Can I first sleep with him and then fall in love? If I make him happy in bed, he be delighted? Isn't that the proper sequence?" Zhu Xian felt like crying. Could she argue otherwise? Who would dare to attempt to seduce Wei Zhao? Wei Zhao was absent-minded during court and was kept back by the emperor afterward. "Do you have any worries, my dear minister? Feel free to share with me." Thinking of the weeping Jiang Yihuan, Wei Zhao replied, "Jiang Qianli has escaped during his exile." The emperor gasped. "What? He managed to escape? You should have killed him when you had the chance. My dear minister, you are too kind-hearted." "Bah, that little wolf cub, Wei Zhao, having achieved remarkable military success in pacifying the 7 states. Wei Zhao was appointed as the crown prince's tutor to appease the young courtier and gain favor with the crown prince. However, Wei Zhao, emboldened by his military might, grew increasingly arrogant, defying regulations to establish his own residence. The crown prince not only did not distance himself from Wei Zhao, but also repeatedly defended him, resulting in a close relationship between them. Frustrated by the crown prince's lack of ambition, he supported Jiang Qianli, who did not disappoint him and nearly brought about Wei Zhao's downfall, but ultimately fell to Wei Zhao's hand and was exiled 3,000 miles away. He still wished to continue utilizing Jiang Qianli and had arranged for his rescue during the journey into exile. Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Zhao, he thought, "You too can suffer losses." Jiang Yihuan waited at home for 2 days without a sign of Wei Zhao, growing anxious. The old lady Wei was even more concerned. How could her eldest grandson not return? In 3 days, her nephew was to have his hand severed. Upon learning that Wei Zhao was staying at a private residence on E Street, she promptly called for Jiang Yihuan. "Child, if the man does not return for several days, it means his heart has strayed." Jiang Yihuan's small face was filled with fear. She could not bear to be without Wei Zhao. "Old lady, what should I do?" "With your beauty, How could he ever forsake you? I shall help you dress up. You must go find him. Though the old lady Wei was sharp-tongued, her eye for fashion was commendable. She had Wei Zhao offer her newly tailored summer dress and brought out her treasured jewelry, personally assisting Jiang Yihuan in her attire. Everyone marveled at Jiang Yihuan's beauty. Is she not stunning? Old Lady Wei proudly declared. She has a fine foundation. She should not wear those garish clothes that muddle her natural beauty. Zhu Xian silently cursed. Old hag, what do you know? Jiang Yihuan raised her wrist adorned with a southern pearl agate and remarked, Old lady, I initially thought you to be quite stingy. The old lady was momentarily taken aback. Hurry along, lest other women take advantage of the situation. Zhu Xian, with unwavering determination, took Jiang Yihuan along. The steward of the East residence opened the door for them and smiled. Miss Zhu, what brings you here? The master is occupied in the back courtyard. This young lady is, he scrutinized Jiang Yihuan. Jiang Yihuan stuttered, Greetings, sir. I have come to see Wei Lang. Wei Lang? Yes, that is Wei Zhao. The steward wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, seemingly recognizing who the young lady was. Please wait in the side hall. I will inform the general, he said. No need. I shall seek him out directly. The steward urged, No, miss, you absolutely cannot go. Indeed, you must not. He was somewhat plump and breathless from chasing after her, anxious to prevent her from witnessing the scene in the courtyard, to escape the tormentors. Jiang Yihuan had honed her keen hearing, and she caught a glimpse of Wei Zhao's voice. Lifting her skirts, she hurried towards him. Upon finding Wei Zhao, he turned around. In the courtyard stood dozens of men, clad only in thin trousers, their muscular bodies bare, exuding an aura of strength. Jiang Yihuan's eyes burned. What on earth are you doing in broad daylight? The men were startled. How could there be a woman in the general's courtyard? Was he not known for his aversion to the fairer sex? Wei Zhao quickly covered Jiang Yihuan's eyes and barked, What are you all gawking at? Hurry and put your clothes on. The men scrambled to dress, feeling quite embarrassed at being seen by such a beautiful girl. How did you come in here? Wei Zhao scolded. Today, Jiang Yihuan was not adorned in colorful brocade, but wore a misty purple gown, veiled in sheer fabric. Her hair was styled in elegant curls, revealing a smooth, full forehead, and her dark eyes sparkled like stars, as if she had matured greatly all at once. How can you even ask? You haven't returned home. I waited from dawn until dusk, and then through the night until daybreak. She was on the verge of tears. Wei Zhao replied, Have I not just been away for 2 days? He rarely returned to the Wei residence, but he had been doing so daily since Jiang Yihuan had been there. Jiang Yihuan retorted, 2 days is still a long time. At that moment, Deputy General Zhong interjected, The young lady is right. The general ought to visit her more often. After all, she is still very young. Jiang Yihuan looked up at him. You are quite tall. You must be nearly 9 feet, right? About the same height as that foolish fellow from the Fu family. Deputy General Zhong responded cheerfully, To answer your inquiry, I stand at 9 feet 2 inches. What were you all doing just now? Did your general order you to strip? Has he grown tired of me and taken a liking to you? On the verge of tears, she lamented, Wei Zhao, you have not kept a woman, but instead, you have kept men? My fate is so wretched. The crowd erupted in laughter. The young lady has misunderstood. We are his deputy generals, gathered from 7 provinces to report on military affairs. After a long time apart, we were merely sparring in our enthusiasm. In the heat of it, we removed our upper garments, causing the lady to witness our folly. Is that truly so? Is it not that Wei Zhao wished to see your bodies? You're not involved in any secret affairs, are you? Wei Zhao shot her a reproachful glance. Deputy General Zhong nearly shouted, No. Why would he have any interest in us rough men? His only interest lies in you. Indeed, the general is most concerned about you. He was quite impatient just now. Very well. Then, you all remove your clothing again. Let me take a closer look, for I did not see it properly before. The crowd stifled their laughter, casting glances at Wei Zhao, uncertain of his reaction. Wei Zhao maintained a stern demeanor, seizing Jiang Yihuan and leading her away to the inner courtyard. I have told you not to concern yourself with me. What are you doing? Do you know how they will mock me? Previously, a subordinate, deeply infatuated, chastised others for their lack of ambition, looking down upon them for an extended period. His voice was exceedingly cold, devoid of any trace of mirth. Jiang Yihuan felt a twinge of anxiety. I simply wish for your company. Without you, I am filled with dread. What are you afraid of? Zhu Xian is once again indulging in frivolities. Hurry and let her escort you away. Do not impede my duties. He received word that the emperor had dispatched spies to the province under his command, scheming to undermine his military authority. How could he possibly acquiesce? Jiang Yihuan was frightened. She no longer wished to implicate Zhu Xian. Lowering her head, she admitted, I was wrong. I should not have acted so recklessly. Please do not punish Zhu Xian. It was I who compelled her to come. I will leave at once. Tears welled in her eyes as Wei Zhao, exasperated, remarked, Do not weep. I have not rebuked you. Jiang Yihuan managed a faint, appeasing smile, which only served to heighten his discomfort. Oh, you are so fierce. Zhu Xian mentioned that every now and then someone seeks to harm you, and I fear for your life. What shall I do if you perish? She wept sorrowfully, her hair disheveled, framing her delicate face like fresh snow, both pitiful and endearing. Witnessing her in such a state, Wei Zhao felt as if his heart had been steeped in vinegar, overwhelmed with a sour sensation. Cease your crying. Come here. But, Chapter 17. Is she really Jiang, Qianli's sister? If you don't come over, you will hit me. Is that it? Brother, Wei Zhao stepped forward, sighing. When you were bullied in the countryside, did it not sadden you? Jiang Yihuan, with tears in her eyes, replied, No matter how they torment me, I only feel anger. But if you are even a little harsh with me, it truly wounds my heart. Wei Zhao's expression froze, as if recalling something. Softening his voice, he said, All right, I won't punish Zhu Xian then. Why do you change your clothes? Whatever happened to your colorful attire? Jiang Yihuan recounted the matters entrusted to her by the old lady Wei. Wei Zhao chuckled. They have even sought out Jiang Yihuan? Truly, a corner dog will jump over the wall. Do you wish for my assistance? I am merely conveying a message. The decision lies with you. Your refusal to aid the old lady surely indicates she has wronged you. It is neither your style nor mine to repay kindness with malice. Wei Zhao laughed. My grandmother did not give you too much trouble, did she? Jiang Yihuan shook her head. How could that be? Every time she opens her mouth, the old lady nearly suffers a heart attack. Wei Zhao, shall we sleep together tonight? It would make me feel more at ease. Jiang Yihuan was fully aware of her overstepping, and Wei Zhao's lips twitched as he lifted her onto the bed. Sleep well. I have matters to attend to. He returned to the main hall and summoned the vice-generals. General Chao, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Where did the general find such a beauty? She is even more enchanting than the heavenly maidens depicted in paintings. Wei Zhao cast a glance toward him. Jiang Qianli's sister, the very one who nearly took your life. What? General Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. General, you must be mistaken. She bears no resemblance to Jiang Qianli at all. Wei Zhao scoffed. They are alike in every way, especially that infuriating mouth of hers. I refuse to believe it. You must be wrong. Believe it or not. Let us return to the matter at hand. How fares Jiangzhou? How long until it falls? It will not be easy. Prince Zhang has bestowed great benefits upon the military and civilians of Jiangzhou. Ever since his demise, Jiangzhou has opposed the court and refuses to be governed. It is a military stronghold, difficult to attack due to its advantageous terrain, and the people are fiercely independent. The court cannot do anything about them. Our own general already commands 7 provinces' military authority and wishes to acquire more to solidify his position. Wei Zhao gestured, Let us discuss this matter further tomorrow. Laughter erupted among the group. Is the general finally becoming impatient? When they return next time, will we be able to celebrate with wine? Wei Zhao lifted Jiang Yihuan from the couch. Come, I shall escort you back. Jiang Yihuan, still in a daze, nestled into his embrace. Where to? To the Wei residence. Upon their return to the Wei residence, everyone was incredulous. Jiang Yihuan managed to bring Wei Zhao back. The old lady Wei no longer held her pride. She set aside her airs and came to meet Wei Zhao personally. With earnestness, she asked, Zhaoer, did he want to speak with you? She did. Wei Zhao began to untangle Jiang Yihuan's hair, which was on the verge of coming undone. Then what are your thoughts? You sent her to find me. How could I let her come in vain? Do you mean to say you would plead on behalf of the prince? Indeed. Good, at last. I have not caused you pain. Madame Wei was profoundly moved. She had successfully preserved her family's reputation. Jiang Yihuan reluctantly inquired, Madam, will you be reclaiming the garments and jewels you gifted me? Though Madame Wei wished to take them back, she could not do so in front of Wei Zhao. You may keep them for now. I shall send you more later, she replied. Jiang Yihuan smiled. You are truly kind to me, madam. It is the first time you have given me a gift since I arrived at the manor. In a good mood, Madame Wei chose not to reprimand her. Yihuan, you are unfamiliar with the capital. I shall guide you in socializing. Zhao is a man and lacks such attentiveness. Jiang Yihuan nodded. Wei Zhao. Let us return to the courtyard. Wei Zhao stood and took her hand. Very well. Her dark, glossy hair cascaded down to her waist, while her skirt blossomed like a flower, intertwining with the hem of Wei Zhao's dark robe, leaving the onlookers astonished. It was indeed a display of affection. She called out Wei Zhao's name without hesitation, and he showed no sign of annoyance. Wei Zhao kept his promise and sought out the crown prince that very night, imploring him to show leniency towards Madame Wei's nephew. What kind of leniency do you have in mind? The crown prince asked with a grin. 50 strikes, a fine of 1,000 taels, and 3 years of labor service. Ah, I initially judged him thus. It was you who insisted on crippling his hands. Are we returning to square one? First, we shall attack his spirit, then punish his body, the crown prince replied, clapping his hands together. You are indeed clever. Your cousin was so frightened at the thought of losing his hands that he lost control and cried out all night in his cell. Wei Zhao chuckled. To be so timid and yet dare to confront his highness. The crown prince scrutinized him. Although it was said that Wei Zhao was ruthless, he held a fondness for him. This individual possessed exceptional military prowess and often protected him, the heir apparent, from danger. Despite the emperor's warnings to be wary of Wei Zhao, he chose to disregard them. Why perpetuate suspicion? Having seen the demise of talents like Prince Zhongde due to his grandfather's jealousy, he would not follow that path. On this warm day, Jiang Yihuan sat in the courtyard, sewing a piece of male attire. Zhu Xian brought her bird's nest soup. Who are you making this for, miss? For my brother. I dreamt of him. He told me to wait for him, as he would return to find me. As she bit through the thread, a maidservant of Madame Wei arrived with news. Miss Jiang, Madame wants you to prepare, for tomorrow she will take you to the banquet at the house of Minister Wang. A banquet? What is a banquet? Miss, it is a gathering where each family brings a type of filled pastry. The host will prepare cherry-filled ones. How delightful. You shall go. Jiang Yihuan swallowed hard in excitement. On their way to the banquet, Madame Wei cautioned her, Yihuan, when we arrive at the hostess' home, do not speak carelessly. It could lead to ridicule. I understand, madam. Rest assured, I shall bring you honor. Madame Wei secretly cursed. What do you know? Just don't embarrass me. Madam, why are you not bringing Giroux and Jillian? They would only cause trouble for you if they accompanied me. At my age, I cannot endure such exertion. She was reluctant to bring along her 2 granddaughters, who were not only useless but also prone to attracting trouble. Upon reaching the Wang residence, Jiang Yihuan whispered, Madam, their house is much smaller, and they have neighbors nearby. Madame Wei proudly declared, the Wang family cannot be compared to the Wei family. Zhao is exceptionally capable. Wei Zhao paid double the amount to have the neighbors on Qingyun Street relocate, allowing the Wei family to monopolize an entire street, living in utmost comfort. In the hall, Mrs. Wang welcomed Jiang Yihuan, her eyes sparkling with delight. What a striking beauty! Who is she? She is Zhao's beloved, replied Madame Wei. Jiang Yihuan bowed respectfully. Madam, I am the sister of Jiang Qianli, and Wei Zhao is looking after me. Mrs. Wang tightened her grip on her handkerchief. She had heard her husband mention Jiang Qianli, feeling sympathy for the unfortunate girl ensnared by her brother's enemies. Struck by her beauty and charm, she could not help but feel a pang of compassion, summoning her eldest daughter. Take Miss Jiang to play. Do not let us old folks sit in silence. Jiang Yihuan earnestly remarked, Madam, you are not old. You resemble the peonies in the garden. As for the old matriarch, she is akin to the ink chrysanthemum nurtured by the village school's teacher. Oh my, you truly know how to flatter. With you by her side, Madame Wei will surely be joyful every day, Mrs. Wang exclaimed. Madame Wei clutched her heart, as if in pain, and said, Yes, I am most fond of this child. She is indeed a treasure. The Wang family daughter smiled gently, leading Jiang Yihuan away. They arrived at the Lingxiao Flower Hall, where the young ladies gathered. Jiang Yihuan immediately spotted Pain Yinfang, cheerfully calling out to her new friend, Yinfang. Pain Yinfang's face twitched slightly. She forced a smile and replied, Yihuan, you are here too. Nearby, someone who was aware of their past quarrel whispered, Did you not say that when you next saw her, you would teach her a lesson? Chapter 18. Must one recite poetry while engaging in an affair? Pain Yinfang was left speechless, her thoughts drifting to the moment when she was reprimanded by Zhu Xian. She had heard from her brother that the foolish scion of the Fu family had been sent to Jingzhou Prefecture, incarcerated alongside those sentenced to death, subjected to daily beatings. She felt fortunate to have gone and apologized. Miss Wang picked up a cherry pie and offered it to Jiang Yihuan, saying, Miss Jiang, do have a taste and see if it pleases your palate. Jiang Yihuan had come specifically for the cherry pie, eagerly grabbing it with both hands to indulge. The noble ladies stifled their laughter, bemused by her manner of eating. Someone teased, Miss Jiang, we hear from Yinfang that you can forage for wild vegetables and catch fish. Since the Wang family has a lake, why not dive in and catch us a fish? Jiang Yihuan bristled with indignation, retorting, Why should I? I am here enjoying my pie, yet you expect me to wade into the water to catch fish? How cruel of you! You are even more unkind than Mo Jiuhua. Zhu Xian chuckled. She knew who Mo Jiuhua referred to. The girl's demeanor faltered. Do not take yourself so seriously. Your brother is a criminal, an enemy of General Wei. He could be cast aside at any moment. Fearful of being abandoned by Wei Zhao, Jiang Yihuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned imploringly to Miss Wang. Sister, look at them. Miss Wang, somewhat displeased, replied, Miss Jiang is still young. Do you find it amusing to tease her so? She wrapped 2 pies in her handkerchief, saying, Miss Jiang, let us go play by the lake away from here. Very well, Jiang Yihuan chirped, clutching a pie in each hand, bouncing away. The Wang family's lake was artificial, adorned with a curved bridge and foam mountains, offering a pleasant view. Across the lake stood a young man and woman. The man was striking, his features refined and charming. Jiang Yihuan, nibbling on her pie, pointed, Sister, who is that man? The Wang girl's cheeks flushed as she whispered, He is the son of Prime Minister Cui, renowned for his poetry. Just then, Prince Cui recited, Crossing the river to gather lotus, the orchid marsh is rich with fragrant grass. Who shall I gift these blooms? My thoughts linger far away. The Milky Way is clear yet shallow. How far apart are we? Just a stream between us, yet we cannot speak of our feelings. They gazed at each other, smiles dancing on their lips, their mutual affection palpable yet shy. Miss Wang's expression shifted. Jiang Yihuan, puzzled, remarked, Isn't that from ancient poetry? I overheard in class. Do they recite poetry while engaging in an affair? Miss Wang could only respond with a silent nod. The couple across had sensed the approach of others and glanced their way. The young man's gaze fell upon Miss Wang, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. But she turned her head away. Jiang Yihuan complimented, Prince Cui, you recite ancient poetry quite well. Prince Cui's eyes landed on the half-eaten pie in her hand, and he frowned. Who are you? I am the sister of Jiang Qinli, currently in the company of Wei Zhao, she replied. Prince Cui's demeanor shifted as he exclaimed, I know you. Your brother is a well-known man, harboring a deep hatred for Wei Zhao. Why would you, as his sister, choose to align yourself with his enemy? He had assumed that Jiang Yihuan was coerced, unaware that her uncle, Qiao Shaoqing, had informed him that the naive girl was more than willing, particularly pleased with Wei Zhao. In the countryside, I dine only once each day. Although Wei Zhao has deceived me into the capital, he provides me with 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack. Why should I not submit to him? You, being a friend of my brother, why do you not offer your assistance? Young Master Cui remained speechless, his face frozen. Wei Zhao exiled your brother. Do you not harbor any hatred towards him? Do you not desire revenge? Miss Wang's countenance grew cold. Cui Jingji, be silent. That is a matter for you men. Do not drag this young lady into it. She has already suffered due to her brother. Is that not enough? She was typically gentle, rarely displaying anger, leaving young Master Cui momentarily stunned. The lady beside Cui Jingji chuckled. Is Miss Wang upset? I was merely engaging in poetic exchanges with young Master Cui. You are to be wed next year. Misunderstandings must be avoided. Jiang Yihuan expressed surprise. Young Master Chui, you are Miss Wang's betrothed? How can you consort with another lady? Young Master Chui opened his mouth to protest. It is not an illicit rendezvous. We merely shared a moment of poetic inspiration. Miss Wang's fury intensified. What do you mean by poetic inspiration? Do you think her blind? Jiang Yihuan, biting into a cherry, quipped. Fortunately, you did not indulge in lascivious inspiration. Otherwise, you would have been stripped on the spot. Young Master Chui, Miss Wang. She pulled Jiang Yihuan away. Let us depart. Ignore them. Chui Jingji, her fiancé, was exchanging glances with Miss Su at her family banquet. How could she not be enraged? The lady pursued her, pleading, Miss Wang, if you leave like this, you will cast me into injustice. We must clarify. Though gentle in nature, Miss Wang possessed a fierce spirit and forcefully shook her off. Miss Su, your treachery comes first. Miss Su, likely unprepared for such rejection, lost her balance and fell into the lake. Miss Wang's expression changed drastically. This was dire. Her brother had recently deepened the lake by 2 feet, and falling in was exceedingly perilous. Chui Jingji, do not just stand there. Hurry and rescue her. Young Master Chui, now panicked, responded, Right, I will save her at once. He shed his outer robe and leaped into the water with a splash. Oh, the water is so cold. Miss Wang anxiously paced ashore. Chui Jingji, do not hesitate. Quickly bring her back. Chui Jingji wished to act, but his legs had cramped, leaving him immobilized, while Miss Su flailed desperately, crying, Help me! Save me! Miss Wang shouted in urgency, yet the servants were occupied in the banquet hall, and no one came to aid. Jiang Yihuan, unable to locate Zhu Xian, likely having gone to the restroom, saw Miss Wang nearly in tears. She leaped into the water, first rescuing Miss Su, then young Master Chui. Miss Wang, rendered speechless and no longer crying, stood frozen. By the time Zhu Xian arrived, Jiang Yihuan lay exhausted on the shore, pale and unable to rise, draped in Miss Wang's outer robe. Upon hearing the news, old Lady Wei nearly leapt up. Heaven forbid, can she not have a moment's peace? Lady Wei hurriedly prepared warm water for Jiang Yihuan to bathe and change. Facing old Lady Wei's scolding, Jiang Yihuan endured it all, reflecting on how she had saved the day. Otherwise, young Master Chui and the others would have drowned in the lake, leaving the Wang family in utter disgrace. Jiang Yihuan felt a sharp pain in her chest, the old lady's reprimands ringing in her ears as she retched. Raindrops like delicate threads weave a transparent curtain beneath the corridor, creating small depressions on the bluestone tiles. Inside the Shochuan Hall, the Crown Prince's expression is grave. Shufu, the Emperor has recently been pursuing an old minister. Can you guess who it is? Who? Sun Junshin. The ruthless Sun Junshin, the subordinate of Crown Prince Zhangde? Is he not dead? Sun Junshin, with his somber and reclusive nature, once served in the Dali Temple and devised over 100 torturous methods, instilling terror in all who fell afoul of the law. The late emperor despised his cruelty and harbored intentions to eliminate him. It was Crown Prince Zhangde who ultimately sheltered him, guiding him towards the righteous path. After the death of Crown Prince Zhangde, he and his wife perished in flames. However, there are reports suggesting that the couple had faked their deaths to escape, taking along a young child. Wei Zhao was taken aback. What? The Sun couple did not have any offspring. That child must be the orphan of Crown Prince Zhangde. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Crown Prince Zhangde had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and upon their demise, the late emperor sought to compensate for this loss by bestowing titles of prince and princess upon his surviving children. If Sun Junshin has taken a boy, it would mean he has abducted one of the princes. How could His Majesty find peace in his slumber? There are supporters of Crown Prince Zhangde both within the court and among the populace. Chapter 19. I am Wei Zhao, here to keep you company. The rain intensified, cascading from the heavens and inundating the labyrinthine streets and alleys. Inside the residence of the Wei Elder, it was as bright as day. Hung was attempting to administer medicine to Jiang Yihuan, who stubbornly refused to open her mouth. Yihuan, do take a little. Bitter medicine is often the best remedy. I want tea, drink it. I have endured illness before without medication, she retorted, coughing. The Wei matriarch scolded. Then how did that foolish Miss Su fall into the water? Such a troublesome spirit. She is certainly not of good stock. And that young master from the Chui family is equally useless. Why did you even bother to save them? Jiang Yihuan, weak yet spirited, replied, Grandmother, your wit shines when you scold. It seems to rejuvenate you by 20 years. The Wei matriarch chuckled. Is that so? You have averted disaster for the Wang family. Madame Wang should be visiting soon to express her gratitude. Just wait. Amidst the torrential downpour, Wei Zhao returned, his clothes soaked through. Upon seeing Jiang Yihuan lying on the couch, his expression shifted with concern. What has happened to her? The Wei matriarch, alarmed, quickly relayed the situation. The doctor assured me that Yihuan is fine. She merely needs to sweat out. Furthermore, she overindulged in Bai Luo today and has expelled quite a bit, which accounts for her weakness. Jiang Yihuan leaned back against her pillow and said, Grandmother, let us not dwell on the Bai Luo. Wei Zhao, I made a friend today. She is a young lady from the Wang family. I also saved young Master Chui and Miss Su, despite my reservations about them. Suppressing his anger, Wei Zhao asked, Are you well acquainted with them? Why would you take such a risk to save them? I have swum across vast rivers. The Wang family's small lake is nothing to me. I cannot bear to see them drown. You foolish girl. If they were to drown, it would be their fate. You cannot take such risks. Seeing Wei Zhao's stern demeanor, the others trembled in fear. Hung interjected, Shi Guang, please do not frighten her. Jiang Yihuan scoffed, I am not afraid. Wei Zhao only pretends to be fierce. Noticing a full bowl of medicine by the couch, Wei Zhao adopted a serious expression. You have not taken your medicine? I refuse. It is too bitter. Wei Zhao lifted the bowl. Drink. Reluctantly, Jiang Yihuan complied, grimacing, let us leave. I do not wish to sleep here. Wei Zhao, unwilling to let her stay elsewhere, wrapped her snugly and carried her away. Hung hurried behind them, calling out Shi Guang. The floor is slippery. Do take care. The Wei matriarch called out. Hung, stay here to attend to me. On their way, as the rain fell like scattered pearls, Jiang Yihuan remarked, Wei Zhao, your mother has once again been left behind by your grandmother. What did you say? Wei Zhao did not catch it clearly. Jiang Yihuan shouted, Your mother, being ground down by your grandmother. Wei Zhao paused slightly, then gently placed her in the side chamber. You just claimed that my grandmother is tormenting my mother? How could she dare? I have observed for a long time. Your mother's complexion is perpetually pale, and she seems to lack sleep at night. She likely does not tell you to spare you the worry. Wei Zhao bit his lip every time he inquired about his mother's well-being. She assured him that all was well and that his grandmother no longer troubled her. Over time, he ceased to ask further. Jiang Yihuan embraced him. Will you stay with me tonight? Giru said that men ought to rest more in the company of women. Giru, why would she say such a thing to you? She said we must sleep together for me to conceive a child. Wei Zhao, what does she intend to give birth to? Just sleep with me. You are my favorite. Jiang Yihuan nuzzled against his cheek. Wei Zhao barely evaded her, scoffing coldly. ISN to your favorite person, Zhu Xian? At most, I rank second. No, you have an elder brother, so I'm pushing it to third. It's different. You're not like them. Wei Zhao felt his anger dissipate slightly as he awaited her explanation of what made him different. However, he soon saw her yawn and fall asleep in his embrace. He couldn't help but chuckle. Her ability to fall asleep so swiftly was indeed enviable. He covered Jiang Yihuan with a blanket and, holding an umbrella, made his way to the Hung residence. From afar, he could hear the sounds of coughing, followed by Wei Zhilan's voice. Mother, whenever grandmother is displeased, she takes it out on you. Why not tell brother? Look at Jiang Yihuan. She knows how to complain. Whenever she faces a grievance, she makes a fuss. Why must mother endure it? Hung's voice was calm. I am already accustomed to your grandmother's tactics. I feel guilty towards your brother. How can I always trouble him? His temperament is unpredictable, and sometimes I look at him and feel a bit frightened. If we can treat others kindly, we shall do so. Suffering is a form of blessing. Wei Zhao quietly stood outside the door, halting the maid from announcing him. Only when the room fell silent did he toss aside the umbrella and leave. A heavy dizziness enveloped him. The knowledge that his mother felt guilty towards him and also feared him unsettled him, leaving a sense of powerlessness. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in Jiang Yihuan's chamber. The young girl was cocooned in her blanket, sleeping soundly, resembling a plump silkworm, adorably round. After a moment of hesitation, he lay down beside her. The cocoon suddenly jolted awake, striking his face vigorously. "Ah, who are you?" "Oh." Wei Zhao hurriedly covered her mouth. "It's me." "Wei Zhao, I'm here to sleep with you." Jiang Yihuan seized the porcelain pillow and hurled it at his head. "Go away. You're a fake." Wei Zhao would never sneak into bed at night. At dawn, she called for Zhu Xian, still feeling trepidation. "Sister, last night I had a dream where Wei Zhao secretly climbed into my bed. It must be that I've been thinking about him during the day and dreaming of him at night. Isn't a lecher." Zhu Xian struggled to suppress her laughter, recalling how, in the middle of the night, their master had hastily fled from Jiang Yihuan's room. With handprint marks on his face and a swollen forehead, the master had issued her a stern order, promising her 3 months' worth of salary to keep the truth from coming out. She had relented. After all, it was 3 months' salary. Wei Zhao had risen early to visit the Hung residence. "Mother, you are weak and should take time to recuperate. I will speak to grandmother and excuse you from your morning greetings." Hung coughed a few times, uneasily replying, "Your mother knows your intentions, but I am the eldest daughter-in-law, and the formalities must be observed." Wei Zhao felt a surge of irritation. He had the means to ensure his mother's comfort, yet she refused to accept his goodwill. "Mother, grandmother won't perish if she doesn't see you. She can live perfectly fine without seeing any of her daughters-in-law." Hung sighed in resignation, thinking of how her son's words might infuriate her mother-in-law. "Shiguang, what happened to your temple? It's a bit red and swollen." "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into something." Hung was perplexed. The wound on his son's forehead seemed reminiscent of the times he had been bullied and struck with a stone. Yet, who would dare to harm him now? Wei Zhao gently touched his forehead and said, "Mother, I intend to let Yihuan manage a shop, to occupy her mind and prevent her from indulging in idle thoughts all day." This was an idea he had conceived in the restless hours of the night, believing that the simpleton's impure intentions warranted giving her something to focus on. Hung, astonished, inquired, "Manage a shop? Which shop do you plan to assign to her?" Chapter 20. She can forage for wild vegetables and should understand medicinal herbs. Hung contemplated for a moment and replied, "That might be feasible. But Madame Wang may come to see Huan today. I shall take her there the day after tomorrow." Wei Zhao recalled the painful beating he received last night and insisted, "Mother, let us take her today. We must swiftly divert Jiang Yihuan's attention to diminish her memories of last night." Hung agreed. Wei Zhao emerged from behind the screen. "Mother, are you truly going to take her to manage the shop?" Seeing her distressed, Hung remarked, "You ought to get married. I still hope he will provide you with a generous dowry." A young woman's dowry is partly contributed by her husband and partly by her parents and brothers. Wei Zhao lamented, "Why can't my brother forgive me? I have wronged him, but how much trouble has Jiang Yihuan caused him? Yet he still dotes on her." She was utterly perplexed. Hung patted her hand and said, "If you cannot understand, then do not dwell on it. Mother will find a way to ensure he provides you with a splendid dowry." Upon learning that she was to manage the medicinal herb shop, Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. In the past, when she often went hungry, she longed to work in the shop, but they had rejected her for lacking the necessary strength. Little did she expect to one day oversee the shop. That very day, Hung took her to the apothecary. "Yihuan, managing a shop is not difficult. You merely need to keep the accounts in order while the daily affairs are handled by the shopkeeper." Jiang Yihuan replied excitedly, "Rest assured, madam, I shall learn diligently." The pharmacy had been established for many years and had gained considerable renown, though Hung seldom visited. The shopkeeper was dozing behind the counter, while the assistants chatted idly in small groups. Upon seeing Hung arrive with a young girl, the shopkeeper was somewhat taken aback. "Madam, what brings you here?" Jiang Yihuan, with her youthful innocence, smiled and replied, "Shopkeeper, Madam has brought me to inspect the shop and to familiarize myself with the medicinal herbs. To manage the apothecary, I must know what herbs we have, correct?" The shopkeeper, assuming Hung was merely amusing the child, scoffed. "What does a child know? One cannot casually inspect medicinal herbs. I'm brought here by Madam. You must treat me with respect and not mock me." Jiang Yihuan retorted, clearly displeased. The shopkeeper chuckled disdainfully, knowing that Hung was exceedingly courteous to them, yet he feared the stern old matriarch. "You are still a child. Taking charge of everything seems inappropriate. he remarked. Hung, slightly irked, was about to respond when Jiang Yihuan interjected with a serious expression. Madam, I must go find Wei Zhao. What sort of shop is this that I am being bullied in? Zhu Xian chimed in. I shall escort the young lady to find the master. He is at the East Palace today. The shopkeeper then realized the gravity of the situation. This young girl was indeed sent by the eldest son. Yet, given the elder son's busy schedule with state affairs, how could he delegate the management of the apothecary to a mere child? Intending to pursue and inquire further, he was taken aback as the young girl, in a huff, dashed away swiftly. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Madam, you see, this matter is quite troubling. Hung, maintaining a cold demeanor, ignored him and joined Jiang Yihuan in the carriage. Jiang Yihuan rested her chin on her hand, pondering, Madam. Isn't the shopkeeper reliant on the master as household? Why is he so arrogant, showing such disregard even towards you? Hung felt a tinge of embarrassment. He is an old servant of the Wei family, having accompanied my father-in-law in battles. I regard him with a degree of respect. Jiang Yihuan remarked. He relies on his age and manages his store poorly. I see no reason to be polite to him. I shall report him to Wei Zhao. Hung Shi chuckled. Do calm down. I will take you to purchase some delightful items. Jiang Yihuan wholeheartedly agreed. The carriage made its way towards the Western market, known for its abundance of rare curiosities. Suddenly, a carriage approached, and a voice shouted, Make way. Clear the path. The Wei family's coachman reined in the horses, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Zhu Xian instinctively shielded Jiang Yihuan, while Hung Shi's maid was less adept, resulting in Hung Shi's head striking heavily against the interior. Jiang Yihuan lifted the carriage curtain only to be met by a splendidly adorned two-horse carriage. As the curtain was drawn back, a young gentleman emerged, his appearance strikingly handsome and regal, with an air of arrogance about him. Zhu Xian whispered, It is the third prince. Jiang Yihuan swiftly lowered the curtain, realizing she could not afford to provoke royalty. The third prince, having spotted Jiang Yihuan, regarded her with keen interest, exclaiming, What a delightful young beauty. He pulled back the curtain of her carriage and continued, My lady, I apologize for startling you earlier. Might I invite you to a tea house for a pleasant conversation? Jiang Yihuan peered out, responding, I shall not go. You may leave. The third prince, unfazed, retorted, Your temper is rather amusing. I insist you accompany me. Zhu Xian protected Jiang Yihuan, firmly stating, Your Highness, she is the sister of Jiang Qianli and is also under the protection of our general. The third prince's interest piqued further. Sister of Jiang Qianli, is she? The beloved of Wei Zhao? Fascinating. He forcefully attempted to pull Jiang Yihuan towards him, saying, Beauty, I am a friend of your brother. Come with me. Hung Shi, alarmed, interjected, Your Highness, I implore you to act with restraint. The third prince scoffed. Turning to his guards, Surround that carriage. He commanded his elite guards, leaving Zhu Xian and Hung Shi's entourage at a disadvantage. To act against royalty would be an egregious offense. Hung Shi's face paled, while Zhu Xian prepared to confront the third prince. Jiang Yihuan, suppressing her fear, chose to emerge from the carriage, trembling as she spoke. Your Highness, I will go with you. Please do not trouble them. Rather than allowing Zhu Xian to bear the brunt of the prince's wrath, she thought it wiser to comply now. The third prince smiled. You are quite perceptive. He turned to Zhu Xian with a smirk. Inform your master that Miss Jiang willingly accompanies me. Zhu Xian understood Jiang Yihuan's intention to buy them time. She could not act impulsively. Once inside the carriage, the third prince scrutinized Jiang Yihuan with an eager gaze, adoring delicate and fragile beauties. You shall follow me from now on. I am a good friend of your brother, a true man. Jiang Yihuan pursed her lips. There's a young master Cui who says the same. He is just as bothersome as you. Are you referring to Cui Jingji? He is my cousin, quite talented and renowned for his poetry. Jiang Yihuan scoffed. He cannot compose poetry. His intellect is rather lacking. The third prince, taken aback, reached out to caress Jiang Yihuan's cheek, declaring, You are beautiful and amusing. As long as you heed my words, I shall not make things difficult for you. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a halt, jolting violently. The third prince threw open the curtain and shouted to the coachman, How are you driving? Do you wish to be punished? The prince's smiling face emerged from the carriage opposite, revealing the presence of the third prince. "You should yield to my royal carriage," he stated stiffly. Jiang Yihuan's ears perked up. Zhu Xian had mentioned that the crown prince shared a close bond with Wei Zhao. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and cried out, "Crown Prince, save me. I am of Wei Zhao's faction. My name is Jiang Yihuan." The third prince was taken aback by her audacity, forcefully pushing her back inside the carriage. The crown prince paused, pondering her words. A person of Wei Zhao, and bearing the surname Jiang? "Brother, have you concealed a lady within your carriage? Is she calling for my aid?" Chapter 21. Wei Zhao aimed an arrow at the third prince. The third prince chuckled. "The crown prince has misunderstood. She is merely playing with me. We shall take our leave." He had always held the crown prince in disdain, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Wei Zhao, eagerly anticipating the day the crown prince would be deposed and Wei Zhao would fall from grace. Jiang Yihuan cried out, "Your Highness the crown prince, I am being taken against my will. Please save me." This time, the crown prince heard her plea clearly and exclaimed, "Third brother, she is clearly crying for help. Do you still dare to deceive me?" The third prince, now angered, retorted, "She is a lady I have taken a liking to. What do you intend to do about it? She belongs to Wei Xiaofu. Are you not afraid?" The crown prince's words struck a nerve. "Your cowardice is your own affair. I fear not." He gestured for the carriage driver to proceed. The crown prince, though known for his patience, could no longer contain his irritation, his expression darkening. "Stop him. If you dare to obstruct me, I shall first take this lady's life." The third prince turned away, intending to drag Jiang Yihuan out, only to find the carriage empty. Jiang Yihuan leaped from the window, disregarding the pain in her palms, scrambling to the front of the crown prince's carriage. "Your Highness, please save me." The crown prince quickly grasped her. "Are you hurt? What does it hurt?" The third prince produced a jade fan from his sleeve and viciously swung it towards Jiang Yihuan's head. The crown prince stepped aside to shield her, taking the blow upon his back. Unfazed, the third prince continued, for he was the emperor's favored son. Striking the crown prince would bear little consequence. At most a reprimand from the censors. Jiang Yihuan climbed into the crown prince's carriage, her earlier fall having left her hands scraped and bloodied. Yet she held back her tears. The crown prince spoke softly, "I understand. It is Wei Xiaofu who has wronged you. He should never have brought you from the countryside. If you wish to cry, do so." He offered her a clean handkerchief, perhaps influenced by his regard for her due to Wei Zhao's actions. Jiang Yihuan declined. "Wei Zhao has not wronged me. I have endured far worse in the countryside, being weak and unable to resist." She had often been bullied by those slightly stronger than herself, deriving a perverse pleasure from her suffering. Throughout her life, aside from her brother and her uncle's family, only Wei Zhao had ever protected her. The crown prince took Jiang Yihuan to the East Palace's official residence, seeking out Wei Zhao. The tears that Jiang Yihuan had held back throughout the journey now flowed freely. "Wei Zhao." The crown prince recounted the events, concluding, "Xiaofu, do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall have father punish the third brother, for he has struck me as well." Wei Zhao wiped Jiang Yihuan's tears with his sleeve. "I understand. Your Highness the crown prince, please return." But the crown prince dared not leave. He feared for his life. Jiang Yihuan clung to him. "Please accompany me home. I have not fared well at the apothecary either." Wei Zhao summoned a squad of elite guards. "I shall take you somewhere to lift your spirits." Zhu Xian rushed to the East Palace. "Breathless, master." "Miss Jiang." Wei Zhao guided Jiang Yihuan to the royal racetrack, a favored haunt of the third prince. Having lost his beloved, the third prince was in a foul mood, venting his frustrations as he galloped on horseback, secretly vowing to unseat the crown prince and strip Wei Zhao of his military power. Wei Zhao entrusted Jiang Yihuan to Liang Jian, donning his quiver of arrows and riding forth. Third prince. In the sunlight, the general, clad in white, held his bow and arrow with striking elegance. The third prince reined in his horse, astonished. "General Wei, what brings you here? How could you arrive so swiftly?" Wei Zhao remained silent, his expression composed as he strung his bow and readied an arrow. The first arrow flew towards his golden crown, the second towards his Wei sash, and the third aimed at his boots. The third prince's crown fell, his sash unraveled, and a sharp pain shot through his toes. His face turned pale as he scolded. "Wei Zhao, how dare you? I am the emperor's son, a first-rank prince. The crown prince caught up and shouted, "Third brother, your brazen abduction of a common girl and your affront to the Eastern Palace is both unfilial and unjust. Wei Xiaofu is merely teaching you a lesson." Wei Zhao lifted the bowstring. "Your Highness, it isn't that complicated. I simply wish to strike him. No justification needed." The crown prince. The third prince. Jiang Yihuan stood in shock as Wei Zhao hoisted her onto his horse. "Stop crying, will you? All right, I shall cease my tears. Let us return home." Madame Hong was pacing anxiously at the Wei residence, and only relaxed when they returned safely. Upon learning that Wei Zhao had injured the third prince, she stifled her gasp. Trembling, she said, "Shiguang, the Wang family has come to express their gratitude to Yihuan and are waiting in your grandmother's courtyard." Yihuan's hand was injured, and it was inconvenient for her to meet guests. Madame Hung sighed. If her mother-in-law learned of this incident, who knows what her reaction would be? Jiang Yihuan looked up. "Wei Zhao, I still wish to see them. Miss Wang is a good person." "Very well, I shall accompany you." The Wang mother and daughter were somewhat astonished to see Wei Zhao arrive with Jiang Yihuan. They rarely encountered him and had only heard tales of his audacity. However, upon closer inspection, Wei Zhao possessed a striking and noble appearance, radiating righteousness. Miss Wang grasped Jiang Yihuan's hand, expressing her gratitude profusely, praising her for her bravery and ability to save lives. Jiang Yihuan replied despondently, "Do not praise me. I am quite useless. Just now, I was abducted by the third prince on the street, and it was Wei Zhao who rescued me, injuring the third prince in the process." Upon hearing this, the elderly Lady Wei exclaimed, "What?" Jiang Yihuan expected her to faint, but to her surprise, she merely huffed, her demeanor unchanged. "Zhao can handle it," she stated confidently. In her eyes, as long as she and her family were safe, it was not a significant matter. The Wang family, seeing this, quickly took their leave. Wei Zhao remained unchanged, regardless of his virtuous appearance. Jiang Yihuan, still shaken, sat at the edge of the bed, instinctively knowing that if truly captured by the third prince, he would not be as accommodating as Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao sat beside her, his voice tinged with a rough edge. "Sleep now. Everything is fine." "I cannot. The third prince is too frightening. His gaze felt as though he would devour me, and he wanted to touch my face." Wei Zhao's anger flared further. Such a morally bankrupt individual. Jiang Yihuan glanced at him furtively. "Why is your forehead swollen? Did you bump it somewhere?" Wei Zhao retorted, "It was struck by a foolish goose." Jiang Yihuan did not consider herself a foolish goose, so she did not take it personally. "Will you stay with me a while? Just for a little bit?" Wei Zhao hesitated before lying down beside her, prompting an immediate smile from Jiang Yihuan. "Have I caused you great trouble?" "Not at all. Not in the slightest." Failing to eliminate the third prince was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Wei Zhao gently massaged his brow and urged, "Sleep now." She climbed atop Wei Zhao, entwining her limbs around him, declaring, "I wish to sleep upon you. You rise at once. I caution you, do not overstep your bounds." The young girl was exceedingly soft and rather naive. He dared not move an inch. "I shall not rise unless you promise me a large pearl." Pei Nianfang's shoes possess pearls. I desire one as well. Wei Zhao offered a wry smile, bemused by how the little fool had just been terrified, yet now seemed to have cast all fear aside. A warm kiss descended upon his swollen brow. "Does it hurt?" Wei Zhao replied. Her hand slipped into his collar. "Your chest is unscathed, is it not? Shall I also grant you a kiss?" "You, do not move." Wei Zhao struggled to articulate. "Then one of my large pearl." She slid down slightly, clinging to him with fervor. Wei Zhao tightened his fingers, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. "I shall give it to you, I promise." He resolved to offer her the 7 eastern pearls belonging to the crown prince. Jiang Yihuan beamed with delight, rubbing against him eagerly. Outside, Zhu Xian eavesdropped, having listened for over an hour as the two within engaged in hushed whispers, which eventually faded into silence. Likely having succumbed to slumber, he cradled his face in satisfaction, musing that the master had finally achieved his wish of climbing into Miss Zhang's bed. Liang Jian stood silently, pondering whether their general would escape punishment this time. Unlikely. If he were to be punished, he would have emerged by now. Liang Jian, since the master has injured the third prince, Do you think His Majesty will impose a penalty? You have been close to Miss Jiang lately, and may be unaware of the events transpiring within the military. Zhu Xian was taken aback. What has occurred in the military? Could it be that His Majesty has undermined our master's military authority? Liang Jian shook his head. On the contrary, His Majesty is in a state of panic. Such a significant incident at the royal stables has prompted immediate reports to the emperor, who is now furious and has summoned the crown prince. Chapter 22. Jiang Yihuan, the hurried crown prince, reported, "Father, it is my younger brother's fault. He forcefully took Jiang Qianli's sister and even struck me." The emperor, seething with anger, retorted, "Your brother has indeed erred, yet Wei Zhao should not have assaulted him. Does he not regard me at all? Despite my repeated benevolence towards him, I had hoped he would remain well-behaved. But look at him. He grows increasingly insolent." After a hasty bandaging, the third prince, anxious for an audience with the emperor, sat in his palanquin. Upon seeing the crown prince, the two brothers nearly came to blows. The emperor waved the crown prince away, allowing only the third prince to remain. The third prince lamented, "Father, how dare Wei Zhao harm me? I am a royal prince." The emperor, equally furious, exclaimed, "How dare he? How can he presume to act so boldly? Here, take these letters." Lingzhou and Shuangzhou now belonged to Wei Zhao, that little wolf cub. A chilling dread surged within the third prince as he realized Wei Zhao now controlled 7 provinces, and with these 2, he would command a total of 9. The emperor gravely remarked, "Once he seizes Jiangzhou, it will be even more difficult to remove him. As for Wei Zhao's injury to you, I can only feign ignorance. Do not cause a stir." His ascent to the throne was due to the late emperor's dissatisfaction with everyone else after the death of Prince Zhongde, which prolonged the selection of a successor. Even now, some refused to accept him, constantly comparing him to Prince Zhongde. But what a remarkable talent Prince Zhongde was. He led expeditions against the eastern subdued the southwest, established laws, compiled books, and opened schools to benefit the common people, providing for the elderly and orphans. He truly brought prosperity to the populace and reached the pinnacle of renown. The emperor holds both reverence and fear for his elder brother, mingled with an inexplicable resentment. Who wishes to live in his shadow? Upon awakening, Jiang Yihuan found no trace of Wei Zhao and wondered if their shared bed the previous night had been a mere dream. After Lady Heng had paid her respects to her mother-in-law, she brought Wei Zhao to see her. "Yihuan, do you feel unwell?" "Madam, I am much better. However, your complexion appears rather off. Do not overexert yourself." Wei Zhao scoffed. "Do not feign concern. Ever since you moved into our home, my mother has worried endlessly over you." Jiang Yihuan lowered her head, replying, "I have caused Madam to worry." She then lifted her gaze, stating, "But with your attitude, it cannot all be blamed on me. I have only been here for a few days. As a daughter, why do you not assist your mother and spare her from the old lady's ire?" Lady Heng paused, taken aback by the child's frankness. "For instance, today, you could have allowed Madam to rest longer and not disturb the old lady. With Wei Zhao present, what is there to fear?" Wei Zhao was at a loss for words. She both revered and feared her brother and dared not voice any request to him. Wei Zhao entered, clad in simple attire, and Jiang Yihuan rushed towards him. "Where have you been? Where is my precious pearl? Yesterday's events? Surely I was not dreaming?" In the presence of his mother, Wei Zhao felt somewhat awkward. "It was not a dream. I will give it to you." Jiang Yihuan smiled. "Very well. But Wei Zhao, look at how poor your mother's complexion is. She refuses to rest." Aware that his mother had likely disregarded his advice and risen early to pay respects to his grandmother, Wei Zhao felt helpless. "Wei Zhao, you must approach the old lady and convey your desire to forego your mother's customary greetings." Heng Shi exclaimed in surprise. "Yihuan, do not trouble Shiguang with this matter." Wei Zhao took Jiang Yihuan aside, asserting, "Given your prowess, it is best that you address the old lady directly. Allow me to escort you to the apothecary first, to meet the shopkeeper. I am curious to see his true demeanor." Jiang Yihuan promptly leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Very well. Take me to the apothecary to make an impression, and I shall speak to the old lady afterward." Wei Zhao was uncertain whether to feel envy or admiration. The silken brocade, pearls, and boundless affection were rightfully hers to claim. Upon arriving at the apothecary, The atmosphere was markedly different from their previous visit. The shopkeeper, flanked by a cadre of assistants, bowed deeply in welcome, clearly taken aback by Wei Zhao's personal appearance. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He meticulously polished the intricately carved pearwood armchair before inviting Wei Zhao to sit. Jiang Yihuan promptly plopped down, accepting the fragrant tea offered to Wei Zhao. With a sidelong glance, she inquired, "How many assistants do you employ? And how many types of medicinal herbs do you stock?" The shopkeeper replied, "There are 21 assistants and approximately 200 types of herbs." Jiang Yihuan nearly tossed the teacup in disbelief. "Is that so? In the largest apothecary in Wuzhou, there are only a handful of assistants. Is such a workforce truly necessary? My dear lady, the capital is not akin to the countryside." The shopkeeper retorted, his disdain for her apparent, as if her beauty had merely secured her position. "Then provide me with a daily report of their tasks, detailing each individual's responsibilities and wages," Jiang Yihuan commanded. The shopkeeper, startled, glanced at Wei Zhao's expression, stammering this. Jiang Yihuan, dismissing the tea's foam, glowered, "I manage over a dozen shops in Wuzhou. Before you attempt to deceive me, consider the consequences." Wei Zhao's lips twitched in amusement, wondering if she was mimicking him. The shopkeeper, in a state of distress, realized he must promptly rectify the situation, expelling any idlers from his ranks. "Also, hand over the account books. I require them immediately." The shopkeeper, forced to smile, stammered that the accounts were somewhat disorganized, and this month's records were yet to be finalized. "Please, milady, take a moment," Wei Zhao replied coolly. "Let her have the account books at once." With no further room for evasion, the shopkeeper obediently surrendered them. After they left, the shopkeeper's flustered demeanor delighted the diligent assistants, who relished the arrival of someone formidable. The madam is far too lenient, allowing the shopkeeper to become utterly complacent. To have our esteemed young master personally escort someone speaks volumes about her importance. Indeed, did you not hear her? She manages numerous shops. On their journey back home, Wei Zhao could not suppress his curiosity and asked Jiang Yihuan, "Did you truly manage over a dozen shops in Wuzhou? How could that be possible? There was a time when my brother failed to send money, leaving me famished. I sought odd jobs in town, but they rejected me, deeming me too weak. After much difficulty, my uncle secured me a position that did not include meals, offering a mere 5 won a day." "5 won?" Wei Zhao exclaimed incredulously. "Is there truly work that pays so little?" After enduring half a month there, that old scoundrel of a shopkeeper attempted to coerce me into becoming his concubine, threatening to withhold my wages otherwise. My uncle was furious, and he took me away from that place. I endured hunger for several days until my brother sent money through a messenger. Yet, even then, I could scarcely find satisfaction in my meals, as I still had to support my elderly uncle. "Wei Zhao, how old were you then?" "This happened 3 or 4 years ago." Wei Zhao clenched her fist, having heard that some men are inexplicably drawn to underage girls. They deserve nothing but death. "At that time, I secretly envisioned that if my brother were prosper in the future, he would open a shop for me, provide me with a grand residence, beautiful garments, exquisite cosmetics, and a husband. How delightful life would be. And what a shopkeeper." Wei Zhao suppressed her anger. "Him? He seems to have passed away 2 years ago." "What of it?" Chapter 23. The matriarch falls under Jiang Yihuan's rule. Wei Zhao chuckled coldly, deeming it a fortunate circumstance for him. Otherwise, he would have dispatched someone to Wuzhou to eliminate that old hag. Upon learning that Wei Zhao had bestowed a pharmacy upon Jiang Yihuan, the old matriarch voiced no objections, considering it merely a single shop. The bulk of the Wei family's income stemmed from their estates. A shop was a trivial addition. Should they open too many, they would risk appearing merchant-like, which was hardly dignified. She chose not to confront Jiang Yihuan, yet Jiang Yihuan approached her with the account books in hand. "Matriarch, I possess a shop now, yet I lack the skills to manage the accounts. Wei Zhao mentioned you are adept at accounting. Would you kindly instruct me?" Jiang Yihuan requested. Having never dealt with accounts, the old matriarch had no choice but to teach Jiang Yihuan, as she found herself with ample free time. What could the old matriarch say? She could only acquiesce. The young lady was spirited, bombarding her with questions as if a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around her head, causing her great distress. "Matriarch, We have barely perused a few pages. Please, muster your energy, Jiang Yihuan urged. Oh, matriarch, do not succumb to drowsiness. Maid, fetch the matriarch some invigorating tea. The old matriarch felt a pang in her chest. Accustomed to assuming the role of an esteemed ancestor, she had not labored for many years. With Jiang Yihuan's arrival, it felt as though she had been thrust back into the painful days of managing both a mother-in-law and a sister-in-law. Straining her weary eyes, she taught Jiang Yihuan to manage accounts, exhausting herself to the point of skipping dinner and collapsing into bed. Yet dinner had been prepared, an extravagant spread of dozens of dishes, with all the daughters-in-law present. Jiang Yihuan commanded the servants to serve the meal, insisting that nothing should go to waste. Everyone, please take a seat and dine. The daughters-in-law hesitated, fearing the repercussions should the old matriarch awaken. Jiang Yihuan feasted heartily, declaring, "The matriarch's snoring is thunderous." I called her repeatedly, yet she remained unresponsive. Only then did the daughters-in-law dare to partake in the meal. After years of marriage, they found themselves dining in the presence of their mother-in-law for the first time. The old matriarch's maid quietly observed, realizing that this young girl had usurped control over the household. In the dead of night, the old matriarch roused, having heard of these events, and contemplated summoning the Hung family to express her discontent. However, it was Jiang Yihuan who arrived, her hair unbound and her demeanor vibrant. "Matriarch, I have sacrificed a sleepless night awaiting your presence," she announced. The old matriarch replied, "Awaiting me? You feigned exhaustion during the day, hastily dismissing me. Yet when your spirits are high at night, you summon the lady to keep you company. I perceive your disdain for me, and I am weary of your condescension." The old matriarch's hands trembled. How could I possibly hold you in contempt? Yet she could not help but feel disdain for a mere village girl, a convict's sister. Had it not been for Wei Zhao, she would not endure such torment. Her sole desire was to mend her relationship with her eldest grandson. For several days, Jiang Yihuan rose at the break of dawn, rousing the old matriarch and denying her the luxury of a midday nap. The old matriarch, having lost the vigor to harass her daughters-in-law, found herself nearly worn out by Jiang Yihuan's relentless energy. "Yihuan, perhaps you should allow the Hung family to instruct you. Their spirits are high, and they would surely teach you well." "Matriarch, the lady is meant to attend to you. She has no time to teach me," Jiang Yihuan retorted. The old matriarch then declared, "Hung, during this period of instructing Yihuan, you need not attend to me." Hung was filled with gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, matriarch, for your understanding. Teaching Jiang Yihuan is far less burdensome than serving you." Upon Wei Zhao's return, Jiang Yihuan urged him to join her for dinner in Heng's quarters. Wei Zhao extended his greetings to Heng, personally serving soup and rice. Heng's eyes glistened with moisture. It had been a long time since such a relaxed and harmonious scene had graced their lives. Jiang Yihuan interjected, "Once Wei Zhao's father returns, your family shall be reunited." Wei Zhao remained silent. If his father were summoned back, it was likely a prelude to the emperor confining him to prevent any potential disturbances. After the meal, Wei Zhao was called away by Liang Jian, while Jiang Yihuan rubbed her stomach to aid digestion. Wei Zhilian exchanged glances with her, filled with disdain. "You are not particularly enchanting in appearance, yet you possess the cunning to ensnare my brother's affections, prompting him to treat you so well." Though she was not a cruel person, she harbored a strong dislike for Jiang Yihuan. Jiang Yihuan burped, "I fail to understand why your brother treats you with such indifference. Have you considered the possibility that the fault lies within yourself? You often claim that I am stealing your brother away. How did he treat you before I arrived?" Wei Zhilian was momentarily speechless. Before Jiang Yihuan came to the capital, her brother would visit their mother every few days, speaking little and leaving shortly thereafter. However, since Jiang Yihuan's arrival, no matter how late her brother was, he would always return to the Wei residence, allowing her to see him more frequently and occasionally even catch a glimpse of his smile. She retorted stubbornly, "Do not feel so pleased with yourself. Your brother is a criminal. You are unworthy of him. If you were to marry, it would surely be a princess." Jiang Yihuan fell silent. Having heard of the princess from the storyteller, could it be that Wei Zhao intended to wed a princess? At the eastern residence, Wei Zhao inquired of Liang Jian, "How fares son Junshin?" Liang Jian replied. He has been located by the emperor's men and is currently being escorted back to the capital. Plans are underway to intercept him en route and capture him alive. Liang Jian paused, realizing the implications. The emperor aimed to apprehend Sun Junshin, fearing he might incite rebellion among the remnants of Prince Zhangda's faction. But what was the master's intent? Wei Zhao explained. Sun Junshin is utterly devoted to Prince Zhangda. I suspect he may have taken the prince's orphaned heir with him years ago. Liang Jian pondered. Does the general intend to support the orphaned heir of Prince Zhangda? Do I appear to be overindulgent? Wei Zhao replied. Upon locating Sun Junshin, I plan to leverage this matter to garner assistance in seizing Jiangzhou. He already commands the might of 9 provinces and wields tremendous influence. With the current prince placing great trust in him, why would he support another? He summoned the generals from 7 provinces, presenting them with prepared gifts. He was always just in his dealings with subordinates, balancing reward and discipline. The attending officers accepted the gifts with smiles. Chao Kanjun, with a keen eye, noticed a small red sandalwood table on the case. General, what is that? May we have the pleasure of seeing it? Wei Zhao opened it to reveal 7 exquisite East pearls, each lustrous and captivating, the finest of their kind. Chao Kanjun laughed heartily. Needless to say, these must be for that Jiang girl. One of the officers shook his head. Our general is kind-hearted, nurturing the sister of his enemy so well. I say, General, I also have several capable sisters at home. Would you like some? If so, I could send them over tonight. Wei Zhao maintained a stoic expression. Get lost. He felt a twinge of frustration. Why should he bestow such treasures upon Jiang Yihuan, a mere prisoner? Why did she seem to have him under her influence? Jiang Yihuan spent a few days sorting through accounts and discovered the primary issue. The wages for the workers were excessively high. After deducting their pay, the shop was barely turning a profit. Old Madame Wei was furious. The shop is not large. Why on earth do you need 20 workers? Who are you trying to fool? Jiang Yihuan's eyes gleamed with admiration. The old matriarch had discerned the crux of the matter at a glance. They underestimated my youthful countenance, and thus I hesitated to take action. This matter does not require your intervention. I shall address it personally. Her breath steadied, her legs free of pain. She boldly ascended the carriage and set off towards the apothecary. The daughters-in-law respectfully bid her farewell at the door, with the matriarch on the warpath. They would enjoy a respite of at least half a day. They could hardly contain their desire to send her off with drums and gongs. Late at night, Wei Zhao returned with a small box, pondering whether to present it to Jiang Yihuan. If he did, she would undoubtedly continue to take liberties. Jiang Yihuan had already succumbed to slumber, while Zhu Xian emerged, yawning, to inform him of Jiang Yihuan's recent exploits. Miss Jiang had managed to subdue the old matriarch completely and even encouraged her to seek accountability at the apothecary. The old matriarch returned, exhausted and grumbling, and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Her complexion noticeably improved. The daughters-in-law remarked that Miss Jiang had effectively subdued the formidable Wei matriarch. Wei Zhao chuckled at the thought of this naive goose. Upon entering Jiang Yihuan's room, he placed the box beside her pillow. Just as he was about to leave, he felt an embrace around his waist. Jiang Yihuan, with a gleeful smile, exclaimed, "Aha! At last I've caught you. I have been waiting for you." Chapter 24. She removed her nightgown, revealing a shimmering silk bodice. Wei Zhao was taken aback. "What do you want me to do?" "I'll place the pearls down for you. I presume they're exquisite pearls. I shall sew them onto my shoes tomorrow. I wish to show you something crafted from shimmering silk. I assure you, you will adore it." "No need. I have no desire for it," replied Wei Zhao, thinking she had sewn something for herself. "Ah, you needn't bother, right? I merely wish to show you." Wei Zhao contemplated. A glance won't hurt. Jiang Yihuan pulled him toward the window, with a soft moonlight filtered through the lattice, casting a misty glow. "What do you wish to show me?" Jiang Yihuan's hair flowed like water, and her snow-white nightgown was strikingly vivid. She shed her nightgown, unveiling the shimmering silk bodice. Truly, the shimmering silk instantly outshone the moonlight. Wei Zhao was momentarily stunned. He hastily shut his eyes and fumbled to cover her with clothing. Yet, he had overestimated his ability. He failed to dress her properly and inadvertently touched inappropriate areas, causing his palms to feel as though they were ablaze. Yihuan, bewildered, stammered Yu. I only meant for you to look, not to touch. Your hands are so warm. At that moment, Wei Zhao felt not only his hands but also the tips of his ears burning. The usually composed Wei Xiaofu nearly stumbled over the threshold. In the courtyard, Zhu Xian observed with curiosity. Has the master encountered trouble again? Look at his dazed expression. Early in the morning, old Madame Wei, sipping her porridge, felt relieved that Jiang Yihuan had not come to disturb her. How long can that little girl endure? She thinks she can provoke me. Just then, Jiang Yihuan arrived, cradling a box. Old madam, I have come to see you. Look, I have brought splendid pearls. She plopped down opposite the old madam. Annie, please serve me a bowl of porridge. I haven't had breakfast yet. The maid responded promptly. Jiang Yihuan, with one hand grasping a shrimp cracker and the other opening the box, exclaimed, Old madam, Wei Zhao gifted me exquisite pearls. I intend to sew 2 onto my shoes. They will surely look magnificent. The old madam was astounded by the quality of the pearls. Such beautiful pearls, and you wish to sew them onto your shoes? Indeed, I've heard the maidservants in your household are skilled with needlework, so I came to seek your assistance. Old Madame Wei hummed in acknowledgement. The maid approached to examine the pearls closely, exclaiming, Oh my, these are truly fine treasures. I shall find someone to sew them for the young lady. The task was not overly complicated, and soon Jiang Yihuan possessed a pair of exquisitely patterned shoes adorned with pearls. Yihuan, you still have 5 remaining. What do you intend to do with them? Old Madame Wei inquired eagerly. I have yet to decide. However, I doubt the old madam would find them of much interest, so I shall forego the honor. She donned her pearl-embellished shoes and dashed off with the pearl box. Old Madame Wei opened her mouth, realizing she indeed cherished them. Wei Zhao had never before gifted her anything. On her way back, Jiang Yihuan encountered a maid beside Lady Heng. Good day, miss. My lady mentioned that the grand banquet at the residence of the Grand Princess is in 2 days, and she wishes to take you along. Jiang Yihuan was elated. The princess? The Grand Princess? Such high status. Indeed, the Grand Princess is the Emperor's aunt and holds considerable influence in the capital. The Grand Princess possesses a fiery temperament and holds little regard for the elderly Lady Wei, preferring instead the gentle demeanor of the Heng family. Heng is a person of integrity, and when attending the banquet, she brought along not only Jiang Yihuan, but also a multitude of sisters-in-law and younger relatives, filling several carriages to capacity. Madam, why did the old lady not accompany us? The elderly lady is quite concerned with her image, given the Grand Princess's disdain for her. She would never willingly subject herself to discomfort. Heng, in her newfound boldness, dares to speak a few words about her mother-in-law, advising Jiang Yihuan. Once we arrive at the princess's residence, you must behave. All right? Yes, I shall be good, madam. Do not worry about me. Heng thought to herself, well, even if she misbehaves, what of it? Her son will stand up for her. Upon arrival at the Grand Princess's estate, Heng and the young ladies took turns bowing in respect. When it was Jiang Yihuan's turn, all eyes turned toward her. The young girl's complexion resembled fresh snow. Her features strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a lotus in full bloom during summer, adorned in flowing silks that accentuated her delicate form. The large pearls on her shoes sparkled brilliantly, overshadowing the entire assembly of guests. The Grand Princess, taken aback, found the girl's features oddly familiar. Child, from which branch of the Wei family do you hail? Jiang Yihuan, with her hands gracefully positioned, replied, Your Highness, I am Jiang Yihuan, raised by Wei Zhao. She refrained from mentioning her brother's name, as it often led to her being bullied. Simply invoking Wei Zhao sufficed. The Grand Princess's eyes flickered with recognition. She had been informed by the Emperor regarding Wei Zhao's wounding of the third prince, and this girl was the reason. Perhaps she should invite the Emperor to meet her. He was currently at her residence, hiding away. Noticing the Grand Princess's unusual expression, Heng hastily signaled for Jiang Yihuan to go play. Zhu Xian dared not part from her, closely following. The garden of the princess's estate was lush with peonies, blooming splendidly as if enveloped in a mist. The young ladies giggled shyly, scissors in hand, eager to snip the flowers. Jiang Yihuan inquired, Zhu Xian, what are they planning to do? Are they going to steal flowers? The Grand Princess has declared that the peonies are affectionate and permits each guest to pluck a stem to gift to someone dear, Zhu Xian explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihuan dashed to the cluster of peonies, murmuring, "I shall select the most beautiful one to give to my favorite person." Her gaze settled on a large, densely petaled pink peony, exquisite in its layered beauty. Just as she reached out, another pair of scissors appeared. The owner of the scissors was none other than Fu Shirong. Both girls were taken aback. Fu Shirong had not ventured out since being held captive by Jiang Yihuan, but she was unwilling to miss the Grand Princess's banquet. Cautiously avoiding confrontation, she was dismayed to find herself face to face with the very source of her troubles. Jiang Yihuan stood her ground, declaring, "I saw it first." Fu Shirong trembled, recalling her brother still imprisoned, biting her lip in retreat, fear gripping her heart at the thought of Wei Zhao. Jiang Yihuan successfully plucked the flower and joyfully made her way back to Zhuxian. Fu Shirong clenched the scissors tightly, contemplating whether she would allow a mere country girl to bully her. At that moment, someone patted her shoulder. It was Pain Yinfang. With sympathy, she said, "Miss Fu, I've heard about your brother's situation. Please do not be disheartened." Fu Shirong was ungrateful. "Miss Pei, I have heard about your situation. It is truly lacking in dignity for you and your brother to come here to apologize." Pain Yinfang, her kind intentions misunderstood, retorted angrily, "And you claim to possess dignity. Why did you not argue with her just now?" The two young ladies glared at each other when a voice called out from behind, "The third prince has arrived." The third prince approached with a smile, though he was still enduring pain in his foot. "Miss Fu, may I borrow you for a moment? I have something to present to you." In his hand, he held a large, crimson peony, and his eyes sparkled with affection. How could Fu Shirong maintain her composure? Was it possible that the third prince had developed feelings for her? The other young ladies could not help but feel envious. Fu Shirong, who typically preferred to remain inconspicuous, had suddenly captured the third prince's admiration. In the secluded flower hall of the Grand Princess's residence, the emperor donned summer attire as he sat opposite Xiao Shaoqing. "I have heard that you are investigating the case of the Wu Prefecture examination." Indeed, those impoverished scholars who toiled endlessly have been impersonated, their years of effort wasted. "I shall do my utmost to restore their justice," Xiao Shaoqing replied. The emperor sighed. Ruling the world is truly difficult. Issues arise one after another, and I am utterly exhausted." Xiao Shaoqing mused silently. "Your Majesty, perhaps it is due to your own limited capabilities?" In the past, Prince Zhangde managed the state with remarkable efficiency, maintaining order within the court. With loyal ministers and capable generals, why should your Majesty worry about governing the nation? The emperor's expression darkened. "Loyal generals? Are you referring to Wei Zhao? He injured my son, yet I must endure and feign ignorance. I regret appointing him as the crown prince's tutor. I truly wish." Previously, he had favored the crown prince for his gentle and benevolent nature, but recently, he found himself preferring the third prince, who at least had the courage to stand up to Wei Zhao. Xiao Shaoqing chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, should you dare to entertain thoughts of changing the heir, Wei Zhao, as the crown prince's tutor, will never acquiesce." Chapter 25. Presenting peonies to the one most dear on the other side, Jiang Yihuan, having plucked the peonies, laughed heartily, holding the flowers aloft. "Zhuxian, I intend to give them to Wei Zhao." Zhuxian felt a twinge of disappointment. "What? They're not for me." Jiang Yihuan held the blossoms before her face, momentarily unable to discern who was more beautiful. Cui Jingji stood a short distance away, and the man beside him exclaimed, "Cui, this young lady is truly stunning. Would you not venture to recite poetry with her? As you exchange verses, perhaps you might find yourselves in a secluded spot, engaging in activities not meant for the public eye." Cui Jingji replied languidly. She is the sister of Jiang Qianli. Instead of seeking vengeance for her brother, she has chosen to become Wei Zhao's canary. I hold no admiration for such a lady. Perhaps you would like to pursue her instead? Luo Changfeng, intrigued, remarked. Jiang Qianli's sister? Jiang Qianli is quite proud. However, his sister seems more adaptable. He plucked a snow-white peony and approached Jiang Yihuan, presenting it with refined elegance. "Miss Jiang, I am Luo, the son of the Minister of Revenue. This flower is for you." He considered himself charming, more affable than Cui Jingji and gentler than Wei Zhao. What girl could resist his allure? Jiang Yihuan, startled, retorted fiercely, I do not want your flower. Do you know who I am? I belong to Wei Zhao. I am aware, he replied, but General Wei occasionally leaves the capital for inspections. With no one to accompany you through the long nights, how shall you pass the time? I will be willing to fill that void. Once General Wei returns, you may resume your company with him. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. Was he suggesting she should betray Wei Zhao? Would Wei Zhao ever agree to such a thing? Lost in thought, Luo Changfeng seized the peony from her hand. Zhu Xian shouted, Luo, are you seeking death? She is the general's woman. Miss Zhu, he countered, my family is friends with yours. I shall send 2 beauties in exchange for Miss Zhang's company. Jiang Yihuan grew anxious. Wei Zhao would never allow me to accompany you. He cherishes me most. You shall not have me. Luo Changfeng laughed heartily, ready to tease further, when Peng Yinfang exclaimed in alarm, It is General Wei. How has he arrived? Everyone turned to look. Wei Zhao, clad in the attire of a typical nobleman, exuded an air of authority. He extended his hand towards Jiang Yihuan. You silly girl. Why are you still standing there? Come here. Jiang Yihuan rushed forward, exclaiming, Wei Zhao, the flowers I picked for you were taken by him. What should I do? She pointed at Luo Changfeng. The smile faded from Wei Zhao's face. Let me think. Luo Changfeng tucked the flowers into his sleeve and addressed Wei Zhao. Wei, it has been a while since we last met. During our time at the academy, I even borrowed your notes. Wei Zhao sneered, you borrowed my notes. And in return, you seized her flowers? Luo Changfeng rubbed his nose. Ahem, let me be frank. I find this young beauty rather appealing. Wei Zhao paused. What did you say? Would you consider gifting Miss Jiang to me? I shall not take her without compensation. I would offer you 2 beauties in exchange. Wei Zhao, intoxicated by his own power, was never one to indulge in the charms of women. Capturing Jiang Qinli's sister was likely a means to vent his frustrations. How much could he truly value her? Jiang Yihuan was on the brink of tears, tugging at Wei Zhao's sleeve, pleading, No, Wei Zhao, I do not like him. I will follow you. In a fit of anger, Wei Zhao seized Luo Changfeng and unceremoniously hurled him into the flower bed. The bystanders were struck by his fierce demeanor, their legs trembling in fear. They had only now witnessed the true extent of Wei Zhao's arrogance. Cui Jingji remained silent. Though he harbored disdain for Wei Zhao, he understood the peril of provoking him when enraged. After some time, Luo Changfeng crawled out from the flower bed, his clothing soiled and covered in mud. Wei Zhao, for a mere girl, you dare to lay hands on me? Wei Zhao responded with a kick to his chest, retorting, Who gave you permission to call me by my name? Even your father would not dare. Luo Changfeng winced from the blow, gasping, Wei Zhao, you are utterly beyond reason. Do you truly believe you can elevate yourself beyond measure? Your father, along with the entire Wei family, would never consent to this. Wei Zhao embraced Jiang Yihuan and declared, You need not concern yourself with that. Remember, she is your ancestor. Should you show her any disrespect, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. Jiang Yihuan, dissatisfied, replied, Wei Zhao, if you desire children, let us bear our own. He is too foolish, and I refuse to be his ancestor. Wei Zhao, Luo Changfeng. Upon hearing of the commotion, the grand princess rushed in, supported by her maidens. Spotting his savior, Luo Changfeng exclaimed, Your Highness, Wei Zhao just threw me into the flower bed. He shows no regard for you. The grand princess, filled with concern, rebuked Wei Zhao. You little rascal, do you not know the weight of your actions? Must you not discern the appropriateness of your actions? Luo Changfeng added indignantly, Indeed, if you must throw someone, you should do so onto the bluestone slabs, not into my lady's flower bed. What will become of the flora? Luo Changfeng. Grand Princess, Your Highness's reprimands are entirely justified. Wei Zhao clasped his hands in apology and added, I have heard that Your Highness cultivates the jade platform peony. Might I request a stem? The Grand Princess raised her meticulously drawn brows, exclaiming, You must not overstep, little rascal. The jade platform peony was gifted to me by the prince, and it has only blossomed a few times. How could I bear to part with it? Wei Zhao chuckled. In that case, we shall refrain from taking what belongs to others. Farewell. He took Jiang Yihuan's hand and departed. The Grand Princess was left both amused and exasperated. Wei Zhao's audacity was a reflection of the late emperor's own failings. Years ago, The late emperor had forced Prince Jiang to his demise due to matters of witchcraft, leaving the throne vacant for many years until the current emperor was finally appointed in his twilight years. After ascending to the throne, the emperor faced unrest across various provinces, and in a bid to stabilize the situation, he heavily supported new ministers, among whom was Wei Zhao. With exceptional military prowess, Wei Zhao quelled rebellions wherever they arose, consolidating power in his hands. Had it not been for Wei Zhao's father, this young man might very well have been elevated beyond measure. In the carriage returning home, Jiang Yihuan lamented, "Wei Zhao, the peonies are truly beautiful. I had plucked a blossom for you, but it was snatched away." Wei Zhao's brow twitched slightly. "You picked a flower for me?" "Yes, the sweetest cherries and the most exquisite flowers. I wish to keep them all for you are my favorite person." Her brother and Zhu Xian were also among her favorites. Her affection knew many forms. Wei Zhao struggled to suppress a smile. "Ahem, I must confess, I do not particularly care for flowers and plants." "Do you?" "I do," Jiang Qianli replied enthusiastically. "In the countryside, I have no one to play with, so I can only pick flowers and pretend they are my friends. I even name them." A sense of inexplicable discomfort washed over Wei Zhao. Jiang Qianli was truly helpless. Could he not bring his sister to the capital to care for her? He thought, and then posed a question. Jiang Yihuan fidgeted with her fingers. "The cost of living in the capital is high. My brother cannot afford to support me. Here in the countryside, at least I have wild vegetables to eat. If I were to move to the capital, I might starve any day. Your brother's salary is quite substantial. Where does it all go?" Wei Zhao inquired. "He must pay for rent, food, clothing, transportation, and entertaining friends. That meager salary is hardly sufficient," Jiang Yihuan explained. Wei Zhao was perplexed. Weren't these merely trifling expenses? Jiang Yihuan replied, "Trifling expenses?" She realized that with Wei Zhao's background of privilege, she simply could not articulate these concerns. Chapter 26. Jiang Yihuan let out a soft exclamation, settling onto his lap. Upon returning to the Wei residence, Wei Zhao summoned Liang Jian. "His Majesty has located Sun Junshin and is currently escorting him to the capital. You are to intercept them." "Yes, General," Liang Jian replied. He then called for Zhu Xian and issued a series of instructions. Zhu Xian stood momentarily in shock. "Huh? What? What do you mean what?" "Get to it. But it's not something I can accomplish immediately. It will take at least 2 or 3 days." Wei Zhao replied, "Then you have 3 days. Make it happen." Zhu Xian scoffed quietly. Wasn't it agreed that he was a prisoner? Yet you create such a grand spectacle for her, demanding this and that. One would think you were preparing offerings for the ancestors. 3 days later, 200 miles outside the capital, a prisoner cart rattled along, containing a disheveled man bound in iron chains. The third prince, holding an official token, spoke to the leader of the escort, on the orders of His Majesty. "I am here to assist you." The leader exhaled a sigh of relief. Sun Junshin had been quite cunning, tormenting them along the way, and the arrival of the third prince was timely. Just as the two groups aligned, another contingent emerged to encircle them. The third prince sensed danger and drew his sword, shouting, "Who goes there?" The newcomers were Liang Jian and his men, who did not respond but instead charged at the prisoner cart. To ensure the return of Sun Junshin, the emperor had dispatched his most formidable assassins. Liang Jian led the most skilled dark guards, and a fierce battle ensued. A plume of red smoke billowed into the air, and someone shouted, "Hold your breath. It's poison gas." When the toxic smoke cleared, Sun Junshin had vanished without a trace, leaving only the iron chains that had bound him. Soon after, Sun Junshin reappeared in the woods, disguised as a wrinkled old woman, accompanied by several figures in gray. He spoke gloomily. "The dog emperor wishes to capture me? He must be dreaming." "Xiao Yi, how is the young master?" Xiao Yi replied, "The young master is safe and sound. Rest assured, my lord." A flicker of amusement crossed Sun Junshin's pallid, gaunt face. "Excellent. The young master is clever, understanding the art of feigned submission for survival. This trait surpasses that of the crown prince. Were it not for the emperor's relentless scrutiny, I would not have been separated from the young master for over a decade. I wonder if the young master still remembers me? Should the lord inform the young master of his lineage?" Sun Junshin rubbed his face thoughtfully. "The young master has grown. It is no longer prudent to keep him in the dark. But before that, I must present a gift to the young master. What gift? Jiang Zhou. I intend to bestow Jiang Zhou upon the young master. It is a debt owed to his family by the late emperor. Meanwhile, in the capital, Jiang Yihuan opened her eyes. The room was filled with peony flowers, radiating brilliance as if she were wandering amidst a sea of blooms. Dazed, she murmured, "Zhu Xian, am I dreaming? Where did all this come from?" Zhu Xian replied with a pained expression, "Miss, this is a collection of exquisite peonies gathered at the master's behest, for your enjoyment. I ran myself ragged to procure so many pots at great expense, and the master remains unsatisfied. I feel like throttling him. Where's Wei Zhao? The master is in his study. He seems a bit bored. Would you like to visit him?" Jiang Yihuan selected the most splendid bouquet of peonies and hurried off to find Wei Zhao. In truth, Wei Zhao was quite occupied at that moment. Every day, swift steeds deliver military reports to him in the morning, requiring his immediate attention, to be dispatched to various provinces without a moment's delay. By the time Jiang Yihuan entered, he had nearly completed his review of the reports. Raising his gaze, he beheld a beautiful visage emerging from behind the peonies. "Wei Zhao, look, the flowers you bought for me." Wei Zhao's features softened as he replied, "Ancient." Noticing his weary demeanor, Jiang Yihuan boldly perched herself on his lap. The fragrance of the flowers wafted towards him, mingling with the sweet scent of the young girl. Wei Zhao's expression momentarily faltered. "Yihuan, as a young lady, you ought not to sit on someone else's lap." Jiang Yihuan responded with a playful, "Oh," as she settled comfortably on him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You wish to sit face to face, to gaze upon my countenance, do you not?" Wei Zhao merely uttered. The petals brushed against his ear as the girl sweetly coaxed Wei Zhao, attempting to curl up in his embrace. "I adore you most." Wei Zhao raised his hand, intending to push her away, but inexplicably, he loosened her shimmering hair ribbon. Her raven locks cascaded down, gleaming like polished obsidian. Jiang Yihuan leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Wei Zhao, I have a secret to share." The warmth of her breath sent a shiver through him, nearly overwhelming his composure. "What secret?" "My father, he was once of noble birth. I am a daughter of the gentry." She recalled her childhood, a stern uncle who had cared for her, telling her of her father's esteemed lineage, a man regarded as the finest in the world. Wei Zhao chuckled softly, aware that Jiang Qinli's family had not seen prosperity for 3 generations. Her father was a humble scholar, and her mother a merchant's daughter. After her parents' demise, Jiang Qinli had raised his sister alone. Due to their poverty, the siblings were scorned by their relatives, and although their uncle was affluent, he offered no assistance. Noting Jiang Yihuan's eager expression, he reluctantly complimented, "Your father sounds remarkable, truly noble." After sharing her secret, Jiang Yihuan ceased her playful antics and dashed away with the peony. Wei Zhao held the flower, plucking a petal to knead between his fingers, the bittersweet fragrance enveloping him. Though she seemed happy, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Resolving to not indulge her whims again, Jiang Yihuan, with a flushed face, sought to amuse the elderly Madame Wei. It was her delight. Yet, upon encountering Madame Wei's furious expression, she inquired, "Madam, who has offended you? I haven't even spoken yet. How can you be angry? Who else could it be?" "The apothecary's shopkeeper. I discovered that a whole host of his relatives take wages without working, and even his 5-year-old grandson is counted as an employee. It drives me mad." Jiang Yihuan felt a twinge of sadness. A 5-year-old child could earn wages, while at 12 or 13, she had been scorned and denied her due pay, with the old shopkeeper even suggesting she become a second wife. "What do you intend to do, madam?" "I have dismissed them, leaving only a few reliable workers. The apothecary will be entrusted to your management. If you handle it well, I shall have the Hung family entrust you with the estate as well." Madame Wei focused on grand plans, prioritizing Wei Zhao's contentment above all else, deeming everything else inconsequential. Jiang Yihuan complied, for the old matron had already cleared away the troublesome individuals. Thus, she felt no burden in managing the affairs. Wei Zhiru accompanied her, euphemistically claiming to learn the art of shopkeeping, yet her true intention was to evade her mother and seek amusement. The 2 young ladies settled behind a shop counter, sipping tea and indulging in pastries, while sharing whispers of the latest gossip from the capital. I have heard that the Wang family and the Cui family seem to be embroiled in a broken engagement. What could be the reason? Has Master Cui been entangled with another? Quite so, Jiang Yihuan replied. Master Cui was found intoxicated in the flower house the other day, embracing a courtesan and composing lewd verses on the spot. Upon learning this, Master Wang promptly returned the New Year gifts they had sent. In a hushed tone, Jiang Yihuan confided, Zhiru, let me tell you a secret. During the incident at the Wang residence, Master Cui and Miss Su exchanged verses, their glances betraying a certain intimacy that was far from innocent. Wei Zhao, even more exhilarated, exclaimed, I know. Master Cui has recited poetry with many young ladies. There are even rumors. At that moment, a shop assistant entered, bowing respectfully. Miss Jiang, there is someone outside seeking your presence. Wei Zhao fell silent, while Jiang Yihuan assumed the authoritative demeanor of a head shopkeeper, pacing with her hands clasped behind her back. Do you know who seeks me? The assistant replied. They claim to be your closest kin. Chapter 27. Dear niece, we are your uncle and Aunt. Wei Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Yihuan, do you have relatives in the capital? Jiang Yihuan, rubbing her fair little face, was utterly perplexed. Aside from my brother, who else could I possibly have as kin? Have my parents risen from the dead? Now, that would truly be a monumental affair. She joyfully swayed her skirt and approached the door, where she was met by a middle-aged couple clad in satin garments. Their eager expressions and sparkling eyes made it seem as though she were a sumptuous feast. Jiang Yihuan, somewhat bewildered, inquired, You two are looking for me? The woman paused for a moment before warmly calling out, You must be Yihuan, our dear niece. Do you still remember us? I do not recall, Jiang Yihuan replied, her mind in a flurry. The woman beamed like a golden chrysanthemum, tugging at the man beside her. Yihuan, this is your beloved maternal uncle, who has cared for you since childhood. Jiang Yihuan spoke slowly. So it is you. 10 years ago, I came with my brother to borrow grain from your household, and you drove us away without offering a single grain. The couple exchanged an awkward glance, realizing the child's remarkable memory. The woman, her eyes darting, chuckled, Yihuan, you are truly radiant, far more beautiful than your mother. No wonder you attract the attention of high officials. People from a neighboring shop curiously peered over. Jiang Yihuan, with a stoic expression, urged, Do not linger outside. If you have something to discuss, please come in. She had chairs brought over for the couple. What brings you to seek me? Are you planning to sell me for money? I know there are many brothels in the capital. Someone like me could fetch a handsome price. The Su couple nearly fell to their knees. How could we dare? You are destined to become the wife of an official. Her uncle, Su Rutsai, rubbed his hands together, wishing he could vanish into the ground, utterly at a loss for words. Years ago, when the siblings had approached them, ragged and desperate for food, they had looked down upon the impoverished Jiang family and sent them away. Subsequently, the Su family had moved to Linzhou for business, amassing considerable wealth, and had relocated to the capital last year, only to encounter Jiang Qianli, who had risen to a significant position. Before they could even establish a familial connection, Jiang Qianli was exiled for attempting to assassinate the crown prince's advisor. Fearing they might be implicated, the Su couple lived in constant trepidation. Recently, they had heard that Wei Zhao had taken Jiang Qianli's sister as a favored concubine, lavishing her with affection beyond measure. After much deliberation, they realized that Wei Zhao, the formidable general and the crown prince's advisor, was someone they could never hope to associate with, prompting them to spend money to trace Jiang Yihuan, who was now working at a pharmacy. Su's wife, undeterred by Jiang Yihuan's frosty demeanor, attempted to strike up a conversation. Yihuan, the fabric you wear is truly exquisite. What is its name? Wei Zhao rolled her eyes at them. This exquisite fabric, known as Guangjin, is a tribute from Jiangnan. This year, I acquired 10 pieces in total, of which your majesty graciously bestowed 6 upon my brother, who in turn gifted them all to Yihuan. Upon hearing this, Su pondered silently, wondering about Yihuan's age and the connections to Wei Zhao. I have heard he... Wei Zhao interrupted, her patience waning. Enough of this. Yihuan has matters to attend to. Su quickly replied, We would not dream of disturbing Yihuan. We shall take our leave at once. She retrieved a banknote from her bosom, saying, Yihuan, It has been many years since we last met. Our business has prospered greatly, and I offer you this for your pocket money." Jiang Yihuan counted the note, discovering it amounted to over 800 taels, a sum sufficient for an ordinary family's lifetime expenses. Her demeanor softened instantly, and she inquired, "Aunt, what business do you engage in?" Sue smiled. "We deal in rare delicacies from both land and sea, operating over a dozen shops in the capital. And we have also acquired a residence on Green Willow Lane. Do visit us when you have the time. We should keep in touch." Jiang Yihuan tucked the banknote into her bosom and replied, "Very well, Aunt. I shall come to see you." She gestured for the attendants to escort the guests out. Wei Zhao scoffed. "Yihuan, they look down upon others. Why do you bother with them?" "Why not?" Jiang Yihuan retorted. Her expectations of others' moral standards were not high. As long as they did not harm her, she felt no ill will, especially since the Su couple had brought her money. In truth, she and her brother had once been destitute, and their uncle's family had not lent them grain, which was not entirely unjust. A thunderous clap echoed as raindrops began to pour. In the East residence, Liang Jian was reporting to Wei Zhao regarding Sun Junshan's matter. "My subordinates failed, allowing him to escape. Please punish us, General." "I underestimated him," replied Wei Zhao. "Sun Junshan possesses the skills of disguise and body contraction. This cannot be blamed on you. What shall we do next? Prince Zhongde is highly esteemed in Jiangzhou. Sun Junshan will likely head there. Dispatch someone to Jiangzhou with the news that the orphan of Prince Zhongde is in my possession." Liang Jian was puzzled. "What do you mean by this, General?" "Sun Junshan's greatest desire is to protect that orphan. He would not keep the child close at all times. We shall feign an attack to unsettle his mind, and then follow the trail." Liang Jian grasped the concept. "For instance, if you possess a hidden treasure and one day someone claims to have it, you would undoubtedly rush to your hiding place to verify its existence, thereby exposing its location." The rain showed no signs of abating, and the sky grew progressively darker. Jiang Yihuan had been dining in the elder Wei's courtyard recently, and today was no exception. The elder Wei had reverted to her old ways, insisting that her daughters-in-law serve her while standing. Jiang Yihuan nibbled on a chilled pastry and remarked, "Zhao, you must bear many daughters in the future and fewer sons." "Why is that? Is having sons not good?" Wei Zhao queried, astonished. The elder Wei frowned, asserting, "It is imperative to have many sons. That is the proper way. In our Wuzhou, there is a family with 7 sons and 7 daughters-in-law, yet the mother-in-law does not favor them, imposing rules upon them daily. Is this not as it should be?" The elder Wei retorted, "This mother-in-law is exceedingly harsh. The daughters-in-law, unable to endure her tyranny, purchased rat poison and eliminated the entire household. The most tragic fate befell the mother-in-law, as her daughters-in-law discarded her body into a pot to boil, using her legs as firewood." Madame Wei's hands trembled slightly as she spoke. Is this truly the case? Indeed, the matter has stirred considerable uproar and has been entrusted to the Dali Temple for re-examination. A few days ago, during my visit to the Dali Temple, the young official Qiao engaged me in conversation, remarking on the fortitude of the women from Wuzhou. After taking a sip of soup, she reassured, "Do not worry, madam. Although you have 5 daughters-in-law, they are diligent and obedient, and they should not have hidden any poison." Madame Wei responded, "Ah, indeed." The daughters-in-law suppressed their laughter. Once they had eaten their fill, Jiang Yihuan patted her round belly, sipping fragrant tea while discussing the various cases of daughters-in-law conspiring against their mothers-in-law, each more inventive than the last. Despite it being summer, Madame Wei felt a chill run through her. "Yihuan, the rain has lessened. You should return to Fanjiao now." Turning to her daughters-in-law, she added, "If it rains heavily tomorrow morning, do not feel obliged to come and pay your respects. I'm not the type of unreasonable mother-in-law." The daughters-in-law nearly burst into laughter, responding, "Yes, mother-in-law." With a stern expression, Madame Wei cautioned, "Listen to me, do not hoard any poison. It is not a good thing." "Yes, mother-in-law." As they made their way back to the courtyard, a gentle drizzle fell. Wei Zhao leaped onto Jiang Yihuan's back, exclaiming, "Yihuan, how do you know so much about murder cases?" Although Jiang Yihuan had gained some weight, her frame remained slight and could hardly bear the added burden. Wei Zhao's arms tightened around her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Cough, cough, let go of me." Wei Zhao approached with a dark expression. Wei Zhiru, what are you doing? Release her. Can't you see she is struggling? Startled, Wei Zhiru quickly released her grip. Chapter 28. Miss Zhang's bodice had become too small, causing her discomfort. It was then that she noticed Jiang Yihuan's flushed face, glistening with tears. Yihuan, I'm so sorry, are you all right? Jiang Yihuan suppressed the urge to vomit, responding, I'm fine, truly. Upon returning to her chamber, she continued to retch, feeling a painful pressure in her chest. Even her ribs ached. Wei Zhao summoned a physician, inquiring about her condition. What is wrong with her? She vomited after eating cherries last time as well. The doctor, with a grim expression, replied, General, Miss Jiang simply overindulged. She needs to moderate her diet. Is that so? Wei Zhao retorted angrily. She is so slender. Must she really restrict her intake? Are you even capable of diagnosing her properly? The physician explained, Miss Jiang has previously eaten sparingly, which has resulted in a diminutive stomach. She must now control her food intake. Jiang Yihuan interjected, I'm not only retching, but I can hardly breathe. My chest aches terribly. The doctor checked her pulse again and, looking troubled, stated, aside from a weak spleen and stomach, there appears to be no other ailment. Wei Zhao stood up abruptly. Liang Jian, take my token and summon the head of the Imperial Medical Department from the Eastern Palace. At that moment, Zhu Xian entered, urging, my lord, please wait. I know the cause. You do? Wei Zhao asked. Zhu Xian shooed away any onlookers and questioned Jiang Yihuan. Miss, is your chest swollen and do your ribs ache? Yes. Yes. This is problematic. You may be. Zhu Xian wore a cryptic expression. What is it? What is wrong with me? I'm still young. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed, nearly in tears. What is the matter with me? Wei Zhao, equally anxious, pressed for answers. It seems Miss Jiang requires a new bodice. Hers has become too small. Hence the discomfort. I intended to remind her 2 days ago, but forgot. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. Wei Zhao, at a loss, remained silent, seizing upon their bewilderment. Zhu Xian discreetly slipped away, sensing the ire directed toward her. Wei Zhao drew the curtains around Jiang Yihuan's bed and whispered, You should remove that. Jiang Yihuan nestled under the covers and unfastened her bodice. Zhu Xian had spoken truthfully. She felt much relief afterward. Wei Zhao, I feel so much better now. Turn around. Wei Zhao stiffened, turning his back to her. As long as you're fine, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yihuan grasped his arm. Wei Zhao closed his eyes, avoiding her gaze. What is it now? Jiang Yihuan recounted the matters concerning the Yu couple, producing 800 taels in banknotes. I have consumed your provisions. I owe you nothing. Here, take this, for you face great hardship out there. Wei Zhao chuckled. Do you even realize the worth of a foot of flowing brocade? Or the price of a single pearl? Keep it. I have no use for it. The foolish girl's generosity touched him slightly. I want to take it for free. You must help me with a massage. Wei Zhao was both embarrassed and exasperated. Massage? Massage? Jiang Yihuan pointed to her chest. Wei Zhao, flustered and irritated, took a deep breath and declared, Do it yourself? I am leaving. In the emperor's palace, the third prince was reporting to the emperor. Father, I failed to accomplish the mission. Sun Junshan has escaped. The emperor furrowed his brow, unable to place the blame solely on you. This individual possesses remarkable abilities. When he served as the Minister of Justice, Qiao Shaoqing had yet to enter the political arena. On that day, another faction aimed to abduct Sun Junshan. Who could it possibly be? Surely, it must be Wei Zhao. The crown prince is aware of this matter. He and Wei Zhao are united in purpose, sharing everything with one another. I have truly misjudged the crown prince. The third prince secretly rejoiced, wishing for a rift between the emperor and the crown prince. Father, if Sun Junshan were to take away the son of Prince Zhongde, it would spell trouble. The emperor narrowed his eyes, replying, Impossible. Sun Junshan can only take a girl. What does father mean by this? I will publicly announce that during the turmoil of witchcraft, the youngest daughter of Prince Zhongde did not perish, but instead became lost among the common folk. I shall bring the little princess back. The youngest daughter of Prince Zhongde was posthumously honored by the late emperor as Princess Pingyuan. At that time, he would present the Princess Pingyuan before the court officials, both to obstruct Sun Junshan's path and to gain a reputation for caring for the orphan of Prince Zhongde. The third prince, filled with admiration, prostrated himself. Father, Your wisdom is unparalleled. Not only that, but we could also utilize Princess Pingyuan to create some difficulties for Wei Zhao. Father, do you recall the king of the southwest? The emperor's gaze sharpened as he beckoned. Come here, sit and speak. Despite her reluctance, Jiang Yihuan ultimately handed over the 800 taels of silver to Wei Zhao. You must accept it. Even if you refuse, I shall insist. I will manage the apothecary well, and all my future earnings will be yours. Liang Jian chuckled inwardly, finding it amusing that their general seemed to be living off someone else's generosity. Wei Zhao held the silver note. The money that Deputy Pei had compensated her with last time had been borrowed by Zhu Xian and squandered at gambling. The 800 taels from the Su family must be Jiang Yihuan's entire fortune, he thought, filled with mixed emotions as he stood in front of the window. He would soon leave the capital for inspection. Although Jiang Yihuan was accompanied by Zhu Xian, the latter's reckless behavior might not ensure her safety. After thoughtful consideration, he summoned the elite from the Xuanzi camp. From this day forth, you shall covertly protect Miss Jiang. If she discovers you, follow her commands, but ensure her safety at all costs. Yes, we understand. After entrusting all her wealth to Wei Zhao, Jiang Yihuan changed her attire and headed to Green Willow Lane to visit her uncle and aunt, hoping to see if she could earn some money. Wei Zhiru, who had recently become quite attached to her, also joined in the excitement. In this dynasty, merchants were looked down upon, and the noble families scorned interactions with them. Thus, when the merchants of Green Willow Lane spotted a carriage bearing the Wei family insignia, they stared in astonishment. Does young Master Wei have relatives living here? I had no idea. Could the Wei family have merchant relatives? Who knows what trouble the Su family has stirred up? Let us wait and see the spectacle. The doorman hurriedly informed the Su couple. A distinguished guest has arrived. A truly esteemed guest. It is someone from the Wei family. The Su couple, along with their sons, rushed out in a flurry. Yuan, what brings you here? Didn't you encourage me to visit more often? Now that I've come, are you not welcoming? Welcome. Of course, we welcome you. You all quickly greet her, call her sister. The 6 sons of the Su family lined up, their voices booming. Welcome. Welcome, dear cousin, to our Luqiao Lane. Wei Zhiru strained to tilt her head back, gazing at the 6 sons of the Jiang family, each towering and robust, akin to iron towers. Should she remind Jiang Yihuan to discuss the case of the daughter-in-law, who murdered her mother-in-law with Su? The Su family busily served tea and offered delicacies, encircling Jiang Yihuan with an affection that was almost excessive. Jiang Yihuan, nibbling on a pastry, inquired, Aunt and uncle, do I truly have 6 cousins? Su laughed, not 6, but 7. You have another cousin who is studying indoors. Drag your 3rd brother out from the study. Your sister has come to see you, yet you hide away. Just watch me snatch your books. Su Sanlang was more refined than his brothers. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Yihuan and Wei Zhiru, then stood quietly to the side. Su scolded him. Are you mute? Call your sister. Su Sanlang lowered his head, pondering. Sister? This girl is not my cousin. The young lady before him was likely Jiang Yihuan. His actual cousin was Jiang Yihuan. He still recalled vividly the events of 12 years ago. Chapter 29. 7 cousins accompany Yihuan on an outing at that time. Jiang Qinli was merely 12 or 13 years old, slender and dark-skinned, carrying his fair and tender younger sister as they visited their home to borrow grain. Their parents and uncles were unwilling to help, while the aunt was too foolish, marrying a poor scholar, leading to her own impoverishment and burdening her children with her plight. Witnessing their parents coldly driving away the cousins, Jiang Qinli felt a pang of conscience and, fond of his little cousin, secretly tucked away some cakes and a roast chicken, pursuing them. Jiang Qinli was quite upset and ignored their calls, but his little cousin broke free and ran towards him, her face alight with joy. Cousin, you are my dear cousin. I can smell something delicious. What is it? She exclaimed. He handed her the roast chicken. The little cousin, too hungry to stand steadily, nonetheless offered it to Jiang Qinli first, saying sweetly, Brother, you eat. Su Sanlang stared at her in astonishment. The little girl was indeed beautiful, yet she was not the cousin he remembered. Suppressing his fear, he inquired, Can you write your name? Their uncle, a learned man, had taught the Jiang siblings to read and write from a young age, and they all knew how to inscribe their names. The little cousin, biting into her cake, traced the characters in the dirt, Jiang Yihuan. He was taken aback. His cousin was named Jiang Yihuan, as their uncle had explained, signifying a harmonious and joyful existence. Yet, Yihuan contradicted that meaning, suggesting destruction instead. He questioned Jiang Qianli, but Jiang Qianli insisted that this was indeed his sister, claiming Su Sanlang was mistaken. For the subsequent decade, he saw neither of his siblings again. Third cousin, what troubles you? Jiang Yihuan asked with a smile. Su Sanlang snapped back to reality. It's nothing. With a mix of sadness and reproach, she remarked, Uncle and aunt, third brother secretly provided us with food back then. For that kindness, I acknowledge you all. Touched as she remembered the past, Su Sanlang felt a warmth in his heart. This girl was not ungrateful. The Su couple exchanged awkward smiles. Yihuan, we may not possess much, but we have enough silver. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek us out. Though merchants are wealthy, they often face disdain. Today, the Wei family's carriage had paraded through Green Willow Alley, drawing all eyes. Jiang Yihuan glanced at Su Sanlang. Aunt, third brother is refined. My apothecary is in need of a manager. Would it be possible for him to assist me? Before Su Sanlang could respond, Su Yukai eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. Let him help you. Though education is valuable, the merchant's son cannot partake in the imperial examinations nor hold an official position. However, if he were to ally with a noble family, perhaps he could enter the bureaucratic realm. Lunch was served at the Su residence, featuring authentic Jiangnan cuisine, braised lion's head meatballs, smoked ham, clear braised Wolf Mountain chicken, and cherry blossom pork. As Jiang Yihuan ate, she wept, recounting her hardships in Wuzhou. Uncle, aunt, I had no idea you lived so well. Why didn't you bring me along sooner? The Su matron, quick to speak, replied, It's all your mother's fault. She insisted on marrying your father, who was so poor he could barely feed us. As a merchant's daughter, the younger sister lacked for nothing, yet she chose to wed a destitute scholar, hoping to rise to prominence as a lady of status. And what became of that? In the end, they succumbed to poverty. Jiang Yihuan stuffed her mouth with food. She had no recollection of her father. Yet she was certain that the uncle had not deceived her. Her father had once held a position of distinction. As she prepared to take her leave, the Su couple filled her carriage with an abundance of delicacies from both land and sea. These are all wonderful items. They insisted, take more, dear niece, so that the Wei family can relish something new. The couple, accompanied by 7 cousins, sent her off with great fanfare, startling the hidden guards of the Xian character camp, who nearly charged forward to confront them. Later that evening, upon returning home, Wei Zhao hesitated before revealing to Jiang Yihuan that he would be leaving the capital for an inspection. Such inspections are essential. Remain at home and do not cause any trouble. I may return sooner than expected. I have good horses prepared at each relay station, so my journey will not be delayed. Once I conclude my official duties, I shall return to the capital immediately. Jiang Yihuan lifted her dark, glistening eyes. What did you say? Wei Zhao tugged at her lovely hair ribbon, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Do not cry. Jiang Yihuan let out a sigh of relief. Wei Zhao, just the other day I worried for you. Remaining in the capital for too long, your subordinates might develop ulterior motives. At last, you are leaving, go forth. Strengthen your power. A true man's ambition lies in the vastness of the world. Wei Zhao responded, somewhat exasperated, yes, yes. A true man's ambition lies in the vastness of the world. When I capture that good brother of yours, I will exile him 8,000 miles. No, a full 10,000 miles. Let him change his name to Jiang Wanli. Zhu Xian observed Wei Zhao's expression, understanding her master's sentiments, and chuckled quietly. He deserves it. In the dead of night, Wei Zhao stealthily approached Jiang Yihuan's bedside, pondering if the little fool might be secretly crying. She was not. Jiang Yihuan slept soundly, occasionally smacking her lips. Little fool, calling my name all day, and now you fall silent? He felt an overwhelming urge to bite her plump lips, but feared waking her. As he noticed her thin blanket slipping away, he gently pulled it over her, only to catch a glimpse of her soft, fair skin, momentarily lost in thought. The following day, Jiang Yihuan rubbed her eyes awake to find Wei Zhi beaming as she came to visit. Yihuan, my elder brother has left the capital. Are you happy? With Wei Zhao gone, she could frolic freely without fear of reprimand. Jiang Yihuan pouted, realizing only now the implications of Wei Zhao's departure. She did not know when he would return, and they were separated. A wave of longing and reluctance crashed over her, robbing her of her appetite. She wept inconsolably, much to the distress of the Wei family women, who could not comfort her. Hengshi also shed tears. Her husband had long been away from the capital, and now her son had left as well, leaving her heartbroken. She cried for 2 whole days until the Su couple, accompanied by 7 elder cousins, sought an audience outside. Unsure of Jiang Yihuan's standing in the Wei family, Su Shi refrained from entering and waited at the door. When Jiang Yihuan emerged and saw her swollen eyes, Su Shi panicked. "Oh dear, what has happened? Did Wei Zhao abandon you?" Jiang Yihuan remained silent. Zhu Xian glared at her. "My master cherishes Miss Jiang above all. How could he possibly abandon her? We must not allow them to provoke her tears again." Upon learning that Wei Zhao did not reject his niece, Su's heart was finally at ease. "Yihuan, do not be disheartened. Allow your brothers to entertain you." Jiang Yihuan sniffled. "But I still need to oversee the pharmacy." Su reassured her, "I will keep an eye on your shop and ensure it thrives." She had observed Jiang Yihuan's pharmacy, noting its poor management and minimal profits, suggesting it would be better off selling dried goods instead. Jiang Yihuan glanced at her 7 tall cousins and asked, "What shall we do for fun?" The eldest cousin proposed, "Today the wind is strong. Let us go to Liyuan to fly kites. I am most skilled at making them." Jiang Yihuan's interest piqued, recalling the small kite Jiang Qianli had made for her, which had brought her immense joy. The 7 cousins sprang into action, crafting 7 enormous kites, and together they rushed to Liyuan, where a vast open space awaited them. A considerable number of people had already gathered to fly kites, showcasing exquisite butterflies, dragonflies, and birds. The moment Jiang Yihuan appeared, she captured everyone's attention, reminiscent of her previous visit to the Grand Princess's residence. The sight of 7 gigantic kites, accompanied by the exuberant shouts of 7 strong men, was impossible to overlook. Jiang Yihuan bounced about, waving her arms. "Brothers, fly them higher, even higher. Let us outshine them all." In unison, her 7 brothers replied. Of course, little sister, Pain Yinfang, clutching her delicate orchid kite, could hardly believe her eyes. But wasn't her brother exiled? Where did these 7 strong men come from? Chapter 30. Are you being arrogant? Brothers, teach him a lesson. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the giant kite, and then at the nearly euphoric Jiang Yihuan. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She longed for Wei Zhao to accompany her in flying kites, for his agile hands would surely master the art. Suddenly, a vast shadow loomed before her, causing Jiang Yihuan to instinctively retreat. "Hey, Miss Jiang, I've finally found you." It was Fu Ziding, freshly released from the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture, bearing the scars of his torment. His sister, Fu Shirong, had informed him that all his misfortunes were attributed to Jiang Yihuan. Zhu Xian positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Yihuan. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yihuan pushed her aside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This valiant young man. You are remarkably tall. Are you the legendary Qua, Fu, who chased the sun?" Fu Ziding's mind was momentarily befuddled. You don't recognize me? Last time, you even tried to kill my sister." "I, too, was imprisoned by Wei Zhao. The prison food was unbearable. My mother remarked that I have lost a great deal of weight. Impossible. Young master, you must have mistaken the person, or your sister has made an error." Fu Ziding scratched his head, pondering, "Is that so? I often feel my sister lacks acumen, especially of late, after waking from her afternoon nap. She shouted about not wanting to eat eyeballs." You don't have a surname Jiang?" "You are mistaken. My brothers bear the surname Su. What else could I be called? Look, those kite flyers in the distance are them." She cupped her hands to her mouth. "Brothers, come back quickly." 7 older cousins responded immediately, returning forthwith. Fu Ziding, with a naive grin, said, "Oh, I truly made a mistake. Miss Su, may I borrow your cousin's kites to play?" "Wait until they arrive, and you can ask them yourself," she retorted defiantly. "Once they are here, I shall not fear you any longer, humph." Pain Yinfang approached with the kite, timidly calling out, "Miss Jiang." She had yet to gain Jiang Yihuan's trust and needed to establish a closer rapport. Fu Ziding's eyes widened at the mention of Miss Jiang. "Which Jiang lady are you referring to?" Pain Yinfang, with a hint of dissatisfaction, replied, "Of course. She is the Jiang lady, the apple of General Wei's eye." Haven't you spent enough time in prison? Be wary, or she might send you back. Jiang Yihuan swiftly pulled Peng Yinfang in front of her. What nonsense friend are you speaking of? Was that deliberate? Fu Ziding finally connected the dots. You. Yes, you. Jiang Yihuan, the Jiang lady of Wei Zhao. He clenched his fists. Ah, it is you who caused me to languish in prison. Peng Yinfang, trembling, questioned. What are you going to do? Before Fu Ziding could raise his fists, several angry shouts erupted. What are you doing? What are you doing? You big fool. We're talking about you. 7 men, slightly shorter than him, stood before him. Jiang Yihuan hid behind Peng Yinfang. Brothers, he pushed me last time and caused me to hurt myself. The eldest and second eldest brothers of the Su family were enraged. One on each side, they shoved Fu Ziding. So you're being arrogant, are you? Brothers, don't just stand there. The 7 siblings charged in unison, fists and feet flying as they relentlessly pummeled Fu Ziding. Their strength was comparable, and with their fierce blows, Fu Ziding could only protect his head. After a thorough beating, the Su brothers carried him away and cast him aside into an inconspicuous spot. Peng Yinfang shrank in fear. Jiang Yihuan, you refer to them as brothers. But isn't your brother exiled? One has been exiled, yet I still have 7, she replied. Peng Yinfang felt a mixture of fear and envy. How could Jiang Yihuan's mother be so prolific? Su Sanlang rushed over. Sister, we've subdued him. He won't dare approach you again. Who else would bully you? Peng Yinfang trembled even more. Just as Jiang Yihuan was about to respond, a book slipped from Su Sanlang's sleeve. Peng Yinfang eagerly picked it up, brushing off the dust. The selected works of Zhangde. Do you like this, young master? Su Sanlang, flustered by the beautiful girl's attention, stammered, Yes, I enjoy the selected works of Zhangde. What volume do you favor most? The 12th volume, Peng Yinfang replied with a smile as she opened the book. What a coincidence. That is my favorite too. Su Sanlang realized too late. Oh no, that was his Risku romance novel. The Lonyang edition. Peng Yinfang flipped to the middle, her face turning crimson. This is... Jiang Yihuan took it from her. The selected works of Zhangde, written by Prince Zhangde. I must read it. My brother likes it too. Su Sanlang exclaimed. No. Jiang Yihuan began to read aloud. The little lonely fox stripped the scholar of his clothes, sitting atop his waist, kissing his chest. She paused. Oh, I don't recognize these 2 characters. Skipping ahead. The scholar turned over, reversing their roles, pressing the little lonely fox back onto the couch, and he, I don't recognize that either, skipping it. The little lonely fox gasped. Good brother, you are truly impressive. The scholar smiled. Good brother, once more. Peng Yinfang and Su Sanlang were both speechless. Jiang Yihuan covered her mouth. Oh, Zhu Xian, I have truly broadened my horizons. It's a pity I can't recognize some characters. Zhu Xian snatched the book from her hands. You must not let Miss Jiang see this. Stuffing it into his own bosom, he turned to Su Sanlang sternly. You must act like a proper older brother. Jiang Yihuan asserted. Zhu Xian, Sangu embodies the essence of an elder brother. The writing of Prince Zhangde is quite remarkable. No wonder so many remember him fondly. Even Wei Zhao has never spoken ill of him. Peng Yinfang and Zhu Xian screamed in unison. No, this is not written by Prince Zhangde. Do not insult him. Under their piercing gazes, Su Sanlang's face turned beet red. Yes, it is merely my humble work. He was naturally carefree, disinterested in business or scholarly pursuits, preferring to write tales. To avoid detection by his family, he had disguised it with a serious literary cover, muttering apologies, recently offending Prince Zhangde. Zhu Xian remarked, You possess such talent. This tale is quite compelling, unlike some stories that become vague at critical moments, leaving readers bewildered. Having indulged in her kite flying, Jiang Yihuan, satisfied after a good scuffle with Fu Ziding, returned to the apothecary with her brothers. Upon seeing them return, Su's couple approached. Yihuan, you're back. Did you have a good time? Delighted, uncle and aunt. What do you think of my shop? Su, unable to conceal her thoughts, candidly remarked. Your shop is situated in a prime location and is quite spacious, yet the market for medicinal herbs has not been thriving in recent years. It would be wiser for you to sell dried goods supplied by your uncle, ensuring a profit for you. Jiang Yihuan, with a hint of skepticism, responded, Uncle and aunt, you wouldn't be trying to swindle me, would you? I will oversee the shop and audit the accounts. Dear child, we are more eager for your success than anyone else. "We have no interest in your few coins," they replied. "They seek the protection of the Wei family. How could they possibly scheme against Jiang Yihuan's modest earnings?" Jiang Yihuan inquired of Zhu Xian, "Do you think this is feasible? Would Wei Zhao agree?" Zhu Xian replied, "The master would have no objections. Even if Miss Jiang were to set the shop ablaze, the master would likely remain indifferent." Reassured, Jiang Yihuan declared, "Uncle and aunt, I entrust the shop to you. I shall merely count the profits. Wei Zhao has instructed me not to worry too much." The Su couple beamed with smiles, assuring her, "Leave it to us. We guarantee you will profit." Observing the excitement of his parents, Su Sanlang hesitated to speak. What could he say? That Jiang Yihuan was not his cousin? Who would believe that? His parents had finally managed to ascend the social ladder and would undoubtedly embrace this advantageous cousin. Yet, where had his true cousin gone? Chapter 31. Earning Money. Sleeping with Wei Zhao. Fetching brother. Jiang Yihuan informed the Hung family of her plan to transform the apothecary into a dry goods store. "Madam, my uncle will cover the initial investment. We shall repay him once we earn a profit. If we incur losses, he has graciously offered to absorb them." Madam Hung smiled gently. "It is entirely up to you. I have no objections." The son had entrusted her with the shop to indulge her whims, so she was free to pursue her desires. Jiang Yihuan was filled with enthusiasm, diving headfirst in her grand scheme of amassing wealth. She was determined to earn a fortune to support Wei Zhao, to enjoy his company. Once she had successfully captivated him, she would fetch her brother back to the capital. All medicinal herbs in the shop were cleared to the storeroom, and the sign was changed to "Dry goods from south to north." Su Shi, hands on her hips, directed her son to transport dried seafood and mushrooms, while the staff busied themselves arranging the items. Jiang Yihuan sat behind the counter, sipping warm, nourishing tonic. As Wei Zhao had advised, she needed to replenish her strength, consuming at least 2 bowls of bird's nest each day. Su Sanlang approached. "Sister Yihuan, where has your brother been exiled to?" "To Lingnan, but my brother has escaped. He might venture to Lingnan and undertake a remarkable venture. Forgive my candor, but the deep mountains are rife with miasma. Inhaling it could lead to unconsciousness. Your brother might be in grave danger." Jiang Yuan's eyes welled with tears. "What? Miasma? Oh no, what will happen to my brother?" In the depths of the mountains, her brother could hardly sell himself to wild beasts. Could he? No matter how charming he was, he would find no place to exert his allure and would be left to await his death. Would he have already become fertilizer nourishing the lychee trees? Her tears fell drop by drop into the bird's nest as she wept while consuming her tonic. Zhu Xian, feeling sympathetic, said, "Do not cry, my lady. Let us inquire with His Highness the Crown Prince. He should know your brother's whereabouts." "Is that possible? Can we truly do that?" Jiang Yihuan sobbed. "Yes, absolutely." Zhu Xian vowed. Upon hearing that Jiang Yihuan wished to meet the Crown Prince, Su Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her niece was actually to meet the Crown Prince? How remarkable! She packed several large gift boxes filled with mountain delicacies and seafood, insisting they could not go empty-handed. Jiang Yihuan wiped her tears. "If I must bring something, it is only right to offer a gift since the Crown Prince saved me." The Crown Prince was attending to affairs at the Shochun Hall when he heard of Jiang Yihuan's arrival and promptly had her brought in. With red-rimmed eyes, she did not forget her manners. "Your Highness," the Crown Prince helped her up. "Miss Jiang, why are you in tears? Has someone been troubling you in Wei Xiaofu's absence?" Jiang Yihuan stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, prompting Zhu Xian to speak on her behalf. "Miss Jiang is worried about her brother." "Your Highness, do you know anything about Jiang Qianli's current situation?" The Crown Prince smiled. "Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Neither I nor Wei Xiaofu has received news of Jiang Qianli's demise. He should still be alive." "Really? You're not deceiving me?" "Indeed, I'm not lying to you." The Crown Prince spoke softly, comforting her. Jiang Yihuan composed herself. "Very well, Your Highness. I recently opened a dry goods store and brought you a few items to taste." The Crown Prince was both surprised and delighted, while Wei Zhao had taken from him. Jiang Yihuan was here to offer gifts. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Noticing the pearls adorning her shoes, his brow furrowed slightly. Were those not the precious East pearls he had gifted? "Please, let Jiang Yihuan take a seat," allowing the palace attendants to assist her in cleansing her hands and face. and serve her with cherry cream cheese. A touch of sweetness will surely brighten your spirits, she said cheerfully. Indeed, Your Highness, Jiang Yihuan replied with delight. Outside, a palace attendant reported, Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. The crown prince, with his sleeves gently raised, inquired, What matter could this be? While I am the company of guests. The attendant responded, The Emperor has summoned the third prince, the fourth princess, the fifth princess, and the sixth prince to await you in the Tai Chi Hall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crown prince turned to Jiang Yihuan and said, I must first see father. Please wait for me. Jiang Yihuan stood up. Very well. I shall wait for you, Your Highness. The crown prince hurried away, arriving at the Tai Chi Hall, where he found his younger siblings already present. The emperor, adorned with a ceremonial cap for distant travels and dressed in a 12-chapter robe, entered the hall with the assistance of eunuchs. The fifth princess felt a tightening in her throat and exclaimed, Father, with such a grand display, could it be? Could it be that General Wei has rebelled? The emperor waved his sleeve, silence. Let's hope for good tidings. What I am about to announce is a momentous occasion. The crown prince attempted to remain calm. Might I inquire, Father, what is this good news? The emperor replied with pride, I have found the Princess Ping Yuan. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback. What are you saying? I had sent your third brother out of the city recently to retrieve her. The Princess Ping Yuan? Who is she? The fifth princess asked, puzzled. She is the youngest daughter of your uncle, Prince Zhang, the emperor clarified. But how can this be? Wasn't their entire family presumed dead? Years ago, a man named Sun Junshan faked his death and rescued the Princess Ping Yuan. I have conducted thorough investigations and finally uncovered their whereabouts, the emperor explained. The crown prince opened his mouth. And where is the princess now? She is residing with the imperial concubine. I plan to host a banquet in her honor and announce this to the court, the emperor declared. The crown prince felt a wave of darkness wash over him as he slowly made his way back to the East Palace. In Shouchen Hall, Jiang Yihuan, feeling bored, fiddled with the pearls on her shoes. Upon seeing the crown prince return, she hurried over. You have returned, Your Highness. I must take my leave. The crown prince, looking apologetic, replied, It is my failure to entertain you properly. Let me escort you out. As the evening sun cast a golden glow upon the magnificent palace, Jiang Yihuan bounced with excitement. The East Palace is so beautiful. It resembles the heavenly realms. You must be happy living here every day, Your Highness. The crown prince managed a faint smile. Years ago, during the chaos of witchcraft and sorcery, Prince Zhang had led his troops in resistance. But amidst the turmoil in the capital, he chose to take his own life rather than endanger the innocent. However, the former emperor's men were relentless, spilling blood throughout the East Palace, and even now, traces of blood may yet linger in the cracks of the bricks. 2 days later, the emperor announced to the court that he had found the long-lost Princess Ping Yuan, who had been living among the common folk, and had brought her to the palace, intending to host a banquet in her honor soon. The courtiers were abuzz. The youngest daughter of Prince Zhang was still alive? Truly, the heavens had shown mercy. The Wei family also engaged in fervent discussions. Lady Lin remarked, having lived among the commoners for 15 years, the princess must have endured much hardship. She shall now be able to enjoy a life of comfort. The emperor is kind and will treat her well, Lady Hung added, wiping her tears. However, the old matriarch of the Wei family disagreed vehemently. Ignorance. You are all profoundly ignorant. In those days, Prince Zhang shone with unparalleled brilliance. He was indeed like the moon in the sky, while the other sons of the late emperor appeared as mere shards of broken tiles in comparison, especially the current emperor, who bowed and scraped before him. Even to this day, many courtiers still draw comparisons between him and Prince Zhang. The emperor, petty and small-minded, would never treat Princess Ping Yuan kindly. She even harbored suspicions that the chaos of witchcraft and sorcery from back then might have had the emperor's involvement. Jiang Yihuan, sipping on bird's nest soup, mused indeed. In our Wuzhou, there are parents who dote on their eldest sons, provoking envy in their younger siblings, leading to fratricide. Oh, and let us not forget the old woman next door, who even mistreats her daughter-in-law. Lady Wei seethed, remarking on the multitude of homicides in Wuzhou, as if this young girl had come to collect a debt from her. In Lingzhou, Wei Zhao received the prince's urgent missive. He burned the letter, pondering the old emperor's cunning in orchestrating the return of a false princess, clearly seeking trouble. Liang Jian inquired, "General, have we not accomplished our tasks? Should we not prepare to return to the capital? Why the haste? After all, no one is eagerly awaiting my return," Wei Zhao replied. Liang Jian, with sincerity, countered, "Do not say that. There are indeed some who await you, such as the lady. And who else? Perhaps the old matriarch?" Liang Jian ventured uncertainly. "And the prince?" Chapter 32. Jiang Yihuan set a trap for the thugs. Wei Zhao coldly remarked, "Very well, Liang Jian, you may cease your chatter." Chao Qian chuckled, "General, are you foolish? Miss Jiang certainly longs for your return. She adores you and wishes to be close to you. She does not. She wishes for my departure from the capital so she can frolic freely," Wei Zhao replied, a hint of grievance creeping into his tone. "General, I have fathered 3 children. I understand women better than you. Some young ladies may feign indifference, claiming they do not desire your presence. Yet once you leave, they retreat beneath their covers and weep in silence. You cannot let her suffer in waiting. Would you allow a flower-like beauty to shed tears?" Wei Zhao's expression softened slightly. "Is that truly possible? Liang Jian, what do you suggest?" Liang Jian, perceptive to the unspoken sentiments, stated, "I shall make preparations for our return to the capital." Wei Zhao grunted in acknowledgement, appreciating Liang Jian's understanding, which far surpassed Zhu Xian's. As the southern wind blew, the trees in the capital flourished, casting a verdant canopy. Jiang Yihuan's dry goods shop prospered. She strictly forbade her staff from short-changing customers, and with the high quality of her goods, repeat patrons began to increase. Wei Zhao nudged her, "Look, third brother is composing another story. Let him write. His presence alone can maintain order." Once the business stabilized, Su Shi entrusted Su Sanlang with the shop, as she had other enterprises to oversee and visited infrequently. With prosperity came envy. Although Su Sanlang had deterred a few thuggish ruffians, some dared to take risks, plotting to extort a sum and flee. A scar-faced man, clutching half a bag of dried seashells, exclaimed, "Look at this! We spent 10 taels of silver on this moldy merchandise. Do you have no conscience?" The staff smiled apologetically. "Sir, our goods are thoroughly inspected before sale. They cannot be defective. This item does not appear to be ours. Are you implying I am attempting to deceive you? Who do you think I am? Do I look like someone who lacks such a trifling amount of money? But this item truly does not belong to us. Then how can you prove it is not your merchandise?" The staff felt helpless. Reasoning with an armed man was futile. The scar-faced man summoned a dozen accomplices. "Brothers, what should we do? What can we do? We demand your shopkeeper come out and explain, or we shall wreck the place." The esteemed shopkeeper, Jiang Yihuan, was comfortably seated behind the counter, engrossed in a tale titled The Tale of the Fox and the Scholar. A staff member approached her. "Miss, these individuals are simply seeking trouble. What shall we do?" After hearing the details, Jiang Yihuan calmly replied, "What can we do? Give each of them 10 taels of silver and send them on their way. Miss, if we do that, we will have wasted 2 months of effort. Do not concern yourself. Just hand them the money." Zhu Xian, perplexed, wondered, has Miss Jiang lost her senses? Is she not typically protective of her finances? Su Sanlang wishes to confront them, but we did not sell any moldy seashells. We did not. Sister, you cannot accept this. Otherwise, our shop's reputation will be tarnished. Jiang Yihuan grasped his arm. "Third brother, trust my judgment. Give them the money." Zhu Xian reluctantly hurled the silver towards them. Struck by the silver, the scarred man remained unfazed. He picked up the coins and tossed the moldy seashell towards the counter. With a grin, he addressed Jiang Yihuan, "Little girl, you are both beautiful and clever. I relish the opportunity to engage with you. Is that so? Don't leave just yet. Let us conduct another transaction." Jiang Yihuan rushed to the entrance of the shop, calling out loudly, "Wei Zhao, Wei Zhao. Please lend me a hand." The scarred man was taken aback. Wei Zhao? Was this shop owned by the Wei family? They had inquired previously and learned that it was operated by a couple named Su. How had it come to belong to the Wei family? The guards of Xuanzi camp, upon realizing they had been discovered, understood they must heed Jiang's command as instructed by the general. As elite members who had previously quelled disturbances, they found the ruffians no match. They swiftly subdued the scarred man and his accomplices, binding them and forcing them to kneel before the shop. "Please, Miss Jiang, how shall we proceed with them?" one of the guards inquired. Zhu Xian's eyes sparkled. This brother speaking was truly handsome. Jiang Yihuan replied, "Take them to the authorities and accuse them of stealing silver from my shop." The scarred man retorted angrily, "How can you unjustly accuse innocent people? When did we ever steal your silver? If I say you have stolen, then you have stolen. How will you prove that the silver you possess is not taken? It bears the character Wei upon it. The esteemed Wei family would not falsely accuse you of theft." The scarred man fell silent. Zhu Xian seized the moldy seashell and forced it into their mouths, saying, "Eat up, this is what you deserve." She cast a flirtatious glance at the guard, bashfully inquiring, "What is your name, good sir?" Xian Yi ignored her. He was bound to follow Jiang's orders. Jiang Yihuan, catching Zhu Xian's glance, asked with a smile, "Young general, what is your name?" Xian Yi respectfully replied, "At your service, Mississippi." "I'm Xian Yi," Zhu Xian mused. "So he is from Xuanzi camp. No wonder he is so striking." Xian Yi, being a man of fairness, ensured each ruffian had their mouths filled with seashells before escorting them to the Jingzhou prefecture. With Wei Zhao's token, the authorities would undoubtedly accept the case. Zhu Xian cupped her face, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, how did you know the master had left you assistance?" "The night before Wei Zhao departed, he whispered by my pillow, telling me to call for him should I need help. He would protect me." Zhu Xian felt a pang of jealousy. Who else treated the sister of his enemy like a treasured kin? Did Jiang Qinli still require a sister? Once Xian Yi made his presence known, Jiang Yihuan invited them to follow her, each time leaving in a grand procession that drew much attention. Wei Zhilan, harboring dark thoughts, contemplated sending a group of assassins to eliminate Jiang Yihuan. However, if that were to occur, would her brother not lose his mind? Under the weight of her resentful gaze, Jiang Yihuan could no longer contain herself. She asked Wei Zhiru, "What is the relationship between Wei Zhilan and Wei Zhao? Their bond seems rather peculiar." Wei Zhiru, having accepted her as family, recounted the events of years past. Their grandmother was suspicious and paranoid, causing their elder cousin to endure much disdain, while their aunt, being timid and gentle, could only endure. Whenever others bullied their elder cousin, Zhilan would join in, throwing stones at him, yet he would not evade, merely gazing at her coldly. Jiang Yihuan was instantly enraged. How could she act in such a manner? At that time, Zhilan was merely a few years old and yet lacked understanding. Lacking understanding? If she were truly oblivious, why did she not hurl stones at herself? Tears welled up in Jiang Yihuan's eyes. The grandson of the village chief had thrown stones at her, leaving a large bump on her forehead that swelled to the size of an egg, lingering for half a month and causing her sleepless nights from the pain. Children, in truth, possess a remarkable intelligence. Emboldened by a sense of invulnerability, they believe their victims incapable of resistance, thus indulging in unrestrained bullying. Reflecting on the torment endured by Wei Zhao, Jiang Yihuan wept throughout the night, for she deeply empathized with the anguish of being victimized. She retrieved a romance novel titled The Widow's Allure, A Neighbor's Sleepless Nights, a work she had coerced Su Sanlang into penning for her. During moments of sorrow, she found solace in glancing through its pages, which brought her a modicum of comfort. Chapter 33. The Gallant General, the Grand Minister of Rights, the Prime Minister of Guangling, the Marquis of Wuan, and the Crown Prince's tutor have arrived. Upon encountering the elderly Lady Wei and Wei Zhilan, the latter glared coldly at these two bothersome individuals, leaving Lady Wei utterly perplexed. Has the child gone mad? Wei Zhilan summoned her. Do not think that just because my brother dotes on you, you can treat me with contempt. Once my father returns, my brother will send you back to the countryside. He is most obedient to my father, and my father listens to me. Jiang Yihuan retorted angrily. Even if your brother were to send me away, I would not hold it against him. I wish to ask you, what grievance did your brother inflict upon you that warrants your throwing stones at him? Wei Zhilan's bravado faltered slightly. Did Zhiru tell you? Yes, I have thrown stones at him, but others have hurt him far worse, and he bears no grudge. Why can he not forgive me? Because you are his own sister. That is what pains him more. Have you ever apologized to him? Have you ever allowed him to retaliate? I I still need to apologize? What? Do you believe you are exempt from accountability? A glimmer of hope flickered in Wei Zhao's eyes. Are you suggesting that if I apologize, my brother would forgive me? Jiang Yihuan stamped her foot. Absolutely not. An apology is warranted because you have erred. It does not guarantee that others must forgive you. Wei Zhao was taken aback. How could she dare to bring up past grievances in front of Wei Zhao? At this impasse, a palace maid arrived at the manor. Lady Wei, esteemed madam, His Majesty has prepared a palace banquet for Princess Ping Yuan, and the imperial consort requests the presence of the esteemed ladies of your household. Lady Wei and Madam Hung accepted the decree with gratitude. Jiang Yihuan's interest was piqued. A palace banquet? Splendid. I shall don the most exquisite attire. She longed to catch a glimpse of the exiled Princess Ping Yuan and see what she looked like. Seeing her excitement, Madam Hung tactfully replied, Yihuan, it would be inconvenient for me to bring you to this palace banquet. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. Madam, why can you not take me? Madam Hung sighed inwardly. What other reason could there be? My son has already caused a stir with the third prince and in the princess's residence. Should I bring you to court, and you create a scene at the banquet, who would protect you? I worry for your safety. It is best if you remain at home. Jiang Yihuan hung her head in disappointment. Very well, madam. She left disheartened, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. She bore no ill will toward Madam Hung. After all, it was for her own good. Seated on a small stool at the entrance of the Wei residence, she muttered quietly, Wei Zhao, please return soon. Zhu Xian thought to herself how foolish she was. Miss, do not wait. The master will not return so soon. I'm aware, yet I still wish to wait for him. On the day of the banquet, Wei Zhilan and Wei Zhuru were adorned in resplendent makeup and attire, accompanying Madam Hung and Lady Wei in a carriage. Jiang Yihuan hastily washed her face, lacking the spirit to comb her hair, and leaned against the grand door, watching them depart with longing. Though Lady Wei found her noisy, she felt a twinge of sympathy at that moment. Madam Hung, shall we not take her with us? Madam Hung countered, Mother, if anything were to happen to her at the banquet, who would explain it to Shiguang? Lady Wei fell silent, as she indeed could not bear that responsibility. Observing Jiang Yihuan's sorrow, Zhu Xian, clad in colorful attire, leaned closer to Xian Yi. Brother Xian Yi, do you have any way to cheer up Miss Jiang? Xian Yi crossed his arms and remarked, I apologize, but my sole responsibility lies in ensuring Miss Jiang's safety, not in concerning myself with her emotional fluctuations. Do not be so rigid. Should you win Miss Jiang's favor, perhaps the master might reward you, Zhu Xian suggested. Are you certain the master would bestow upon me a reward rather than impose a punishment? He smacked his forehead, realizing, indeed, with your striking appearance. If Miss Jiang were to fall for you, the master would surely exile you to accompany Jiang Qianli. Xianli scoffed, thus, I implore you not to jeopardize my position. Let us await the master's return, who shall personally amuse her. In the shop, Su Sanlang kept watch, while Jiang Yihuan chose not to visit today, remaining at the entrance of Qingyan Street. At that moment, the city gates swung wide open, and Wei Zhao led his troops back into the city. Liang Jian was utterly exhausted. Their general possessed remarkable stamina. They had journeyed tirelessly, resting only 2 hours at each post before changing horses and setting off again, effectively having their travel time. As they approached Qingyan Street, Wei Zhao spotted a young maiden in the distance. Her lustrous, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, and she stood gracefully in flowing sleeves, resembling a delicate painting of a noble woman. Upon seeing him, the still image suddenly came to life. Wei Zhao! Wei Zhao! Jiang Yihuan dashed toward his horse. Sunlight illuminated her porcelain complexion, and her garments fluttered in the breeze, making her appear vibrant and radiant. Wei Zhao! Wei Zhao! She called repeatedly. Wei Zhao's eyes sparkled with warmth. His hands moved faster than his thoughts, lifting her onto the saddle. Jiang Yihuan was so overjoyed she could hardly speak. Tilting her head up while Wei Zhao leaned down, their lips nearly meeting, Jiang Yihuan's mind went blank as she covered her face. You, silly child. Wei Zhao chuckled softly, caressing her jade-like cheek. Zhu Xian turned away, thinking, is it appropriate for them to act so intimately in broad daylight? Xianli replied, why not? The master is 22. What harm is there in sharing a kiss with a young lady upon horseback? Liang Jian added, indeed. The master has rushed back with great effort. If he were to remain indifferent toward Miss Jiang, one might truly question his ability to carry on his lineage. Wei Zhao withdrew his hand from Jiang Yihuan's face. Though they had been apart for merely over a month, he felt she had matured significantly. How have you fared at home? How is my mother? Well, they have entered the palace to attend the banquet hosted by His Majesty for the Princess of Pingyuan. Wei Zhao was taken aback. Why did you not accompany them? Your mother worried I might encounter trouble within the palace. Thus she insisted I stay at home, yet I longed to go. Very well, wait for me. Wei Zhao dismounted and entered the estate. After a brief cool bath, he took Jiang Yihuan to the imperial palace. At that moment, the palace was ablaze with activity. The banquet was grand, akin to welcoming foreign dignitaries. Although the court officials harbored doubts, they sincerely hoped the daughter of Prince Zhang was still alive. For the calamity that befell the Eastern Palace was indeed tragic. When the emperor appeared alongside the Princess of Pingyuan, all eyes turned toward them, and a buzz of excitement filled the air. Esteemed ministers, this is the Princess of Pingyuan. The Princess of Pingyuan, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, donned a resplendent red palace garment, secured with a royal sash, her beauty striking, albeit with a tendency to shy away from direct gazes. Ah, she truly resembles Prince Zhang. How old is the Princess of Pingyuan? In the tumultuous times of the palace, she had just apprehended Zhou. This year, she should be 16, and her age aligns perfectly. The emperor, with a beaming smile, yet tears glistening in his eyes, addressed his ministers. Heaven has shown mercy, allowing me to find a princess of Pingyuan. She has endured years of hardship, wandering among the common folk under the care of Sun Junshin. I shall make amends for her suffering, and I ask you all to extend your support. The court officials, moved by his words, nodded in agreement. The emperor still possessed a semblance of conscience. The Princess of Pingyuan sat at the head of the women's section, striving to appear composed, though her nerves betrayed her, causing her palms to sweat. Outside, the ceremonial officer announced, General Shenwu, Minister of Rights, Prime Minister of Guangling, Marquis of Wuan, and the Crown Prince's tutor have arrived. It was not that the officer lingered, but rather at Wei Zhao's insistence, who was unabashedly boisterous. The Princess of Pingyuan discreetly peeked out and beheld a young man entering, adorned with a jade sword, moving with the grace of both pine and bamboo, accompanied by a young maiden. The maiden, clad in splendid attire, possessed a delicate visage akin to a blooming flower. The emperor felt a twinge of discomfort. Wei Zhao had returned with remarkable swiftness, and at such an inopportune moment. Chapter 30, For Your Majesty, it was you who instructed my brother to assassinate Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao clasped his hands in salute, greeting the emperor with, I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty. Jiang Yihuan imitated his gesture and added, I too, Your Majesty. The emperor smiled kindly. Ah, my beloved minister has returned. And who might this lovely young lady be? Your Majesty, came the reply. This is Jiang Qinli's sister, Jiang Yihuan. I have brought her here from the countryside of Wuzhou. The emperor's demeanor shifted, and he spoke earnestly. My dear minister, while Jiang Qinli should not have attempted to take your life, his sister is innocent. You must treat her kindly. Promise me, do not vent your anger upon her. Wei Zhao opened his mouth, wishing to retort, What business is it of yours? Jiang Yihuan's eyes turned red. Your Majesty, I have been in the capital for quite some time now. Is this the first time you have reminded him? If he does not treat me well, how can I survive? My brother has said that he killed Wei Zhao entirely at your behest. It was your command to eliminate Wei Zhao. The emperor struck the dragon throne with force, his voice stern and commanding. Nonsense. That is simply not the case. It is clear that your brother harbors jealousy towards General Wei's capabilities, and I am equally incensed. Is that so? Jiang Yihuan replied innocently. If your Majesty speaks truthfully, then it must mean my brother is lying. Indeed, your brother is speaking falsely. Though he possesses talent, he is also reckless, whereas General Wei is far more composed. Some courtiers could no longer contain themselves and covered their faces with their sleeves, for who did not know that Jiang Qinli was a trusted confidant? Nurtured by the emperor himself? The emperor cleared his throat lightly. General Wei, please take your seat. Miss Jiang, I shall have a palace made, find you a place to sit. Perhaps at the end of the ladies' section would be most appropriate. Your Majesty need not trouble yourself. She shall sit with me. Wei Zhao took Jiang Yihuan by the hand, choosing the best spot in the men's section. The emperor felt somewhat embarrassed, sighing, such trivial matters, let it be. I have yet to congratulate your Majesty on finding the princess of Pingyuan. Which one is she? The emperor's gaze fell upon the fifth princess, who pointed to the princess of Pingyuan. General Wei. This is the princess of Pingyuan. Sister Pingyuan, this is General Wei. The princess of Pingyuan hurriedly stood, Wei General. Noticing her timidity, the women present thought, where is the regal demeanor befitting a royal? But upon reflection, it was understandable. She had wandered among the common folk since the age of 15, living a life fraught with hardship, so her nervousness was only natural. Wei Zhao offered Jiang Yihuan a piece of dessert. Try this and see if it differs from what you have at home. Jiang Yihuan replied softly, as long as I am with you, I am content with whatever I eat. Wei Zhao's lips curled into a smile, his little fool. The princess of Pingyuan, parched with anxiety, lifted the crystal goblet before her to drink. The fifth princess admonished her sharply, what are you doing? That is mouthwash. The princess of Pingyuan became even more flustered, accidentally knocking over the crystal goblet, shattering it on the floor, drawing everyone's gaze upon her. She felt utterly embarrassed and lost. Jiang Yihuan also lifted her crystal goblet to drink, smiling brightly. It tastes quite good. Wei Zhao, would you care for a sip? Wei Zhao raised his own goblet, taking a sip, and indeed found it agreeable. The assembly was taken aback. What were they doing? The third prince quipped, so General Wei has a fondness for mouthwash. I have learned something new today. Jiang Yihuan appeared even more enchanting than the last time they met, perfectly aligning with his desires. Were it not for Wei Zhao, he would have long since embraced the beauty before him. Wei Zhao raised a crystal goblet and surveyed the room. Esteemed guests, the third prince claims this is merely mouthwash. Yet I assert it is the sweetest spring water for consumption. What do you think? The third prince remained silent, and the court officials were equally reticent. No one dared to voice an opinion. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed, Wei Zhao, you are correct. Whatever you perceive it to be, that's what it is. Such matters lie within your jurisdiction. Wei Zhao set down the crystal goblet, and indeed, that was the case. The emperor's countenance darkened. My dear minister, Wei Zhao maintained his composure. Your Majesty, the title of Princess Pingyuan was bestowed by the late emperor himself. Since you have retrieved her, should we not proceed to the ancestral temple to report this matter to the late sovereign? The emperor recalled the fierce expression of the late emperor in his final moments, sending a chill through him, and he forced a chuckle. I appreciate your reminder, General Wei. Jiang Yihuan interjected, Your Majesty, when you dream tonight, perhaps the late emperor and Prince Zhangde will come to thank you for restoring the Princess Pingyuan. The emperor shivered at the thought. He vividly remembered the late emperor's frail grip on his hand. The realm is entrusted to you, yet I remain unsatisfied. You are vastly inferior. Even in the afterlife, I cannot face our ancestors. I deeply regret pushing him. I should not have. Father, please do not seek me out. Wei Zhao urged Jiang Yihuan to eat more. You are still somewhat thin. Jiang Yihuan protested, but Zhu Xian has said I've gained a considerable amount of weight. I'll show you later. Wei Zhao remained silent. The Princess Pingyuan felt immense gratitude towards Wei Zhao for his timely intervention. He truly was impressive. Suddenly, the third prince remarked, Sister Pingyuan, why do you keep gazing at General Wei? He is quite the favorite among the ladies, very sought after. The emperor also turned his gaze towards her. Indeed, Pingyuan, I have yet to inquire. Do you have someone special in mind among the common folk? The princess blushed deeply and shook her head. Your Majesty, no, not at all. Very well. Should you find a man you favor, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall arrange your marriage, the emperor declared. The princess lowered her head shyly. The court officials exchanged glances, pondering the emperor's intentions. Could he be attempting to use the Princess Pingyuan to win over Wei Zhao? The banquet stirred with undercurrents, and sentiments ran high. The third prince returned to the inner palace with the emperor, expressing his dissatisfaction. Father, she does not behave like a true princess. It raises suspicions. No, a girl raised among the common people for 15 years, suddenly thrust into wealth, should indeed appear thus. If she were too refined or too clever, it would provoke doubt. The emperor countered. The third prince sighed in relief. You are right, father. I observe that the princess Ping Yuan seems to have taken a liking to Wei Zhao. This bodes well for our plans. She has no choice. She must favor Wei Zhao, regardless of whether he rejects her or accepts her hand. I have my ways to manage the situation. Upon returning to the Wei residence, Jiang Yihuan circled around Wei Zhao, displaying a clinginess that was palpable. Wei Zhao felt a surge of joy. Chao Can's words rang true. Jiang Yihuan missed him dearly. Yet again, Jiang Yihuan spoke of her 7 formidable cousins, the handsome and aloof Xian Yi, as well as the charming prince. The prince is truly wonderful. He is my favorite, she declared. Wei Zhao straightened his posture, inquiring, You favor the prince? Why is that? He treats me so well, gently coaxing me and even offering me sweets, she replied. Wei Zhao, feeling vexed, thought, So she simply favors those who are kind to her and willing to care for her? What does that make him? Jiang Yihuan rubbed her eyes and nestled into his embrace, saying, Wei Zhao, hold me. I wish to sleep in your arms. Observing the shadow cast by her long lashes, Wei Zhao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. This carefree girl. The person in his arms suddenly murmured softly, Wei Zhao, it is so delightful to have you back. I can walk freely again. With a tilt of her head, she succumbed to slumber. Wei Zhao let out a cold chuckle. She was merely after his power. Grasping her chin, he placed a tender kiss upon her cheek, brushing against her delicate ear. The exquisite sensation was one he could scarcely bear to withdraw from, yet he restrained himself against the urge. His gaze fell upon her crimson lips, poised to draw closer, when a series of firm knocks interrupted. Chapter 35 Zhu Xian. Do you wish to visit the Yama Palace? Master, I urgently seek your presence regarding a matter of great significance. It was Zhu Xian's voice, tinged with urgency. Wei Zhao froze, carefully placing Jiang Yihuan onto the couch. With a stern expression, he opened the door. You better have something truly important to discuss. Zhu Xian bowed respectfully. It is indeed of utmost importance. Today is a day of great misfortune, and it is ill-advised to consummate a union, lest bloodshed ensue. Wei Zhao interjected. Are you in debt from gambling and seeking to work off your obligations in the Yama Palace? Certainly not. I am here for your benefit. Who informed you of this? It was Xian Yi. He possesses knowledge of divination. Wei Zhao recalled Xian Yi's countenance, a man whom Zhu Xian would undoubtedly admire. He stated seriously, Xian Yi is indeed knowledgeable in these matters. Both of his sons were conceived following his prophecies, and they are quite adorable. Zhu Xian was taken aback. Xian, he has 2 sons? He is married? Such a handsome man. How could he be wed? Seeing her disheartened expression, Wei Zhao left with a cold smirk. If he was displeased, he would ensure others shared in his discomfort. The following day, Jiang Yihuan was awakened by a commotion outside her door. Upon opening it, she found Zhu Xian leading 2 teams of maidens, each bearing a box. Zhu Xian appeared despondent, resembling a wilted flower as she said, My lady, the master has gone to the eastern residence to attend to military affairs, and this is his humble gift for you. A ruby-studded golden hairpin, a jade hairpin for good fortune, a pink tourmaline bracelet, a golden phoenix tail crown, and a pearl canopy. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed, What? You call this a humble gift? Covering her mouth in astonishment, she beckoned them to enter. Her heart raced as she carefully locked away each item in a drawer, securing it with 2 heavy brass locks. Just as she intended to seek Wei Zhao for her thanks, a maid entered to announce, Miss Jiang. Miss Pei is here to see you. She awaits you in the flower hall. Jiang Yihuan queried, what could she want? Let's go and find out. Pei Yanfang, clad in a summer dress of Su brocade, sat gracefully in the hall. Jiang Yihuan observed that she came empty-handed, with no boxes in tow. Pei Yanfang rose and said, Yihuan, I have come to visit you. How have you been lately? Jiang Yihuan plucked a candied fruit from a plate and tossed it into her mouth. Do not think I am oblivious. Though you smile at me, you harbor ill intentions. Are we truly friends? Pei Yanfang opened her mouth to speak. But the last time I came with my brother to apologize, you agreed to be my friend, did you not? Last time you brought gifts, which I accepted. But today you arrive empty-handed. Is this how you treat a friend? Wei Zhao insists that others must present me with gifts for him to be pleased. Pei Yinfang paused. What sort of gift do you desire? I have recently opened a dried goods shop. Please purchase some to support my business. Zhu Xian, prepare the carriage. I shall take Miss Pei there. Do not allow her to escape. Zhu Xian promptly responded. Understood. I shall make the preparations. Pei Yinfang clenched her fists, suppressing her emotions. She endured, knowing that one cannot catch a wolf without first allowing the cubs to be released. Upon arriving at the shop, Jiang Yihuan selected an array of dried goods, filling no fewer than 20 small fabric bags. Pei Yinfang forced a smile. Isn't this a bit excessive? Not much, if you haven't brought enough money. Just keep a record, and I'll ask Deputy Minister Pei for it later. Upon hearing this, Pei Yinfang hurriedly instructed her maid to pay. Jiang Yihuan, seeing the silver, warmly exclaimed, Yinfang, we are friends now. Pei Yinfang lightly coughed and said, Yihuan, could I borrow that book your third brother wrote? Which one? The one from the kite-flying day. Jiang Yihuan suddenly understood. You mean the one included in selected works of Zhang De? Pei Yinfang joyfully replied, Yes, that one. May I borrow it? Jiang Yihuan rummaged behind the counter and pulled out the storybook The Legend of Lanyang, The Scholar and the Fox. Of course you may. Pei Yinfang felt a surge of joy. She finally obtained it. She said, Yihuan, I am hosting a grass-fighting banquet at my home the day after tomorrow. You must come. A grass-fighting banquet? What is that? It's a contest to see who can find the most flowers and grasses. The winner receives a prize. I've even invited the princesses. Jiang Yihuan's eyes lit up. Wonderful. I excel at foraging. Pei Yinfang left, satisfied, thinking, let's see how it goes, Yihuan. At Wei Zhaodong's residence, the crown prince, adorned with a golden crown, wore a gentle smile that was quite pleasing. Wei Zhaodong surveyed him. Your Highness, are you not quite popular with the ladies? The crown prince replied candidly. To be honest, most young ladies do favor me, but I never act frivolously. Otherwise, the Eastern Palace would be overwhelmed. He handed Wei Zhaodong a box. This is a gift from Princess Pei Yuan, thanking you for helping her at the banquet. Inside was a beautifully crafted copper sword adorned with gemstones, made by the palace artisans. I cannot accept this. Please inform the princess that my actions that day were not for her sake. Shall I remind you? The princess is a young lady showing her affection. Even if you refuse, you should do so more tactfully. Wei Zhaodong dismissed the suggestion. Is it not better to speak the truth? At that moment, Liang Jian entered to announce, General, Miss Jiang has arrived. The crown prince perked up. Quickly, invite her in. Jiang Yihuan entered, lifting her skirt, and exclaimed in surprise. Your Highness is also here. She had come directly from the dry goods shop to find Wei Zhaodong. The crown prince smiled. Miss Jiang, your dried goods from last time were delightful. Both the princess and I enjoyed them. Really? If your Highness liked them, I shall send more. Wei Zhaodong picked up a teacup and, after a moment of conversation, asked, Are you thirsty? Please sit. Jiang Yihuan responded, Oh, and sat beside the crown prince. Wei Zhaodong's expression darkened slightly. Who permitted you to sit next to the crown prince? Come and sit here. Jiang Yihuan reluctantly left the crown prince's side and moved next to Wei Zhaodong. The crown prince chuckled softly. Ah, scholar. Wei Zhaodong issued an unspoken command. Your Highness, the affairs of the Eastern Palace are numerous. I cannot keep you any longer. The crown prince winked at Jiang Yihuan. Miss Jiang, come to the Eastern Palace when you are free. I have a gift for you. Speaking of gifts, Wei Zhaodong handed the box containing the copper sword to the crown prince. Take it back. Jiang Yihuan inquired curiously, Wei Zhaodong, what is this? Nothing of significance, he replied. The crown prince shook his head and left with the box. Once they were alone, Wei Zhaodong spoke softly. Jiang Yihuan, come over here. Ah, I'm sitting next to you, aren't I? Wei Zhaodong remained silent. Jiang Yihuan settled onto his lap, pondering, is this truly the meaning? Wei Zhao disregarded her. Exasperated, who would wish to converse with a fool? His anger was undeniably captivating, and Jiang Yihuan, emboldened, wrapped her arms around his waist and tilted her face to kiss him. Their lips brushed gently, a playful peck that felt remarkably innocent. Wei Zhao, she whispered, her voice soft and tender. A warmth surged through Wei Zhao's entire being, enveloping him entirely. He opened his eyes, grasping the back of her head, and pressed his lips against her supple ones. Noticing her pristine white teeth tightly sealed, he coaxed, Yihuan, open your mouth. Jiang Yihuan trembled slightly. She could comply, but she pleaded silently, "Do not send me away, for I have no desire to return to Wuzhou." Wei Zhao shifted slightly, cradling her face, declaring, "You are my captive, and I shall bind you to my side." Jiang Yihuan felt a sense of relief and obediently parted her lips. That eerie bamboo forest cabin in Wuzhou, she ought to set it ablaze to erase all remnants of the past. On that fateful day, she had foraged for bamboo shoots and caught fish, preparing for a hearty meal before her departure. Yet, little did she know, Wei Zhao's men would seize her away, leaving her powerless under their watchful eyes. Chapter 36. Even without Wei Zhao's beauty, I still adore him in the East residence. The verdant trees cast a generous shade that alleviated the oppressive heat of summer. Inside, the ice basin exuded a refreshing chill. Jiang Yihuan parted her lips, surrendering to Wei Zhao's kiss, as his demeanor transformed from gentle to fervently urgent, his palm resting on her waist ablaze like a smoldering ember. She felt a pang of anxiety, attempting to pull away slightly, but her hand inadvertently toppled the elegant tea set, shattering the precious cups. Wei Zhao halted his movements, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, do not fear." At that moment, Zhu Xian rushed in like a gust of wind. "General, Miss Jiang, this cannot happen. It is a grave taboo to consummate at noon." Jiang Yihuan's lips were swollen, anxiously tugging at Wei Zhao. Is that so?" Wei Zhao, flustered, enveloped her in his embrace, consumed by a desire to eliminate all those bearing the surname Zhu. 2 days later, Zhu Xian recalled the incident with lingering dread, recognizing it as the moment closest to death she had ever experienced. Jiang Yihuan was primping before a bronze mirror. "Zhu Xian, we have shared fervent kisses. Why does he not share a bed with me?" Zhu Xian sighed. "He is no eunuch. Sharing a bed with you, he would be unable to restrain himself, devouring you piece by piece. You had not a time to cry." Jiang Yihuan, terrified, covered her face. "Devour? Yes, he would break your bones and consume you entirely." After saying this, she felt a sense of pride. "Miss Jiang, I only wish for your well-being." Jiang Yihuan, frightened, replied, "Please, no more of this. Let us head to the Pei residence. Today is the grass-fighting banquet, and I have promised Pei Nianfang not to disappoint her." Upon arriving at the Pei family estate, she discovered that the guest list included not only ladies, but numerous gentlemen as well. She couldn't help but wonder, what? Do grown men partake in grass fighting? Pei Nianfang guided her to the flower hall, where both the 5th princess and the Pingyuan princess were present, with a green bamboo leaf grass display adorning the table. "Your Highnesses, this is Jiang Yihuan, sister of Jiang Qianli from Wuzhou." Jiang Yihuan bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet your Highnesses." The Pingyuan princess smiled shyly at her, while the 5th princess cast a sidelong glance, saying, "Miss Jiang, I am aware of your brother. Though he is impoverished, he possesses integrity and refuses to serve the powerful." What do you mean by that, your Highness?" Jiang Yihuan queried, perplexed. "In the capital, wealthy ladies have sought his company, offering substantial sums for a night. Yet he has declined." Jiang Yihuan was further confused. How could this be? Such an opportunity should have him begging to partake. The 5th princess scoffed, "Your brother refuses. Yet you are willing to submit to your enemy. Do you not fear incensing him?" Pei Nianfang was smug, relishing the fact that regardless of the 5th princess's scorn, Jiang Yihuan had to endure it, for she would not dare retort. Jiang Yihuan cheerfully exclaimed, "You know my affair with Wei Zhao? He is quite pleased with me." The 5th princess was taken aback by her naivety, retorting, "You are rather unreserved. This trait surpasses another." Her gaze fell upon the Pingyuan princess. "Lift your head. Your courage is less than that of a country girl, a disgrace to royal dignity." The Pingyuan princess hastily raised her head. "Yes, I apologize." Pei Nianfang retrieved a book from her sleeve and remarked with a smile, "5th princess, do not be upset. I shall read selections for Zhangda for you, which I borrowed from Miss Jiang." "Very well, do read it for me," the princess replied. However, as she opened the book, her tone shifted. Princess, look here." The 5th princess took the book, and upon glancing at its contents, her face flushed with anger. "Nianfang, did you just say this book was borrowed from Miss Jiang? Is that correct, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Yihuan, bewildered, responded, "Yes, I borrowed it." "What of it?" That's good to hear. Jiang De, the illustrious prince, how dare you belittle him so? Do you wish to lose your head? Jiang Yihuan retorted, feeling wronged. Nianfang, I kindly lent you selections from Jiang De. How does that equate to disrespecting the prince? Does not everyone admire his works? The cover you gave me reads selections from Jiang De, yet inside it is a script about Longyang, penned by your cousin. Jiang Yihuan gasped. Nianfang, from where did you acquire this Longyang script? You even recognize my cousin? When and where did you meet? Pei Nianfang stammered momentarily. Why you? I just know that this Longyang script is written by your cousin. You may compare the handwriting if you wish. Nianfang, if you insist on this, let us go to the Dali Temple and seek the wise judgment of Shaoqing. Shall we? Pei Nianfang hesitated. What a jest. I have no desire to go to the Dali Temple. The fifth princess idly examined her nails, anticipating the spectacle. Pei Nianfang sought to enlist her assistance against Jiang Yihuan, but was thwarted by a few of Jiang's remarks, which proved rather foolish. While she detested Pei Nianfang's naivety, she could not abide Jiang Yihuan's audacity. Miss Jiang, allow me to remind you, beauty fades and love wanes. Relying solely on one's looks cannot yield permanence. There will come a day when beauty is no more. How will you then find your place? Jiang Yihuan tilted her head, conjuring the image of Wei Zhao's flawless visage, his tall stature, and his smooth, firm skin. Swallowing hard, she replied, Princess, I am not so superficial. Even if wrinkles mar Wei Zhao's face and his body loses its youthfulness, my affection for him remains unchanged. The fifth princess paled. Wei Yu, nearby, in a pavilion, Shaoqing, clad in an official robe and holding a dogtail grass, addressed Pei Shilang. Brother Pei, your sister pales in comparison to you. Observe her flustered state. She is likely at a disadvantage before Miss Jiang once more. Pei Shilang responded solemnly. At least her martial prowess is commendable. I cannot expect too much from her. I suggest you keep her in check and prevent her from causing chaos, lest Wei Zhao compel me to issue a decree against you. No need to trouble yourself. I hear you are to be dispatched to Wuzhou. Consider yourself fortunate. Wuzhou, known for its affluent merchants, is notorious for its corrupt bureaucracy. Yet Shaoqing is determined to tackle the challenges head-on. With hands clasped behind his back, he smiled as the minor minister of the Dali Temple. Can I retreat? I have reviewed extensive records from Wuzhou and dispatched individuals for on-site investigations. In that region, not only is the officialdom corrupt, but there are also numerous cases of mysterious deaths. By a stroke of coincidence, this incident occurred in the very county where the Jiang siblings resided. After much contemplation, he resolved to pay a personal visit. Upon observing his sister, Jiang Yihuan, frolicking with glee, the composed deputy minister Pei approached with a serious countenance. I apologize on behalf of my sister for her indiscretion, he stated. Ah, Deputy Minister Pei, Jiang Yihuan exclaimed joyfully. You appear to be in good spirits today. Nianfang is currently reading selections from the writings of Prince Jiang De to us. Deputy Minister Pei thought to himself, how could this be? My sister is not so benevolent. Upon opening the book, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he sternly declared, Nianfang, you are being outrageous. How dare you show disrespect to Prince Jiang De? I shall ensure you are severely punished today. He seized Pei Nianfang by the nape and began to drag her away. Pei Nianfang cried out, Heavens, I am wronged. Brother, let me go. Jiang Yihuan waved her hands. Deputy Minister Pei, please do not be angry. Nianfang may have merely erred for the first time. Please, do not search her study. It is not uncommon for young ladies to hide a few trinkets in the seams of their beds, beneath the floorboards, or in secret compartments. Pei Nianfang turned her head. Her floral visage contorted with distress. Silence. This is disastrous. I have concealed quite a number of items in those very places. Chapter 37. Whispering to the Crown Prince. Whom will you favor tonight? The fifth princess watched in disbelief as Pei Nianfang was dragged away, narrowing her eyes. Just as her third brother had said, Jiang Yihuan was indeed a formidable adversary. The plain princess observed her, pondering how Jiang Yihuan managed to turn the situation around with just a few words. Jiang Yihuan bowed to them, declaring, I shall not accompany you, esteemed princesses. I have flowers and herbs to gather. Wei Zhao has decreed that none may impede my endeavors. Before they could respond, Jiang Yihuan plunged into the thicket, reliving the sensation of foraging for wild vegetables in Wei Zhao. The fifth princess, noticing the plain princess's frequent glances towards Jiang Yihuan, exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to play with her? Then go ahead. You both hail from the common folk. Surely you have much to discuss. Do not linger here and vex me." The plain princess acquiesced and approached the thicket, addressing the industrious Jiang Yihuan, "Miss Jiang." Jiang Yihuan, clutching the flowers and herbs, turned to see the princess and exclaimed, "Ah, it is the princess." The plain princess endeavored to project a semblance of royal dignity. "Miss Jiang, might you converse with me?" she inquired. Recently, many noble ladies had come to pay their respects, yet she keenly sensed their disdain. The fifth princess particularly looked down upon her, leaving her feeling quite stifled and yearning for companionship. "Certainly, your father is Crown Prince Zhang De, who has done much good for the people. As his daughter, I ought to treat you well." At the mention of Crown Prince Zhang De, the plain princess beamed and replied, "I heard from the fifth princess that your brother has been exiled. Do not be disheartened." Jiang Yihuan shook her head. "I am no longer disheartened. I have Wei Zhao to care for me. I saw General Wei at the last palace banquet. Does he treat you well? Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, he treats me exceedingly well. He is the finest man in the world." The plain princess's eyes sparkled. To be kind to the sister of an enemy was indeed a testament to General Wei's goodness. A few days prior, she had asked the crown prince to send a copper sword to Wei Zhao, but he had declined, deeming it too precious. If she were to present Wei Zhao with flowers and herbs, surely he would not refuse. In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince rushed into the Shochun Hall. "Minister, save me. Crown Prince, what troubles you?" The crown prince recounted, "Just now, the crown princess and a favored concubine asked me whom I would favor tonight. They pestered me incessantly, and I replied, 'I choose Wei Xiaofu.' Wei Zhao scoffed at this, as the crown prince, 'How can you be cornered like this? Sleep with whomever you desire. Where is your ambition?" The crown prince drained a cup of cool tea. "Let's not dwell on that. I wish to discuss more pressing matters. The southwestern barbarians are approaching the capital." "The southwestern barbarians are coming? Have you forgotten? The southwestern king visits every 3 years to pay homage to Crown Prince Zhang De." Wei Zhao recalled this. Years ago, when Crown Prince Zhang De pacified the southwest, the barbarian leader was but a youth. After defeating them, Zhang De did not unleash a massacre, but instead worked diligently to govern the region, treating them with benevolence, leading the barbarian chief to regard him as a father figure. Now, as the Feng dynasty weakens, the southwestern barbarians have grown formidable, posing a threat to the Central Plains. With the plain princess still alive, the barbarian chief would surely seek her out to assist her in solidifying her position. Wei Zhao remained silent. Jiangzhou is closely adjacent to the southwest. The emperor's introduction of the false princess Ping Yuan likely harbors multiple intentions. "Shall we, my dear minister, light the lamps tonight and attend to state affairs together?" Wei Zhao instinctively wished to decline, fearing it was inappropriate. As the esteemed minister, you cannot dictate who you share your nights with. Surely, you are not afraid of Miss Jiang. This simply will not do. Where is your ambition? Wei Zhao. That night at the Wei residence, a crescent moon quietly hung in the sky, the wind carrying a hint of warmth. Jiang Yihuan tossed and turned on her couch, wondering why Wei Zhao had not yet returned. "I miss him." Zhu Xian also recalled Xian Yi's handsome visage, sorrow rising within her. How could Xian Yi have 2 children? Jiang Yihuan comforted her. "Xian Yi must be nearly 20. It is not surprising he has 2 children. But the master is only 22 and has not married, nor has he been with a woman." Jiang Yihuan chuckled to herself. "He is merely waiting for me to sleep with him." She adored Wei Zhao's face, his physique, his skin. Holding on until midnight, she still could not wait for him, letting out a few soft cries before embracing her flowers and drifting into slumber. The following morning, while she was grooming herself, someone from the dry goods shop summoned her, saying someone wished to see her. Upon arriving at the shop, Su Samlang approached her eagerly. "Sister, we have visitors from the palace." "From the palace? Who sent them?" A middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard stepped forward, smiling amiably. "Miss Jiang, I am a steward from the Eastern Palace, surnamed Jiang, here on the Crown Prince's orders to discuss a matter with you." Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. To discuss a matter with me? Indeed, the crown prince finds the dry goods you previously sent to his residence quite satisfactory and wishes to procure such items exclusively from your shop. What do you think? I have no objections. Jiang Yihuan was nearly ecstatic, realizing the crown prince was offering her business. The steward reported a quantity, and Su Sanlang exclaimed, "So many?" The steward smiled. "This is merely for 1 month's supply." 1 month? So, from now on, every month, they will procure from our shop? Precisely. Jiang Yihuan beamed, arranging for silver to be given to the steward, wishing she could send him to the Eastern Palace herself, which delighted the steward. Su Sanlang was equally thrilled. The monthly procurement from the Eastern Palace would sustain their shop, allowing him to focus solely on writing his stories. The two went to Green Willow Lane to share the news with the Su couple. Upon hearing it, Mrs. Su nearly toppled from her chair. "We are truly doing business with the Crown Prince? What a blessing from our ancestors! Yihuan, you have truly brought honor to our Su family. Your mother did not bear you in vain." Su Sanlang found this unsatisfactory. "Mother, what do you mean? Sister belongs to the Jiang family. She carries the blood of the Su family too. Her face and features, so reminiscent of my sister-in-law." Su Sanlang thought to himself, "Mother speaks nonsense. She bears no resemblance whatsoever. Jiang Yihuan is far more beautiful than my aunt." He harbored suspicions that Jiang Yihuan was a daughter of a prominent family who had fallen into misfortune, inadvertently discovered by Jiang Qianli. However, he observed Su's eyes gleam with a thought. "Yihuan, I have heard that young Master Wei has returned. Might we pay him a visit?" Su Sanlang quickly interjected, "Mother, do not overreach. My sister has her own struggles. Do not add to her burdens. Having relatives who are merely merchants is hardly a matter of pride." In an instant, Su came to her senses. If they were to offend Wei Zhao, the repercussions could be dire. She hurriedly prepared 1,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to Jiang Yihuan. "Purchase a gift for young Master Wei to aid in his recovery." Jiang Yihuan tucked the notes into her bosom. "Of course, aunt." Wei Zhao was tall and robust. What needed nurturing was her own well-being. Chapter 38. Are you here to mess with me? Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Yihuan immediately spotted Liang Jian's figure. "Wei Zhao has returned, hasn't he?" "Indeed. The general is currently bathing." Jiang Yihuan flashed a mischievous smile. Although they had shared intimate moments, they had yet to shed their garments, and she was eager to see Wei Zhao unclothed. "If I were to go in and see him, you wouldn't stop me, would you?" Liang Jian remained silent, feigning ignorance to everything. Wei Zhao, immersed in the water, closed his eyes in repose. After spending late hours in the East Palace, he had decided to return, nearly laughing so hard that he almost knocked his teeth against the door. On his way back, he had broken into a sweat. If he had gone to the Wei residence to bathe, it would have certainly awakened Jiang Yihuan. Thus, he opted for the East residence instead, returning only after addressing several urgent reports that had arrived that morning. Hearing a rustle near the screen, he opened his eyes to see a beautiful face peering in, her expression radiant with a smile. "Wei Zhao, where were you last night?" Wei Zhao replied with a hint of jealousy, "I was with your beloved crown prince." "Is that so? Then another day, take me with you to find him. We can all play together." Wei Zhao couldn't help but feel exasperated. How could she still entertain such thoughts? As she made a move to enter the bathing area, he quickly interjected, "You should step outside first. I'll finish up shortly." Jiang Yihuan pouted. "When we were at the East residence, you made me open my mouth, and you bit my tongue and lips. After all that, you still won't let me get close? I just want to see you without clothes." Wei Zhao's temples throbbed with tension. "All right, enough of that. Come here." Jiang Yihuan scampered over to the tub, her alabaster hands gripping its edge. "Wei Zhao, I want to play in the tub with you. Is that all right? I promise I won't do anything, just to look." Amused, Wei Zhao lifted her into the tub. "What do you want to play?" Jiang Yihuan, her clothes dampened and clinging to her form, looked up with a smile. Wei Zhao, before she could continue, Wei Zhao seized her chin and kissed her. "Wait, Wei Zhao, it's too tight. My undergarment is too small." After loosening her undergarment, she sighed in relief. "On a hot summer day, I truly despise wearing this. But without it, I can't face anyone." Two soft, snow-white mounds appeared before his eyes. The girl, with her innocent expression, seemed entirely oblivious to her words. Wei Zhao, frustrated, remarked, "You must be deliberately trying to torment me, aren't you?" Burying his head in her shoulder, Jiang Yihuan felt her body soften, recalling Zhu Xian's words. With a hint of a whimper, she pleaded, Wei Zhao, please don't. Don't devour me. I still wish to live." Meanwhile, from a distance outside the window, Zhu Xian wore a worried expression. "Liang Jian, it is actually not a suitable time for intimacy this month, but I dare not advise further." Liang Jian was puzzled. "What do you mean by not suitable? Who told you that?" Xian, he is well-versed in divination. Both of his children were conceived after such practices. Xian, how could he possibly divine anything? He is only skilled in murder and deceit, and furthermore, he has no children. Have you been deceived? Zhu Xian. Oh, she has not only been deceived, but has been ensnared by two men. Shortly after, Wei Zhao emerged from the inner chamber, cradling Jiang Yihuan, and entered the main quarters. Zhu Xian, with a sardonic tone, remarked from behind, "Oh dear, so soon?" Fortunately, her voice was barely audible. Wei Zhao did not catch her words. He gently placed Jiang Yihuan upon the couch, saying, "You shall sleep here from now on. I will move to your side chamber." Jiang Yihuan clutched the corner of the blanket, inquiring, "Wei Zhao, Zhu Xian said you would devour me entirely. Is that true?" Wei Zhao replied decisively, "Nonsense, do not believe her. Silly girl, it is not yet time for such things." Jiang Yihuan sighed in relief. "Then I need not worry. My brother should still be alive. I must wait for his return. If he were to consume me, how would I ever see him again?" Wei Zhao felt a twinge of headache. The bond between the siblings was profound. And if he were to eliminate Jiang Qianli in the future, Jiang Yihuan would undoubtedly be heartbroken. However, Jiang Qianli, that scoundrel, when he attempted to assassinate Wei Zhao, he employed every possible means, from daggers to poison darts, and was utterly detestable. He could not be spared. Perhaps he should be forever barred from entering the capital? In a remote mountain of Lingnan, Jiang Qianli trudged through the underbrush, the ground strewn with overripe lychees emitting a potent aroma, nearly intoxicating him. After an undetermined period, he finally emerged into the open. Lying back on the ground, he exclaimed, "At last, I am free. My dear grandson Wei Zhao, you wretched scoundrel." They had traversed the dense forest for over a month, barely escaping a savage beast along the way. A rescuer approached, stating, "Master Jiang, ahead lies Jiaozhou. His Majesty has high hopes for you. Your future is boundless." Jiang Qianli's eyes glistened with emotion. "I have a sister living in poverty in the countryside. Upon my return, I shall ensure she enjoys a better life." Once back in the capital, he vowed to eliminate Wei Zhao and seize his wealth. He would then bring his sister to the capital, allowing her to reside in Wei Zhao's courtyard, sleep in his chambers, and utilize his study. In the capital, the sun blazed mercilessly, and cool air wafted from the ice basin. Jiang Yihuan sat in Wei Zhao's study, wielding a brush to create a painting. The subject was Wei Zhao unclothed, which she intended to keep as a cherished treasure. Zhu Xian mused, "If the emperor were to purchase dry goods from my shop, just imagine the fortune I would amass." Zhu Xian replied, "Isn't that what a royal merchant does? Royal merchants do profit handsomely, but it is no easy task." Jiang Yihuan bit the brush's end, contemplating, "This wealth is destined for someone. Why not me? My brother risks his life for the emperor, and it is not unreasonable for the emperor to support my business." She instructed Su Sanlang to prepare the finest delicacies from land and sea and to journey to the Eastern Palace to gauge the crown prince's interest. The Eastern Palace, adorned with azure tiles and golden accents, nearly blinded Su Sanlang. Nervously, he stammered, "Sister, in a place like this, does your leg feel weak?" Jiang Yihuan whispered, "Indeed. The Eastern Palace is so beautiful it makes my legs tremble. I long to possess a residence as splendid as this." Su Sanlang Gaotiong. Sister, such words should not be uttered carelessly. The crown prince was in session with the Minister of Rites at the Honglu Temple, and upon learning of Jiang Yihuan's arrival, he ordered her to be brought forth. "Miss Jiang, please take a seat. I shall conclude my matters shortly." In order to showcase the treasures and wonders of the Central Plains to the barbarian tribes, the emperor has prepared the grandest palace banquet in over a decade, and I have been entrusted with its organization. However, a few complications have arisen. Jiang Yihuan sat quietly to the side, the head of the Honglu Temple, with his snow-white beard and a face resembling a bitter melon, reported, "Your Highness, these barbarians are exceedingly finicky. They complain that the dishes from the Honglu Temple lack flavor. They utter remarks such as, 'Without prickly ash, can it even be called a dish? Our mouths have grown bland. How dare they call oyster mushrooms mushrooms? Only our prized fungi from Bashu deserve that title. Is this all you have in the Feng dynasty? Back when Prince Zhao was here, we feasted on true delicacies." The head of the Honglu Temple sighed. "What nonsense is this? During Prince Zhang's time, it was also the elder ministers who entertained them. They nearly devoured the plates themselves. How has their attitude changed so drastically?" The prince, troubled, remarked that they were merely relying on their military might to be so choosy. Jiang Yihuan secretly rejoiced. Was an opportunity not presenting itself? She lifted her skirts and stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, esteemed gentlemen, perhaps I might be able to assist you in this matter." All eyes turned to her. Chapter 39. How could the general decline the affection of our princess? The young maiden's features were strikingly delicate. When she smiled, her pearly, rice-like teeth were revealed. The minister of the court of imperial sacrifices shook his head, saying, "My dear girl, what can you possibly do? My shop is stocked with the finest Sichuan pepper, and we have an abundance of mountain delicacies, all sourced from our native southwest. Could they possibly complain? If His Highness requires it, we can prepare the goods immediately." The Crown Prince's eyes lit up indeed. "How could I have overlooked this?" "Splendid. Then you shall supply the court of imperial sacrifices." The minister hesitated, "But Your Highness, the supplier of these mountain treasures is from the maternal clan of the third prince. Is this arrangement appropriate? At this moment, it is most critical to entertain the king of the southwest well. You need only to proceed. I will bear any consequences." "Yes, Your Highness." The minister took his leave. The crown prince turned to Jiang Yihuan with a smile. "Miss Jiang, your arrival is indeed timely. If the king of the southwest were to cause a ruckus, my younger brother would surely slander me before our father." He sighed deeply. "My relationship with my third brother is rather complicated, as you may not know." "I know. The third prince desires the position of crown prince, does he not? In our Wuzhou, the brothers often quarrel fiercely over inheritance, brandishing knives at one another." The crown prince was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, he has always been resentful, deeming me unworthy of the title due to my mediocre lineage. Although he is the eldest, his mother hails from humble beginnings. Meanwhile, the third prince's mother is from the prestigious Chui family, and her brother is a chancellor. The Chui family has been pressing hard these years. Were it not for Wei Zhao's steadfastness, my position as crown prince might have been snatched away." Jiang Yihuan solemnly remarked. "The third prince forcibly takes maidens, while you bravely rescue them. You are far superior to him. When my brother returns to the capital, I shall have him assist you." The crown prince chuckled, recalling Jiang Qianli's ruthless methods, which rivaled Wei Zhao's. Why is it that the genteel mountains and soft waters of Wuzhou breed such fierce customs? No wonder Qiao Shaoqing is personally heading to Wuzhou. Jiang Yihuan was momentarily bewildered. What? Qiao Shaoqing? Is he going to Wuzhou? When did this happen? It is a recent development. The rural examination case in Wuzhou involves numerous individuals, and he intends to investigate on-site. He also mentioned that there have been many mysterious deaths in your region, which he will assess as well. Jiang Yihuan's expression darkened. Oh, Qiao Shaoqing is indeed a formidable figure. He has presided over many significant cases, rivaling the former Vice Minister of Justice, Sun Junshin. Qiao Shaoqing possesses a meticulous mind and a godlike ability to resolve cases. His trip to Wuzhou will certainly yield results. Jiang Yihuan seemed lost in thought. Your Highness, I must go prepare the goods and take my leave. Outside, Su's sailing approached. Sister, you finally come out. Huh, why does your complexion seem off? What's transpired? Jiang Yihuan smiled. Third brother, I have wonderful news to share. We are going to supply the court of imperial sacrifices. Ah, the court of imperial sacrifices? Indeed, we are about to embark on a path to great fortune. Upon returning to Green Willow Alley, she conveyed the news to her uncle and aunt. Uncle and aunt, the procurement volume from the court of imperial sacrifices will only increase from here on. We must ensure our supply keeps pace. Although the Honglu Temple was merely procuring goods from her temporarily, She had resolutely decided to supply the palace in the long term. Su was incredulous. When she had previously sold goods to the Eastern Palace, it felt like a dream. And now she was to engage in business with the emperor himself? She nudged Su Yukai, exclaiming with excitement, "You must go to the southwest tomorrow. Bring back plenty of goods. If you cannot procure the goods, do not return." Su Yukai sighed, "Ah, you greedy woman." Jiang Yihuan spoke passionately about her plans for wealth. "My constitution is frail, so I shall only liaise with the palace. The rest is for you to manage." Su was thrilled, declaring, "I will take care of everything. An overwhelming fortune must be seized." They spoke fervently. Yet Su Sanlang appeared uneasy. What was Jiang Yihuan's true background? Did she even know her own origin? He felt she was concealing something. Jiang Yihuan turned to him. "Third brother, I plan to open a bookstore for you. What do you think?" Su Sanling's mouth opened in astonishment. "Huh?" Su also interjected, "Yihuan, why would you want to open a bookstore for him? We have no experience in this field. And there are many scholars in the capital. If we open a bookstore, third brother will interact with them daily, which would enhance his stature. Some matters require a long-term perspective." Su's eyes sparkled with realization. "How did I not think of this before?" Su Yukai scoffed. "You are only focused on making money, never considering reputation. Opening a bookstore sounds splendid." "I agree." Jiang Yihuan winked at Su Sanlang and mouthed two words, "storybook." Su Sanlang was taken aback. He had always wanted to sell his written stories, but had never dared to mention it due to his mother's authority. How did his cousin see through him? He exclaimed, "Sister, thank you. I will ensure you earn more." He dared not mention the word storybook in front of his parents. This matter needed to be kept secret, especially since he wrote romantic tales. On a long summer day, Wei Zhao returned from the Taichung office while it was still bright outside. Upon exiting the palace, he was halted by two palace maids. The maids bowed and said, "General Wei, please hold on. We bring a gift from Princess Pingyuan." They held a red lacquered long box containing several exquisite bamboo grasses. "General, on the day of the palace banquet, you came to my princess's aid, and she is most grateful. Thus, she presents these bamboo grasses to you. They are not of great value. We hope you will not decline." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhao understood that the crown prince had not conveyed his words truthfully. "I was not there to assist the princess. I refuse to accept gifts, regardless of their value. It is simply because I do not want them." The palace maid was taken aback by his straightforwardness, struggling to respond. "General, this is the princess's sincere intention. How can you refuse?" Regardless of her intentions, they were of no concern to him. "Just relay my exact words to her. Whether she is a false princess or a true one, it matters not. Even if Prince Zhongde were alive, what would it change? He fought fiercely for power, not to be manipulated." The palace maid returned to report to Princess Pingyuan, with the third prince by her side. After hearing her recounting, Princess Pingyuan felt a sense of discomfort. Is that truly what Wei Zhao implied? Does he mean to refuse me? The third prince advised, "Wei Zhao is proud. He would not openly accept the affections of young ladies. Do not fret. When the banquet for the king of the southwest arrives, proceed according to plan." Princess Pingyuan steadied herself. Could it be that Wei Zhao's rejection stemmed from his affection for another, perhaps that Miss Jiang? What is Miss Jiang? Her family has been farming for generations, and her brother has been exiled. Wei Zhao could never marry her. "You are the daughter of Crown Prince Zhongde, a first-rank princess. Why should you fear her?" Yet, General Wei. The third prince recalled the moment Wei Zhao shot an arrow at him and retorted brusquely, "There are no buts. You have my support, the emperor's backing, and the king of the southwest behind you." Princess Pingyuan promptly straightened her posture. "Yes, your highness. Indeed, she is the daughter of Crown Prince Zhongde, a princess who stands above all others. With such support, what is there to fear?" Chapter 40. Open the door. We shall escort Miss Jiang back to her residence. At this moment, within the Wei residence, the matriarch, Lady Wei, was overwhelmed with joy. Her eldest son, who is also Wei Zhao's father, had concluded his term early and was en route back to the capital. No longer would she need to endure Jiang Yihuan's petty grievances. She had heard enough of her daughter-in-law's grievances against her mother-in-law, and she was determined to establish rules for her. As for Miss Jiang, she must be summoned to meet me. I must instruct her on proper decorum to prevent any disrespect before Zhao's father. The old nurse advised her, "Madam, Miss Jiang currently resides in the main quarters of the eldest son. He's quite fond of her. Is that wise? Humph. Zhao only dared to be disrespectful to me when his father was absent. Now that my son has returned, he must heed his father's authority. She continued, this child possesses great talent. I must ensure he secures official positions for my nephews. Otherwise, how can the Wei family justify nurturing him? The nurse felt a pang of bitterness. Your grandson's success is commendable, but why must you always think of benefiting your maternal family? Go quickly. Do not stand there. The nurse had no choice but to proceed to Wei Zhao's quarters. Miss Jiang was not present, but Wei Zhao was. The oppressive heat of dusk lingered, and Wei Zhao's countenance was stern, exuding an inexplicable aura of menace, as if to say, have you come seeking your demise again? The nurse trembled slightly. Young master. The matriarch requests Miss Jiang to come over. Wei Zhao scoffed. Has grandmother heard of father's return and wishes to impose rules upon her? The nurse chuckled awkwardly. Young master has misunderstood. There is no such matter. The matriarch holds Miss Jiang in high regard. Is that so? She is absent now. When she returns, I shall accompany her to meet grandmother. The nurse sighed in relief and retreated. Wei Zhao stood in the courtyard, enjoying the summer breeze, yet as darkness fell, there was still no sign of Jiang Yihuan's return. A guard reported, General, Miss Jiang has stated that she will be staying at her uncle's residence in Green Willow Alley tonight and will not be returning. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Zhao declared, No, that foolish girl has either stayed in her private residence or the Wei estate since arriving in the capital. She has never lodged elsewhere. He mounted his horse and set out, accompanied by Liang Jian. Not far along, thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential downpour descended, saturated with a sense of impending danger. Liang Jian sensed something amiss. General, there is an ambush. Wei Zhao's expression turned icy as he drew his sword in readiness. Assassins surged forth like a relentless tide. Liang Jian was taken aback. Had not Jiang Qinli's men been dealt with already? The emperor was cautious. Who could it be that sought to assassinate him now? Wei Zhao was never one to underestimate danger. He always traveled with guards. Yet this batch of assailants was exceptionally formidable, and they could not be easily repelled. As the rain intensified, he grew increasingly impatient. He unsheathed his flexible whip, swiftly disarming several attackers and striking at their faces. His blows were so powerful that they left the assassins bloodied and bruised, with blood splattering like raindrops. Witnessing his brutality, the attackers momentarily froze. One of the assailants, feigning death on the ground, opened his eyes and shot a series of hidden arrows towards Wei Zhao. He evaded in the nick of time, though one arrow struck his left shoulder. Extracting the arrow, he eliminated the remaining assailants without sparing a single life. Liang Jian, anxious, inquired, General, are you unharmed? Is everything all right? Wei Zhao swallowed an antidote and calmly replied, Let us proceed to Green Willow Alley. As the night deepened, Jiang Yihuan lay on her couch, tossing and turning restlessly. The quaint wooden cottage in Wuzhou materialized vividly in her mind. As Qiao Shaoqing journeyed to Wuzhou, would he uncover anything? Although she had executed her deeds with utmost precision, one could never be too certain. Suddenly, a rap at the door interrupted her thoughts. Yihuan, wake up! Su urged in a flurry. Hurry, there are numerous soldiers outside, surrounding our alley. Jiang Yihuan swiftly rolled out of bed and flung open the door, repeatedly asking, What is happening? What is going on? Su replied, We are as bewildered as you. A multitude of soldiers has suddenly arrived. Zhu Xian grasped a blade, reassuring her, Do not fear, my lady. I shall protect you. All the residents of Green Willow Alley opened their doors, peering out with a mixture of tension and excitement. Greeted by a street filled with silver-armored soldiers, Liang Jian knocked at Su's door. Open up. We are here to escort Miss Jiang back to the residence. Su, trembling with apprehension, opened the door. Who are you? Liang Jian politely responded, You must be Madame Su? I kindly request you to inform Jiang Miss to come out. My general has come to fetch her. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yihuan hurriedly rushed out. Liang Jian, where is Wei Zhao? In the thick of night. Wei Zhao descended from the carriage, his complexion pale, though Jiang Yihuan could not discern this in the dim light. Jiang Yihuan, come here, he beckoned. She dashed towards him, exclaiming, Wei Zhao, I was just thinking of you. How fortuitous that you have arrived." The utterance of Wei Zhao echoed loudly, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Yet the obscurity of night rendered clarity impossible. Wei Zhao remained silent, enduring the pain of his wounds, as he lifted her into the carriage. Zhu Xian addressed the stunned Su family. "We shall be taking Miss Jiang with us. You all should retire for the night." The Su family responded with hesitant nods. After Wei Zhao and his entourage departed, Green Willow Alley erupted into a fervent buzz, reminiscent of water splashing into hot oil. As the residents gravitated towards the Su family-'s door. "Madame Su, was that not Wei Xiaofu?" They marveled. "Incredible, truly incredible. Your niece has struck a fortune. Is she indeed your biological niece?" Su's posture straightened as never before. "What nonsense are you speaking? That is my legitimate niece." She retorted. "You saw Wei Xiaofu, did you not? What a fine man, young and handsome. Who would have thought? While my sister aspired to be a lady of rank and failed. Her niece has soared to great heights." As the carriage sped along, Jiang Yihuan nestled closer to Wei Zhao, finding a semblance of drowsiness in his presence. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss. His breathing was labored, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. "Wei Zhao, are you all right? Are you injured?" Wei Zhao bore the pain in silence. He had sustained a minor injury on his shoulder, but it was nothing serious. "Little fool, why did you choose to stay at the Su household tonight?" "Alas, I have numerous schemes for earning money, and, after a lengthy discussion, Aunt Su insisted I stay. I regretted it midway. The courtyard was deserted, and I could not find sleep." "Where exactly are you hurt?" Wei Zhao's breath grew hotter, and he fell silent. Jiang Yihuan called out urgently, "Hurry, drive faster back to the residence. We need to fetch a doctor." Upon their arrival at the estate, the physician attended to the poison on the arrowhead. "General, this arrowhead is infused with several potent poisons. The pills I have prepared for you can only provide temporary relief. We must release the toxic blood." He prepares medicinal wine, blades, and a charcoal basin. After briefly scalding the blade in the boiling liquor, he heats it over the charcoal to extract the toxic blood from Wei Zhao. Zhu Xian covers Jiang Yihuan's eyes, urging her not to look. Wei Zhao grits his teeth, uttering not a single sound. The chief physician exhales deeply. The toxic blood has been cleansed, but the general must rest for some time and refrain from movement. Jiang Yihuan pushes Zhu Xian's hand away and rushes forward to examine Wei Zhao's wound, which is quite deep and looks dreadful. Tears stream down her face as she asks, "Is it very painful? Excruciatingly so? Who did this?" Chapter 41. How would you marry me? Wei Zhao's complexion was as pale as paper. Lacking the strength to respond to her words, Liang Jian answered on his behalf. "We do not know who sent the assassin, but they have all been dealt with. Over the years, many have sought to kill our general, yet it is of no matter. They have all met their demise at his hands." Zhu Xian reassured Jiang Yihuan. "Do not worry, my lady. This is insignificant for the general. Your brother once attempted to assassinate him, and he was far more grievously wounded then. Jiang Qianli's most recent attempt on Wei Zhao's life had left him severely injured, rendering him unconscious for 3 to 4 days, nearly taking him from this world. It was then that Wei Zhao utterly dismantled Jiang Qianli's power, exiling him 3,000 miles away. Zhu Xian privately believed Jiang Qianli to be a formidable man. Had it not been for their opposing positions, she might have found herself enamored with him. Jiang Yihuan felt even more despondent. "Wei Zhao, I am sorry. I had no idea my brother would be so ruthless. When I see him, I will persuade him to cease his attempts on your life." Wei Zhao bore the pain from his wounds, hissing, "That is contingent upon your brother returning alive. Do not cry. I shall recover in a few days. Your brother possesses lofty ambitions. His attempt on my life was merely a bid to usurp my position. Who does not desire power? As a man, I can empathize with him. Take myself for instance. I relish in wielding authority." Both Liang Jian and Zhu Xian were taken aback. When had the general become so magnanimous? He was actually excusing Jiang Qianli? At that moment, he had been gritting his teeth in fury, cursing Jiang Qianli and wishing to unearth the ancestral graves of the Jiang family. Jiang Yihuan embraced Wei Zhao. "Promise me you will not be harmed again. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Her eyes glistened with tears, her beautiful hair in disarray, gazing at him without blinking. Wei Zhao's heart ached tenderly. Should he perish, Jiang Yihuan would return to the countryside, vulnerable to mistreatment, and remaining in the capital would offer no refuge either. She would have no way out. He was her sole reliance. He had kissed her and had seen her body. A thought surged forth. Over the years, your brother has caused me countless troubles, nearly costing me my life. Should you compensate me for that? Jiang Yihuan wept. I do not know how to compensate you. Wei Zhao chuckled softly, gazing in her eyes. How about you marry me? With your concern for me, I would likely find it more difficult to perish. You. What did you say? Jiang Yihuan looked up in astonishment. You. I wish to marry you. Would you consent? If you refuse, I shall take you by force. Jiang Yihuan suddenly sprang to her feet, knocking over her chair. I agree. I have wanted to marry you since the first time I met you. I have yet to exert my full strength. Wei Zhao laughed. You have already shown great resolve. My foolish one. Seeing Jiang Yihuan's eyes redden, he bore through the pain of his wounds and leaned in for a kiss. She bestowed a tender kiss upon his forehead. How wonderful! My wow no longer aches. Now, tell me about your childhood. Jiang Yihuan sniffed, contemplating for a moment before saying, when I was 5, our fields were forcibly seized. My brother and I were powerless to resist, so we resorted to cutting bamboo to sell. Even after a day's labor, we could barely earn a few copper coins. My brother had to sell himself. I apologize. I momentarily find myself at a loss for joyful topics to share with you. Wei Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. How heart-wrenching it must have been for her, so young, to endure such torment. She could only hope Jiang Qianli would earn more money from his servitude. After speaking for a while, Jiang Yihuan succumbed to sleep at the edge of the couch, prompting Wei Zhao to gesture for Zhu Xian to carry her back to the main quarters. At dawn, the townsfolk venturing out of the city were met with a shocking sight. A row of corpses hung ominously from the city gate, densely packed and terrifying. Heavens! What has transpired? A gatekeeper explained, last night, an assassin attempted to slay Master Wei, but he dispatched them all and hung them up. We dared not intervene. With so many assassins, had Master Wei perished? If he were dead, who exactly hung here? His life truly is remarkable. How many assassination attempts has he faced this year? Among the crowd stood an inconspicuous man clad in gray, who gazed in horror at the lined-up bodies, wiping away tears. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he returned to an unremarkable carriage and reported to a man in a brocade robe inside. My lord, I have learned that all our people have been slain. Their bodies are displayed on the city wall, stacked high, much like the sausages we prepare in winter. Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad man spat out through clenched teeth. Wei Zhao, may your ancestors be cursed. It is you who has caused their demise. They were my family, you wretched scoundrel. The gray-clad man thought to himself, this cannot solely be blamed on Wei Zhao. If you intend to kill him, surely he has the right to retaliate. If the Lord truly cared for his subordinates, he ought not to send them on missions destined for death. As the morning light grew brighter, Wei Zhao felt the sting of his wounds and struggled to rise. Voices from the courtyard revealed the presence of the Hung clan and the matriarch of the Wei family, having retired early the previous night. They were only now learning of Wei Zhao's assassination attempt. Upon seeing her son so grievously injured, Heng's eyes reddened with sorrow. Yihuan is still very young. She cannot care for you. I shall send several maidservants to assist you. The matriarch of the Wei family seized the opportunity to add, your father will return soon. Let her come to my quarters, and I shall teach her the ways of propriety. Wei Zhao replied, there is no need. She understands everything without needing to learn your trivial customs. Wei Zhilan could no longer contain herself. Brother, I heard from the servants that you were ambushed while escorting her back to the residence. Have you considered that she may have conspired with the assassins to harm you deliberately? Her bond with her brother is strong. She must have sought revenge for him. Wei Zhilan, do not make baseless assumptions about her. The one she cherishes most is me, not her brother. I know this better than anyone. The matriarch fumed. Your father will not allow Jiang Yihuan to stay long in the Wei household. Her status is precarious. Yet when grandmother asked Yihuan to seek my assistance, what of her awkward status? Let me tell you, I intend to marry her. Now that certainly removes any awkwardness. does it not? The matriarch was taken aback in anger. You may support her, but you truly entertain thoughts of wedlock? Your father and the clan elders will never agree. Wei Zhao sneered, questioning whether he could not govern his own marriage. Hung spoke softly. Mother is aware of your fondness for her. You may keep her by your side, but marriage is no trivial matter. Mother, though you have not explicitly stated it, I understand you wish for me to wed your niece. I shall inform you today that it is impossible. Heng's complexion paled. She believed her intentions were well concealed, yet her son had discerned them. The old lady Wei snorted coldly. Hung, did you hear that? Zhao has declared it impossible, so abandon this notion. Wei Zhao felt a sharp pain in his wound and said, Please, all of you leave. I need to rest. Before they could respond, Liang Jian stepped forward. Old madam. Madam, miss, please. Despite their reluctance, the three dared not press further before the injured Wei Zhao and thus exited. Liang Jian stood nearby, unable to suppress his curiosity. General, do you truly intend to marry Miss Jiang? The eldest son of a noble family must consider numerous factors. Jiang Yihuan's lowly birth and troublesome brother are not insignificant. Wei Zhao replied calmly, I cannot allow her to remain nameless and unacknowledged by my side, can I? Yet, this would mean Jiang Qianli becomes your brother-in-law. That is quite a sudden transition. I find it hard to accept. Jiang Qianli, brother-in-law. These words together felt particularly bizarre. Wei Zhao remarked ominously, Liang Jian, it is I who shall marry, and I who shall gain a brother-in-law. What is there for you to reject? However, one wonders what Jiang Qianli's reaction would be upon learning he is to marry his sister. Chapter 42. Is it you, Your Highness the Princess? Indeed, it must be you. 5 days hence, the preparations for the banquet honoring the king of the southwest were complete. The emperor extended invitations to all courtiers, including several retired officials from the former Prince Zhang's circle. Following the assassination attempt on Wei Zhao, the court was abuzz with inquiries regarding his condition. Today he would attend the feast to demonstrate his well-being. Jiang Yihuan donned a gown of jade white, complemented by a loose lavender outer robe, cinched at the waist with a blue sash, her silken black hair cascading gracefully. With her modest smile and lower gaze, she exuded an enchanting beauty. Wei Zhao felt a dryness in his throat. Could this simpleton truly be so beautiful? The Wei family had made their preparations, and with great pomp, they set forth towards the imperial palace. Look, it's the Wei family-esque carriage. What a grand display. Unquestionably, it was the esteemed Wei Xiaofu making an appearance. He relished grandeur. How reckless to flaunt such extravagance so soon after an assassination attempt. The banquet welcoming the king of the southwest was set in the cool breeze pavilion, accommodating thousands of guests, flanked by a serene lake, with the entrance facing the Flower Moon Tower. Wei Zhao, hand in hand with Jiang Yihuan, took a commanding seat at the head of the hall. Courtiers cast sidelong glances at them. Wei Zhao's uncanny resilience after multiple assassination attempts was a topic of hushed awe. Jiang Yihuan, sharp-eyed, spotted the Minister of Rites and greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Minister. The minister responded warmly. Ah, Miss Jiang, the mountain goods you supplied were well received by the king of the southwest and met with no complaints. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed, Really? Can your office continue to procure goods from my shop? I wish to earn some profit. Just then, a ceremonial official announced, His Majesty has arrived. Upon entering, the emperor's gaze immediately fell upon Wei Zhao, concern etched on his face. My dear minister, I heard of your assassination attempt. I was quite worried. Are you unscathed? He lamented the fact that this young wolf cub possessed such fortitude. Wei Zhao cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am quite well. The assailants, however, have all met their demise. The emperor chuckled lightly and proceeded to the head of the hall as the ceremonial music commenced. The official announced, The king of the southwest has arrived. Jiang Yihuan leaned forward to catch a glimpse. The king was tall and robust, adorned in a robe embroidered with golden threads. His eyes bulged slightly, and a thick beard framed a fierce visage. He bowed deeply to the emperor, declaring, I have the honor to greet your majesty. The emperor gestured for him to rise. You need not be so formal, my esteemed minister. Please stand. Upon rising, the king, visibly agitated, exclaimed, I have heard, your majesty, that you have located the princess of Pingyuan. Allow this old minister to pay his respects to her. Having received much guidance from the third prince, the Ping Yuan princess felt considerably more at ease now. She stood, yet before she could utter a word, the king of the southwest fixated on Jiang Yihuan and proclaimed, "Your Highness the princess, is that you? It must be you." He knelt before her in reverence. "Your Highness, please accept this humble bow from this old minister." Kneeling with his hands on the ground, his forehead nearly touching the earth, he performed the most solemn of greetings. The emperor, the princess of Ping Yuan, all courtiers. Jiang Yihuan opened her mouth in surprise. No, no, please rise. I cannot accept such an honor." The third prince, exasperated, pointed at the Ping Yuan princess. "King of the southwest, you are mistaken. She is the true princess. Have you not encountered the Prince of Zhangde? Take a good look. She bears a striking resemblance to our imperial uncle." The king of the southwest raised his head and exclaimed, "Ah, so is this esteemed lady?" His large eyes darted around before he bowed respectfully to Princess Ping Yuan, saying, "Your Highness, forgive this old minister's lack of discernment. Do not take offense." The princess felt a twinge of embarrassment, for with her lavish attire and mastery of court etiquette, did she not appear regal? Yet, the emperor had affirmed her status as a true princess, with royal blood coursing through her veins. The king of the southwest then inquired of Jiang Yihuan, "And who might this young lady be? Why do I find your presence so familiar?" Jiang Yihuan, amused by his bushy beard, replied with a smile, "The recently enjoyed pepper product from the mountains were supplied by my store. Is that why I seem familiar to you?" The king of the southwest laughed heartily. "Is that so? It seems we indeed share a connection." His gaze fell upon Wei Zhao. "And this gentleman beside you is—" Jiang Yihuan racked her brain for Wei Zhao's titles before responding. "He is the Divine Marshal General, Minister of Rights, Prime Minister of Guangling, Marquis of Wuhan, and the Crown Prince's tutor." The king of the southwest was astonished. "What? He is Wei Zhao? So young?" He was aware of Wei Zhao's youth, but had not anticipated he was so young indeed. Jiang Yihuan proudly stated, "He is merely 22, while I am 16. Pray tell, how old are you, king of the southwest?" The king of the southwest appeared momentarily dazed, his large eyes filled with a mix of emotions. "And what is your age?" Upon first meeting the Prince of Zhangde, he had been mounted on a magnificent steed, radiant like a celestial being, while he himself had knelt, shackled in chains. A wretched little fat boy, that figure had inquired with a smile. "Little one, how old are you?" I am 38 this year. I was 15 when I first beheld the Prince of Zhangde." His nose tinged with a painful ache, he sobbed while patting his thigh. "Your Highness, you departed too soon. Why did you seek death in those days? It should not have been." Jiang Yihuan hurriedly consoled him. "Please, do not weep. So many eyes are upon us." Some court officials, recalling the Prince of Zhangde's past kindness, began to cry as well, and the tender-hearted ladies shed tears, for the prince had once been the bright moonlight in their hearts. The emperor and the third prince grew anxious. What had transpired? How had events gone awry? Their original plan had been for Princess Ping Yuan to express her affections to Wei Zhao during the banquet, allowing the emperor to bestow a marriage proposal. Should Wei Zhao refuse, the king of the southwest would surely take action against him. Offending the king of the southwest would spell trouble for Wei Zhao, and Jiangzhou would be out of the question. With a sudden cough, the emperor called out, "Ladies and gentlemen." At last, the crowd ceased their tears. Following the plan, Princess Ping Yuan raised a toast to the king of the southwest, speaking softly, "Thank you for honoring my late father with your presence. I drink to you." The king of the southwest lifted his cup, replying, "I am most grateful, your highness." He drank deeply and added, "The Prince of Zhangde has bestowed great kindness upon me. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The third prince interjected with a smile, "King of the southwest, we shall take good care of our imperial sister. She has already captured the heart of another. If you wish, you may wait until her engagement before departing." The king of the southwest exclaimed in delight, "Is that so? Might I inquire as to which gentleman has won her favor?" Princess Ping Yuan cast a glance at the upright Wei Zhao, suddenly gripped by fear, and fell silent. The third prince coughed lightly, and the princess, as the sole daughter of the esteemed crown Prince Zhangde, was naturally expected to have a suitor of exceptional stature. Upon hearing her words, The court officials began to speculate, and instantly, countless gazes fell upon Wei Zhao. Jiang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The most outstanding man? Could it be Wei Zhao? Has the princess of Pingyuan taken a liking to him? The third prince, taken aback by her interjection, chuckled, indeed. The princess of Pingyuan hails from a noble lineage, making her a fitting match for General Wei. Our father intends to bestow a marriage between them. Wei Zhao responded coldly. Don't even think about it. I have no interest in her. The king of the southwest, enraged by this, pointed at Wei Zhao and berated him fiercely. You arrogant brat, who do you think you are? Hurry and apologize to the princess, or I will end you. I will count to 3, 1, 2. Wei Zhao sneered. 3. You fat fool. Who do you think you are? How dare you run amok in the capital? Do you have a death wish? Chapter 43. She remembers who Jiang Yihuan resembles. The king of the southwest jumped up in outrage, exclaiming, I am a first-class prince. How dare you insult me as a fat man? You scoundrel! Wei Zhao was not one to tolerate such insolence, retorting, You old fool, do not think I am unaware of your misdeeds. The southwest was abundant in well salt. Known as the salt capital and possessed iron mines, the king of the southwest secretly mined the well salt and smelted steel, a truly nefarious character. As the two exchanged vitriol, the emperor felt a sense of secret delight. Events were unfolding just as he had anticipated. He feigned persuasion, saying, Gentlemen, temper your tempers. General Wei, the princess of Pingyuan harbors genuine affection for you. She is the daughter of Prince Zhangde and is worthy of your hand. Why not accept her as your consort? Wei Zhao replied, Your Majesty, I have a fiancé. I cannot accept the title of consort. The emperor was taken aback, asking, When did you acquire a fiancé? With your lofty standards, do you not find fault with everyone? Wei Zhao took Jiang Yihuan's hand, declaring, It is she, Jiang Qianli's sister, Jiang Yihuan. If your Majesty truly wishes to bestow a marriage, let be for us. Jiang Yihuan nodded fervently, pleading, Your Majesty, we implore you to bless our union. Wei Zhao shall be eternally grateful. The emperor, however, was resolute, rebuking General Wei. To reject the princess of Pingyuan for any maiden is an affront to Prince Zhangde. I shall not acquiesce. The king of the southwest raised his broad sleeves, revealing his tattooed, muscular arms. Your Majesty, I have long heard of Wei Zhao's arrogance. Allow me to teach him a lesson on behalf of Prince Zhangde. He strode purposefully towards Wei Zhao. Although Wei Zhao was tall, he was not particularly robust, and the king was confident he could lift him and publicly humiliate him. In a state of alarm, Jiang Yihuan feared for Wei Zhao, who bore injuries. She could not allow the king of the southwest to touch him. She lifted a nearby zeton table. With a resounding crash, the king of the southwest's head was bloodied, his form swaying unsteadily. Yu, the frail girl held the table aloft, blood-stained, and it was evident whose blood it was. Silence enveloped the room, disbelief hanging in the air. How could such a slender young maiden lift the heavy table and strike the king of the southwest? Jiang Yihuan's legs trembled as she cried, Your Majesty, did you not hear Wei Zhao say he wishes to marry me? Why do you compel him otherwise? As she spoke, she continued to hold the table, her delicate wrist slipping from her sleeve. My brother Jiang Qianli has toiled tirelessly for your Majesty, only to meet a fate of exile to Lingnan, and you remain oblivious. Your Majesty, do you not feel a shred of remorse for my brother? You neglect me, yet you seek to deprive me of my marriage? And you, King of the Southwest, if you truly wish to repay Prince Zhangde, you may stay in the capital to guard his tomb or acknowledge him as your father. I possess nothing save for Wei Zhao. Should you dare to ruin our wedding, I will not let this matter rest. With that, she hurled the table to the ground, splintering it into pieces. Wei Zhao was left astonished. The elderly matron among the ladies present clutched her chest, fixated on Jiang Yihuan's face, and suddenly remembered. She realized who Jiang Yihuan resembled. The beautiful and delicate Princess Zhangde, who had been raised in the Eastern Palace, possessing a temperament as fierce as this one. Few have encountered the esteemed princess consort of Prince Zhangde, and among them are the Grand Princess and herself. A dreadful suspicion arose, and without uttering a word, she fainted. The Hung family rushed to support her. Grandmother, Are you all right? The crowd turned their gaze towards the elderly Lady Wei as the emperor stood up, realizing that the matriarch could not perish within the grand hall. The head of the Wei family, Wei Zhao's father, was returning to the capital. Jiang Yihuan, with tear-stained eyes, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what have you done to provoke Lady Wei? Her greatest wish was for me to become a granddaughter-in-law. To defy her heart's desire is most disrespectful." The emperor, perspiring profusely, ordered quickly, "Summon the imperial physician to the side hall, and bring Lady Wei and the king of the southwest there." The palace banquet was abruptly halted. Upon diagnosis, the physician determined that Lady Wei had been severely frightened. She could not walk or speak and needed a rest in bed. Jiang Yihuan wept bitterly. "Grandmother, you have treated me with such kindness. How can I repay you? Do not harbor resentment against His Majesty. As soon as Wei Zhao's father returns, we shall be betrothed." Lady Wei could only silently lament her inability to speak. "Zhaoer, have you inquired about Jiang Yihuan's origins?" Wei Zhao appeared indifferent to his grandmother's well-being. Noticing Jiang Yihuan's delicate palm redden from strain, he grasped it gently. "Does it hurt? How do you possess such strength?" Jiang Yihuan replied, "I do not know where the strength came from. I simply lifted it. I fear for your safety." Wei Zhao remained silent, pondering how she could wield the heavy rosewood table as a weapon. Jiang Yihuan insisted on staying to care for Lady Wei, while Wei Zhao retreated to the study to attend to military affairs. Wei Zhilan, with a cold expression, stated, "Jiang Yihuan, ever since your arrival at the Wei residence, I sense something amiss. You must be concealing something from my brother." Jiang Yihuan ignored her, offering hot water to Lady Wei, who tightly shut her mouth. "This water is scalding. How can she drink it?" Wei Zhilan snatched the bowl, asserting, "No matter how much my brother favors you, our father will never consent to his marrying you. He respects Prince Zhangde and surely desires my brother to wed the princess of Pingyuan." Jiang Yihuan replied nonchalantly, "Your father's opinion holds no weight, nor does His Majesty's. I love your brother, and no one shall impede me." In her anger, Wei Zhilan forgot she was feeding her grandmother water, and the bowl struck Lady Wei's nose, spilling onto her neck. Jiang Yihuan's body shielded the scene, unnoticed by the maid. Lady Wei silently moaned. At the Honglu Temple, the king of the southwest lay dazed on the couch, pondering how he had been struck by Jiang Yihuan. An aide sighed, "My lord, you acted too impulsively. How could you attack Wei Zhao in the Grand Hall?" "I did not intend to attack. I merely wished to lift him, unaware that the girl was so tempestuous. Her strength is remarkable." He sought to rationalize his actions, noting that it was no surprise. The women surrounding Wei Zhao were not ordinary. Most infuriating of all was the emperor, who had presented him with a false princess. He felt a strong urge to confront him. At the grand banquet, he mistakenly believed that Jiang Yihuan was the princess of Pingyuan and, in his excitement, knelt before her, only to realize his error. Yet, the one presented to him by His Majesty was also an impostor, although the young lady bore resemblance to Prince Zhangde. His instincts whispered that the princess of Pingyuan was a fabrication. She could not be the daughter of Prince Zhangde. If the Lord is already aware of this, why then does he choose to align with His Majesty and stir up trouble with Wei Zhao? My willingness to assist His Majesty in dealing with Wei Zhao is merely to secure the autonomy over salt and iron in the southwest. The advisors remain apprehensive, recalling how our last envoy was completely annihilated by Wei Zhao. "My lord, let us not engage in petty schemes only to invite greater turmoil." Chapter 44. Wei Zhao. "Do you think I am too strong?" The king of the southwest scoffed. "No matter how formidable he is merely in his 20s, still lacking maturity. With the emperor and I joining forces, do I need to fear him?" After entering the capital, he arranged for the most skilled assassins to eliminate Wei Zhao, believing that success was assured. However, to his astonishment, Wei Zhao survived unscathed, while none of the assassins returned. He attributed this to Wei Zhao's good fortune, convinced that he could not evade death a second time. Once he eliminated Wei Zhao, Jiangzhou would fall into his grasp. In the Wei residence study room, Wei Zhao lifted the heavy rosewood table, pondering for quite some time. "Liang Jian, do you think a woman could lift this?" Liang Jian replied cautiously, "I cannot speak for others, but Zhu Xian certainly could." Wei Zhao set the table down. Zhu Xian is not merely a woman. Jiang Yihuan entered the room. Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao stepped forward. Have you returned? Are you tired? I am not tired. I must tell you a small matter. Your grandmother was burned by your sister, and she claims it is my fault. Alas, I find myself in a difficult position. Wei Zhao suppressed a smile. Do not pay her any mind. The burn is not serious, is it? Not serious, just need some ointment. It will hurt for a few days, but she cannot scold anyone, only grumble. Wei Zhao cleared his throat. Yihuan, can you lift this? He pointed to the square rosewood table. The petite Jiang Yihuan appeared delicate, seemingly frail. Could it be a momentary surge of strength? I should be able to. Let me try. Jiang Yihuan lifted the rosewood table above her head. Wei Zhao. Look, her face showed no redness, nor did she breathe heavily. You have trained your arm strength? Not at all. I just used a little bit of strength to lift it. Wei Zhao held a differing view on what constituted a little bit of strength. Noticing his expression, Jiang Yihuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Wei Zhao, do you dislike my strength? If it bothers you, I can hold back. Wei Zhao replied emphatically, I do not mind. Jiang Yihuan felt relieved. As long as you do not mind, that is good. Tomorrow, the bookshop opens, and my aunt says I'm also half a scholar. So I must go manage the place. I will retire early tonight. Wei Zhao couldn't help but think of her crooked handwriting, suppressing a laugh as he embraced her. Jiang Yihuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Wei Zhao, you haven't kissed me in a long time. Do you not love me anymore? Wei Zhao. He pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Nonsense, how could it be a long time? It was just a short while ago. He refrained from kissing her too much, fearing he might lose control. The next day, Jiang Yihuan rode to the bookshop. Shortly after her departure, the Grand Princess paid a visit to the old matriarch of the Wei family. The matriarch lay on the couch, staring at her former rival. Once, they both cherished the same man, who turned out to be a man of unorthodox inclinations, and in the end, neither of them succeeded. Yet, this did not prevent their estrangement. The Grand Princess gazed at her, and after a long silence remarked, You have aged so much indeed. Engaging in cruel deeds often invites retribution. The old matriarch nearly ground her teeth in frustration, wishing to rebuke her. The Grand Princess chuckled coldly. I speak frankly. You are merely bitter and suspicious. Have you forgotten how you treated Wei Zhao back in the day? Such a young child, humiliated by his cousins. While the little Wei Zhao cheered him on, and the old lady Wei looked on indifferently. Wei Zhao's heartlessness in adulthood is not unrelated to those experiences. The old lady Wei glared at her. Speak your mind quickly. If you have nothing to say, then leave. The Grand Princess, with a serious demeanor, replied, I did not come here to witness your misfortune. What has provoked you? Why have you suddenly collapsed? Is it because you also find her reminiscent of someone? The old lady Wei's eyes widened. You think so too? It is especially her posture while holding the table. I was suddenly reminded of the late Princess Zhang De. The late Princess Zhang De was never one to associate with men, remaining hidden from the world. Rarely seen even by the womenfolk, yet she shared a rare affinity with the old lady Wei and had often been in her presence. What few knew was that the late Princess Zhang De was not a frail woman. She possessed immense strength. Remembering the tragic events of the past, the Grand Princess cautioned her rival, Do not speak of this matter, especially to Wei Zhao. Do you understand? Whether Jiang Yihuan was indeed a princess was still uncertain, but it was imperative to maintain the old lady Wei's composure, fearing that the spiteful elder would speak out of turn. The old lady Wei snorted, wishing to make a scene, but her body would not permit it. Jiang Yihuan studied a new narrative in the bookshop, enjoying 2 plates of pastries and 3 bowls of tea. She declared contentedly, All right, I have settled the matter. Let us return to the residence. Just as she was about to board the carriage, a group of guards surrounded her. Leading them was the 3rd prince, who appeared transformed, bowing politely. Miss Jiang, I have come to apologize. I should not have taken you away in public last time. Zhu Xian whispered, How long has it been since that incident? Why does he only come to apologize now? Who would believe him? Jiang Yihuan replied candidly, I do not believe you. Did you not abduct me to harm Wei Zhao? The 3rd prince smiled wryly. Miss, you have misunderstood. I came to see you mainly to offer compensation. I heard from the Minister of Rights that the dried goods in your shop are excellent. Henceforth, all dried goods for the palace will be supplied by you. What do you think? Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. Really? I was just thinking of discussing this with His Majesty. He should compensate me for what happened because of him. I have lost my brother. My father would certainly agree. The dried goods in the palace were originally supplied by my friend, but I'm determined to give it to you. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Jiang Yihuan could refuse. All right, it is settled then. The third prince expressed his gratitude. Thank you, miss, for this chance of atonement. I hope you will no longer hold a grudge against me. He bowed to Jiang Yihuan, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman. Jiang Yihuan climbed into the carriage, exhaling a sigh. He truly was a master of pretense. Zhu Xian remarked, "Did you notice, miss?" "Indeed. I must inform Wei Zhao about this." Shortly after, the carriage was halted by a man on horseback. The man's tone was cold. "Miss in the carriage, please step out." Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. "No? Do you know whose person I am?" The man's voice held a hint of amusement. "Regardless of your identity, please step out of the carriage first." Jiang Yihuan rushed out and was met by a tall young man wearing a silver mask, his figure upright, his robe billowing in the wind. Shyly, she declared, "Young master, you are tall and handsome. I wish to be your woman." The man was taken aback. "What did you say?" Jiang Yihuan leaped forward, clinging to him. I wish to share your bed. Will you oblige?" His arm encircled her waist, his palm warm against her. "You." She giggled and lifted the mask from his face. Wei Zhao's handsome visage was revealed, marked by a hint of grievance. Jiang Yihuan playfully caressed his chin. "I knew it was you." Wei Zhao, somewhat disgruntled, thought to himself, who could tell if she was sincere? Perhaps she was merely attracted to his physique and would follow any handsome man. He lifted Jiang Yihuan onto the horse's back. "I shall take you to a place." The evening breeze was cool as Jiang Yihuan leaned against him, recounting the matter of the third prince. "Wei Zhao, I believe he harbors ill intentions." Wei Zhao fell silent for a moment and replied, "Your brother is still alive." Upon his arrival in Jiaozhou, the emperor provided him with a new identity, entrusting him with military affairs in the region. To placate him, the emperor has sought to win your favor. Jiang Yihuan could be quite the troublemaker. What if she wrote to Jiang Qianli to complain? How would the emperor account for that? The emperor was already wary of himself and had to guard against the prince of the southwest. He could not afford to lose Jiang Qianli again and could only resort to appeasement. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! I shall stay awake tonight to celebrate my brother's resurgence. When he returns to the capital, I will be sure to spend quality time with him." Wei Zhao choked slightly, feeling a pang of jealousy. "Jiang Yihuan, tell me, who is more important to you, me or your brother? You must understand, with most at it before, there can only be one choice." He despised the notion of having multiple most important figures in her heart. Chapter 45. Wei Zhao's father returns. Jiang Yihuan furrowed her brow. "Wei Zhao, you mustn't be so domineering. I do not wish to choose." "No, you must choose one." "Very well. If you insist, I shall select my elder brother." Wei Zhao, infuriated, grasped her delicate cheek tightly. "Ungrateful girl. I could just as easily wish harm upon Jiang Qianli." With a cold demeanor, he ceased speaking, flicking the reins and urging the horse onward until they halted before an elegant residence. The courtyard was adorned with wind-proof lanterns, and the house exuded an air of grandeur, while the garden was exquisitely designed, clearly indicative of wealth. "Is this the place you brought me to?" "Indeed. You will move here in due time." Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. "What? You mean I can no longer reside in the Wei Manor?" You! She collapsed to the ground, clutching his robe in tears. "You cannot do this. How could you go back on your word?" Wei Zhao helped her to her feet. "What do you mean go back on my word? Do you not like it here? Are you trying to use this house to rid yourself of me? To sever our ties? To abandon the thought of marrying me?" Wei Zhao was momentarily stunned, taken aback by her misunderstanding. He decided to play along with her mistake. "Very well, it's either the house or me. You must choose." Tonight he was determined to win. If he could not best Jiang Qianli, he should at least triumph over the house. Jiang Yihuan wept. "Isn't it obvious what to choose?" Zhu Xian mentioned that Wei Zhao possesses numerous residences in the capital. How could one house compel you to forsake him? "I would certainly choose you. Do you take me for a fool?" With a victorious smile, Wei Zhao replied, "I never said I would cast you aside. The house is for you to reside in. Did you not wish for a grand home?" Her father would soon arrive in the capital, and Jiang Yihuan would likely not stay long at the Wei Manor. Thus, arrangements for her accommodation were necessary. Wiping her tears with his robe, she playfully pinched his sturdy arm. Wei Zhao knelt beside her. "All right, from this moment on, this will be yours. Cheer up." Liang Jian approached with a stiff demeanor. "General," noticing his expression, Wei Zhao sensed the gravity of the matter. "Speak." "Yes, General. I have discovered that the king of the southwest has been in clandestine communication with the third prince. It seems they have been colluding for some time. In 10 days, we will observe the ceremonial day for Prince Zhongde, which will be overseen by the third prince and the Zongjing Temple, requiring all court officials to participate in the rites." Wei Zhao's brow furrowed. The third prince was only interested in tangible power. Why would he willingly engage in such a thankless task as a ceremony? It was likely that he and the king of the southwest intended to instigate trouble during the event. 7 days hence, Wei Zhao's father would arrive in the capital, sooner than he had anticipated. Upon his return, Wei Zhao was absent, and Jiang Yihuan was occupied at the study. Su Sanlang had hired a dozen scholars to hasten the copying of texts, as his romantic tales were selling remarkably well, creating a demand that exceeded supply. Jiang Yihuan hid behind the counter, engrossed in her reading, oblivious to the happenings in the shop. From morning until noon, she managed to read 2 volumes of poetry. Su Sanlang urged her, "Sister, you must read with care. How can you possibly remember the contents if you read so quickly? I can memorize it at a glance. Why should I read slowly?" Su Sanlang was skeptical, believing it would take him at least half a month to commit those 2 volumes to memory. "Do you doubt me? Allow me to recite for you." She recited the contents of the poetry collection verbatim. Su Sanlang opened his mouth in astonishment. He knew that there were indeed individuals with photographic memories in the world, but they were exceedingly rare. Could it be that his cousin, too, was among them? The scholar Wu Guei, who was copying books, exclaimed in amazement, "Your parents must possess extraordinary intellect, for they have given birth to such a talent." Su Sanlang felt a surge of anxiety and whispered, "Wu Guei, continue your copying." Fortunately, Jiang Yihuan did not dwell on it for long and sent Zhu Xian to fetch her some snacks. Just as Zhu Xian left the shop, she bumped into Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao, flustered, exclaimed, "Yihuan, my uncle has returned. He wishes to see you. Wei Zhao has revealed your situation before him, and my elder cousin is not home." Jiang Yihuan felt her legs weaken. Wei Zhao's father had returned? Hadn't he mentioned it would be a few more days? She had not yet moved out. I will wait for Wei Zhao to return before meeting him. What if he scolds me? I do not wish to be reprimanded again. Wei Zhao reassured her. "Do not be afraid. My uncle is not that kind of person. He is upright and magnanimous. Since you reside in the Wei household and are the future bride of my elder cousin, it is only proper for you to meet an elder." Reluctantly, Jiang Yihuan followed her back. As soon as she stepped into the room of the old matriarch Wei Zhao shot her a glare. She clung to her father's arm. Pouting, "Father, look, it is her. The sister of my brother's sworn enemy. She is quite cunning and has caused me no small amount of trouble." Jiang Yihuan bowed respectfully to Wei's father. "I have the honor of meeting my uncle." Wei's father, with calm and discerning eyes reminiscent of Wei Zhao's, surveyed Jiang Yihuan. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "So it seems that Shi Guang has a penchant for beauty. I had thought he was unlike others." Jiang Yihuan replied softly, "The appreciation of beauty is inherent to all. I find the lady quite beautiful. Does that not imply that my uncle possesses excellent taste? Wei Zhao has inherited your aesthetic sensibilities, surely." She added with a playful tone, "Surely, my uncle does not wish for me to resemble a fearsome shrew?" Wei's father paused momentarily, and then said, "I have been informed by Jilan about your circumstances. He has pressured the Minister of Justice, harmed a prince, and rejected a princess's marriage proposal, neglecting his duties as a subject. Uncle, I must present the facts to you. It was the third prince who forcefully pursued me, and Wei Zhao loves me dearly, which is why he defended me. This is what a man ought to do, given your upright nature. Should you not scold the third prince? Wei Zhao's defiance against tyranny is commendable." Wei's father remained silent for a moment before responding. "Do you often deceive him in such a manner?" Jiang Yihuan lowered her head. "We share a mutual understanding. There is no deception involved. I have heard that he intends to marry you. Is this true?" "Indeed, I am already his, and he must marry me. Otherwise, my brother would seek to assassinate him for a lifetime. Wei's father sighed inwardly. This reckless boy, why the urgency? Heng Shi quickly intervened. Yihuan, there is no need to rush. We can discuss this matter another day. Jiang Yihuan stepped forward and playfully shook the old matriarch Wei. Dear matriarch, please wink for me. Let your son know that you favor me most and only wish for me to become your granddaughter-in-law. The old matriarch Wei gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you dreaming? You are suspected of being a true princess. If the jealous emperor were to find out, it would surely bring calamity upon the Wei family. Jiang Yihuan revealed a sympathetic expression. Uncle, look at how agitated you have made the old matriarch. If she could articulate her thoughts, she would undoubtedly chastise you. Wei's father felt a pang of guilt as he held his mother's aged hand gently, murmuring, Mother, do not be angry. This matter is under my control, and I shall make proper arrangements for Miss Jiang. Poor Madame Wei, though capable of expressing her discontent through her gaze, could only convey her dissatisfaction without revealing its cause to her son. Wei Zhao sought to impress her father by lifting a cup of honey water to feed her grandmother. Madame Wei's eyes widened in alarm. No, do not spill any more water on me. Jiang Yihuan, ever considerate, interjected, Zhao, please refrain from dousing the old lady again. The last time, she was scalded so pitifully, and you insisted I remain silent. Thankfully, I spoke up, or else her wound would have remained unhealed. Wei Zhao retorted angrily. You. Wei's father felt a slight throb at his temples. He had initially thought her to be a harmless flower, only to discover she was a cunning little fox. He waved his hand, signaling Jiang Yihuan to retreat, wishing to end the conversation. Heng sighed in exasperation, saying, My dear husband, you see how Yihuan is. Shiguang is infatuated with her. He once loved power alone and would never allow a girl to draw near. Wei's father replied indifferently, She possesses some value. At the very least, Shiguang has learned about love and relationships through her. That evening, upon returning home, Wei Zhao heard of his father's arrival and went to see him. Amidst the fragrant tea, Wei's father appeared somewhat ethereal, gazing at his son, Shiguang, with a smile. Wei Zhao respectfully addressed him as father before taking a seat. Chapter 46. Ashamed, he moves out of the main residence. I have met that young lady you mentioned. She possesses remarkable discernment. As the head of the Wei family, he is quite adept at persuasion and first offers his son affirmation regarding his aesthetic judgments. Wei Zhao respectfully states, I wish to marry her. Wei father, swirling his teacup, replies, Marriage is a significant matter. She has many thoughts, and her brother is certainly not easy to deal with. Yihuan is the epitome of innocence. Her heart is filled with love for me. Her brother poses little threat. I could exile him at will, or even take his life if I so desired. What if I oppose this? Wei Zhao remains silent. Wei father speaks earnestly. You are my eldest son, and I have high hopes for you. Your grandmother was once foolish, causing you much suffering, and I feel remorse for that, thus allowing you to act freely in many matters. Yet now you command the military forces of the 9 provinces, and your power is at its zenith. I urge you to exercise restraint and consider marrying the princess of Pingyuan. The Wei family has endured for 600 years. While we cannot claim unwavering loyalty to the throne, we have at least harbored no treasonous intentions. However, Wei Zhao is different. He truly harbors such ambitions. Yet, to conspire against the throne is perilous, potentially leading to the annihilation of our clan. I cannot allow Wei Zhao to bring ruin upon the Wei family. Father, the princess in the palace is a mere fade. The true heir is in the hands of Sun Junshin. The authenticity of the princess is inconsequential. If His Majesty commands you to marry, then you must comply. That is impossible. His Majesty desires me to wed the princess of Pingyuan with the intent of orchestrating her demise at my hands, thus inciting the old followers of Prince Zhang against me and tarnishing my reputation among the people. Wei father smiles with satisfaction. The fact that his son can contemplate such intricacies shows he is not a fool. If you choose not to marry the princess, there is a young lady from the Jian family, possessing a graceful and gentle nature. You would do well to consider her, as she would accept Jiang girl as a concubine. Of course, take your time to ponder this. I am patient. He proposes an improbable request first, followed by a compromise between father and son, hoping to sway his son's heart. Wei Zhao rises, yes, father. I shall take my leave. Jiang Yihuan sits in the courtyard, enjoying the night breeze and savoring almond pastries. Wei Zhao calls to her, Jiang Yihuan, gather your belongings. We are leaving the residence. With almond crumbs on her lips, she exclaims, what has happened? Wei Zhao wipes her mouth with his sleeve. Father wishes me to marry a girl from the Jian family. We shall reside in your house, so as not to disturb him. Jiang Yihuan wipes her mouth excitedly. Wonderful. Zhu Xian, please take my beautiful garments and large pearls with you. The two gather their belongings and, under the bright moonlight, hastily leave the estate. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yihuan beams. I have succeeded. I have eloped with Wei Xiaofu. My father in heaven will be proud of me. Wei Zhao pinches her cheek. Silly girl. Make no mistake. It is I who have taken you away. When we have the chance, we shall return to Wuzhou and pay respects at your father's tomb. Zhu Xian, feeling a twinge of envy, wishes to elope with Xian Yi as well, but Xian... Suddenly, darkness envelopes her vision. Jiang Yihuan uses her sleeve to shield her eyes and kisses Wei Zhao on the lips. Let us give Wei Xiaofu a sweet surprise. As the bright moon illuminates the land, they journey forth into the night, toward Wuzhou. Qiao Shaoqing trudged through the terrain, navigating both mountains and streams, until he finally arrived at the village where Jiang Yihuan resided. After conducting inquiries regarding the provincial examination in Wuzhou, he seized the opportunity to visit the village where the Jiang siblings, Jiang Qianli and his sister, lived. He knocked on the door of the village chief's residence, seeking directions to the Jiang family's abode. The village chief, accompanied by a large black dog, eyed him warily and inquired, who are you in relation to the Jiang family? Not wishing to reveal his identity and alarm the man, Qiao Shaoqing replied, we are friends of Jiang Qianli, here to pay a visit to his sister. The village chief's expression shifted to surprise. Ah, you finally arrived? It has been ages since Qianli returned. We thought he might have perished abroad. His sister has moved to the bamboo grove. It has been quite some time since we last saw her. Qiao Shaoqing recalled Jiang Yihuan mentioning how the village chief's family had bullied her. He asked, have you ever mistreated her? The village chief waved his hand dismissively. No. The ones who bullied her were from the previous village chief's family. They were truly excessive. Poor Yihuan. Pondering this, Qiao Shaoqing found it puzzling. Jiang Qianli, who had the audacity to kill Wei Zhao, would surely not allow his own sister to be mistreated. The village chief continued, fortunately, heaven has opened its eyes. The previous village chief died from snake bite. His son is now crippled, and his daughter drowned shortly after marriage. His grandson fell ill and is now simple-minded. There was even an old shopkeeper who wished to marry Yihuan as a second wife. Guess what? He died in his own courtyard within 2 years. What does that signify? The village chief mused. People act, but heaven observes. Those who have bullied Yihuan have either met untimely ends or suffered greatly. In my opinion, Yihuan possesses some good fortune. Heaven is aiding her. Qiao Shaoqing's pupils constricted at the mention of fortune. What a farce. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, where has Jiang Yihuan moved to now? The village chief pointed towards a distant dark-hued mountain. Cross over that mountain, and you'll find a bamboo grove. That is where she resides. Qiao Shaoqing felt a tremor in his calves. The mountain was no small feat. Should he ascend or remain? As the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the eaves of the Wei residence, Wei Fu awoke to find Heng Shi dressing him. They had been apart for over half a year, and after a night of early rest and shared exchanges, Wei Fu instructed a maid, please summon the eldest son to join us for breakfast. Oh, and there is no need for that young lady from the Jiang family to come. The maid complied and soon returned with news, my lord, the eldest son left the residence last night, taking the young lady with him. The gatekeeper mentioned they have moved to another house. Why was I not informed? The eldest son stated that you had been traveling and did not wish to disturb you. Wei Fu pressed his forehead, pacing the room. How could he have done such a thing? I have just returned, and he chooses to leave? His expression darkened. Heng Shi sighed. My husband, I have told you. He has deep feelings for Yihuan. Though displeased, Wei Fu had no time to dwell on it, as he still needed to present himself before the emperor. Upon his audience, the emperor greeted him as a long-lost kin, grasping his hand with such fervor that it nearly brought tears to his eyes. You must keep a closer watch on your son. Wei Zhao, you shall remain in the capital from now on. I cannot bear to be without you. Wei Fu acquiesced. The day after tomorrow marks my brother's memorial, and with the southwestern king coming to pay respects, I have also retrieved Princess Pingyuan. Thus, I have permitted the common folk to visit the imperial tomb to honor my brother's spirit. The esteemed Father Wei bowed respectfully, proclaiming, Your Majesty is benevolent. During my absence from the capital, my son exhibited some unruly behavior. I reprimanded him, and he acknowledged his misdeeds, feeling so ashamed that he moved out of the main residence overnight, avoiding my presence. In a few days, I shall remove the plaque bearing the Wei family name. My son is neither a prince nor a chancellor. It is inappropriate for him to bear a plaque with the character. Although I had previously turned a blind eye, it is now time to teach him restraint. The emperor felt a surge of satisfaction. With a mere glance, Wei Zhao understood the emperor's intentions, displaying remarkable clarity. After Father Wei departed, the third prince emerged from behind the screen. Father, all matters have been settled. Can we guarantee absolute security? Not entirely, but rest assured, should any issues arise, the king of the Southwest will shoulder the responsibility, especially since you promised him the rights to salt and iron. The emperor gasped, feeling a pang in his heart. How could he bear to grant the king of the Southwest such privileges? He merely hoped that both he and Wei Zhao would suffer mutual defeat. Jiang Yihuan sat in the corridor, sheltered from the rain and wind, her nails adorned with the petals of the balsam flower. Zhu Xian, please go outside and order a plaque for me, inscribed with Jiang residence. She, Jiang Yihuan, had indeed carved out her own path. She had become a royal merchant, albeit only supplying dry goods. She owned a residence, albeit bestowed by Wei Zhao. But what of it? The wealth was hers, the house was hers, and even Wei Xiaofu belonged to her. Just as she basked in her contentment, Mrs. Hung and Wei Zhalan arrived at her doorstep. Observing her radiant demeanor, Mrs. Hung felt a pang of envy. This child possessed a stroke of fortune. For how else could she have caught the eye of her son? Jiang Yihuan rose cheerfully, exclaiming, Madam, you have arrived. Do you not think the residence gifted by Wei Zhao is splendid? Mrs. Hung replied with a smile. Indeed, it is exceptional, for he owns all the houses on this street. He simply prefers not to have neighbors. Jiang Yihuan gasped, What? The entire street? All belongs to her? Wei Zhao is truly a man of distinction. Will you dine here, madam? Wei Zhao has promised to return and share lunch with me. Chapter 47. Wei Shiguang. Whom you admire, is not that impressive, Wei Zhalan snorted. Was there to boast about? Hung spoke gently. Yihuan, there's a family banquet at the main residence today. I shall take you back, and I have also informed Shiguang. Family banquet? My uncle does not favor me. Will he not expel me? It was he who asked me to fetch you. How could he possibly send you away? Jiang Yihuan tilted her head in contemplation, then replied, Very well. I will accompany you. The Wei estate possessed a grand banquet hall adorned with crystal curtains, dividing the space into 2 rows. Today, the head of the family was hosting a feast, and many individuals who were rarely seen had gathered, filling the hall to capacity. Guided by a maid, Jiang Yihuan took a seat at the very end of the banquet, feeling quite solitary. Wei father sat at the head of the table. He raised his gaze and inquired, Miss Jiang, are you aware of your brother's whereabouts? Jiang Yihuan cupped her hand to her ear and leaned forward. What did you say, uncle? Wei father repeated his question. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed loudly, I cannot hear you. Perhaps it is my hearing that is poor, certainly not due to the distance. Her voice resonated throughout the hall. Wei father. He had to make a choice, either approach her or summon her forward. He swiftly decided to relocate Jiang Yihuan's place to the center of the table. Seated now in the midst of the gathering, Jiang Yihuan cheerfully addressed her uncle. Uncle, in response to your inquiry, my brother, Wei father's expression faltered. It seemed she had indeed heard him. My brother has been exiled by Wei Zhao. He appeared to me in a dream, saying, My dear sister, no matter where I may be, whether in life or death, I shall always protect you. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall ensure their departure. Wei father's lips twitched. Your brother is quite ruthless. He has long harbored intentions against Shiguang. I shall escort you back to Wuzhou to spare you the discomfort of being caught between them. But I am not in discomfort, uncle. Why do you presume to impose such burdens upon me? Wei father adopted a tone of elder authority, stating, "Let me speak plainly. The Jian family is of noble lineage, and their daughter possesses exceptional beauty, making her a suitable match for Shiguang. Should you insist on remaining by Shiguang's side, you can only be." Jiang Yihuan interjected with disapproval. "I do not agree. The Jian girl is both beautiful and esteemed. How could she possibly be a concubine? Such actions would surely anger the Jian family." Wei father held his forehead in exasperation. "Your comprehension truly surprises me." The rest of the Wei family exchanged glances, perplexed by the presence of such a person. Meanwhile, Wei Zhao, upon receiving news in the East Palace, hastily returned to the Wei family residence. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Jiang Yihuan seated at the center of the banquet. Jiang Yihuan waved at him, beaming. "Wei Zhao, I was just having a delightful conversation with Uncle." Wei Zhao smiled and casually inquired, "What were you discussing?" "We were discussing our marriage. Uncle praised my intelligence and has taken a liking to me. I was just about to ask him about the betrothal gifts." Wei Zhao thought to himself, "The little fool is being infuriating again." He decided to play along. "Do not worry. My father will not be stingy with the betrothal gifts." Wei father's expression darkened. "This is nonsense. Do not speak such things. Bring forth the food." Wei Zhao bowed to him and sat beside Jiang Yihuan, ignoring everyone else. The cousins were somewhat disgruntled. It was one thing for Wei Zhao to disregard them on ordinary days, but today, with the family head present, how could he display such disdain? The dishes were served, and after several rounds of wine, they began to feel slightly tipsy. Cousin Wei Han raised his cup and mockingly remarked, "Shiguang, you have truly made something of yourself. Remember the days at the academy when you were frequently punished? You would return home and hardly speak, like a mute." Before Wei Zhao could respond, Wei Zhilan's expression changed, and she tightened her grip in distress. Why bring up such matters again? Although Wei father harbored discontent, he could not chastise his nephew in front of so many. A messenger arrived, announcing, "My lord, His Majesty has sent someone to bestow rewards upon you. Please go forth to receive them." Wei father swept up his robe and, accompanied by a throng of brothers, went out to meet the envoy. Noticing Wei Zhao's reluctance to move, he urged, "You too, come along." Once outside, Wei Han indulged in several more cups of wine, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yihuan. "Miss Jiang, does my uncle not express his disdain for you? Can you not perceive it? And as for Wei Shiguang, he is your brother's sworn enemy. How could you possibly take a liking to him? I admire Wei Zhao. Is that not entirely reasonable? He is extraordinary, unmatched by any man in the capital." Wei Han swayed to his feet. "You are unaware of how he behaved before us back then, like a dog. Wei Zhilan can attest to that. Those events bear her mark." Heng's complexion turned pale as she shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once." During those arduous years, when others tormented her son, she had not dared to admonish them. Now that her son held a position of power, she wished to hear no more of it. The women present urged, "You are intoxicated. Do not speak foolishly. Go outside to cool down." Wei Han stumbled out of the banquet hall, and Wei Zhilan pursued him. Jiang Yihuan stood and said, "I shall go change. I will return shortly." She followed the two to the pond's edge. Wei Zhilan exclaimed, "Why must you bring up the past? Do you think I desire to? Just look at his character. Has he ever regarded you or me? How did he behave before us? Did he dare to retaliate when we struck him? He cannot even speak. He became as mute as a fish. Do not speak further. He is my brother. Stop feigning virtue. To avoid being bullied, he always avoided us. And it was thanks to your cooperation that we discovered him. Do you recall that time when you lured him to the pond, and we pushed him into the water to make him drink from it? You were cheering from the side. The hidden books and paintings he kept were only found because you pointed them out, and we burned them. The tainted pastries were also delivered to him by your hand. Do you think that now you regret it, he will forgive you? It is impossible." Jiang Yihuan felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, something churning within her, and her throat felt constricted. She spoke hoarsely. "You were so cruel, even worse than what Wei Zhiru described." The two turned to look at her. Wei Han shrugged indifferently. "Indeed, the Wei Shiguang you admire is not so remarkable. He is merely our amusement." Jiang Yihuan enunciated each word carefully. "He is your kin. Who knows? Vanderpleed. Grandmother once said, Wei Shiguang does not resemble the Wei family. Jiang Yihuan clenched her fists, letting them rest by her sides. I truly do not understand how some children can be so despicable. Is it their nature? One can see their future at 3 years old. People like you will only grow up to harm others. So much time has passed, yet what can Wei Shiguang do to us? My uncle once stated that the Wei family forbids internal strife. In the past, they conspired to bully and mock Wei Zhao, who was caught off guard. And when he finally gained the strength to resist, my uncle spoke to him again, forbidding him from retaliating against his own kin. Wei Zhao trembled slightly, pleading, Yihuan, let bygones be bygones. Pretend you have not heard this. Do not bring it up in front of elder brother. He has no desire to relive such memories. The lotus leaves in the pond had unfurled, and several goldfish swam merrily about. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Jiang Yihuan's vision as she rushed forward, seizing one fish with her hand. The rain began to fall, creating ripples across the surface. The goldfish, feeling stifled, leaped out of the water for air, only to be startled by a loud crash. Something had plunged into the water. One figure surfaced, with hair splayed out and droplets cascading down their face. Meanwhile, 2 other heads remained submerged, bubbling as they struggled beneath the surface. Over there, Wei's father received an imperial edict and was rewarded accordingly. The chief eunuch remarked with significance, "It seems your family's plaque is due for a change." Wei's father replied, "Indeed, I've already begun crafting a new plaque." The chief eunuch flicked his feather duster and departed. Wei Zhao inquired, "Father, what did you mean by that? What new plaque?" Chapter 48. The ceremony of Prince Yonda. Seeing the displeasure etched on his face, Wei Fu sighed and said, "Follow me to the study. I have something to discuss with you." Just then, a young maid in a blue dress rushed in, nearly losing her balance. "Young master, it's terrible. Miss Jiang has fallen into the water." She had been idling by the pond and saw Jiang Yihuan struggling in the water. Although she wished to rescue her for a reward, her ignorance of swimming compelled her to seek help instead. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhao immediately dashed toward the pond, his heart racing, closely followed by Wei Fu. Jiang Yihuan, having filled both of them with water, finally dragged them out of the pond. She tossed Wei Zhao aside and seized Wei Han by his collar, slamming him against a pillar by the pond. Wei Han, nearly choking, felt his head collide and could not fathom how he had ended up in such a predicament. All he could do was instinctively struggle, though he was a martial artist. He felt as if he were pinned beneath a mountain, utterly immobilized. Jiang Yihuan coldly remarked, "Wei Zhao, are you enjoying the spectacle? Why do you not cheer when you witness others being bullied? Is it because he is not your true brother?" Wei Zhao curled up into a small ball, pleading, "Stop talking, please stop. Who else bullied him apart from you and Wei Han back then?" Wei Zhao cried out a few names through her tears. Jiang Yihuan took note and released Wei Han. When Wei Zhao arrived, he found Wei Zhao and Wei Han sprawled on the ground, drenched, with blood dripping from Wei Han's forehead. Jiang Yihuan leaned against a pillar, her complexion pale, her clothes still dripping wet. Wei Zhao removed his outer robe and draped it over her, then kicked Wei Han in the chest, tossing him back into the pond. Wei Fu shouted, "Idangridi, Xiguang, what are you doing? You Haven Tea even inquired about the situation and are recklessly harming others? What should I ask? It must be Wei Zhao who lured Yihuan here." And Wei Han pushed her into the water. He scooped up Jiang Yihuan, declaring, "We are leaving. Not a moment longer here." Wei Fu reached out an arm behind him, hesitating to speak. He understood his son was recalling events from years past. Back at the residence, after Jiang Yihuan had bathed and changed, she playfully clung to Wei Zhao's arm. "Wei Zhao, they truly did not bully me. It was Yilan who was distracted by the goldfish and accidentally fell into the water. Your cousin jumped in to save her, but he cramped up. I thought, how could I let that happen? So, I jumped in to rescue them." Seeing her safe, Wei Zhao finally calmed down, but couldn't help pondering what had caused the blood on Wei Han's forehead. It did not seem like an injury incurred in the water. Jiang Yihuan, a proficient swimmer with great strength, was not one to suffer lightly. He seemed to have guessed something. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, "Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. The ceremony of Prince Zhongde is in 2 days. I have prepared ceremonial attire for you, and you shall accompany me." "Yes, that sounds wonderful." They remained indifferent to the happenings at the Wei residence, confident that the esteemed head of the Wei family could handle any situation. In truth, Wei Fu had not managed to extract much information. Wei Zhao, filled with guilt, wept. It was an accident. I fell into the water. Wei Han, concerned for his pride, remarked with a frown, it was also an accident that I fell into the water. Wei Fu scoffed, fool, you cannot even lie properly. If I were you, I would claim I jumped into the water to save Zhao. Wei Han, indeed, such a dignified reason. How could he have failed to consider it? Wei Fu could hardly bear to look. Had it been Jiang Yihuan, she would undoubtedly have said, Uncle, I leapt into the water to save the two of them. The day before the sacrificial ceremony of Prince Zhangde, the city was awash in white mourning garments, as he was revered by the populace. Clad in simple attire, Jiang Yihuan visited the study to oversee the students' copying of texts. A bashful scholar of the surname approached her, saying, Miss Jiang, I wish to discuss a matter with you. What is it? Speak freely, do not be shy. I can lend you money, she replied, understanding the discomfort of borrowing. No, it's not about borrowing money. It concerns my newlywed wife who accompanied me to the capital for the examination. Our shop is in need of help. Might she come and work for us? I can pay her whatever is fair, enough to sustain her. Oh, does your wife know how to read? Indeed, she is literate and capable of handling the tasks at the shop. Interestingly, she shares the same surname as you, Jiang. Jiang Yihuan chuckled. What a coincidence. The study will be closed tomorrow. Bring her over the day after, and I shall ensure she is compensated as a regular worker. The scholar expressed his gratitude profusely. On the day of the ceremony, the royal tomb was thronged with citizens. The emperor, accompanied by the king of the southwest and a host of ministers, stood at the forefront. The sacrificial altar was set beside the tomb of Prince Zhangde, where a solemn official in black ceremonial robes recited the sacrificial prayers. The king of the southwest knelt with resounding fervor, declaring, Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects. Among all, he stood out, adorned entirely in white. Wei Zhao, in simple garments, stood beside Jiang Yihuan, who covered her ears and whispered, Where is the princess of Pingyuan? It is imperative that her majesty conveys the news of her return personally. Wei Zhao nodded and raised his voice. I beseech your majesty to comfort Prince Zhangde with the presence of the princess of Pingyuan. The emperor addressed the princess, Dear niece, please go and pay your respects to your father. The princess complied, ascending the altar and kneeling in reverence. Yet, Wei Zhao interjected, Your Majesty, you should join the princess upon the altar and personally inform Prince Zhangde that you have endured great hardships to retrieve his beloved daughter. The emperor's cheeks quivered with agitation. Must Wei Zhao insist on such a course? Wei Zhao knelt, urging, I implore your majesty to proceed to the altar. The emperor hesitated, stammering this. He was filled with trepidation. The court officials, witnessing the scene, saw no reason for restraint and uniformly knelt, entreating, We beseech your majesty to join the princess of Pingyuan in comforting Prince Zhangde. Caught in a predicament, the emperor had no choice but to approach the altar. Striving to maintain composure as he declared, Dear brother, I have brought back your biological daughter, the princess of Pingyuan. A thunderous clap echoed from the heavens, nearly striking the emperor down. His face paled in fear as he grasped the princess of Pingyuan, exclaiming, Brother, have you truly manifested? The princess winced under his grip, trembling as she responded, Father, is it truly your spirit that has returned? Having spent over a decade in the countryside, the revelation of her royal lineage struck her like a thunderbolt, yet she was gradually acclimating to her identity as a princess. She called out repeatedly, Father, Father. Once again, a series of thunderous roars echoed, and the clear sky suddenly darkened, as if it were about to weep. The emperor felt a wave of darkness enveloping him. The fierce visage of the late emperor seemed to emerge, brandishing a long sword. Wretched spawn, what misdeeds have you wrought? Suddenly, Princess Pingyuan heard a peculiar pattering sound. She tilted her head to gaze upwards, only to find that the sky was devoid of rain. An odd, unsettling odor wafted through the air. She could hardly believe it. Who could be responsible? Could it be His Majesty? The third prince grew anxious. The emperor must not falter at this critical moment, for it would raise suspicions. The Bureau of Astronomy had predicted a day of clear skies. Should rain fall shortly, their forthcoming plans would be jeopardized. Jiang Yihuan felt an inexplicable tremor, a surge of electricity coursing through her palms. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Wei Zhao's hand and knelt, bowing her head towards the altar. Chapter 49. Miss, my name is Jiang Yihuan. Wei Zhao was perplexed. What was the matter with the simpleton? A ray of golden light pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the tomb, forming a beam that exuded warmth and vitality, reminiscent of Prince Zhangde. The emperor was no longer indifferent, and the third prince was no longer anxious. The king of Southwest wept uncontrollably, crawling forward. Your Highness, is it truly you? All the court officials knelt, discussing the golden pillar of light. Prince Zhangde had manifested. He had heard them. Indeed, he had seen his daughter. Your Highness, are you pleased? The grand princess clutched her heart, gazing at the kneeling Jiang Yihuan. Was this the bond of bloodline? Jiang Yihuan wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Wei Zhao, what kind of person was Prince Zhangde? Why did he meet his demise? Wei Zhao paused before responding. He was extraordinarily gifted, well-versed in music, erudite, a superb horseman, and an exceptional archer. It is said he possessed an extraordinary memory and handled state affairs with remarkable efficiency. However, at that time, the late emperor was engrossed in pleasure, leading some officials to suggest that he abdicate. Consumed by jealousy, the late emperor resorted to sorcery, resulting in a massacre at the Eastern Palace. As he spoke, the sunlight intensified, gradually diminishing the golden light. The emperor rejoiced, convinced that even heaven was aiding him. Addressing the assembly, he proclaimed, "You all witnessed it, did you not? Prince Zhangde has manifested. He is grateful to me. He expresses his gratitude." The court officials chanted, "Long live the emperor." Aside from Princess Pingyuan, no one noticed the emperor had soiled his trousers. She turned her head in disgust, attributing it to the emperor's overwhelming excitement. The third prince exchanged a glance with the king of Southwest, continuing their scheming. He stated, "Gentlemen, the ceremony has concluded. You may return to the city. The roads are filled with commoners, so please proceed slowly and in an orderly fashion out of the royal tomb." The court officials acknowledged this, and the third prince, as the facilitator of the ceremony, had indeed shown great diligence. Under his command, the officials departed the royal tomb in orderly succession. The sun blazed brightly over the royal tomb, capable of scorching the unwary. Yet the solemnity of the occasion forbade the use of umbrellas, not even for the emperor himself. Wei Zhao, concerned for Jiang Yihuan, shielded her face with his wide sleeve. The king of Southwest refused to go ahead, declaring, "I fear no son. Let those frail and elderly proceed first." Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Zhao, he added that the young general should remain until the end, not contend with the elderly and infirm. "No, I am weak, and she is even more frail. We must go first. You shameless youth, can you not yield to others? I am already out here in the sun. You, an old bone, will not be missed if you are scorched. We are still young." Upon noticing the presence of genuinely elderly individuals behind, Jiang Yihuan remarked, "Wei Zhao, let us wait. I want tea tan easily." Wei Zhao acquiesced, observing the esteemed Wei Xiaofu allowing others to pass. Those behind were taken aback and hastily slipped out. Jiang Yihuan turned to the king of Southwest. "Is your forehead injury healed? Wei Zhao possesses medicine for knife wounds. Would you care for some? It works wonders." The king of Southwest, wishing to prolong the conversation, replied, "Thank you, Mississippi. Do come to our Southwest for a visit. I shall host you." Jiang Yihuan pondered for a moment, realizing to play was the intended meaning, and responded, "Very well, I shall visit when I have time. I have heard that His Highness has only visited the capital once in 3 years, solely to pay homage to the late Prince Zhangde. Indeed, he is my benefactor who has given me a second chance at life. I shall not conceal from you that my father is a beast, in a drunken rage. He killed my mother. I attempted to slay him, but instead found myself imprisoned in a cage, treated like a wild animal for a full 5 years. Later, when His Highness attacked Shu, my father abandoned me and fled, and it was then that His Highness severed the iron bars to rescue me, teaching me to read and observe propriety until he departed from Shu." Jiang Yihuan wiped away her tears, expressing that we are both pitiable. However, Wei Zhao coldly interjected, Is that why you have taken it upon yourself to mine salt and forge weapons in repayment? The king of Southwest was momentarily taken aback, for the matter is not as he stated. Had Prince Zhangde still been alive, he would have remained dutiful, serving as a loyal subject throughout his life. Yet, in the absence of Prince Zhangde, he harbors no inclination to honor the current emperor. Liang Jian reported, "General, there's a brawl among the common folk ahead, blocking the road. Many court officials are caught in the middle and cannot advance or retreat. Should we not wait a while longer?" Wei Zhao gazed towards the blazing sun, pondering what further waiting would accomplish. "We shall take a shortcut and navigate through the woods." With that, he took Jiang Yihuan's hand and proceeded onward. The king of Southwest narrowed his eyes at their retreating figures. After a moment, news arrived, "My lord, I have witnessed with my own eyes that Wei Zhao has entered the encirclement. The sky is clear, and there are explosives buried there, along with fire powder scattered on the ground. Once they enter, they shall not emerge." This was part of the scheme devised with the third prince, involving the common folk in the ceremony, creating a disturbance on their return to block the main road, forcing Wei Zhao to take the forest path. The king of Southwest scoffed, "I do not believe it. This time he shall not lose his life. Once he is trapped, I shall approach the emperor to demand the right to operate the salt and iron." He settled into his carriage, deeming it safer to ride in a carriage within the capital, as being on horseback made him an easy target for arrows. The carriage swayed and moved slowly. Suddenly, he felt a heat above him, as if he were about to be scorched. Flames flickered through the window. The carriage was ablaze. He scrambled out, only to see a massive silver net descending from the sky, enveloping his escort. The flames had already ignited his clothing and hair, causing him to wince in pain, while his subordinates were ensnared by the silver net, unable to assist him. In that critical moment, a girl in green, wielding a sword, rushed forth, exclaiming, "Do not fear. Father, I am here to save you." It was his daughter, Chu Lingzhu. Meanwhile, Wei Zhao, accompanied by Jiang Yihuan, successfully navigated through the small woods and returned to the city. The ambush in the forest had been preemptively cleared by Wei Zhao's men, who had kept a close watch on the movements of the third prince and the king of Southwest, knowing full well they harbored ill intentions. Jiang Yihuan had stood in the mausoleum for quite some time, now reclining on a beauty couch, stretching her legs. "Wei Zhao, please massage my legs. It used to be Zhu Xian who did this for me." Wei Zhao took a deep breath, pondering how a grown man could engage in such an act. "Let Zhu Xian do it. She has the experience, while I lack the finesse." "I do not want her. I want you to do it." Wei Zhao gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly taken advantage of, yet he had only himself to blame, so he acquiesced to her request. The girl's calves were smooth and fair, surpassing even the finest jade, causing Wei Zhao's face to flush slightly as he closed his eyes and began to massage her legs. Jiang Yihuan gently caressed his eyes, saying, "Wei Xiaofu, your strength in kneading my legs is quite commendable." Wei Zhao halted his hand and turned to kiss her, only to be silenced by her hand over his mouth. "Focus on your task. Knead my legs properly." Resigned, Wei Zhao returned to his duties. Jiang Yihuan contentedly squinted her eyes. Upon waking the next day, she felt completely relaxed, her legs no longer sore. Zhu Xian stood at her bedside, smiling. "My lady, our master has been kneading your legs for quite some time." He was about to stop when he noticed you had fallen asleep. The moment he ceased, you whimpered in protest, compelling him to continue until the late hours. When I offered him tea, he could hardly hold it steady. Jiang Yihuan bashfully ran her fingers through her hair. "Is that so? Where is he now?" "He has returned to the main residence." Jiang Yihuan did not dwell on it, understanding that Wei Zhao's father had summoned him back. After a brief grooming, she made her way to the study, eager to see the newcomers who were to commence work that day. Upon stepping outside, she found the city abuzz with gossip regarding the Southwest King's carriage, which had caught fire, nearly resulting in disaster. It was said that the carriage had been doused in incendiary powder, igniting rapidly, and that his guards were unable to save him. It was only thanks to his daughter's brave intervention that he survived. Despite her efforts, he sustained significant injuries, with onlookers claiming that his hair had been completely singed off. Jiang Yihuan clicked her tongue in sympathy. Upon arriving at the study, a scholar by the surname and greeted her. "My lady, I have brought my wife today. Please meet her." A young woman of similar age to Jiang Yihuan shyly introduced herself. "I am honored to meet you, my lady." She possessed a delicate and lively beauty, her hair styled as a married woman. Jiang Yihuan chuckled. "I heard your husband mention that you share my surname. What a coincidence. May I ask your name?" The young woman replied, "I am Jiang Yihuan." Chapter 50. Brothers, join me at Honglu Temple. Jiang Yihuan's smile faltered momentarily. "What is your name?" And Shusheng quickly replied. Her name is Jiang Yihuan, with Yi signifying a harmonious household and Huan representing joy beneath one's knees. He knew only that Jiang Yihuan's surname was Jiang, but was unaware of her given name, and thus spoke without reservation. At the counter, Su Samlang paused his writing, the ink spreading on the page. He inquired with urgency, "Jiang, where are you from? Do you have family? Are your parents still alive?" Jiang Yihuan answered softly, to the shopkeeper, "I hail from Shanzhou. My parents passed away a few years ago, and they entrusted me to Enlang." "Shanzhou? You are from Shanzhou? You appear quite delicate and fair, not resembling the people from that region." Jiang Yihuan felt a flutter of anxiety. Why was the shopkeeper questioning her so closely? Was this a requirement for employment? She responded truthfully, "I am originally from Wuzhou. I lost my parents when I was just over 2 years old, and I was taken in by my aunt. Did you have any siblings?" "I have an elder brother. But after my aunt took me in, I lost contact with him." "What is your brother's name?" "I have been separated from him for so long that I do not remember his name." "Am I allowed to work here?" Jiang Yihuan's throat felt dry with tension. Did the shopkeeper's extensive questioning suggest she was unwelcome? She desperately needed this job. Before Su Samlang could speak, Jiang Yihuan interjected, "Of course you can start. Your wages will begin today." And Shusheng quickly pulled his wife aside, expressing gratitude to Miss Jiang. Su Samlang opened his mouth, wondering if this Jiang Yihuan might be his cousin, yet he felt compelled to seek confirmation. Observing his cousin's calm demeanor, he refrained from further inquiries, realizing that only Jiang Qinli held the answers. At the Wei residence, Wei Fu poured tea for Wei Zhao. "Taste this. I brought it back from Ren." Wei Zhao's hand trembled as he held the teacup, his arms weary from kneading Jiang Yihuan's legs, a task more exhausting than marching in battle. Wei Fu cast a glance at him, questioning the source of his anxiety. "I will not hold Jiang Yuhuan's actions regarding Zhelan and Wei Han against her. But you must remain vigilant," Wei Fu admonished. Wei Zhao tightened his grip on the teacup. "Everything must be substantiated with evidence. It is wrong to leap to conclusions simply because of a father's suspicions." Wei Fu's brow twitched in irritation. "As for the plaque of the Wei residence, I have decided to remove it." "Why?" "Why indeed? Do you need me to elaborate?" "The plaque was unlawfully affixed by you. This realm does not bear the Wei surname." "Father," at this moment, Hengshi entered with a bow, speaking gently, "Husband, the Grand Princess has arrived." Wei Fu rose, bewildered. What prompts her unexpected visit? "She claims to be here to see Mother." Wei Fu mused to himself. Isn't the Grand Princess estranged from Mother? What a strange turn of events. Inside the chamber of the elderly Lady Wei, the Grand Princess sat by the bedside, her mind elsewhere. She had little interest in the old matriarch, and seeing her unable to speak, silently cursed her fate. Upon noticing Hengshi and the others arriving, she eagerly glanced behind them, yet Jiang Yihuan was nowhere to be seen. The group bowed to her, saying, "We have come to pay our respects, Your Highness." "Where is Miss Jiang? Why is she absent?" Wei Zhao replied, "She should be busy at the study hall." "Did the Grand Princess seek her for something?" "I had thought that, given your grandmother's fondness for her, she would keep her close by for companionship." "Where is Miss Jiang's bookshop located, and what is its name?" Wei Zhao truthfully informed her. The Grand Princess rose. "It is getting late. I must return to accompany the Prince Consort." She addressed the elderly matriarch Wei. "Take good care of yourself. I shall return to visit you soon." Just lying there is indeed a blessing. The matriarch Wei, reclining on her couch, exclaimed, "What nonsense! You are not here to see me. You have come to visit your niece." As noon approached, Jiang Yihuan gently nudged the dazed Su Samlang. "Brother, accompany me to Green Willow Lane." Su Samlang was taken aback. "You wish to go to Green Willow Lane? Is there something amiss? Could she be questioning her own origins?" "I need to discuss something with my brothers. There are a few individuals I wish to teach a lesson." Su Samlang sighed with relief, glad it wasn't about her lineage. The Su couple had gone to their shop, but all 6 older cousins were at home. Upon seeing Jiang Yihuan, they rushed over, Sister, you've come. Yesterday, we encountered that surname Fu and gave him a good beating. Haha. Jiang Yihuan had informed them of Fu Ziding's prior offense against her, and they had decided to confront Fu Ziding each time they saw him to avenge their sister. Jiang Yihuan admired. You are all so formidable. Perhaps one day, I might have a few more people to discipline. Would you dare? The six brothers exchanged glances. What is there to fear? Just watch from the sidelines. Su Sanlang wanted to object, but dared not, for his spirited cousin was not to be trifled with. They went to prepare a meal, while Jiang Yihuan relaxed in the courtyard. Zhu Xian, why have we not seen Xian Yi for such a long time? Zhu Xian sighed. He has gone to Jiangzhou. I do not know when he will return. Before long, the Su couple returned home and warmly greeted Jiang Yihuan. Yihuan, how have you been lately? Is your allowance sufficient? Recently, they had been supplying goods to the Eastern Palace and the Honglu Temple, earning quite a bit. Their niece was indeed their fortune. Money, however, is never enough, is it? The Su matriarch understood and produced 3,000 taels in silver notes. Good child, take this to nourish yourself and Wei Zhao. The healthier a man is, the more he will dote on you. Jiang Yihuan accepted with a smile. Aunt, you speak the truth. He does need to recuperate. He has been rather weak of late. By the way, Uncle, why haven't you gone to the southwest yet? We must keep up with our supply sources. Uncle Su grimaced. Things have been unsettled there recently. To reach the southwest, one must pass through Jiangzhou, which seems to be in turmoil. The southwest is indeed rich in treasures, but the roads are treacherous. Encountering bandits could cost one their life. Uncle, you must strive to earn a living for the family. Wei Zhao is working hard to support me. Yihuan, it is not that I do not wish to work hard. I simply want to live quietly with my family. If misfortune were to befall me on the way, my spouse would surely remarry, and perhaps even our sons would change their surnames. Witnessing his lack of ambition, Jiang Yihuan sighed. Alas, not everyone possesses Wei Zhao's tenacity. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What about the king of the southwest? If he were to lend his protection in that region, would it not be much safer? Without hesitation, she declared, Uncle, do not worry. I have a plan. My brothers and I shall go to Honglu Temple and speak with the king of the southwest. Su was overjoyed, realizing that seeking out the king of southwest presented a splendid opportunity. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over her. Was he not severely burned? She had seen him amidst the crowd, charred and blackened. Could he possibly survive? Perhaps he was beyond salvation. Regardless, I would engage with him if possible. If not, I would return, having merely taken my brothers to broaden their horizons. With a beaming smile, Su promptly prepared 4 exquisite gift boxes, declaring, Take these. Even if the king of Southwest is on the brink of death, you cannot go empty-handed. Very well, Aunt. I shall take my brothers now. Her cousins were more than willing to visit the Honglu Temple, the central government office. The king of Southwest resided in the C.E. Pavilion, suffering greatly, his body covered in blisters. Most distressingly, his once thick, lustrous hair was gone. He erupted in a furious tirade. Wei Zhao, you wretched scoundrel! Surely, this is your doing. The third prince, visiting him, wore a look of disdain, lamenting the uselessness of the king of Southwest. All his meticulous plans to create an assassination opportunity had yielded nothing. Wei Zhao remained unscathed, while the king had nearly lost his life. A maid entered, announcing, Your Highness, the county princess and Miss Jiang have arrived. Que lignes du courrier, puzzled. Miss Jiang? Which Jiang? Father, do you have an acquaintance in the capital? Ah, now it makes sense why you did not allow mother to accompany you. Chapter 51. Wei Zhao stepped forward, calling out, Jiang Yihuan, come here. The king of Southwest, annoyed, retorted, You foolish child, cease your nonsense. She is Wei Zhao's beloved. Let her in. Upon entering, Jiang Yihuan startled everyone in the room. Following her was a spirited young woman, accompanied by 7 towering men, each more imposing than a guardian deity. The king of Southwest, in a state of alarm, queried, Miss Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Are they your guards sent by Wei Zhao? Surely, she did not intend to strike him again? Jiang Yihuan exhaled in relief, as the king seemed lucid enough for a conversation. They're not guards, they're my brothers. The attendants sent by Wei Zhao are concealed in the shadows, unseen by your eyes. Wei Zhao instructed that I must not face any mishap. The king of Southwest's mind flashed with images of Wei Zhao's violent conquest of the Southwest. The third prince, smiling gently, greeted Miss Jiang. It is a pleasure. Adorned in a golden crown and light robe, his handsome visage resembled jade. Once he concealed his roguish demeanor, he appeared rather dashing. Jiang Yihuan replied amiably, "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as a royal merchant. You are too kind, Miss Jiang. Should any inconveniences arise, do not hesitate to voice them to me." As their conversation unfolded, Chu Lingzhu interjected, "Miss Jiang, you are indeed Wei Zhao's beloved, which puts my mind at ease. I was concerned you might be attempting to seduce my father. I certainly would not. I harbor no interest in older men or those who have lost their virtue." The king of Southwest, an older man who had indeed lost his virtue, remained silent. Chu Lingzhu praised, "You are truly a sensible young lady. I, on the other hand, am only fond of youthful lads. I am Chu Lingzhu. May I know your name?" Noticing the plural form lad she used, Jiang Yihuan replied, "I am Jiang Yihuan. I, too, have an affinity for younger men, particularly Wei Zhao, who is exceptionally youthful and striking." "Is that so? We would make fine friends then." Chu Lingzhu giggled, casting a sidelong glance at the third prince. "Is he more handsome than his highness? How tall is your man? His face, his waist, does he compare to the third prince?" The third prince coughed abruptly. He represented the royal family's dignity and could not allow a wild girl from the West to scrutinize him so. Besides, this young woman was not of his preferred type. Remembering the matter at hand, Jiang Yihuan turned to the king of Southwest. "I must ask a favor. My uncle wishes to travel to the Southwest for leisure, but that area is rather unsafe. Could you extend your protection to him? If anything were to happen, my aunt would be left a widow, and my cousins would become pitiable orphans." The king of Southwest groaned at the thought. Could a group of towering men, each capable of slaying a bull with a single punch, truly be considered orphans? He found her request tiresome. Chu Lingzhu chimed in, "My father is suffering. He has lost all his hair and scolds even me. That can be remedied. We have herbs back home that, when brewed, can restore dark hair. I shall procure some for the king of Southwest." The king of Southwest's eyes brightened. "That will be splendid. Your uncle wishes to travel to the Southwest. Yes? Leave it to me. He can roam freely in the Southwest." Jiang Yihuan turned to her 7 elder brothers. "Brothers, express your gratitude to the king of Southwest. Your father's well-being relies on him." The 7 brothers boomed their thanks, their voices resonating like thunder, causing the king to shudder. Just as Jiang Yihuan was about to take her leave, a maid entered to announce, "The crown prince has arrived." Chu Lingzhu exclaimed in delight, "Is that so? Quickly, invite the crown prince in." Upon entering, the crown prince greeted with a smile, "Third brother, Miss Jiang, you are both here?" As the heir apparent, he warmly inquired after the southwestern king, who, despite his pain, managed to respond. Chu Lingzhu nudged Jiang Yihuan. "Look at the crown prince and the third prince. Which of them do you find more handsome? They are quite similar, but I prefer the crown prince a bit more. He is gentler." Chu Lingzhu remarked, "I find the third prince more intriguing. He possesses a certain roguish charm that is quite captivating, making him more appealing. Those who are overly delicate do not catch my eye." Her gaze wandered between the third prince and the crown prince, lingering on their waists and, dare one say, more intimate areas. Both brothers felt uncomfortable, yet were unable to admonish her. The crown prince, unable to bear the situation any longer, addressed Jiang Yihuan. "I must take my leave now. Would you allow me to escort you home? My carriage is quite spacious." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Your Highness. Let's depart." They bid farewell and exited, prompting the southwestern king to call after Jiang Yihuan, "Miss, do not forget your hair growth herbs." Turning back, Jiang Yihuan assured him, "Do not worry, I won't forget." Chu Lingzhu chuckled, "Father, do you see? Miss Jiang and the crown prince seem well matched. A good girl should not pin all her hopes on a single young man." She spoke casually, yet the third prince took her words to heart. Indeed, if Jiang Yihuan had any inclination towards the crown prince, what might become of Wei Zhao? Upon returning to the palace, he reported the southwestern king's injuries to the emperor, who frowned deeply. "Wei Zhao is difficult to deal with. For now, we must first diminish his momentum and strip him of his family's insignia." A secret agent entered. presenting a letter to the emperor, whose expression shifted dramatically. "Father, what has happened?" "Son Junshan is inciting trouble in Jiangzhou, claiming he will seek to punish me." "And what of it?" "It is merely Jiangzhou. Besides, we have the princess of Pingyuan in our grasp. He lacks justification. That scoundrel. He has completely disregarded the matter of the orphan. His pretext is that I orchestrated the witchcraft incident years ago, leading to the death of Prince Zhangde." "What? How dare he fabricate such lies? How could father have orchestrated the witchcraft incident? He even claims to possess evidence. If Sun Junshin and the southwestern king join forces, we will lose control over the southwest." The third prince, regaining some composure, mused, "Doesn't Wei Zhao desire Jiangzhou? Why would Sun Junshan grant it to him? Perhaps we should let them fight amongst themselves?" "You make a valid point. Our immediate concern is to stabilize Wei Zhao." A pang of anxiety struck. At this juncture, we cannot afford to strip the Wei family's insignia. What if Wei Zhao becomes enraged? Wei Zhao also received news from Jiangzhou. He had previously sent word to spread the rumor that the orphan of Prince Zhangde was in his possession, yet Sun Junshin remained unperturbed. Even after the emperor announced the discovery of the princess of Pingyuan, Sun Junshin still did not react. It was only recently that Sun Junshin turned the tables, accusing the emperor of having caused the death of Prince Zhangde, presenting evidence that incited public outrage in Jiangzhou. Liang Jian sighed. "This man is cunning and unpredictable. He is likely seen through the general's intentions." Wei Zhao's gaze remained steady. Indeed, he is exceptionally astute. He understands the situation well. For now, he refrains from meddling in the matter of the orphan of Prince Zhangde, as Jiangzhou provides the emperor with ample challenges. Destroying the letter, he resolved to visit the bookstore to fetch Jiang Yihuan. Yet Jiang Yihuan and the crown prince entered the courtyard together, their laughter and conversation resonating in perfect harmony. "Crown Prince, do you not think my residence is quite commendable?" "Indeed, the vision of Master Wei is exceptional. However, the main door still lacks a plaque. I am currently seeking someone to craft it, and I have arranged for the characters to be inscribed. Allow me to inscribe the characters for you. My calligraphy is quite commendable." Jiang Yihuan's face brightened with joy. "That would be splendid. Thank you, Your Highness. I have a particular admiration for those skilled in calligraphy." Wei Zhao stepped forward. "Jiang Yihuan, come here." Jiang Yihuan smiled at him. "Wei Zhao, I happened to encounter His Highness while searching for the king of the southwest. He graciously escorted me back and shared many intriguing tales. Come here." He spoke while stepping forward himself. The crown prince observed with curiosity, wondering at Master Wei's expression. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the demeanor of the crown princess when he had stayed in the favored consort's chamber, an atmosphere both frigid and sour. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Miss Jiang, it is settled then. I shall inscribe characters for you." Wei Zhao took Jiang Yihuan's hand and escorted the crown prince to the entrance, solemnly stating, "This humble servant respectfully sees His Highness off." Chapter 52. Removing Wei Zhao's plaque after bidding farewell to the crown prince, Wei Zhao carried Jiang Yihuan back. The winding corridor, shrouded in wind and rain, echoed Jiang Yihuan's voice. "Slow down, please." Wei Zhao playfully lifted her into his arms, teasing, "Do you truly adore the crown prince? You've only met him a handful of times." He chuckled at the sight of Jiang Yihuan's beaming face, reminiscent of a simple-minded goose that had been led astray. "Yet," she replied earnestly, "although my encounters with the crown prince are few, I find him warm and dependable. I would gladly play with him." Wei Zhao halted, demanding, "And what about me? What about me?" Jiang Yihuan fished out a banknote from her pocket. "You? Aside from the profit share, my aunt has also given me money, urging me to help you recuperate. She says the healthier you are, the more you will dote on me." Wei Zhao felt a pang of resentment. How had her aunt raised her? "I refuse to recuperate. I'm angry." "Is that so?" "I hadn't noticed," Jiang Yihuan replied, feigning ignorance. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm angry?" With puffed cheeks, she pressed on. "All right, Wei Zhao, why are you angry?" Her lack of sincerity only fueled his irritation. Did she truly not perceive his jealousy? Kicking open the door to the main chamber, he fumed. "Who doesn't he have a temper? Who dares to infuriate me?" He collapsed heavily onto the pearwood couch, burying his frustrations beneath the weight of an exasperating girl. His striking features loomed closer, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Yihuan's cheek. She blushed, covering her face. Wei Zhao, you possess such strength and are so handsome. Wei Zhao, with his remarkable features, handsome yet delicate, sharp yet refined, retorted, is that so? Then make sure to look at me closely. Jiang Yihuan's lips were captured in a kiss. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian sat in the corridor, enjoying the breeze and sipping on a drink. With her master's possessiveness, a mere kiss was insufficient, and she relished the opportunity for a breather. She summoned Liang Jian. Lend me a few men. I need to keep an eye on the Wei family. Jiang Yihuan is eager to confront someone. Liang Jian replied seriously for this matter. You would be best advised to seek Xian Yi, as he excels in cunning schemes. Isn't Xian Yi in Jiangzhou? Zhu Xian inquired. The affairs there have concluded for now. The master has commanded him to return swiftly. Just wait, Liang Jian confirmed. Zhu Xian felt a surge of joy. Xian Yi was coming back. While waiting, she roasted meat in the courtyard. As the stars twinkled overhead, she rubbed her full stomach, wondering, is he not coming out yet? After counting the hours, she realized it had been over 2. Quite the endurance. Peeking around, Wei Zhao finally emerged. Zhu Xian eagerly asked, Master, are you tired? Where is Jiang Yihuan? Would you both like some roasted meat to tide you over? Wei Zhao appeared radiant, clearing his throat. She has fallen asleep. Do not disturb her. I shall retire to the side room. Zhu Xian was puzzled. Hadn't they already consummated their union? Why separate rooms? Jiang Yihuan awoke to the midday sun, its brightness blinding. She found her clothes clean and the bedding refreshed. Wei Zhao sat at the edge of the bed, a smile gracing his face. Awake at last, my little simpleton. Jiang Yihuan turned away, not wishing to show her face, feeling a twinge of soreness. Wei Zhao recognized her shyness. Although they had not fully shared the intimacy of spouses, they had engaged in many mischievous acts. He gently lifted her to dress. I will take you back to the main residence. My father intends to remove the plaque from the Wei estate. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. What? Are you not going to intervene? I shall not, came the response. I wish to see how it is taken down. Jiang Yihuan, no longer idle, hastily changed her attire, and the two proceeded to the residence of the Wei family. The removal of the plaque was of great significance, and the direct descendants of the Wei family awaited in Qingyun Street, numbering in the hundreds. The new plaque bore the inscription, Wei Residence. Ladders were already positioned on either side of the grand entrance, and Wei father spoke in a deep voice. Remove the old plaque. All eyes shifted from the plaque to Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao, with his own efforts, had taken control of the entire Qingyun Street, transforming the Wei residence into the Wei Manor. Yet now, he was to have the plaque removed, and it was the family head's decree. This signified that Wei Zhao could not dominate the clan, and it hinted that he might not be the next family head. While many Wei family members took pride in him, some relished this moment. Wei Zhao had once been forced to drink dirty water in a pond by them, and now he had to avoid their gaze. Did he even deserve to exude authority before them? They believed he ought to be suppressed, embarrassed, and driven out of Qingyun Street. A servant climbed the ladder, his hand just about to touch the plaque when a clear, melodious voice interrupted. Hold on. Jiang Yihuan grasped Wei Zhao's sleeve and implored, Uncle, could we refrain from removing it? Wei father replied, Do you understand that in our dynasty, only the chancellor and the princes are permitted to display such honors? Others are forbidden. My brother stated that Wei Zhao pacified the borders and stabilized the 7 provinces. His efforts were commendable, and he could have been granted the title of a foreign king. Yet his majesty refused. With his contributions, he certainly deserves this honor. Wei Han scoffed. Do you think you are the emperor? Can you decree what should be? Jiang Yihuan fidgeted. His majesty dares not allow Wei Zhao to remove the plaque. Thus he instructed Uncle, and Uncle, fearing his majesty, complied. Is that not so? A few individuals with grievances against Wei Zhao shouted. This is a family matter of the Wei clan. Who do you think you are? Leave. Wei Zhao unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam flashing, causing several headpieces to fall. Before they could react, he kicked out the one who had spoken. The crowd erupted into chaos. Wei father, both shocked and furious, exclaimed, Wei Shiguan, what are you doing? Wei Zhao calmly sheathed his sword and replied softly, Father, I respect the years you have devoted to my instruction. Though I harbor resentment for past grievances, I shall not pursue them further. However, should anyone insult or slander her, I will show no mercy." His eyes shone brightly, akin to flames dancing. Wei father was reminded of the time he returned from his duties to find his young son, bruised and brooding, gazing at his cousins with nothing but hatred. He could not fathom nor wish to delve into the squabbles of children, so he personally mentored Wei Zhao for years as recompense. Regaining his composure, he barked at the servant on the ladder, "Do not dawdle, take down the plaque." The servant complied, yet before he could extend his hand, a group came to a halt. The grand eunuch, close to the emperor, descended swiftly. He exclaimed, "By the emperor's decree, General Wei's hard work and achievements are unparalleled. I have no means to reward him. Thus I grant his family the exceptional honor of establishing a manor." He cursed under his breath, as the edict was supposed to have been delivered last night, but the emperor had delayed until this moment, and he was fortunate to arrive in time. Wei father sighed. "Oh, emperor, are you toying with me?" Jiang Yihuan could only rejoice. "Wei Zhao, I told you that you are worthy of establishing a manor. The emperor has come to his senses." Wei Zhao's eyes softened, pondering. What is his majesty thinking? Surely he has received news of Sun Jun's insurrection. His robes billowed as he grasped Jiang Yihuan's hand and turned it apart. Jiang Yihuan glanced back, glaring at those who had just insulted her. They were likely the very individuals who had tormented Wei Zhao in the past. The men, unperturbed by her glare, returned her look with equal ire, some even brandishing their fists from a distance. In the eye of the crowd, Jiang Yihuan smirked, decisively making a slicing motion across her throat. She then turned back and cheerfully declared, "Wei Zhao, let us return home to recuperate." The crowd was left speechless. Chapter 53. I fancy a charming young man. Yet he ignores me. Upon their return to the residence, urgent military matters arose, prompting Wei Zhao to attend to them. Jiang Yihuan was in the courtyard preparing nourishing dishes. Zhu Xian, not having accompanied them to the main house, cautiously inquired about her demeanor. "Miss, how did it go?" With the plaques removed, Jiang Yihuan recounted the events that transpired at the Wei residence. Zhu Xian sighed, pondering how, had it not been for the general's acquisition of Qingyun Street, they would have been unable to reside in their former dwelling. How much advantage did they gain from the general's might? Yet, how could they behave in such a manner? The name Qingyun Street resonated throughout the capital, synonymous with the illustrious Wei family, a symbol of status and power. They relished the privileges bestowed by their host's influence, yet remained silent in times of adversity, with some even daring to add insult to injury. Jiang Yihuan rubbed her moist eyes, contemplating how Wei Zhao endured those years. The scars inflicted during youth are the hardest to relinquish, and Wei Zhao's father evidently failed to comprehend his son's previous rage and humiliation. He might have said, "Are you not well now? Do not dwell on the past. It is all behind you." The most forgiving individuals in this world are often mere bystanders. Meanwhile, the king of the Southwest lounged at the CE Pavilion, basking in joy as the emperor summoned him to the palace. To secure his loyalty, the emperor promised him semi-autonomous control over the salt and iron trade in the Southwest. "My minister, I place my trust in you. Do not betray me." The king of the Southwest, elated, recognized that semi-autonomy was a favorable arrangement, and given the remoteness of the emperor, he could essentially achieve complete autonomy. "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous favor. I swear to fully support you. Should I have any ill intentions, may heaven strike me down." The emperor had awaited this affirmation, responding with satisfaction. "Your loyalty is commendable. The scenery of Dongshan is exquisite, with fine horse racing grounds. In 2 days, I shall bring the prince and court officials. You shall bring your daughter, and we will enjoy the outing together." The king of the Southwest readily agreed, eager to experience the beauty of Dongshan, a place once favored by the late Prince Zhangde for horseback riding. The emperor's expression grew solemn. He had sealed the news regarding Jiangzhou, ensuring the king of the Southwest and the court remained unaware, planning to address the aftermath once the morale there had waned. Upon returning to the CE Pavilion, the king of the Southwest informed his daughter, Chu Lingzhu, about the upcoming banquet at Dongshan. "Lingzhu, the emperor is taking us to Dongshan for entertainment. Do not cause me any trouble." Hearing that the third prince would also attend, Chu Lingzhu's spirits soared. He was handsome and well-formed, and such a charming young man should not be overlooked. Eager to share her excitement with her new friend Jiang Yihuan, Chu Lingzhu sought out the address of the bookshop that Jiang Yihuan had previously mentioned. She quickly located it. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yihuan was both astonished and delighted, offering her snacks and a storybook to enjoy. The two young ladies savored the treats while discussing the tales, their camaraderie blossoming swiftly. Yihuan, the Dongshan banquet is in 2 days. Your beloved will undoubtedly take you along. There is a small matter for which I need your assistance. What is it? Just tell me. It's a trivial matter. I will inform you more in 2 days. All right then, let us meet in 2 days. Please convey to your father that I have procured the medicinal herbs he requested. He should await them. Very well, I shall inform him. Chu Lingzhu waved goodbye as she left. The scholars at the bookshop, growing familiar with Jiang Yihuan, felt comfortable enough to jest with her, given her gentle disposition. The young lady is truly remarkable. When Master Su pens a book, you can recite it with ease. A prodigious talent indeed. Jiang Yihuan laughed and replied, no matter how well I can recite, it won't fill my stomach. Back in the countryside, I foraged every wild vegetable in the vicinity, and the fish and shrimp in the river would flee at the sight of me. Even the cleared land was snatched away. During those times, I often wondered when this life would reach its end. She spoke of her bittersweet past with a light-hearted tone. The scholar's eyes glistened with moisture. And then, what did you do to attain your current circumstances? He wished to learn from her experience. I did nothing at all. Wei Zhao tricked me into coming to the capital, and thus I acquired a residence, a shop, silver, and Wei Zhao himself. The scholar was left speechless. Forget it, I cannot learn that. On a day of festivity at Dongshan, Wei Zhao brought Jiang Yihuan along. Dongshan, a summer retreat, was blessed with cool streams and a racetrack. Upon the emperor's arrival with his entourage, the spacious Dongshan came alive with excitement. Heng Shi, accompanied by Wei Zhao, sought out Wei Zhao. After the plaque incident, Wei Fu actually wished for Wei Zhao to return to the main residence, but with Jiang Yihuan present, he was uncertain and could only wait. Yet after several days, Wei Zhao had not returned home. She spoke with a hint of urgency. Shiguang, you must understand your father's situation. He has his own difficulties. He is here today. Why not have a chat with him? He is waiting for you. Wei Zhao replied, yes, mother. I shall discuss my marriage with Yihuan with him. Heng Shi was taken aback. Was this not adding fuel to the flames? Jiang Yihuan, ever obedient, said, Wei Zhao, you go ahead. I will wait for you. Wei Zhao nodded and instructed Zhu Xian to take good care of Jiang Yihuan before departing with Heng Shi. Chu Lingzhu dashed over, calling from a distance, Yihuan, let me take you horseback riding. Seeing her twinkling eyes, Jiang Yihuan understood there was more to her words. Horseback riding was merely an excuse. All right, I have never ridden a horse before. Teach me. Zhu Xian closely followed them. Chu Lingzhu had a gentle brown horse and helped Jiang Yihuan mount it, casually brushing her hand against Yihuan's waist, saying, your waist is so delicate. Your man is indeed fortunate. Jiang Yihuan recalled her absurd encounters with Wei Zhao, her face flushing with embarrassment. It was truly a fantastical and ludicrous dream, so shameful yet so. Chu Lingzhu, perceptive as ever, chuckled, are you reminiscing about your beloved? Do not be shy. As long as it brings joy, that is what matters. Jiang Yihuan acknowledged, Wei Zhao is not selfish. He is considerate and attentive. I am happy. Lingzhu, this is my first time riding. You must look after me and ensure I do not fall. Que Lingzhu responded, after the last festival, your man nearly charred my father. How could I not take good care of you? Jiang Yihuan interjected, do not speak of things without evidence. I do not blame your man. It was my father who made the first move. Let's not dwell on this. She held Jiang Yihuan's horse, imparting riding techniques while occasionally glancing elsewhere. Jiang Yihuan said, Lingzhu, speak freely. Chu Lingzhu rubbed her palms together. I have taken a liking to a dashing young man, but he pays me no mind. Could you arrange a meeting for us in a secluded spot? I wish to speak with him and showcase my merits. Which dashing young man? Third prince. I observed the delightful conversation you had at the Four Barbarians Pavilion that day. Surely, you are capable of that, are you not? Setting aside whether I can achieve it, do you truly know him? Let us not complicate matters. I am drawn to his physique, his character, whether virtuous or vile. does not detract from the enjoyment of our encounters. Of course, I do not imply any desire for intimacy. I merely wish to engage in heartfelt dialogue with him. Jiang Yihuan was rendered speechless. Allow me time to consider. Yihuan, you may not be aware, but I possess salt and iron mines in the southwest. Salt is akin to glistening silver, while iron resembles black gold. Is not the salt and iron trade under government regulation? On the surface, yes, but there are many who engage in illicit salt trade. I am unafraid to disclose that His Majesty has permitted semi-private operations in the salt and iron sectors of the southwest. Should you wish to amass wealth from salt, I can assist you. She leads the boys in salt mining in the western salt region, while Jiang Yihuan sells salt in the capital. Does that not make for a splendid collaboration? Jiang Yihuan gazed up at the sky and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, I will ride a circuit on horseback before providing you with my answer. With a swift squeeze of her sides, she urged her horse forward. Chu Lingzhu watched as her garments billowed in the breeze, her steed responding gracefully to her commands, showcasing a remarkable elegance in her riding. Scratching her head, she pondered, is Yihuan truly this adept at riding on her first attempt? My father spoke of a master equestrian in his lifetime, that being Prince Zhangde. After completing her circuit, Jiang Yihuan smoothed the horse's mane and dismounted. Should she seek out the third prince? Chu Lingzhu mused that their interaction was merely a matter of heartfelt conversation. But what kind of conversation might that entail? Could it be that she is harboring ulterior motives? Just as she was lost in thought, the third prince approached her of his own accord. Chapter 54. The third prince approaches. A young lady wishes to converse with you. He gently waved his fan, a smile illuminating his face as he addressed Jiang. Miss Jiang, your equestrian skills are quite impressive. I presume Zhao Wei has been your tutor? Jiang Yihuan replied. To be candid, this is my first experience riding a horse. Isn't it simply a matter of mounting and then galloping along? The third prince inwardly scoffed, thinking, what pretense? Surely, this is not your inaugural ride. He chuckled. Indeed, you possess a remarkable talent. By the way, it has come to my attention that there are some grievances regarding the dried goods supplied to you in the palace. Jiang Yihuan grew anxious. What complaints might there be? Is it the quality that falls short, or do they find the prices exorbitant? The situation is rather intricate, and I cannot elucidate it fully at present, he replied. Jiang Yihuan's concern deepened. Your Highness, could you please refrain from informing Zhao Wei about this matter? His father opposes my marriage into the Wei family, and should I fail to earn any income, my prospects will diminish further. The third prince, displaying his consideration, reassured her, do not fret, Miss Jiang. This matter shall remain between us, and I shall assist you in resolving it. Jiang Yihuan's eyes reflected a mix of apprehension and gratitude as she bowed. Thank you. Your Highness, your kindness is not lost on me. Though you may fall slightly short of Zhao Wei, you are nearly on par with the Crown Prince. I shall go dine with Zhao Wei and return shortly. The third prince chuckled. Silly girl. Soon you shall meet the Crown Prince and engage in an open conversation. The Eastern Mountain Banquet was his suggestion, yet certain plans were unbeknownst even to the Emperor. Astute strategies often manifest in simplicity, and he could execute them alone. After his departure, Zhao Wei sought out Jiang Yihuan, and they secured a pleasant spot to enjoy their meal while admiring the scenery. The stream meandered gracefully, shaped by skilled hands, with dishes placed in the flowing water, adding an element of charm. Noticing Jiang Yihuan gazing at the stream, shaking her head and sighing, Zhao Wei teased, who occupies your thoughts? Is it your brother, or perhaps Neither, she interrupted. I just spotted a plump rabbit. It seems poised to collide with a tree stump. I shall keep watch and catch it for you to bolster your strength, for that night you suffered. That night of folly was orchestrated entirely by Zhao Wei, who undoubtedly was exhausted. He had refrained from their usual escapades recently, considering her complaints about fatigue and her delicate constitution. All right, Zhao Wei, I forgive your stubbornness. How did your conversation with your uncle go? He seems to share your traits, tough on the outside, yet soft within. He will eventually have to accept me. Zhao Wei shook his head. My father's resolve is as solid as a rock. He will not relent, regardless of his stance. We shall adhere to the proper protocols. 3 letters and 6 ceremonies shall not be neglected for this foolish goose. Jiang Yihuan responded with delight. How splendid. Without your father, the butcher, would I even have the chance to savor pork? Zhao Wei lifted her chin, chuckling. Who are you calling a pig? Eat more. You're still a bit underweight. Once their meal concluded, his father would engage in a second round of negotiations with him. Amidst the bamboo grove, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, accompanied by the soft sounds of bamboo, swaying, and the recitation of poetry. The third prince observed the crown prince not far off. Lost in the depths of poetic expression, the crown prince possesses a profound passion for composing poetry, though the quality of his work is, shall we say, questionable. While others might feign humility by claiming to present a poor display, the crown prince is quite sincere in his modesty. Thus, he seeks solace in tranquil locations, sending his guards far away as he immerses himself in the creation of his grand compositions. Observing the crown prince lost in his poetic reverie, he stepped out of the bamboo grove, for it was time to summon the foolish rabbit. Indeed, the foolish rabbit was surely searching for him. As anticipated, Jiang Yihuan approached. Basking in the sunlight, her complexion radiant and flawless, her dark, bright eyes twinkling like stars. The third prince mused to himself that the crown prince was quite fortunate. Miss Jiang, the sun is rather strong outside. Let's converse as we stroll through the bamboo grove, he suggested. Jiang Yihuan responded brightly. The bamboo grove is delightful. When I was in the countryside, I would inhale the breeze of the bamboo forest, drink its water, and feast on the insects nestled within the bamboo shoots. The third prince retorted, that is called dining on the wind and drinking the dew. And what on earth is this about eating bamboo worms? Upon entering the grove, tears streamed down Jiang Yihuan's face. Your Highness, what on earth has gone wrong with my goods? Can you truly assist me? The third prince found her tearful expression remarkably beautiful, which explained why Wei Zhao held her in such high regard. Do not weep. I assure you that you will continue to supply your goods, and in the future, suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind. He shouted, Who goes there? Miss Jiang, be cautious of what lies behind you. This was his cunning scheme. The moment Jiang Yihuan turned her head, he planned to strike her unconscious. Then he would incapacitate the crown prince as well, strip them of their garments, and cast them deep into the bamboo grove, administering a potion. When the two were discovered disheveled, Wei Zhao's reputation would be utterly ruined, and he could severely harm the crown prince, severing ties with the Eastern Palace's influence. In such a scenario, both the court and the common folk would denounce him, and his father would show him no mercy. He would have no inclination to engage with the king of the Southwest. As Jiang Yihuan turned as he desired, he raised his hand, but darkness suddenly engulfed him. The figure behind him, Zhu Xian, rendered him unconscious. Jiang Yihuan sighed deeply, dragging the third prince by one leg, carelessly turning his face downward. Your Highness, we must move. There awaits a lovely lady eager to converse with you. Chu Lingzhu was waiting ahead, seeing Jiang Yihuan's rough handling of the third prince. Zhu Xian felt a pang of concern. Take it easy. You must not harm my dear little one. Jiang Yihuan released her grip. You may converse with him, but what if he wakes up during the process? What if he no longer wishes to talk? Chu Lingzhu replied with a playful laugh. I possess a marvelous potion called a Dream of Wushan. Enter my Wushan realm, and you shall know the joys of Wushan. I guarantee he will be so entranced he won't know which way is up. Even the most stubborn of gentlemen will bow before my pomegranate skirt, especially since the third prince does not seem particularly steadfast. With a cheerful demeanor, she hoisted the little one onto her back and ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. Half an hour later, the crown prince emerged from the grove, finally satisfied with his poetic creation, eager to share it with someone. 2 hours later, Chu Lingzhu emerged from the bamboo grove, supporting the third prince, who shielded his face with his robe, obscuring his expression, which hardly appeared joyful. Meanwhile, Chu Lingzhu seemed as pleased as a plump cat that had just indulged in several fresh fish, her tail almost wagging in delight. Jiang Yihuan sighed in relief. Oh, Buddha, you have witnessed this, have you not? They sought poetry and received poetry. They sought to be fainted and were indeed fainted. They sought beauty and found it. Truly, it is none of my concern. In the radiant glow of dusk, Wei Zhao concluded negotiations with his father and headed to retrieve Jiang Yihuan, who had been napping by the creek. Jiang Yihuan cast aside the dogtail grass in her hand and lunged towards him, exclaiming, "Wei Zhao, I am famished." Wei Zhao grasped the nape of her neck and replied, "Come along, little simpleton. Let us return home for some roasted rabbit." Upon hearing Jiang Yihuan mention the rabbit, he instructed someone to procure it, and it should have just arrived at their residence. As they had only taken a few steps, they were met with the sight of Wei's father, accompanied by several members of the Wei family, regarding Jiang Yihuan with a complex expression. Jiang Yihuan tugged at his robe and questioned, "Wei Zhao, are they glaring at me? My uncle once said that staring is quite impolite." Wei Zhao shielded her view with his sleeve and said, "Father, do not frighten her. If there is something to discuss, do so with me." Wei's father recalled the day Jiang Yihuan had made a gesture across her neck, and his expression darkened. "Shiguang, you shall return to the main residence. To have her stay outside is simply unacceptable. Would she not bear the stigma of a concubine? I am considering her best interests." Jiang Yihuan interjected, "Thank you, uncle, for your concern, but the plaque at the entrance of that residence reads Jiang Residence, and it was penned by the crown prince himself. To speak plainly, it is Wei Zhao who has entered my Jiang residence." Wei's father responded, "Jiang residence? Jiang Qianli's Jiang? No, it is Jiang Yihuan's Jiang." Wei's father retorted, "I have never encountered such unabashed boldness in a young lady." Jiang Yihuan blinked her eyelashes and said, "Uncle, in a few days, Wei Zhao and I shall visit the old matriarch. For today, I shall take my leave." She clasped her hands together and performed a perfectly executed bow, her demeanor impeccable. Wei's father appeared momentarily dazed, lost in thought, before asking Shiguang, "What do you propose?" Chapter 55. Jiang Yihuan's uncle is heading to the capital. Wei Zhao performed a respectful bow, stating, "Father, I take my leave. We shall return to the Jiang residence." Wei's father remained silent, while several younger members of the Wei family wore displeased expressions. How could Wei Zhao treat an elder with such disrespect? "Wei Shiguang, your uncle is the head of the family and your father. No matter how powerful you may be, you must not defy him in front of outsiders." Jiang Yihuan narrowed her eyes and inquired of the speaker, "And who might you be?" The man sneered, "I am Wei Kuang. What, do you wish to threaten me?" On that day, Jiang Yihuan had made a throat-slitting gesture on Qingyun Street, leaving them stunned for quite some time. What audacity she possessed! Jiang Yihuan furrowed her brow. Wei Kuang, was he not one of those who had bullied Wei Zhao in the past? Regrettably, she had not brought her older cousins along today. She clapped her hands silently, a gesture of insult implying that her opponent was utterly worthless, a mere trifle. Wei Kuang stood speechless. Across the stream, Chu Lingzhu stood at a distance with a third prince's attendant, hesitating to approach. The third prince was seething with rage. If anger were tangible, his fury could boil the waters of the stream. Nay, it could evaporate them entirely. In the bamboo grove, upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself completely unclothed. With pain radiating from his face, legs, and back, his entire body ached. Beside him was Chu Lingzhu, her hair disheveled, her garments barely concealing her form, and her expression one of lingering allure. What had transpired? There was no need to ponder deeply. He hurriedly donned his clothes, but found himself unsteady, weak as a maiden. Chu Lingzhu half supported, half carried him out of the bamboo grove. In his shame and anger, his rage reached a boiling point. "Wretched woman, what sorcery have you cast upon me?" He vaguely recalled the delightful pleasures of his dreams, starkly contrasting with the dismal reality upon waking. "Que Lingzhu shukud? Me? Sorcery? It is not the allure of beauty that ensnares, but rather one's own folly. Your Highness, your waist and legs are quite strong. I must say I am satisfied." The third prince nearly spat blood. "Satisfied? What does your satisfaction matter? Am I a subject for your judgment?" He had diligently trained in martial arts, building his physique robust and strong, purely to overshadow the feeble crown prince. How unfortunate that this wretched woman had benefited from his efforts. One cannot speak in such a manner. I contributed to this, and I am entitled to a few comments. Besides, I offered you a fair assessment. Her nature was inherently generous and kind. Even if her partner did not fully meet her expectations, she would still offer praise, for every handsome gentleman deserved encouragement. The third prince suddenly recalled the most pressing matter. Where was Jiang Yihuan? Where was the crown prince? Had they conspired against him in a bamboo grove? How would I know? When I entered the grove, all I saw was my little darling. Little darling? The third prince lunged forward, filled with the desire to strangle her. The two engaged in a scuffle. Wretched woman, one day, I shall ensure you pay dearly in the southwest. Chu Lingzhu retorted, Pa, do you think the roads of Shu are so easily traversed? You are no crown prince, Zhangde. Do you possess that capability? The third prince cursed inwardly. Though he was not crown prince Zhangde, he could still topple the current crown prince and strip the southwestern king of his title. As dusk fell, Jiang Yihuan and Wei Zhao returned to the front of the residence, where the plaque bore the grand characters, Jiang Residence. A satisfied smile graced the prince's lips, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Wei Zhao retorted, it is Jiang Yihuan's Jiang, not Jiang Qianli's. This was his final act of defiance. In the courtyard, the charcoal fire grill was ready, and the rabbit meat had been meticulously prepared. The cook marinated the meat in a dark plum sauce, coating it with pepper powder. Wei Zhao personally tended to the grilling, slicing the cooked meat into delicate pieces to feed Jiang Yihuan. She savored the succulent morsels, her lips glistening with grease, as she sipped on a chilled drink, leaving a kiss on Wei Zhao's cheek. Is it delicious? He remained silent, capturing her smooth wrist and bringing it to his lips. Jiang Yihuan felt her wrist ablaze, nearly spilling her drink. Wei Xiaofu was truly Wei Zhao chuckled lightly, pulling her to sit upon his lap. I have dispatched someone to fetch your old uncle. They should have already arrived in Wuzhou. Jiang Yihuan suddenly looked up. What? When we become engaged, your maternal relatives must be present. Are you pleased? Jiang Yihuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Yes, I am pleased, but seeing her dazed expression, Wei Zhao cradled her face and kissed her, leaving her in a dreamy haze, allowing him to lead her in a gentle dance. In the rural outskirts of Wuzhou, within a modest courtyard, Qiao Shaoqing located Jiang Yihuan's elderly uncle, a man nearing 70, his hair entirely white. The old uncle trembled. Are you a friend of Qianli? Has he lost his senses in the capital? It has been years since he returned. When ungrateful wretch. Qiao Shaoqing coughed lightly. Please do not speak ill of him. Old sir, he is quite occupied with affairs of state. He is primarily busy plotting against Wei Zhao. Leaving a young girl like Yihuan alone at home. Does he truly feel secure? Qiao Shaoqing covered his face. What young girl? Who knows how long she has been a killer? Jiang Yihuan's humble dwelling held many secrets. It took him several days to piece together the information. The village head's family, the local tyrant from the neighboring village, the shopkeeper from the county town, the wicked old woman from the neighboring township, their deaths were likely intertwined with her in some manner. Old sir, what kind of person is Miss Jiang? She has always been attached to her brother. Whenever someone bullied Qianli, she would fiercely bite and protect him. If anyone treated her kindly, she would repay them tenfold. I am frail and blind in my old age, and Yihuan has given me most of her earnings, living in a state of scarcity. Qiao Shaoqing lowered his gaze in silence. The old uncle called for the old aunt. Pour some water for our guest. The old aunt responded promptly. Outside, the sound of barking dogs echoed as a group of soldiers clad in military attire entered. The old uncle perked up his ears. Who are you? The leader exchanged a glance with Qiao Shaoqing, both taken aback. He spoke. You must be the old uncle. I am a friend of Jiang Qianli. He has found a good family for his sister and is about to become engaged. We request your presence in the capital for the engagement banquet. Qiao Shaoqing inwardly cursed. Once again, that scoundrel Wei Zhao. The newcomer was clearly Qing Yi from the Qing battalion. He presumed that the villagers of Wuzhou would not recognize military attire. Did he? Isn't that the infamous Commander Qing? What is your purpose here? Do you intend to abduct them? Qing Yi shot back defiantly. And aren't you, the formidable Qiao Shaoqing? Have you come to retrieve someone as well? They disregarded each other's well-being, exposing one another's secrets. The elderly aunt murmured to her husband, My dear, listen to how the people of the capital choose such melodious names, like commander or young minister. The elderly uncle nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. In the capital, the blazing sun was obscured by dark clouds, bringing a refreshing coolness to the air. Chu Lingzhu lay on the couch, feeling a twinge of loneliness. The third prince, with his fiery temperament, had engaged in a prolonged quarrel with her the other day. When would they have the chance to discuss their feelings again? No, she could not remain tethered to one tree. She must seek another. Arriving at Jiang Yihuan's study, she brought gifts, exquisite shoe embroidery and a dagger adorned with 7 sparkling gemstones. Yihuan, this dagger is crafted from cold iron, slicing through bone like soft clay. It is remarkably sharp. Jiang Yihuan beamed with delight. Lingzhu, although you have a penchant for indiscriminately sleeping with men, I still believe you are a good girl. Chu Lingzhu objected, asserting that she did not sleep with just anyone. Rather, she only chose the most handsome men. Ahem, Yihuan, you have a good rapport with the crown prince, don't you? Could you possibly introduce me to him? Jiang Yihuan immediately interrupted, no, absolutely not. The crown prince is out of the question. Chu Lingzhu sighed in disappointment. All right then, you need not confine yourself to the study. Accompany me out for some fun. Whatever catches your eye, sister will buy it for you. Chapter 56. A dark and windy night. Perfect for a scuffle. Jiang Yihuan cheerfully replied, I lack for nothing. The jewels and garments that Wei Zhao gifted me fill several rooms. Just as she was about to step outside, the Su couple arrived with 6 cousins in tow. Su Shi smiled and remarked, Yihuan, after a few days' absence, you have become even more beautiful. Uncle, aunt, your timing is impeccable. This is the daughter of the king of the Southwest. With his support, Uncle can navigate the Southwest with ease. Su Shi grinned, nudging her husband. Did you hear? Yihuan has connections. You needn't linger in the capital any longer. Chu Lingzhu stared at her 6 cousins, exclaiming, Goodness, look at their stature. They will be splendid for mining salt in the Southwest. She added with enthusiasm, Yihuan speaks the truth. The Southwest is rich in resources, teeming with wealth. I possess several salt mines in that region and require talents like your esteemed gentleman. Su Shi immediately sensed a business opportunity. Salt is a necessity consumed by every household, and the illicit trade in salt is quite lucrative, albeit risky. With a broader smile, she engaged in lively conversation with Chu Lingzhu. In a corner, Jiang Yihuan wiped her hands clean and prepared tea for their guests. As Su Shi and Chu Lingzhu conversed animatedly, tea was accidentally spilled. Oh dear, how clumsy. Jiang Yihuan quickly apologized, Madam. I am terribly sorry. Jiang Yihuan reassured her, it is not your fault. It was my aunt's carelessness. Su Shi could not chastise further, as she was taken aback by Jiang Yihuan's appearance, frozen in astonishment. Su's uncle was equally astonished. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased sister. Su Shi composed herself and discreetly tugged at her husband's sleeve. Jiang Yihuan observed their reactions with a composed demeanor. Lingzhu, shall we depart? Would you like your cousins to join us for some fun? I shall procure gifts for you. The older cousins, fond of their younger sister, readily agreed to accompany her. Su Shi clutched her chest, pulling Su Samlang and her husband aside. This girl resembles your late aunt far too closely. Even her expressions are identical. Su Samlang, burdened by a long-held secret, decided to reveal all he knew, feeling an unbearable weight lifted. Su Shi's eyes sparkled with disbelief. How could this be? After all the effort to ascend the social ladder, she turns out to be a false relative? Outside, the sky loomed ominously, and the wind was brisk. Yet, Jiang Yihuan and Chu Lingzhu were in high spirits, bustling through the lively streets and indulging in shopping. The older cousins and their attendants followed closely behind. Chu Lingzhu sighed contentedly. This is delightful. I am thoroughly enjoying myself. Jiang Yihuan, discerning from her expression, inferred that delightful likely meant comfortable. I too feel quite at ease. In weather like this, I would engage in something special to unwind. This atmosphere is most suitable for pursuing justice. Chu Lingzhu hugged her companion. Dear sister, what is that tall structure ahead? That is the Sizitai, built by the late emperor for Prince Zhangde. Chu Lingzhu's smile faded, and she solemnly bowed towards the Sizitai. Were it not for Prince Zhangde, neither I nor my brothers would exist. Yet he and his offspring have all perished. Did not his majesty retrieve the princess of Pingyuan? Que Lingzhu murmure. My father claims she's an impostor. However, everyone remarked that she bore a striking resemblance to Prince Zhangde. My father mentioned that the emperor, wishing to obfuscate the truth, naturally sought someone who resembled him. On the day of the royal mausoleum ceremony, the spirit of Prince Zhengde manifested, accompanied by a radiant golden light. My father said that golden light appeared for him, and Prince Zhengde was delighted to see him. Jiang Yihuan stifled a laugh, thinking that the Southwest King was indeed a remarkable character. As they walked and chatted, Chu Lingzhu hurried her steps and collided with a young gentleman. The young man barked, "How do you walk? Have you no eyes?" Jiang Yihuan quickly apologized, and upon closer inspection, realized it was Wei Quang. Wei Quang recognized her as well, his expression darkening further. Chu Lingzhu, noticing his handsome features, lowered her voice and said, "Young sir, you've hurt me quite badly." Wei Quang was filled with revulsion. What nonsense was this? I have yet to settle the score with you. Birds of a feather flocked together. The company Jiang Yihuan kept was hardly commendable. Chu Lingzhu was taken aback, cursing under her breath, how terribly lacking in charm. A servant hurried over, announcing, "Young master, they are awaiting you." Wei Quang cast a sidelong glance at Chu Lingzhu and strode into the Tingyan pavilion. Chu Lingzhu inquired, "Who is he?" "Quite intriguing. I find myself wanting to engage him in conversation." Jiang Yihuan instructed Zhu Xian to inquire whom Wei Quang was meeting in the Tingyan pavilion. The Tingyan pavilion was a refined establishment in the capital, frequented by talented young ladies skilled in both music and poetry, admired by the literati of the city. Zhu Xian soon returned with several names. Jiang Yihuan pondered, given the company Wei Quang kept, what sort of individuals could they be? All were former tormentors of Wei Zhao. When would they emerge? The servant replied, "They typically return home around the hour of the pig." Wei Zhao had informed her earlier that various deputy generals from the provinces had come to the capital to report on military affairs, and he would not return until late. After the hour of the pig, Jiang Yihuan grasped Chu Lingzhu's hand apologetically, saying, "I have a few people to deal with. I shall accompany you next time. It is quite dark. You should head back early." Chu Lingzhu's interest was piqued. "No, you misunderstand me. I must be present for such excitement. When will you act?" "I shall assist you." Jiang Yihuan agreed. "If you still wish to converse with the third prince, I can aid you as well." Chu Lingzhu wholeheartedly concurred, praising her good sister for being so accommodating. The two waited at the opposite inn until the hour of the pig, and several older cousins were also prepared. The night was devoid of moonlight, and the wind howled fiercely. At the stroke of the hour, a servant emerged holding a lantern marked with the character Wei. Several young gentlemen followed suit. Jiang Yihuan clapped her hands. "Brothers, let us move." The 6 older cousins advanced, swiftly incapacitating the servant and seizing the young gentlemen to flee. They dragged them to the moat, forcing them to drink their fill of water. As they gradually regained consciousness in the pitch-black night, they choked and struggled, unable to see anything, only able to curse incessantly. A chilling voice declared, "I shall step on your face." A hand, as hard as iron, pinned them down, and a foot brutally stomped on their left cheek, igniting a sharp pain. Another voice chimed in, "I too shall step on your face." A second foot landed forcefully on their right cheek. Ultimately, they were bound, their mouths stuffed with cloth, and discarded at the entrance of the Tingyan pavilion. The east courtyard. Wei Zhao was engaged in discussions with several generals. With still some time before the hour of high, they had nearly concluded their matters. Wei Zhao remarked, "The late-night meal will be served shortly. Please enjoy it at your leisure, as I shall not join you." General Chao chuckled. "Are you planning to accompany Miss Jiang?" "Ah, now that makes sense. What could be more important than a lady at supper? When shall we have the pleasure of toasting at your wedding feast?" Wei Zhao replied, "Soon enough. According to custom, we must first hold an engagement banquet." General Chao was taken aback. "Is that true? Are you truly to marry her?" "But she is Jiang Qianli's sister." "You what of me?" Wei Zhao interjected. "She is herself, and Jiang Qianli is Jiang Qianli. Now, do enjoy your meal." He rode back to his residence and entered the courtyard, only to find no lights illuminating Jiang Yihuan's chamber. In the past, no matter how late he returned, Jiang Yihuan would always leave a light on to await his arrival. He would glance at her before extinguishing the flame, summoning a maid to inquire about the situation. He learned that Jiang Yihuan had gone out during the day and had not returned since. His expression darkened instantly. Although he had dispatched the red character camp guards to protect her discreetly, he still felt uneasy. He hastened out of the manor to search for her. Chapter 57. Yes, uncle. It was indeed I who did it. The night wind blew chill as a carriage with windproof lamps made its way forward. Chu Lingzhu stretched lazily and exclaimed, "Yihuan, I had a splendid time tonight. Do invite me again next time." Jiang Yihuan rested her chin on her hand, replying, "I too had a delightful evening, exceedingly delightful." Upon reaching the entrance of the residential street, Chu Lingzhu bid farewell to her cousins, saying, "Sister, we must return now. We shall escort you to here. You all must be weary from tonight. Do not return. Stay at my home instead," Chu Lingzhu insisted. "Oh, that will be inappropriate. The houses in the capital are both costly and cramped. We cannot intrude upon you and your gentlemen," her cousins replied in unison. "It is no intrusion. This entire street is my residence, equipped with dedicated guest quarters," Chu Lingzhu countered. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed ahead as a group surged forth from the residential street. Jiang Yihuan waved without hesitation, "Wei Zhao, Wei Zhao, I am here." Upon hearing her voice, Wei Zhao dismounted swiftly. Beneath the glow of the carriage's windproof lamp stood the girl he had been fervently searching for. Weak in the knees, he rushed forward and embraced her, repeatedly asking, "Where have you been? Why have you returned so late? What has happened?" Before encountering her, he had been consumed by anger and worry, his spirit tense. "I am quite well. I merely found some individuals displeasing and had my brothers teach them a lesson. Must one engage in such activities at this hour? Could it not have been done in daylight? They were at Tingyun Pavilion during the day. I could not frighten the ladies within." Wei Zhao lifted her onto the horse, gritting his teeth. "You shall return home with me. One cannot chastise you publicly on the street. We shall discuss this later." "All right, we shall return home. But wait, there are Lingzhu and my brothers. You must arrange for them to stay in the guest quarters." Wei Zhao instructed Liang Jian to accommodate them. Once they entered the house, he scrutinized Jiang Yihuan under the light, and seeing her unharmed, his fury diminished somewhat. "Tell me, who has wronged you?" "They did not wrong me. I simply disdained them," Jiang Yihuan replied, listing a series of names. "I stripped them of their outer robes, gagged them, and left them at the entrance of Tingyun Pavilion. I found it particularly amusing afterward. It was quite splendid." Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback before responding, "You must not return late again. I was nearly frightened to death by your absence." The thought of what might have transpired had she encountered misfortune that night was unbearable. Jiang Yihuan huffed, leaning against him. "Very well, Wei Zhao. I am tired. You must lull me to sleep." Observing her eyelids drooping, Wei Zhao chuckled softly. After helping her wash up, he carried her to the couch. Inhaling her faint fragrance, his tension finally eased, and he kissed her eyelashes, his ire dissipating entirely. Once she fell into a deep slumber, he tiptoed outside to summon Liang Jian. Liang Jian anticipated his inquiry and replied, "The men from the Red Deficit camp reported that Miss Jiang dealt with several young gentlemen tonight. Seeing that she emerged unscathed, they refrained from intervening." Wei Zhao responded with a hum, acknowledging that the foolish fellows were serving him well by venting his frustrations. As dawn approached, the streets lay eerily silent. In front of Tingyun Pavilion, the cousins, bound together in a comical manner, writhed on the ground, their appearances grotesque, yet amusing. Stuffed with cloth strips, they emitted faint sounds, yearning for someone to heed their plight. The cold stone slab sent shivers through their bones, and the incessant bites of mosquitoes made this the most arduous night they had endured since their birth. At the first glimmer of dawn, the sound of neighing horses echoed. Wei Kuang rejoiced. Salvation had arrived. The group, united in spirit, desperately writhed in hopes of attracting attention. Indeed, someone noticed them and halted their steed. It was Wei Zhao. They froze as if turned to stone, wishing only to burrow into the earth. Clad in a dark robe, his hair neatly tied, Wei Zhao bore an exceptionally radiant expression. He glanced at them with disdain, akin to surveying refuse, before riding away. The group was left in stunned silence. It was not until daybreak that they were discovered and rescued. In a state of disarray, they returned to the Wei residence and, without a word, knocked on their uncle's door, collapsing to their knees. Wei Fu, upon hearing their plight, was momentarily stunned. Who would dare to act against the Wei family? Wei Kuang trembled with rage. It was Shi Guang's accomplice, the one surnamed Jiang. I saw her in front of the Tingyun Pavilion during the day. This must be Shi Guang's doing. She even had the audacity to ride past early this morning. Uncle, you must intervene. Wei Fu offered them a few words of consolation before sending them away. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Yihuan and Chu Lingzhu were enjoying their breakfast. They had risen late, while their older cousins had returned early to attend to their shop. Chu Lingzhu sighed in admiration. You possess an entire street of properties. Yihuan, regarding the sale of salt and iron that I mentioned last time, have you given it any thought? It could be quite lucrative. Once they secured the rights to operate independently, countless individuals would seek her collaboration, but she had faith in Jiang Yihuan, knowing she had Wei Zhao's influence behind her. Jiang Yihuan took a sip of porridge and replied, I understand the potential for profit, but have you considered the consequences of rampant private salt and iron? Salt is an essential for countless lives. If private salt floods the market, prices will become uncontrollable. And iron has even broader applications, most critically in weaponry. If it becomes predominantly privately owned, the implications are dire. Chu Lingzhu dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. How could it possibly flood the market? My father has soldiers. He can maintain control. Just trust me, sister, I will lead you to wealth. After finishing their meal, a servant from the main residence arrived to summon Jiang Yihuan. Miss Jiang, our lord requests your presence. Jiang Yihuan stood and said, Please wait a moment. I will change my attire. Once dressed, Chu Lingzhu prepared to return to the CE pavilion, and they bid farewell at the door. Upon arriving at the Wei residence, Wei Fu and Hung sure awaited her in the flower hall. Wei Fu raised his gaze and inquired, Miss Jiang, you have just recently pushed Ji Lan and Wei Han into the water. Why then do you seek to humiliate Wei Kuang and the others? Jiang Yihuan bowed respectfully, realizing they were astute enough to deduce her involvement. Uncle summoned me with impressive speed. Yes, I merely administered a slight lesson. My friend contends that it does not qualify as humiliation. According to Chu Lingzhu's definition, she intended to strip them bare, satisfy her whims, and then cast them into the river. Now, that would be humiliation. Hung sure gasped. Yihuan, you may deny it all you wish. What is there to confess? Wei Fu was taken aback by her candid acknowledgement, his expression darkening. This is outrageous. They are my nephews. How dare you discipline them? Jiang Yihuan straightened her posture, asserting, They deserve it. When Wei Zhao was bullied by them, did you, as his parents, ever advocate for him? The He family matriarch's eyes reddened with concern for her son. Yet, during those tumultuous years, she was unable to safeguard herself, let alone care for her younger daughter. How could she possibly take charge? Wei Fu retorted coldly. A group of inconsiderate children creating chaos. What am I to do? What can be done? Just as I did last night. In my opinion, Wei Zhao should have exacted his revenge long ago. Wei Fu's expression shifted to one of shock and anger. Do you not realize that the Wei family once suffered grievously due to internal strife? Hence, I made him vow never to retaliate against his kin. He continued, What Wei Zhao has endured, your uncle certainly has not faced. Otherwise, you would not speak so flippantly. This is merely you being generous at another's expense. Hung hurriedly interjected, Yihuan, please refrain from speaking further. Wei Fu, infuriated, tightened his grip on the teacup. You continuously instigate trouble. Do you truly have his best interests at heart? I hold him in great affection. How could I not wish for his well-being? I implore you, my uncle, to support us. Just because you have feelings for him, I am to acquiesce. Shi Guang is exceedingly wealthy, immensely powerful, and remarkably youthful. Your affection for him is hardly surprising. Jiang Yihuan smoothed her skirt and replied, So I ask you, uncle, why do you reject my legitimate desires? Wei Fu remained silent. By the way, allow me to inform you that regarding last night's events, I acted with my own people, and Wei Zhao only learned of it afterward. I shall take my leave now. At that moment, a maid entered and announced, My lord, the eldest princess has arrived again. She is in the old lady's chamber, it seems. It seems the old lady has been quite upset by the eldest princess. Chapter 58, Dear lady, am I truly unclean? Your highness, am I dirty? Upon hearing this, Wei Fu quickly rose and approached, having noticed the recent frequent visits of the grand princess. Hung Shi and Jiang Yihuan followed closely behind. Before they even reached the room, the indistinct voice of old lady Wei could be heard. The Grand Princess sat before the couch, her face slightly contorted with anger. Upon seeing Jiang Yihuan arrive, she paused momentarily, then exclaimed with surprise, "Child." Jiang Yihuan respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to your highness. How have you been lately?" Well, I have heard you have moved out. Are you adapting well to living outside?" "Indeed, I am residing in my own residence. How could I not be accustomed to it?" Old Lady Wei laboriously lifted her hand, pointing at Jiang Yihuan. Child. Wei Fu grasped her hand. "Mother, I am here." "Can you speak now?" Jiang Yihuan cheerfully remarked. "It is wonderful that the old lady can speak again. Uncle is actually opposed to my marriage with Wei Zhao. Please persuade him to agree." Old Lady Wei gasped. Get her out." Jiang Yihuan blushed, saying, "The old lady says she wants to give me to Wei Zhao." "Did you hear that, uncle?" Wei Fu chose to ignore her. Old Lady Wei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, She is. Zhang. After so many days of silence, she finally managed to utter a few words. "This matter is of great significance. It must be conveyed to my son." Jiang Yihuan, feeling wrong, protested, "Old lady, I am not dirty. Your Highness, do you think I am unclean?" The Grand Princess's heart ached at this. She rebuked, You remain as cruel as ever. No wonder Ruan Lang despised you back in the day. It is because of you that he developed a disdain for women and turned to love young men instead. You have led him astray." Old Lady Wei's lips twisted in anger. You wretched, vile, audacious. You dare insult me? In your youth, you had no favor from your husband, a multitude of illegitimate sons. Now you torment your daughter-in-law. Listening to hearsay, you allow your own grandson to be humiliated. The saying that an unworthy wife brings ruin to 3 generations speaks of you. You blind and foolish creature. Wei Fu and Hung Shi were taken aback. Had the Grand Princess truly lost her temper? Old Lady Wei, overwhelmed with rage, convulsed and gasped twice before fainting. Wei Fu hurriedly summoned the household physician. The physician shook his head and sighed. The old lady had finally shown some improvement, and now it has all reverted. She cannot endure any more shocks. The Grand Princess let out a sigh of relief. Let that heedless creature remain on the couch from now on. Wei Fu, with resignation, bowed in greeting, Your Highness. My mother is unwell and cannot attend to you. Your Highness, the Grand Princess coldly huffed. I shall take my leave. Take care of your mother and let Miss Jiang escort me. Wei Fu complied. Outside, before the carriage, the Grand Princess grasped Jiang Yihuan's hand. Good child. You appear to have gained some weight since we last met, and you look much better. She had sent someone to purchase storybooks from Jiang Yihuan's bookstore and had heard from the attendants that she possessed an extraordinary memory, further solidifying her identity. Had it not been for the turmoil caused by witchcraft, Crown Prince Zhang would undoubtedly have been a sage ruler, and Jiang Yihuan would have been the most esteemed princess. How could the Wei family dare to criticize her? In Jiang Yihuan's heart, a peculiar warmth surged forth. She expressed with emotion, Your Highness, you appear quite well. The eldest princess, suppressing her sorrow, replied, If you find some leisure, do come and converse with me. I have been feeling rather lonely of late. Certainly, Your Highness, Yihuan responded. As she watched the princess ascend into her carriage, Zhu Xian mused to herself. The eldest princess has always been spirited, yet she displays such gentleness and kindness towards the young lady. Jiang Yihuan rubbed her forehead and remarked, All in all, my conversation with my uncle was quite pleasant. Let us return. We must prepare supplies for the palace in a few days. However, 2 days later, the imperial court was thrown into disarray. Sun Junshen had instigated a rebellion in Jiangzhou. Despite the emperor's strict orders to seal off the news, it nevertheless reached the capital. Sun Junshen boldly declared, the past turmoil involving witchcraft was ostensibly a plot by the eunuchs to accuse the Eastern Palace of treason. Yet the true mastermind was none other than the current emperor. I possess letters that prove his collusion with the eunuchs. Court officials whispered amongst themselves, and the king of the southwest was particularly agitated. Your Majesty, did you truly cause the demise of Prince Zhongde? The emperor swore to the heavens. How could that be? Letters can be forged. Sun Junshen is a treacherous rebel. How can his words be trusted? He shouted hoarsely, I have always cherished the kindness shown to me by my royal brother. I would never commit such a vile act. After the court was dismissed, the emperor hastily summoned the third prince. My son, I have decided that a marriage alliance with the king of the southwest is the best way to secure stability. The third prince staggered, sensing an ominous premonition. Who is to be married? You shall wed the daughter of the king of the southwest. I have heard that on the day at Dongshan, some witnessed you two fighting by the stream. Is that not a fortuitous coincidence? The third prince stammered, I shall promptly discuss the marriage with the king of the southwest. If you become his son-in-law, how could he refuse to assist you? The southwest is rich in salt and iron, both sources of wealth. The image of Chu Lingzhu's alluring and wanton smile flashed in his mind, and he trembled in fear, exclaiming, No, father, I do not wish for this. The emperor, perplexed, responded, Is it not merely a matter of marrying, young lady? What is with that expression? Very well. If you insist on refusing, I shall have the crown prince marry her instead. Think carefully. The third prince thought, if the crown prince marries Chu Lingzhu, will his power not only increase? Agreeing to this marriage would feel like swallowing a fly, while refusing would only benefit the crown prince. He was nearly driven to despair, his frustration with no outlet. In a fit of anger, he ceased all transactions with Jiang Yihuan. When Jiang Yihuan received the news, she was busy sewing a vibrant handkerchief for Wei Zhao, utterly bewildered. Zhu Xian, infuriated, exclaimed, We have spent so much silver on our supplies, and he simply decides we shall not proceed? Jiang Yihuan replied, Sister, do not be upset. I will have a word with His Majesty regarding my brother. For now, let us go to Green Willow Alley to fetch the herbal remedies for hair growth. The king of the southwest is still waiting. In Green Willow Alley, the cicadas chirped incessantly, and Su Shi was deep in worry. Upon encountering Jiang Yihuan at the bookshop, she had quickly inquired about her foster parents' names. Jiang Yihuan's foster mother was indeed a close friend of her aunt. Su Sanlang speculated, Mother, it seems that after my aunt's passing, her friend took in Yihuan. But why did she not bring along Jiang Qianli? What other reason could there be? That young lad would be a burden to them. They cannot afford to raise Qianli. Mother, let us acknowledge our true cousin and inform the false cousin to seek her own family. How could the Su family agree to this? Nowadays, the neighbors are well aware that they have ingratiated themselves with the prominent Wei family, treating them with utmost courtesy and respect, while their peers dare not bully them. Your false cousin is our family's fortune. She has the formidable Wei Xiaofu as her support. In contrast, your true cousin is wed to a mere impoverished scholar. What shall we do if the truth is uncovered one day? Who knows what the future holds? Keep your lips sealed. Su Sanlang felt that it was unwise to keep this secret, and a disagreement arose between mother and son regarding the matter. At this moment, Jiang Yihuan arrived, beaming with a smile. Aunt, have the herbal medicines been prepared? I need them for the king of Southwest. Su promptly replied, Yes, they are ready. I shall fetch them for you. And what are the other brothers? Where have they gone? They have gone to the shop to check if anyone is causing trouble. That is their only utility, for they cannot even comprehend a ledger. Aunt, perhaps I should have Wei Zhao send someone to instruct our cousins? With their strength, they could surely become military commanders. Su was taken aback. Military commanders? Do they possess such fortune? Indeed, it depends on the brothers' willingness. Aunt cannot compel them. Su pinched Su Sanlang hard. Yihuan, you are truly my dear niece. Su Sanlang winced from the pain. Mother does not recognize people. She only acknowledges wealth and power. Chapter 59. Is that not Xiao Shaoqing? As he returned from Wuzhou, Jiang Yihuan, having gathered the herbs, intended to deliver them to the Siyiguan that very day. However, Zhu Xian suggested, My lady, there is no rush regarding the Southwest King's heir. Let us first visit the East residence. The general will surely be delighted to see you. Jiang Yihuan, taken aback, exclaimed, What do you mean? Xian, he has arrived in the capital? Wonderful. Let us go to the East residence. I have missed him. Zhu Xian replied, Ahem, my lady, sometimes it is better to let certain truths remain unspoken. Xian, he had arrived in the capital late last night. After a restful slumber, he reported back to Wei Zhao. General, I encountered Sun Junshin and narrowly escaped with my life. Wei Zhao exchanged glances with Liang Jian, astonished by the prowess of this infamous tyrant. Indeed, I am far inferior to him. His martial skills and strategies are unparalleled. Understanding the gravity of Xian E.'s near demise, Wei Zhao comforted him. It is only natural that you could not overcome him. I also believe, General, that you would feel inadequate facing him. Yuan Yi, there is no need for you to think on my behalf. Yes, General. Sun Junshin has entrusted me with a message for you. Wei Zhao instinctively sensed it was not a pleasant one and urged, if it is of little consequence, do not speak it. Perhaps it holds some significance. He spared my life solely to convey this message. Xian Yi mimicked Sun Junshin's tone ominously. Wei family scion. Do you think yourself clever? You wish to exploit the orphan of the late Prince Zhangde in Jiangzhou? You're still too young. In the days to come, I shall present the prince before you, compelling you to kneel and pledge allegiance. Wei Zhao scoffed at Sun Junshin's audacity. Even if he controls Jiangzhou, he will never breach the capital. Such dreams are futile. Did he make any mention of His Majesty? Yes. He remarked that His Majesty was once nothing more than a dog begging for pity before Prince Zhangde. And even to this day, His Majesty remains unworthy of the stage. Upon Jiang Yihuan's arrival at the East residence, their discussion had concluded. Wei Zhao and Xian Yi were engaged in a martial display, surrounded by vice-generals from various states. Wei Zhao's strikes were swift as the wind, while Xian Yi struggled to keep pace. Beneath the sunlight, the young general exuded a captivating grace and valor. Jiang Yihuan's heart fluttered. She covered her mouth in awe. Wei Zhao is so formidable. He is truly handsome. Zhu Xian was astonished. As the leader of the Xian division, how can Xian Yi be bested by the general? I thought the general merely spoke bravely and put on a facade, but he truly possesses skill. Liang Jian remarked, you have never witnessed the general in battle. Xian Yi gasped, calling for a halt. General, I am ashamed of my inadequacy. Satisfied, Wei Zhao noticed Jiang Yihuan and eagerly approached. You have come. Jiang Yihuan lifted her sleeve to wipe his brow, her gaze earnest. Are you tired? Is it hot? I'm neither tired nor hot. His expression was one of yearning for praise, making the vice-generals avert their eyes in embarrassment. With a smile curving her lips, Jiang Yihuan asked, Wei Zhao, how is it that you are so exceptional? Wei Zhao's heart swelled with joy. Ah, by the way, here, I made this especially for you. Jiang Yihuan presented a vibrant handkerchief. Do you like it? Wei Zhao swore it was the most extravagant handkerchief he had ever seen. Not only was it resplendent in color, but the edges were adorned with golden thread. Why are you silent? Do you not like it? This exquisite brocade is a unique treasure of Shu, exceedingly rare. Beside her, Deputy General Chao widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, is a handkerchief capable of such elegance? Noticing Wei Zhao's silence, Jiang Yihuan fidgeted with her hands and said, Well, since you seem disinterested, I shall gift it to you. Wait, I do like it. How could I not? Wei Zhao accepted it, tucking it into his bosom, marveling at its distinctiveness and vowing to keep it safe. The deputy generals laughed heartily, but he quickly admonished, Enough, you may all leave. He led Jiang Yihuan into the hall, informing her of his impending departure from the capital. My uncle should arrive before my return. Please treat him well and have Zhu Xian procure anything that may be lacking. Jiang Yihuan, with tear-filled eyes, clung to him, saying, I don't want you to leave, not at all. Seeing her reluctance, Wei Zhao suppressed a smile and said earnestly, You should encourage me to go on this inspection. I understand, but after you leave, I will secretly cry and struggle to sleep. Before he could respond with a laugh, Jiang Yihuan interrupted, If you must go, I want to stop you. Let us seize the time for a little mischief. Wei Zhao felt his cheeks warm. Since their last encounter, they had refrained from any such antics. He carried her to his chamber, kissing her gently as they walked, his breath slightly uneven. Sleep well. We shall not be reckless. Upon my return to the capital, we will prepare for our engagement banquet. With tears unshed, Jiang Yihuan clung tightly to his neck, showering him with affectionate kisses. On the day of his departure, Jiang Yihuan accompanied him to the city gates. To accommodate her rising time, Wei Zhao made the unprecedented choice to leave not at dawn, but close to noon. Adorned splendidly, Jiang Yihuan grasped Wei Zhao's hand at the city gate, their eyes filled with tears. Have you taken the handkerchief I gave you? She asked. Wei Zhao retrieved it from his bosom, assuring her, I have it with me. In a swift motion, Jiang Yihuan tied it around his wrist, raising it triumphantly. Now it looked splendid. Resigned, Wei Zhao accepted it, thinking to himself that he would grow accustomed to it. Jiang Yihuan murmured, "It seems our general has a colorful serpent wrapped around his wrist." Zhu Xian remarked, "Jiang Yi, your words are quite amusing." As Wei Zhao rode away, he frequently glanced back at Jiang Yihuan, who stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Chu Lingzhu, who smiled brightly. "Yihuan, does your man have a serpent wrapped around his wrist?" With utmost seriousness, Jiang Yihuan replied, "It is not a serpent. It is the shoe brocade you gifted me. I was just about to send some herbal remedies to your father. That can wait. Join me for a little diversion. I'm feeling quite vexed." "Vexed? Who has upset you?" "Sun Junchen. Are you aware he has stirred up trouble in Jiangzhou? He claims he wants to avenge Crown Prince Zhangde." Jiang Yihuan, bewildered, asked, "I had no idea. Are you worried about his majesty? That old fool. I care not for his fate. To win over my father. He even decreed that I become the third prince's consort. The edict has already been issued. Isn't that just what you desired? You could indulge freely with him. How delightful. Delightful, my foot. I have a multitude of suitors in the southwest. How can I sacrifice a whole host for just one?" Sun Junchen is indeed formidable, capable of causing such alarm in his majesty. Xianyi sighed. Sun Junchen is quite ruthless. Back in the Dali Temple, if a serious offender refused to confess, he would gouge out their eyes and force them to consume them, euphemistically calling it tasting one's own flavor. It was then that Chu Lingzhu noticed him, exclaiming, "Oh, what a handsome brother." She laughed, saying, "I've heard my father mention this. He would also skin the offenders and turn their flesh into garments, calling it golden thread and jade clothing. By the way, brother, have you ever traveled to the southwest?" The two engaged in lively conversation. Zhu Xian, feeling irked, wanted to urge Jiang Yihuan to intervene, but noticed her sway slightly. He hurried to support her, asking, "Miss, what is the matter? You look so pale." Chu Lingzhu jested. "Could it be that Wei Xiaofu wore you out last night? Can't he be more considerate? I'll teach you how to deal with him later." Jiang Yihuan remained silent. A carriage halted at the city gate, and a man stepped out. Zhu Xian remarked, "Oh, isn't that Xiaoqing? Has he returned from Wuzhou?" Xiaoqing also spotted Jiang Yihuan. He said in a deep voice, "Miss Jiang, it has been a long time." Jiang Yihuan took a breath. "Xiaoqing Tian has returned from Wuzhou? It must have been a tiring journey." Xiaoqing politely replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. By the way, regarding the scholar you mentioned at the Dali Temple, I have some inquiries that require your attention. When would it be convenient for you to visit the Dali Temple?" Chapter 60. Wei Zhao exiles my brother. How can I not harbor hatred? Xianyi furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiaoqing, this is not appropriate. Miss Jiang is timid. You mustn't frighten her." Xiaoqing silently cursed. "If only you knew her courage, it would surely terrify you. The victimized scholar hails from the same hometown as Miss Jiang, and there are certain matters that require her testimony." Jiang Yihuan innocently replied, "All right, I shall go to the Dali Temple in 3 days." Xiaoqing Tian is truly a good official. Noticing her unchanged expression, Xiaoqing felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This young lady seemed more formidable than he had anticipated. After he departed, Chu Lingzhu embraced Jiang Yihuan and said, "Yihuan, shall we not go to the Tingyan Pavilion for some amusement?" Jiang Yihuan shook her head. "No. The third prince has halted my provisions. I must seek justice from his majesty. How can he seek revenge when he sleeps so comfortably?" Chu Lingzhu retorted, "In 2 days, his majesty will host an equestrian competition. You should visit the racetrack. If he does not consent, I shall have my father intervene." Jiang Yihuan acquiesced, though her enthusiasm waned, and her eyes lacked luster. Chu Lingzhu sighed. "Your man is merely traveling. He is not deceased. I propose a flying cloud pavilion be established in the capital, filled with young gentlemen to benefit the lonely maidens. Moreover, young gentlemen may also appreciate each other." Jiang Yihuan remained speechless. Truly, Chu Lingzhu was astute. With her around, the third prince's fortunes would surely flourish. The third prince, troubled within his residence, pondered the emperor's decree. Was he truly bound to marry the promiscuous Chu Lingzhu? Surely, she would one day adorn him with a green hat of infidelity. For power, he might be willing to sacrifice, but not excessively. A servant entered to report, Your Highness, the two young masters of the Wei family, Wei Han and Wei Kuang, seek an audience. The third prince was taken aback and permitted their entry. Upon entering, the two bowed. We pay our respects to your highness. The third prince languidly responded, Gentlemen, we have had no previous acquaintance, have we? Wei Kuang respectfully replied, We have long admired your highness, and have come today to pay our respects. You admire me? The third prince questioned. Is not Wei Zhao a supporter of the crown prince? Does the Wei family not wholly back the Easter Palace? Not everyone, they countered. We are willing to follow your highness and serve you faithfully. Having been reprimanded by Jiang Yihuan and seeing no support from their uncle, they feared that after their uncle's demise, Wei Zhao would eliminate them. The third prince, with ambitions for the throne and viewing Wei Zhao as an adversary, was indeed the most suitable ally. Once he overcame the crown prince, they would also share in the glory. The third prince dismissed irrelevant onlookers and said, coincidentally, I currently have a troubling matter. Provide me with a suggestion, and I shall discern your sincerity. 2 days later, at the royal racetrack, the emperor arrived with the imperial guards, exuding an air of grandeur, while the king of the southwest appeared jovial. The two exchanged flattery and expressed great satisfaction with their children's matrimonial prospects. Jiang Yihuan remarked, Look, Zhu Xian, do they not resemble two matchmakers? Unexpectedly, the reluctant third prince not only did not evade Chu Lingzhu, but greeted her amiably. In this martial era, nobility, regardless of gender, cherished equestrian pursuits. And the third prince rode ahead with Chu Lingzhu, followed by other noble ladies and gentlemen. The emperor stood nearby, watching with hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Yihuan quietly approached. Why does your majesty not partake in horseback riding? The emperor recalled the day she smashed the Southwest king in the Grand Hall. Stepping back with an inscrutable expression. Ah, it is you. What brings you here? Jiang Yihuan lamented, Your Majesty, my supply of dried goods in the palace has recently been halted. I invested a substantial sum, and I am troubled to the point of sleeplessness. The emperor replied with a scoff, When troubles arise, you must reflect on yourself. Is it the quality of the dried goods that is lacking? Or perhaps the pricing is too exorbitant? Neither, she retorted. The cause lies with the third prince. On the day of the East Mountain banquet, he attempted to drug me, aiming to dishonor me. The emperor snorted, If he truly intended to use such means against you, with your temperament, would you not inform General Wei? I have not finished. Jiang Yihuan continued. The third prince's attempt to drug me failed, and he ended up succumbing himself. Chu Lingzhu, in a display of misplaced righteousness, assisted him with the antidote. Not only did the third prince fail to express gratitude, but he also sought revenge against me. The emperor, taken aback, thought to himself, What a farcical notion of righteousness. No wonder he looked as though he had swallowed a fly when I suggested he marry Chu Lingzhu. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that his son had never been keen on marrying Chu Lingzhu and that he could not further diminish his dignity. Seeing the emperor's lack of response, Jiang Yihuan's tears flowed freely. My brother has been in the capital for many years without returning home to see me, and all he thinks about is your majesty. Cannot your majesty show me some concern? It is not that I do not care for you, but you have submitted yourself to General Wei. If your brother were aware of this, how heartbroken he would be. Jiang Yihuan glanced around and whispered, Wei Zhao caused my brother's exile. How could I not harbor resentment? I live in constant fear, unable to sleep at night, only managing to earn a living while seeking opportunities. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I am a fierce woman. The emperor was taken aback. Are you implying, just as your Majesty suspects? The emperor, wary of her words, was about to inquire further when a palace attendant rushed in. Your Majesty, there has been an incident. The daughter of the Southwest king has fallen from her horse, and the king is beside himself. What? The emperor's expression changed to one of alarm. How did she fall? It appears Miss Chu was riding well with the third prince. But then Miss Wei caught up with them, and after exchanging a few words, both Miss Chu and the third prince's horses suddenly went wild, causing Miss Chu to fall unconscious, while the third prince sustained minor injuries. The emperor, disregarding Jiang Yihuan, commanded, quickly summon the imperial physician. At the stables, there was a resting area for guests, where Chu Lingzhu was carried by the Southwest king. The physician examined her and declared, Miss Chu has suffered a blow to the head from a rock. Though her life is not in danger, she will require some time to regain consciousness. The Southwest king lamented, Cursed be this fate. She is my only daughter. Who has harmed her? Which girl caused her horse to go mad? The emperor bellowed, Bring Wei Qing and his daughter before me. Wei Qing and Wei Zhao were quickly brought forth. The emperor questioned Wei Zhao. I have heard that you exchanged a few words with Miss Chu before her horse went wild. What did you do to her? Wei Zhao, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, trembled with fear. Your Majesty, I merely rode past and spoke a few words to Miss Chu. I did nothing. The emperor demanded, Is that so? Why did Miss Chu's horse go mad the moment you approached? Guards, investigate her horse. After inspection, the stable officer reported, Your Majesty, Miss Wei's horse has been coated with a powder that incites rage in horses. Both Miss Chu's and the third prince's horses have been affected. Wei Fu remarked, I possess a lingering doubt. If the powder can incite madness and fury in horses, why is it that my daughter's steed remains unscathed? The remedy solely targets stallions. While your esteemed daughter rides a mare, and both Miss Chu and the third prince are mounted upon stallions. Your Majesty, my daughter is not acquainted with Miss Chu. Thus, she bears no motive to cause her harm. The third prince, with a visage marred by bruises, shamefully declared, Father, if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. All is my fault. Jiang Yihuan interjected. Thus, it was you who applied the powder to Miss Wei's horse, compelling her to harm Miss Chu? And you were forewarned of these events, which is why you sustained but minor injuries. The third prince appeared affronted. Ling Zhu is my betrothed. Why would I wish her ill? He then divulged the truth. The young lady of the Wei family harbors affection for me. Upon learning of my impending union with Miss Chu, her jealousy compelled her to retaliate against us. Wei Zhao cried out, I did not. She merely wished to excel, to surpass the others and claim victory. Miss Wei, dare you assert that you have never held feelings for me? You have even presented me with poetry and gifted me with a red bean hairpin. Should father doubt, I shall immediately summon proof. Wei Zhao opened her mouth in protest, while the third prince, handsome and poised, with his noble status, evoked admiration from countless young ladies. Yet she had indeed not bestowed upon him poetry or a red bean hairpin, nor had she caused any harm. The third prince pressed on relentlessly, Miss, do swear. Swear by your parents, your brothers, and your family's name. Chapter 61. You open a male brothel. Let the third prince entertain. Guess Wei Zhao was overwhelmed with shame and anger, her lips trembling as she pondered how to utter such a vow. The king of Southwest was seething with fury. Are you truly this ruthless? Have all the men in the world perished? Must you compete with Ling Zhu for the third prince? His countenance was quite fearsome, and Wei Zhao was utterly terrified. Aye. The king of Southwest scolded Wei's father as well. And you, isn't the Wei family a prestigious lineage? How could you raise such a callous and shameless daughter? Wei's father had never been so insulted before. He roared, King of Southwest, calm down, let us speak civilly. When people are agitated, they loathe being told to calm down. Thus, the king of Southwest became even more enraged. That wretched son of mine, what good sister could he possibly have? This must be his scheme. He cannot bear to see me associated with royal kin. Very well. I vow to never rest until I settle this with him. Jiang Yihuan shook her fist. King of Southwest, will you sit down and hear me out? The memory of her previous blow loomed in the king's mind, compelling him to take a seat. Fine, speak. Jiang Yihuan inquired of the third prince. Is it true that Miss Wei sent you a poetic letter and a hairpin? Indeed, they are in my study. I can fetch them at once. The red bean hairpin is inscribed with orchids. And when did Miss Wei bestow these items upon you? Approximately 2 months ago. Why? Do you hold any affection for Miss Wei? The third prince scoffed. I do not. I rejected her at that time. Is that so? Then why do you still retain her gifts? Not only do you admire them, but you also remember precisely where you placed them? The third prince was momentarily rendered speechless. I have a good memory. Is that a crime? Even with a good memory, the horse attendant mentioned that the powder only affects stallions and not mares. How could Miss Wei have known in advance that you and Miss Chu were riding stallions? Does she possess such abilities? All eyes turned to the third prince. Horses were privately owned by each family. Who could possibly have prior knowledge of these matters? The third prince began to feel uneasy. How would I know? Women are meticulous in their thoughts, and their schemes can be exceedingly cunning. We ladies do not accept this accusation. The blame lies with your highness. Jiang Yihuan addressed Wei Zhao. Let us set aside whether you admire the third prince. For now, tell me, did you give him a poetic letter or a hairpin? Did you harm his Chu? Wei's father also spoke gravely, Zhao. Just speak the truth. Wei Zhao trembled, swearing to the heavens, I did not. My mother instilled in me the importance of propriety from a young age, and my grandmother was even more stringent. It is impossible for me to privately exchange gifts with a man. I have never given any items to a man. The third prince retorted, You claim you haven't? I can compare the handwriting on the poetic letter. He had not anticipated her to be so cruel and brazenly shameless. Wei Zhao looked at Jiang Yihuan imploringly. Even if the handwriting on the poetic letter were confirmed to be from Miss Wei, it does not imply that it was a gift to you. I ask you, does the letter address you by any title? For instance, the title of the third prince or your name? When young ladies write letters to their suitors, how can they omit such titles? The third prince faltered. How could there be a title? The poem was hastily penned by Wei Zhao and was taken by Wei Kuang as evidence. Without a title, it is not intended for you. Who knows where it originated? The king of the Southwest is not foolish. He gradually calms down, rendered speechless. Jiang Yihuan addresses him again. Your Majesty, I am a close friend of Ling Zhu. Right now, the most pressing matter is to tend to her health. Let us set aside other concerns for the time being. Those who wish to harm will not escape. The emperor will make the final judgment. The king of the Southwest suppresses his anger. Very well. You shall accompany us. Wei Fu pulls the weeping Wei Zhao. Lan'er, let us depart. Once everyone has left, only the emperor and the third prince remain in the room. The third prince, bewildered, asks, Father. The emperor kicks him. Scolding fool. Look at the mess you have created. I had esteemed you so highly, even contemplated making you the heir. Jiang Yihuan had analyzed so much. How could he still be oblivious? The son, unwilling to marry Chu Lingzhu and unable to bear the thought of the crown prince marrying her, resorts to using the Wei family to harm her. In this way, he not only avoids marrying Chu Lingzhu but also shifts the blame onto Wei Zhao. The third prince dares not argue further. Father, it is my fault, but I had no choice. If I truly married Chu Lingzhu, my household would never know peace again. You did not err in this matter. I believe you are better than the crown prince. But you have failed. Your schemes have been uncovered. The third prince feels wronged. Had it not been for Jiang Yihuan today, he would have succeeded. Jiang Yihuan returns to the Siyiguan with the king of the Southwest, where they watch over Chu Lingzhu. Anxiety and concern etched on their faces. The king of the Southwest sighs. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed Lingzhu's friend. Pray, tell me what transpired. Jiang Yihuan recounts the events in the bamboo grove. Lingzhu stated that after the incident, the third prince was infuriated, leading to a violent altercation between them, where he threatened to make the Southwest suffer. He even harbored intentions to kill Lingzhu. The king of the Southwest realizes the folly of Lingzhu's actions. Oh dear. Why could she not take her time? No wonder the third prince seeks revenge. He furiously adds, Regardless, he cannot harm my daughter. I shall settle this matter with him. I understand your anger, but do not act rashly. Your influence in the capital does not compare to that in the Southwest. The king of the Southwest reflects on this. During his previous impulsive act, all the assassins he had brought were vanquished by Wei Zhao. Just as he is about to berate someone, he notices Lingzhu moving her lips. Father, the king of the Southwest quickly responds. Good child, can you endure? Will you survive? I will not die or be severely harmed. When Yihuan scolded the third prince, I awakened. It was quite invigorating. Jiang Yihuan breathes a great sigh of relief. Lingzhu, you nearly frightened me to death. We still need to collaborate on the salt and iron matter. Yihuan, if you could establish a male brothel for the third prince to manage, I shall supply you with all the salt and iron you need. Jiang Yihuan. To utter such words, Lingzhu must be truly unharmed. At the Wei residence, Wei Fu interrogates Wei Zhao. Speak. Have you had any clandestine dealings with the third prince? Wei Zhao kneels. No, I truly have not. I have sworn an oath. She frequently attends poetry gatherings, leaving behind numerous manuscripts. And that red bean hairpin is of little value. She has not worn it in ages and cannot recall where she placed it. Wei Fu's expression darkens. His daughter's poems and hairpin must have been exploited by someone with ulterior motives. Have you recently come into contact with anyone? Have you offended someone? Wei Zhao shook her head. Ever since she was submerged in water and reprimanded by Jiang Yihuan, she had rarely ventured outside. It was not until today that she accompanied her father to the horse racing grounds. Hung, standing by, shed tears, imploring her husband not to scold her, as she too had endured her share of grievances. Wei's father suppressed his anger, remarking that at the time of the incident, Yihuan was utterly defenseless. How have you been instructing her? He questioned. Seeing his wife in distress, he sighed. Very well. Tomorrow you shall accompany me to the private residence of Shiguang. Which residence? Wei's father pressed his hand to his forehead, the one she resides in. Jiang Yihuan spent the evening at the Yiguan, conversing with Chu Lingzhu until darkness enveloped the sky. Upon returning to her abode, she collapsed onto the couch, yet slumber eluded her. She hurried to Wei Zhao's chamber, clutching his garments to her chest, finding solace only in their embrace, which allowed her to finally drift into sleep. As dawn's light bathed the world, Wei's father and the others arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing the large plaque inscribed with Jiang residence, they fell into a profound silence. Chapter 62. Miss Jiang's Midnight Reverie. Are you not afraid of malevolent spirits seeking your life? As she prepared to knock on the door, 6 burly men emerged from behind, casting a large shadow. The leader, with a stern demeanor, inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Wei Zhao strained her neck to look up at the towering figure. He was nearly as imposing as the dim-witted giant of the Fu family. I'm a friend of Yihuan. And you are? Su Dalong scoffed. A friend? We are her brothers. Are you the one who pretends to be her friend while bullying her, Miss Pei? Wei Zhao attempted to explain, but her father interjected. So you are Miss Zhang's brothers. What are your names? Su Dalong crossed his arms defiantly. Why should I tell you? You are not our sister. Wei's father. The door creaked open, revealing Jiang Yihuan accompanied by Zhu Xian. Wei Zhao hesitated. Yihuan, I came to see you. Jiang Yihuan, taken aback, responded, Guests are welcome. Please come in. The brothers retreated to the courtyard to practice their martial arts, while Wei's father and the others were ushered into the hall, where maids served fragrant tea. Uncle and aunt, what brings you to me? Heng Shi gestured subtly to Wei Zhao, who murmured like a mosquito regarding the incident at the horse ranch. I appreciate your intervention on my behalf. Her feelings towards Jiang Yihuan were complex. This girl had assaulted and scolded her, yet she had also helped her escape a humiliating scheme. Jiang Yihuan raised her hand. No, do not thank me. I did not do it for you. Wei's father furrowed his brow. Miss Jiang, what do you know about the events at the horse ranch yesterday? The incident had unfolded unexpectedly, leaving him bewildered. Yet Jiang Yihuan spoke with clarity, deftly countering the third prince and turning the tide, even pacifying the king of the southwest, which surprised him greatly. The third prince, unwilling to marry Miss Chu, had schemed to use Zhao against her, aiming to manipulate the king of the southwest to target Wei Zhao. That was a twofold strategy. But Zhao, do you truly have feelings for the third prince? Wei Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. How had she been so blind? Jiang Yihuan, with a hint of pride, remarked, It seems I have a discerning eye. Upon seeing your brother, I was struck with an overwhelming affection. Wei's father sighed. Miss Jiang, how many brothers do you have? Do they also intend to eliminate Shiguang? Uncle, do not worry about my brothers. Focus instead on who could procure Wei Zhao's belongings and possibly harm her horse. Perhaps those individuals tied up at Tingyan Pavilion? Should you not consider cleaning house? Wei Zhao est complexion palette impossible. If the Wei family were to encounter trouble, what benefit would it serve them? Wei's father gazed gravely, harboring doubts of his own, yet questioned their audacity. How could they risk their family's reputation? Jiang Yihuan stood. I must take my leave. Once Wei Zhao returns to the capital, we shall arrange the engagement banquet. Wei's father, exasperated, exclaimed, What engagement banquet? There is no matchmaker involved. Once my great-uncle arrives in the capital, Wei Zhao will have someone propose marriage. No more discussion. Xiao Shaoqing is still awaiting me. Wei's father was taken aback. Xiao Shaoqing? You intend to meet him? Indeed, we share a connection. He has requested my counsel on certain cases. The Dali Temple requires talents such as mine. Wei's father. The Dali Temple seeks individuals capable of infuriating others. Heng Shi gazed at her retreating figure, worry etched on her face. Husband, do say something. They are all on the brink of engagement. Do you not hold Jane in high regard? Wei's father remained silent, wavering slightly. His mother was narrow-minded and malicious. The Grand Princess's assertion that marrying an unworthy wife could ruin 3 generations was not without merit. Furthermore, his own wife lacked decisiveness and failed in guiding their children. However, Jiang Yihuan possessed some talent, though her humble origins and propensity to provoke ire were drawbacks. The atmosphere at the Dali Temple was oppressive, as if the very air could weep. Upon encountering Jiang Yihuan's cousins, Qiao Shaoqing's lips twitched. Was she here to instigate a brawl? Leading Jiang Yihuan up the stairs, he inquired, "How are you adjusting to the capital, my lady?" Jiang Yihuan beamed. "Quite well, though the capital feels rather arid. I prefer tempestuous weather." Qiao Shaoqing replied with a wry smile. "Oh? Is it because stormy days are conducive to murder? Does the dryness of the capital hinder your particular talents?" He scrutinized Jiang Yihuan's expression. She fidgeted with her hands, responding, "Your thoughts are rather gruesome. Sleeping during a storm is so delightful. Do you not enjoy it?" Qiao Shaoqing retorted coldly, "I am more fond of sunny days." "Do you not fear vengeful spirits when you awaken at midnight?" "What vengeful spirits? What vengeance?" Jiang Yihuan queried. As Qiao Shaoqing's gaze intensified, the village head, the oppressive mother-in-law, the local tyrant, and the corrupt officials all perished during stormy weather. Did she choose such days to commit her misdeeds, to obscure her tracks? Qiao Shaoqing preferred sunny days as well. Did that mean all deaths on sunny days were attributed to her? He lifted a cloth bag, his voice grave. "There are 53 bamboo tablets within, inscribed with names and dates, the dates of their demise. Found in your dwelling. Do not claim that you have an innate fondness for carving bamboo tablets." When he first discovered them, he was nearly beside himself. What could a frail young girl want with such things? Even if she did not personally slay these individuals, she surely had some connection to their fates. The village head had defiled his daughter-in-law, whose son was, in fact, his own. The daughter-in-law, shamed, took her own life. That merciless mother-in-law had all her granddaughters drowned. The local tyrant had colluded with the authorities, committing heinous acts. Upon hearing of their deaths, I carved bamboo tablets in celebration. Which law forbids such a thing? Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. I possess further evidence. Is Wei Xiaofu aware of your actions? Qiao Shaoqing warned. Do not deceive me. Just then, someone ascended the stairs and whispered urgently to Qiao Shaoqing, leaving him astonished and furious. What? Jiang Yihuan remarked. Perhaps you should concentrate on the imperial examination case, for it concerns countless scholars. In comparison, those individuals are of little consequence. Silence. Qiao Shaoqing interrupted vehemently. Prince Zhang has poured his heart and soul into revising the laws. Justice shines like the sun, and none can evade it. Qiao Shaoqing was indeed righteous. Yet even the brightest sun casts shadows. An onlooker urged, quickly, Shaoqing, they await you over there. Enraged, Qiao Shaoqing departed, stating, Jiang, I shall seek you out again. Jiang Yihuan paused for a moment before exiting the Dali Temple with her cousins. The streets were bustling with activity. A procession of the Golden Guards marching by with their weapons at the ready. Her eldest cousin expressed envy. When shall we have the honor of becoming Golden Guards? It will be worth dying for. They had embraced Xian Yi's teachings and were diligently practicing swordsmanship, hoping to achieve glory in the future. However, the Golden Guards were primarily composed of scions from noble families, serving as an excellent pathway to advancement through merit. Jiang Yihuan solemnly declared, as long as my brothers possess the capability, I shall appoint you to the Golden Guard. Her elder cousin replied with delight, Sister, you are truly remarkable. Are you suggesting that we rely on the esteemed Vice Minister of the Guard to facilitate our entry? At that moment, a carriage rushed by, trailed by a young boy who shouted while running, Sister, sister, wait for me. Jiang Yihuan stared blankly, and her elder cousin inquired, Sister, what is the matter? Nothing, she replied. I was merely reminded of my brother. I wonder if he has sold himself recently. In the Lingzhou military camp, Wei Zhao meticulously polished his treasured sword. A colorful handkerchief adorned his wrist, contrasting beautifully with his stern military attire. The vice commander, accustomed to this sight, thought nothing of it. After all, it was a cherished possession he carried daily, unbothered by the laughter of others. "General, here is a letter for you. Can you guess who sent it? This person is quite concerned about you, and I dare say you share a unique bond with him." Wei Zhao lifted his gaze and retorted, "Your relationship with him is rather extraordinary as well, considering Jiang Yihuan nearly brought about your demise." Chapter 63 Yihuan. Are you truly engaging to so many? Vice General Chao chuckled. This is hardly the same. I'm not her brother-in-law. General, what does Jiang Yihuan's letter say? Surely it is not a scathing rebuke directed at you? Wei Zhao unfurled the letter, and indeed, it was filled with harsh invectives. Jiang Yihuan bellowed, "Come forth. Do you dare to face me in Lingnan? Stop cowering in your own territory, you scoundrel." Wei Zhao cast aside the letter, muttering, "The wretch. Lingnan is humid and disease-ridden. You may very well find your final resting place there. Why should I make the journey?" Meanwhile, far away in Lingnan, Jiang Yihuan pondered, "When will Wei Zhao perish? So that I may ascend to greatness? I shall usurp your position." A servant set the dining table, presenting a dish of cured meats, several cold appetizers, and a pot of soup. "Young Master Jiang, it is time to eat." Jiang Yihuan picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites, but then paused. While news could travel from Lingnan to Lingzhou, it could not reach the more distant Wuzhou. How was his sister faring? Years ago, after the death of their parents, their rice jar had run dry, and his sister had cried from hunger. He had carried her to the marketplace in search of work. There, he encountered a close friend of his mother and her husband, who were on their way to the Jiang family to adopt his sister, Jiang Yihuan. Overjoyed, he pleaded, "Could you not take me as well? I cannot bear to be separated from my sister." The couple refused, stating, "We can manage to care for a small girl, but we cannot afford to raise a lad of your age." In order to ensure his sister's survival, he reluctantly allowed them to take her away. As the carriage departed, he followed, calling out, "Sister, sister, wait for me. I have something to say." A frail scholar appeared, leading a remarkably beautiful young girl by the hand. He heard the scholar say, "Child, go on. That is your brother." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then quickly dashed forward, exclaiming, "Brother, I am here. I am here." Upon hearing this, he squatted down and wept uncontrollably. The girl, with her bright black eyes and radiant smile, presented him with a cake, saying, "Brother, eat." The frail scholar admonished gently, "Do not weep, young man. She will henceforth be your sister, your true sister by blood." Having just lost his sister and needing emotional support, he welcomed them into his home, introducing the scholar as a friend of his father who would care for the siblings. Months later, the scholar departed, leaving him to raise his sister alone. She was exceptionally well-behaved and perceptive, displaying intelligence far beyond her years and remarkable strength, with an extraordinary memory. However, in the rural setting, she became the target of envy, and after suffering a few misfortunes, she learned to conceal her talents. When others bullied them, she would carve their names into a small bamboo plaque while sitting by the creek, her expression earnest and focused. In the capital, at Jiang Yihuan's writing shop, Su Sanlang exclaimed, "What? You want me to write a tale of unusual events?" "Indeed," came the reply. "For instance, the collusion between officials and local tyrants, who have violated numerous women, only for the husbands of the victims to report them and face death themselves. They have terrorized the countryside for years, but heaven could no longer tolerate their deeds. On a stormy night, they met their demise in their own homes. Moreover, there is the tale of a monstrous father-in-law who abused his daughter-in-law, and he too faced retribution. With a bit of embellishment, you could craft a captivating narrative." Su Sanlang opened his mouth, pondering. "Well, I shall give it a try. One cannot always pen romantic tales." Upon hearing his agreement, Jiang Yihuan joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, you must endeavor more. Who knows, one day the court might establish a dedicated agency for writing tales, and I shall recommend you for it." Su Sanlang's eyes sparkled at the thought of such an institution. "Is there really such a place?" he inquired. "Yes, akin to the UFU," she replied. "As long as your writing is exceptional and impactful, why would you fear not being admitted into the government?" Su Sanlang remarked, "I heard my cousin once promised them positions in the Jinwu Guard. She truly boasts without shame." Jiang Yihuan skillfully produced a few new storybooks, preparing to visit the bedridden Chu Lingzhu at the Sea Pavilion. A servant from the residence reported, "Miss, your great-uncle has arrived and is waiting outside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihuan hastily dropped the books and rushed home. Qing stood outside with hands on hips, her voice hoarse. "Dear elders, could you please come in? We are certainly not human traffickers. Even if we were, we wouldn't abduct you." The two elderly individuals, cumulatively over 100 years old, one partially blind and the other suffering from asthma, it was absurd to think they could be abducted. Yet the great-uncle insisted, "At our age, we are still of value. For instance, if we were to be taken by officials for labor on dikes. I brought you from Wuzhou, risking your sudden demise along the way. Just to have you toil?" The great-uncle squinted, his hand brushing against the grand gate. "What a splendid residence this is. Those glimmering tiles above must be glazed, right? This century-old redwood door, the stone drum of Mount Tai. Who could afford such a place?" Having built houses for half his life, he understood the high cost of construction, especially beneath the emperor's feet. Qing, flaring with frustration, yet unable to reveal the truth, sought Jiang Yihuan as assistance. Jiang Yihuan dashed from the carriage and immediately spotted the two hunchbacked figures, great-uncle and great-aunt. She joyfully called, "Oh, is that not Yihuan?" They replied, delighted. Jiang Yihuan twirled, lifting her skirt. "Look at me." The great-aunt lovingly touched her face. "My dear girl, you've grown taller and plumper, looking ever so lovely." The great-uncle, partially blind, could only discern roughly. "Indeed, it is Yihuan. In this attire, I almost did not recognize you." "Great-uncle, great-aunt, do not stand. Please come in and rest." Qing sighed in relief. "Yes, indeed, it is time to rest. Miss Jiang, I leave them your care." Jiang Yihuan sincerely apologized, urging him to rest as well. Entering the courtyard, the great-aunt was awestruck by the sight of the towering pavilions and crystalline agate curtains. Could it be the heavenly palace? The furnishings in the hall were exquisite, radiating a warm glow, not only luxurious but also supremely elegant. The great-uncle held her back. "Yihuan, has your brother embezzled funds? How could he possibly reside in such a splendid abode? I tell you, one can discern a person's future at the age of 3. Your brother has the look of someone who has committed grave sins." Zhu Xian sighed inwardly, recognizing the great-uncle's keen judgment. Jiang Qinli was indeed exiled to Lingnan for attempting to assassinate the current Minister of Education. Jiang Yuan helped them to sit down. "Great-uncle, great-aunt, this is not my brother's residence. It belongs to his superior, who is renowned for his benevolence." "Your superior? And what of Qinli? Was it not he who brought you to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury?" Jiang Yihuan, realizing she could not conceal the truth, revealed her brother's exile. "My brother has encountered misfortune, and his superior has taken it upon himself to care for him, and, in doing so, has also brought you here to partake in our engagement banquet." Her great-uncle was taken aback. "You intend to be engaged to Qianli's superior? Who is this person?" Zhu Xian, suppressing her laughter, replied earnestly, "Master Zhang's superior is the valiant General Shenwu, the Minister of Rights, the Duke of Guangling, the Marquis of Wuan, the Crown Prince's tutor, and the legitimate heir of the Wei family." Her great-aunt interrupted in terror. "Yuan, you cannot possibly be considering engagements with so many men. They are of an age that they could be your father, are they not?" Chapter 64. "I merely went to dine. No need to please him." Zhu Xian opened her mouth. "No, elder, please listen to me. Yihuan, heed your uncle. Beijing is not a place for long stays. We shall rest for one night and return to Wuzhou." Jiang Yihuan puffed up her cheeks, grasping their hands and guiding them to ascend the pavilion. "Uncle and aunt, do you see this street? It is wide and clean, with many trees planted. Truly a splendid residence. Nevertheless, I maintain my stance. Let us return to Wuzhou." What Zhu Xian mentioned regarding those official positions pertains solely to one individual. He is the superior of my brother and a close confidant, Wei Zhao. The properties on this street were all bestowed upon me by him. "Old uncle, Wei family? Is it the way of Cui Peiqiao?" "Indeed, that way." Jiang Yihuan spent nearly half an hour fervently explaining to them that her fiancé was none other than Wei Zhao, who was neither old nor unattractive, and he did not mistreat her. Even by bedtime, her old uncle remained skeptical. "My dear, Is it truly possible that the young master of the Wei family is both youthful and handsome, and possesses wealth? I can't help but feel that he is rather aged and unattractive, perhaps even afflicted with some hidden ailment. Try to be more open-minded. At least his wealth is genuine. Even if he is not handsome and is older, it does not matter. The elderly tend to depart early, and Yihuan can enjoy the family fortune independently. You make a valid point. My dear, this place is remarkably comfortable. The bedding is soft and light, and the room has a delightful fragrance. Once the two engaged in conversation, they slept soundly. Under the night sky, Qingyun Street lay in tranquil silence. Yet within the estate, turbulent currents surged. In the hall, 2 rows of more than 5-foot-tall bronze lamps burned brightly, the doors tightly closed, and members of the Wei family filled the 2 lines. Wei Han and Wei Kuang knelt below, while Wei Fu wore a stern expression. Your commendable deeds. If the matter at the horse ranch is mishandled, not only will His Majesty turn against the Wei family, but the King of the Southwest will also retaliate against Shiguang. Are you both foolish? Wei Han and Wei Kuang's first reaction was to argue. Uncle, what are you talking about? We have done nothing. We didn't even go to the horse ranch. Are you only moved to tears when faced with a coffin? As the two attempted to retort, someone signaled them to be quiet. The head of the family has tangible evidence. Should you continue to argue, the consequences will be dire. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation, saying, Uncle, we were wrong. We beg for your forgiveness. You two have committed a grave mistake. You are to vacate Qingyun Street within 3 days. After 10 days, I shall have you escorted to Liangzhou, where you shall not return to the capital for 3 years. Everyone turned pale. Such a severe punishment? Wei Kuang protested. When Jiang Yihuan humiliated us, why didn't T-Uncle punish Shiguang? Jiang Yihuan's actions did not involve Shiguang. Why should he be punished? Wei Han retorted angrily. Years ago, when Shiguang complained to you, you publicly claimed not to pursue the matter, yet secretly harbored resentment, did you not? You are merely seeking personal revenge. Wei Fu's face turned ashen with fury. Am I seeking revenge? Yes, I regret not punishing you sooner. He waved his sleeve and departed, leaving the room filled with bewildered faces. Upon hearing the news, Wei Zhao was so frightened that she clutched her chest and rushed to Jiang Yihuan's residence to inform her of the situation. Jiang Yihuan sighed, cradling her face in her hands. Uncle should have imposed a severe punishment on them back then. Failing to penalize wrongdoers is tantamount to enabling their misdeeds. Indeed, they have grown up to indulge in debauchery and harbor malicious intentions. Those who spread rumors about my cousin not being of the Wei family lineage were seemingly part of their clique. Jiang Yihuan, astonished, inquired, Do you know who the ringleader is? I do not know. That person seldom makes an appearance. I only overheard Wei Han let it slip once. Observing her dazed expression, Wei Zhao continued, Yihuan, the daughter of the southwestern king, has awakened. She can even stroll through the streets. Uncle is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow to entertain them. Jiang Yihuan replied, I know that Chu Lingzhu is fine, but wasn't she pretending to be gravely injured? How could she accept the Wei family's invitation, just as she was about to visit the CE Pavilion for news? A close attendant of Wei's father delivered an invitation. Miss Jiang, the Wei residence is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow, and my master requests your presence. Wei Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Such a formal invitation. Does uncle intend to approve your engagement with my cousin? Jiang Yihuan retorted, You are overthinking. He likely wishes for me to accompany Chu Lingzhu. Upon hearing that she would be going to the Wei residence, her uncle and aunt grew anxious, repeatedly urging her to conduct herself well in her future in-law's home. Jiang Yihuan dismissed their concerns. I have no need to exert myself to please anyone. On the day of the banquet, she brought along Zhu Xian and 6 of her cousins. The third cousin could not attend, as he was engrossed in writing a suspenseful tale and could not afford to break his concentration. Upon arriving at the Wei residence, someone was already waiting at the entrance to escort Jiang Yihuan to the banquet hall. Inside the hall, separated by a screen, Wei's father and the southwestern king conversed quietly. Chu Lingzhu, seated outside, waved joyfully upon seeing Jiang Yihuan. Lord Wei truly invited you. Jiang Yihuan sat beside her. Weren't you pretending to be gravely injured? I thought you intended to use that to negotiate compensation from His Majesty. Don't mention it. I felt stifled indoors, so I slipped out to play and ended up causing trouble outside. Lord Wei caught me, and I could no longer keep up the pretense. What trouble did you cause? Jiang Yihuan asked. I touched the face of a handsome young man. He was quite skilled and nearly had me arrested. Lord Wei intervened on my behalf, and that is how I was spared. As the screen was moved aside, Wei's father raised his hand, commanding, "Bring them forth." Wei Han and Wei Kuang were led into the hall, both looking dejected. Your Highness, Miss Chu, the instigator of the horse racing incident, is none other than them. Chu Lingzhu was taken aback. Lord Wei, that cannot be right. The true instigator is the third prince, is it not? The third prince was unaware. He too was misled. Wei Han, explain the situation to Miss Chu. Wei Han stated, this matter was orchestrated by the two of us. We presented a token to the third prince, claiming it was from Julien, and he believed us. We were also responsible for administering the drug to the horses. Chu Lingzhu, skeptical, questioned, you went to such lengths for what purpose? To harm your own family? We harbor animosity toward Wei Shiguang and sought revenge on his sister. Miss Chu, you are the victim, and we apologize. Chu Lingzhu remarked, the true instigator is clearly the third prince. Why must the Wei family bear the burden alone? The southwestern king interjected, Lord Wei has stated that he has already punished you severely. What more can I say? Spirit Pearl, I believe it would be prudent to abandon this matter, Jiang Yihuan remarked, tugging at the sleeve of the Spirit Pearl's garment. I suspect your father has accepted favors from the Wei family. After Wei Han and Wei Kuang were taken away, the Southwest King chuckled. I have heard that the Wei estate is quite beautiful. Spirit Pearl, shall we go take a look? Spirit Pearl glanced at Jiang Yihuan, aware that her father had something to convey, and thus she took her leave. The hall was left with only Jiang Yihuan and Wei's father. Wei's father scrutinized her, reminiscing about the first time he encountered this girl, when he believed her to be innocent and naive. I expected you to vehemently refute my claims, asserting that the third prince is the true culprit. Jiang Yihuan lowered her gaze, with Wei Han and Wei Kuang rendered impotent. Her uncle had cleverly shifted all the blame onto them, a strategy that served two purposes. How could she possibly contradict that? Chapter 65, Jiang Yihuan. I have returned. Wei's father remained impassive. Oh, what do you mean by killing two birds with one stone? If uncle places all the blame upon them, the third prince could effortlessly absolve himself. Wouldn't His Majesty be grateful to you? And you could also mend your relationship with the king of the Southwest. Wei's father rarely smiled. You possess an extraordinary insight. Thus, uncle intends to conspire with the king of the Southwest over the profits of salt and iron? Wei's father suddenly lifted his gaze. Has she truly seen through this layer? Indeed, I might as well reveal to you that it is not just me, but also His Majesty. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. His Majesty? He wishes to participate? He is a sovereign. How can a ruler? Are you surprised? The profits from official salt go directly to the national treasury, not to His Majesty's private coffers. The sovereign partakes in mortal affairs. His internal treasury lacks funds. His Majesty is not a ruler of great talent and ambition. He merely desires a comfortable existence. However, when Crown Prince Zhang De was in power, the price of official salt remained remarkably stable. After his demise, the court, in an attempt to enrich the treasury, set the price of official salt exceedingly high. The demand is evident. Private salt will inevitably be produced. Why can it not be His Majesty's doing? At the very least, the power remains in his hands. Salt is immensely profitable. Throughout all dynasties, the private salt market cannot be eradicated. Jiang Yihuan fidgeted with her hands. Uncle, I shall visit the old matriarch. She will undoubtedly be pleased to see me. Wei's father twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Does he think I am foolish? Mother does not hold her in high regard. You may go, but do not provoke her anger. The old matriarch lay on the couch, her eyes vacantly fixed on the canopy above. Her eldest son had finally returned, yet she could not move or speak, unable even to voice her grievances. The daughters-in-law who usually treated her with respect and fear had all disappeared, leaving only the most unwelcome, Wei Zhao, by her side. A clear and gentle voice resounded. Old matriarch, I have come to see you. Are you well? The old matriarch trembled. What nonsense! Jiang Yihuan had once again vexed her. Wei Zhao said awkwardly, "Yihuan, please sit." Jiang Yihuan plopped down. "I was just about to ask you, do you know who led those who bullied your brother back in the day?" Wei Zhao's expression turned anxious. I do not recall very clearly." Jiang Yihuan did not press further, turning her attention to the old matriarch. "Old matriarch, where did you first hear the rumors?" The old matriarch ignored her, pondering how exhausting it was to recall such distant events. Wei Zhao cautiously suggested, "Yihuan, when my brother returns to the capital, I shall personally apologize to him. What do you think?" The cousin seemed indifferent to her well-being, and she could not afford to remain at odds with her brother. Yet Jiang Yihuan countered, "If Wei Zhao were mediocre and powerless, would you still apologize to him?" Wei Zhao opened her mouth. I. If today it were Wei Han basking in glory, would you feel you were in the wrong? Perhaps you would think, Wei Zhao is unaccomplished and deserves to be bullied. You might not even wish to acknowledge him as your brother. Am I correct? Wei Zhao stood frozen in place, covering her face as she fled outside. The old matriarch glared at Jiang Yihuan. "Be silent." Jiang Yihuan leaned closer. "Old matriarch, do not glare at me. What did you want to say to the Grand Princess that day? Were you hoping to mention Crown Prince Zhongde? What does he have to do with me? Can you enlighten me?" Madame Wei widened her eyes, pondering whether she was truly aware of her own origins. Jiang Yihuan covered her with a thick quilt. Despite the warmth of the day, the elderly lady needed extra layers to ensure her comfort. Madame Wei murmured softly, hoping that the matron would discover her situation soon. In Jiangzhou, where every citizen is akin to a soldier, even the youngest exhibit fierce and resolute temperaments. Following the death of Prince Zhongde under duress, multiple provinces witnessed insurrections, with Jiangzhou responding most vehemently, remaining beyond the court's control to this day. Upon his arrival, Sun Junxin swiftly garnered the hearts of the Jiangzhou populace. It was common knowledge that he was a trusted confidant of Prince Zhongde. At this moment, he ascended the city wall, with Xiao Yi trailing behind him. "Sir, Jiangzhou is now under our control. Shall we summon the young master?" Sun Junxin replied, "Not yet, but we must inform her of her lineage. It remains uncertain whether she will be able to accept it." When the prince faced his tribulations, she was merely a year old and had no memories. By the time we parted ways, she had completely regarded the young Jiang as her own brother. "Will you personally journey to the capital, or shall Xiao Wu convey the message?" he was asked. "No, I will first send someone to gauge her reaction. If she is unwilling to accept it, forcibly bringing her here would be futile." Jiangzhou, situated in the southwest, could conspire with the southwest king to incite rebellion, but it necessitated the young master's involvement. Otherwise, the southwest king would likely hesitate to cooperate. "Whom shall I send to inform the young master?" "Someone whom no one would expect." A tempest brewed in the capital, raindrops splattering against the bluestone pavement. The Jiang residence echoed with joy and tranquility. The table was replete with dishes, fresh fruits, and rice wine crafted by the old matron. Her face blossomed with delight as she exclaimed, "In Wuzhou, I dread rainy days, for the house leaks incessantly. Here, it is splendid. Not a drop of water escapes." "Yihuan, you have persevered." Jiang Yihuan ladled soup for her, smiling uncle and aunt. "As long as I reside in the capital, you shall stay with me." "That is out of the question. We shall depart once you are engaged." Given their age and ailments, prolonged residence in the capital could lead to disdain from the elderly Wei gentleman. Amidst the swirling winds and rain, a man emerged from the corridor. Jiang Yihuan froze momentarily, dropped her chopsticks, and rushed forward. "Wei Zhao!" Wei Zhao appeared soaked through, droplets adorning his face. He opened his arms, his gaze deep and radiant. "Jiang Yihuan, I have returned." Jiang Yihuan embraced him tightly, burying her head in his shoulder. Overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless, the chopsticks in her uncle and aunt's hands hovered in midair as they craned their necks. Astonished by the height of this young man, Wei Zhao finally noticed them and inquired, "Who are they?" Jiang Yihuan released him, her excitement bubbling over. "Wei Zhao, they're my uncle and aunt." "Uncle, and this is the man I am to become engaged to." Trembling, her uncle and aunt rose. "General Wei, Master Wei Wei." What was it again? Such a long name. Wei Zhao bowed respectfully, his demeanor warm. "Uncle and aunt." The aunt scrutinized him closely, exclaiming, "Ah, what fine young man." truly youthful. As the wind blew, Wei Zhao rubbed his nose and sneezed. Jiang Yihuan quickly said, "Look at you drenched. Let me take you for a bath. Uncle and aunt, please make yourselves comfortable. Quickly, take him along. We mustn't let him catch a chill." They traversed the rain-sheltered corridor towards the bathing chamber. Just as they took their first steps, the aunt exclaimed with excitement, "My dear, did you see that? He is not old at all. He is tall and handsome. Indeed, he is remarkably youthful, yet excessively handsome. Does he possess any hidden ailments?" Their voices were not hushed, cutting through the sound of the storm, reaching Wei Zhao's ears. He paused, grasping Jiang Yihuan's face. "Hidden ailments? Is that what you told them?" Jiang Yihuan, displeased, tugged at him, unwilling to proceed. "They are merely imagining things. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I shall not go." Wei Zhao lifted her effortlessly, whispering in her ear, "Come now, let us bathe together." Chapter 66. The Grand Princess as matchmaker. Jiang Yihuan's ears flushed crimson. "Very well, if we are to proceed together, even with the hidden affliction of Lord Wei." Despite his ailment, Lord Wei possessed a certain temperament. Upon entering the bath chamber, he set Jiang Yihuan down and stepped into his bathtub. Jiang Yihuan attempted to follow suit, yet her shorter stature hindered her, and there was no stool nearby. Feeling a pang of grievance, she squatted beside the tub and pouted, Wei Zhao, pull me in, will you?" Wei Zhao found her demeanor utterly adorable and stifled a chuckle. "I cannot. I have a hidden affliction and lack the strength to assist you." "Do not fret, Lord Wei. I can remedy your affliction," she declared, loosening her hairpin and shedding her robe, leaving only a shimmering silk undergarment that accentuated her snow-like skin and graceful form. Wei Zhao's gaze darkened, his breath becoming erratic. How could she dare employ such tactics? He swiftly lifted her into the bath, seating her on his lap, his hand brushing against her delicate, fair neck. Jiang Yihuan chuckled softly. "See, I am quite adept at curing hidden ailments. You seem to have regained your vigor all at once." Their foreheads touched, their skin aflame, igniting a tremor within them, with a beauty nestled in his embrace. Skin to skin, Wei Zhao felt the fatigue of his journey to the capital dissipate, the tempest outside forgotten. He kissed her while deftly removing her remaining garments. Jiang Yihuan responded with even greater fervor. Outside, rain pelted the windows, the wind blew at an angle, and a pair of swallows sought refuge beneath the eaves. Some were lost in the bliss of reunion, oblivious to their surroundings, while others debated the existence of Lord Wei's hidden affliction. Wei Han and Wei Kuang plotted their revenge. They had already vacated Qingyun Street and would soon be dispatched to Liangzhou. Wei Han seethed. "Forcing us to abandon the wealth of the capital for such a desolate place is tantamount to sentencing us to death." Wei Kuang scoffed. "We cannot allow this to stand. We must devise a plan." After much deliberation, they resolved to feign illness to buy time while dispatching a swift messenger to that individual. Among the younger generation of the Wei family, apart from Wei Zhao, that person was the most formidable. After a night of wind and rain, the courtyard's greenery was refreshing, and Jiang Yihuan wearily opened her eyes. Zhu Xian had long risen and informed her, "Miss, the general has gone out." Jiang Yihuan stretched lazily, realizing Wei Zhao had gone to seek a matchmaker. The previous night, their playful antics had lasted until the late hours, with the bathwater being changed several times. Yet Wei Zhao had still not had his fill, refraining from consummating their union. On the table lay a vibrant handkerchief accompanied by a note. "Jiang Yihuan, wash my handkerchief. I shall do your laundry." Jiang Yihuan blushed, recalling how Wei Zhao had carried her to the couch, and she had been too exhausted to keep her eyes open. He had changed her clothes, likely taking her undergarments with him. At the Grand Princess's residence, Wei Zhao arrived early. Upon hearing his intentions, the Grand Princess, still partaking in her breakfast, was momentarily taken aback. "You wish for me to act as a matchmaker on your behalf?" "Indeed, I humbly request your assistance, esteemed Grand Princess." The nearby Prince Consort chuckled. "Very well. Do tell, which young lady is it?" "It is from the Jiang family of Wuzhou." The Prince Consort raised an eyebrow. "Which Jiang family of Wuzhou? I have not heard of them." The Grand Princess restrained her excitement and asked, "Wei Shiguang, is the young lady you wish to propose to the sister of Jiang Qianli?" "Indeed," he replied. The grand princess sighed with relief, pondering that should Jiang Yihuan's lineage be revealed one day, only Wei Zhao could protect her. The prince consort was taken aback. Are you referring to Jiang Qianli, the one who was exiled? Yes. No wonder you sought the prince yourself. From what I know, Jiang Qianli's ancestry is humble, and he has committed grave offenses. Can you truly accept the young lady's background? Of course. But will your father agree? He must care about the disparity in social standing. I have a splendid idea. If you are resolute in marrying her, find a noble family in the capital for Jiang Yihuan to recognize as kin to elevate her status. Perhaps your father will relent. Wei Zhao recalled Jiang Yihuan's visage and smiled. I wish to marry Jiang Yihuan from the countryside of Wuzhou. She need not embellish her origins. It is only the vain and inept who concern themselves with such matters. The prince consort gazed helplessly at the grand princess. She was immensely pleased. Excellent. Jiang Yihuan is worthy of you. This matter shall be sanctioned by me. Wei Zhao bowed to her and said, Thank you, your highness. After washing her handkerchief, Jiang Yihuan made her way to the bookstore. She intended to acquire more novels for Wei Zhao to read to her that evening, something riveting. The bookstore was bustling with customers, particularly drawn to mystery and supernatural tales. Brother, did I deceive you? She exclaimed with satisfaction. You are indeed a genius at writing novels. Su Samlang nudged her. Sister, someone is watching you, but they do not seem like a rogue. Turning around, Jiang Yihuan found Xiao Shaoqing standing behind her. He perfunctorily clasped his hands together and greeted Miss Jiang. There was a hint of darkness under his eyes, indicating his poor spirits. She retorted, Xiao Shaoqing, are you here to chat with me to distract yourself from the troubles of the imperial examination? His cheeks twitched slightly. Jiang Yihuan called out to the patrons, everyone. This bookstore will be closing for half a day, and each of you shall receive a complimentary copy of the Wuzhou Mystery Chronicles. You may disperse. The crowd, eager for the free book, hurriedly departed, fearing she might change her mind. Xiao Shaoqing invited her to sit. Let us converse leisurely. Su Sanlang stood guard at the door. As Xiao Shaoqing perused the Wuzhou Mystery Chronicles, he remarked, Miss, what a clever strategy, framing the murder case as a means of ridding society of evildoers. Jiang Yihuan beamed. If those individuals were still alive, many innocent lives in Wuzhou would be lost. They committed crimes, the law will punish them. Do you truly believe you can enact justice? Let us set aside the matter of enacting justice for now. Since you have traveled to Wuzhou, have you gathered sufficient evidence regarding the examination fraud case? Are those involved being dealt with? This case is extensive, far beyond my expectations. I'm currently assessing each individual. He was indeed troubled by the examination case. His visit to Jiang Yihuan was an attempt to shift his thoughts. Is it so? Are you able to interrogate Prime Minister Cui? Xiao Shaoqing's expression shifted slightly. How do you know it concerns Prime Minister Cui? During their last encounter at the Dali Temple, his conversation with Jiang Yihuan was interrupted when he was summoned by Prime Minister Cui, who subtly suggested he should exercise caution. Behind the examination fraud case lies the Cui family. Prime Minister Cui is your brother-in-law, and you two are part of the Cui faction, are you not? Zhou Shaoqing's temples throbbed with tension. I, as an official, shall never conspire with the corrupt. The law is the cornerstone of our nation. It cannot be treated lightly. You underestimate me far too much. Between the strong and the weak, there exists no law. The common folk toil daily for their meals, enduring humiliation as best they can. Reporting to the authorities is a perilous gamble. It could lead to their ruin and vengeance upon them. That scholar who sought justice, what was his fate? He perished, and his home was razed, leaving his elderly parents destitute and frozen to death in the bitter cold. Those local tyrants, drawn by the beauty of a new bride, invaded the young couple's home, violating her in the presence of her husband, ultimately murdering them both and vanishing without a trace. They possess wealth and power, while the victim's parents cannot afford the costs of litigation, allowing the case to fade into oblivion. Can these victims ever hope for the day you deliver justice on their behalf? Has the light of the law ever shone upon them? Tell me, if we were to eradicate these villains, would that not be in accordance with natural justice? The law may be the cornerstone of the state, yet it is not the foundation for the common people. It serves merely as a foundation for the privileged few. Though Zhou Shaoqing recognized her sophistry, he found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he produced a stack of papers from his breast pocket. These encrypted letters were discovered at your residence. Among them lies your brother's handwriting. What do they contain? Chapter 67. Oh, Wei Zhao, you look truly splendid. Jiang Yihuan remarked with a smile. It's merely a casual exchange between siblings. Do you dare to deceive me? Your brother has instructed you in the art of murder, teaching you how to eliminate all traces. You were indeed cautious in your misdeeds, leaving no evidence behind. Yet, you failed to incinerate the bamboo plaque and the letters. Who would have thought that I would visit your abode? Reaching Jiang Yihuan's modest wooden cottage required traversing a stream, crossing ditches, scaling a mountain, and finally passing through a bamboo grove. He and a group of robust subordinates were utterly exhausted, taking 2 days to recuperate at the cottage. With affectionate eyes, Jiang Yihuan said, Xiao Shaoqing, the cipher above is an invention of my brother and me. You are able to comprehend it? Shall I compose a cipher for you to decipher? Xiao Shaoqing was taken aback. They could create their own ciphers? It seemed her strategy to deceive them would not succeed. Do not be disheartened, Xiao Qingtian. As long as you handle the local examination case with impartiality, I shall reveal the truth behind their demise to you. Xiao Shaoqing would not easily place her trust in her. However, the current evidence was insufficient to convict her. After a lengthy conversation, her mind had shifted. She simply turned to leave. A few attendants gathered around. Master, who is that person? That is Xiao Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. Su Shanlang Shaiva. What's he doing here? Jiang Yihuan chuckled. He has come to peruse the stories. Brother, you have made a name for yourself. Perhaps you could even write tales at the Dali Temple, where inspiration abounds. Su Sanlang replied. Perhaps that is best avoided. Jiang Yihuan glanced at the group of attendants. Where's in Shusheng? What about Miss Jiang? I was just about to inform you. They have resigned from the study. And Shusheng has caught the eye of young Master Cui, and he— What? And Shusheng is to become a ward of young Master Cui? Scholar Wu Gui chuckled in disbelief. Master, you have indulged too much in tales of romantic intrigue. Young Master Cui appreciates N's talent and has invited him to be his guest, providing them with accommodation. Jiang Yihuan remained unconvinced. Cui Jingji is indiscriminate in his affections and enjoys reciting poetry to young ladies. How noble can his intentions be? Brother, please inform in Shusheng that if they find themselves uncomfortable at the Cui residence, they are welcome to return at any time. Su Sanlang dismissed this notion, cousin. You speak nonsense. Young Master Cui is quite the refined gentleman. Upon learning that Wei Zhao had returned to the capital, Wei's father awaited him at home. However, 3 days passed, and his beloved son had yet to pay him a visit. Mrs. Hung whispered, Husband, he resides at the Jiang residence now. Should we not invite him back? There is no need. He is our son, not a daughter returning home, requiring us to extend multiple invitations. Indeed, you are right. Shiguang is a truly commendable young man. Oh, by the way, the Jian siblings will soon arrive in the capital. Should I arrange accommodations for them? Wei father replied, yes. Make arrangements. Let Shiguang meet Miss Jian. She is both beautiful and graceful, and Shiguang may very well be captivated. Mrs. Hung shared this sentiment. Yes. I will ensure that they meet once Miss Jian arrives in the capital. Moreover, let Miss Jiang meet the Jian lady as well, so she may understand the disparity in their standings. Jiang Yihuan is clever, yet when it comes to the arts, education, and refinement, how can she compare to the distinguished Jian family? At this moment, in the East residence, Wei Zhao hastened to conclude his military affairs, massaging his temples. It was time to return home. Liang Jian stepped forward and inquired, General, do you wish to return to the main residence today? Wei Zhao contemplated that it was indeed time to visit his parents. However, he was aware that Jiang Yihuan must be awaiting him as well. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to follow his heart's desire. Perhaps not. I shall return to the Jiang residence. Liang Jian chuckled inwardly, thinking of the Jiang abode. In the courtyard, Jiang Yihuan reclined, engrossed in a book, the evening glow illuminating her delicate, flawless visage. As Wei Zhao entered, he was greeted by this enchanting sight. Upon hearing his footsteps, Jiang Yihuan rose and placed a soft, warm kiss upon his cheek. Wei Zhao suppressed a smile, feigning indignation in broad daylight. What are you doing? Zhu Xian, unable to tolerate his smug demeanor, darted forward and announced, Miss General, dinner is ready. Wei Zhao released Jiang Yihuan, adopting a serious tone. Zhu Xian. Xian, he has recently been dressing remarkably splendidly. I suspect he has taken a fancy to someone. Zhu Xian panicked. Is that so? Who is Xian? He set his sights on. It wouldn't be me, would it? That seems unlikely, as he hardly speaks to me. Could it be Chu Lingzhu? That is indeed a possibility. With her appetite diminished by the unfolding drama, Zhu Xian lost her enthusiasm for the meal, while Jiang Yihuan, aware of Wei Zhao's mischief, pinched his arm and urged him to eat. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air as Jiang Yihuan offered him a piece of braised meat, saying, You've grown thin. You must eat more. Her uncle squinted with a smile and remarked, Wei Xiaofu, I have heard that you and Qinli share a bond of life and death. Such camaraderie is rare, for Qinli has had few friends since childhood. As most have shunned him, Jiang Yihuan remained silent, feigning ignorance. Wei Zhao internally mused, I find him rather off-putting as well. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Have you both adapted well since arriving in the capital? Adapted. The capital is splendid. Even the salt is pure white, unlike the coarse salt from our countryside, which is not only bitter in taste, but also exorbitantly priced. We can hardly afford it and must resort to making nitrate salt ourselves. Nitrate salt? Jiang Yihuan explained. It is extracted from the earth near old residences, especially from the corners by the latrine, boiled down to produce salt. Wei Zhao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Is that safe to consume? Certainly. It is edible, though excessive consumption can be fatal. But it is not a grave matter. Just eat in moderation. We have survived on it for many years. Wei Zhao was taken aback. He could not help but ask Jiang Yihuan, Did you consume nitrate salt in the past? Did it not affect your health? I did not eat nitrate salt. I purchased the cheapest impure sea salt, place it in bamboo, and roast it to create bamboo salt. Though it is somewhat troublesome, the quality is much improved. Wei Zhao sighed in relief, pleased that the naive girl had some sense. He gently stroked her hair, resolved never to let her suffer again. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yihuan felt a surge of delight. She could now voice some unreasonable demands. After finishing their meal, she pulled out her book and said, Wei Zhao, read to me. I do not wish to strain my eyes at night. You may do the reading. Equally reluctant to harm his eyesight, Wei Zhao thought, if I must read, a rare indulgence and I strain is permissible. After reading a few lines, he gradually realized something was amiss. Why were there only 2 male characters throughout? Frustrated, he tossed the book aside, declaring he would no longer read it. Noticing fresh longans on the table, he peeled one open and placed it on a white porcelain dish. When he saw Jiang Yihuan about to do the same, he stopped her, saying, Do not trouble yourself. I shall peel them for you. You need only enjoy. Jiang Yihuan chuckled. Wei Zhao, you truly look delightful in this manner. Wei Zhao exuded confidence, questioning, What about my appearance is unappealing? He instructed his uncle and aunt to make preparations, for in a few days, the grand princess would come to propose. Are you truly not going to inform your parents? Or your grandmother? Wei Zhao hesitated for a moment, deciding that notifying them of their engagement would suffice. Casting a glance at Jiang Yihuan, he mused, Is it really necessary to upset them twice? Jiang Yihuan nestled into his embrace, saying, Wei Zhao, after our engagement, shall we share a room? From the very first day I arrived in the capital, I longed to sleep by your side. A smile crept onto Wei Zhao's lips. Is that so? Does she possess such discernment? He entirely overlooked the fact that Jiang Yihuan had previously mentioned wanting to give him a night fee. However, Jiang Yihuan vividly recalled her feelings upon first laying eyes on Wei Zhao. He was indeed the unkillable dogman her brother had written about. Yet, why had her brother not mentioned that he was so young and remarkably handsome? Had she known, she would have arrived in the capital much sooner to revel in its pleasures. Chapter 68. An evening of endeavor. As Jiang Yihuan awaited the arrival of the grand princess to propose a union, she was visited by Chu Lingzhu. Yihuan, I shall be returning to the southwest with my father in a few days, and I wanted to bid you farewell. Jiang Yihuan felt a pang of sorrow. Chu Lingzhu was her true friend. Lingzhu, allow me to see you off. Is there anything you desire? Chu Lingzhu expressed her wish to visit the Tingyun Pavilion for some merriment, and to behold the enchanting maidens there. Yihuan, will you accompany me? Surely your man will not object? At Tingyun Pavilion, the ladies are renowned for their beauty and talent. He is not one to indulge in jealousy. I shall accompany you. My dear sister, you are truly loyal. However, please refrain from bringing your cousins. They might intimidate the maidens. And do not invite Zhu Xian either. She seems to harbor a grudge against me. My guards will suffice, and I shall escort you home later. Jiang Yihuan agreed. She reserved the finest private room at the pavilion and summoned the most esteemed maidens to attend her, for Wei Zhao was indeed wealthy. As the tale suggested, the maidens were skilled in playing the lute, brewing tea, and dancing, leaving Chu Lingzhu enraptured as they took turns pouring her wine. "This place is such joy that I forget my homeland," she exclaimed. As the sun began to set, Jiang Yihuan decided to address more serious matters. "You must be weary. I feel quite concerned for your well-being. Please take some rest." The maidens giggled softly and gracefully retreated, leaving only Jiang Yihuan and Chu Lingzhu. She spoke candidly. "Lingzhu, I wish to discuss a collaboration regarding salt and iron." Chu Lingzhu poured her a drink and replied, "Of course. I possess a considerable amount of well salt. Let us await our fortunes together. There are many types of salt: sea salt, lake salt, rock salt, and well salt, with nitrate salt being the least desirable, as it is harmful to health. Well salt is relatively better, abundant in yield, easy to refine, and possesses a pure flavor. However, I have heard that your father intends to collaborate with the emperor and the Wei family. In that case, the Southwest is rich in salt wells, limitless in extraction. Whatever quantity you require, I shall gladly provide." Jiang Yihuan raised her glass. "Excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease." She caressed her cup and inquired, "Lingzhu, how many siblings do you have? To whom do you think your father's throne will be passed?" "I have 3 brothers, and they are nearly at each other's throats. My father is a prince of a different surname, and it remains uncertain whether the throne will be preserved for the next generation. Do not speak only of your brothers. Have you considered that you might also—" Suddenly, shouts echoed from the staircase. "You little wretch, here you are. Stop pretending. You refuse to sing a tune?" A woman's voice trembled in protest. "I want to sing. I am not one of the maidens here." The male voice retorted, "Now that you are at Tingyun Pavilion, you are one of its maidens. Sing for me." Jiang Yihuan and Chu Lingzhu sprang to their feet, rushing towards the door. Outside stood the drunken Luo Changfeng, gripping Jiang Yihuan's wrist. Jiang Yihuan, upon seeing her, exclaimed in desperation, "Miss, save me. How did you end up here? Where is Zhou? Zhou is the name of Shushan." Jiang Yihuan replied urgently, "It was young Master Cui who brought us here. Zhou accompanied the drinking, and Lord Luo insisted that she sing a tune." Cui Jingji informed them that the Tingyun Pavilion was a place of elegance and wealth, and brought the couple to witness it. However, upon arriving at the pavilion, Lord Luo pressed her to sing, to which she refused and was forcibly taken out. And Zhou attempted to intervene, but was restrained by several other young masters who forced drinks upon him. Noticing her wrist turning red from being squeezed, Jiang Yihuan directed her ire at Lord Luo. "Release her." Recognizing her, Lord Luo belched, "Who do you think you are? Wei Zhao is not here, and I can handle you both." Before he could finish, Jiang Yihuan delivered a resounding slap. "You scoundrel, dare to utter Wei Zhao's name?" Lord Luo, enraged, shouted. Jiang Yihuan. Chu Lingzhu followed suit with a slap of her own. "How dare you speak my sister's name so freely?" With both his cheeks swollen, Lord Luo seethed, "You little harlots, dare to strike this noble. Jingji, come quickly." The alert Cui Jingji, overhearing the commotion, rushed out to find his friend, as face bruised and Jiang Yihuan poised to strike again. "Jiang Yihuan, it's you again. I shall have you brought before the authorities." Chu Lingzhu brandished a dagger. "You small-faced man, do you know who I am? I am Chu Lingzhu, daughter of the king of the Southwest. Kui Jingzi cha coldly. I've seen you at the horse grounds. Your father is merely a king of a different surname. My father is a chancellor, and my uncle is a junior official in the Supreme Court. You harm others in broad daylight. What is wrong with reporting you? Are you implying that if I commit a crime at night, it would be excusable?" As Cui Jingji was about to retort, Jiang Yihuan pleaded, "Cui Gongzi, Lord Luo is drunk and has insulted me as a lady of the building. Please control him." Cui Jingji smirked inwardly, and Zhou Yu, with his poetic talents, could assist him in writing, and his wife's beauty amused him. Did he truly believe he was of such importance? His friend merely requested a song. Why the disdain? Just as he was about to speak, a companion rushed in, pulling him back into the private room. Jingji, upon entering, he found Zhou Yu sprawled on the ground, his face pale and motionless. What happened to him? What have you done? It seems he has no breath. We did nothing but force him to drink, and when he struggled, we struck his chest a few times, and now he is like this. Cui Jingji checked for breath at Zhou Yu's nose and felt none. Steadying himself, he concluded that this was at most an accidental death, a case of negligence that could be settled with compensation. But first, he must deal with the Southwest woman and Jiang Yihuan outside. He instructed the guards to carry Zhou Yu face down and draped him with an outer robe. As they descended the stairs, he supported Lord Luo, saying, "Brother Luo, you are intoxicated. Once you regain your senses, apologize to Madam," and turning to Jiang Yihuan, he added, "Madam, my brother has had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you home, and you can prepare some sobering soup for him." Seeing her husband indeed inebriated and flushed, Jiang Yihuan trusted Cui Jingji's words and followed him. Watching the group descend, Chu Lingzhu patted Jiang Yihuan. "All is well now. What were you about to tell me?" Jiang Yihuan replied quietly, "It seems Zhou Yu has no breath." Chu Lingzhu was taken aback. "How did you discern that? Why not expose them? I have my guards." The guards accompanying them were numerous. In the event of a conflict, the young ladies would undoubtedly be harmed. "We shall follow in their wake." She blew into the stone flute, and Zhu Xian descended from the heavens with 7 older cousins. Chu Lingzhu was taken aback. "Yihuan, did you not say you wouldn't bring them?" "How could I not? Unless absolutely necessary. I merely kept them from appearing before you." Chu Lingzhu sensed an unusual aura about Jiang Yihuan today, though she could not articulate it. Cui Jingji, carrying a corpse, dared not return to the residence. He dismissed the guards, hoisted Zhou Yu onto the cart, and instructed the coachman to head towards the manor outside the city. Jiang Yihuan urged her horse to follow, her expression grave. Zhu Xian advised her, "Miss, we ought to inform the general." This morning, Liang Jian mentioned there was urgent military business for him to address. "We must not disturb him. Then how shall we report to the authorities?" Jiang Yihuan looked up at the sky. "We shall not report to the authorities. Tonight we might take matters into our own hands." She and her brother, having been bullied since childhood, understood the futility of reporting to the authorities. The only time they had done so was when Wei Zhao had taken her there. Chapter 69. Allow me. I excel in communicating with men. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Cui Jingji gently laid Zhou Yu upon the couch. "Madam, brother is quite intoxicated. Please do not rouse him. Let him rest peacefully." Jiang Yihuan responded with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Cui. I shall not disturb him. Might you not take a moment to rest in the hall? I greatly appreciate your escorting them back after introducing them to the world at Tingyan Pavilion today, particularly in defending her before young Master Luo." Cui Jingji dared not take a moment's respite. "No need. I must take my leave now." The night had deepened, and Luo Changfeng, recovering from the effects of the wine, inquired urgently upon seeing Cui Jingji's return, "What has transpired?" He had sensed something amiss. Cui Jingji was not one to display such kindness merely to escort the couple home. In a hushed tone, Cui Jingji replied, "They were rather reckless. And Zhou Yu has met his demise. Truly unfortunate." Luo Changfeng gasped in shock. "And what of the poor scholar's wife? Did she not create a scene?" "She is yet unaware. Once she discovers the truth and raises a ruckus, we shall assert that she failed to care for her inebriated husband, and inevitably, she too will face the consequences." "Indeed, you are right, Brother Cui. This incident will place the blame on Zhou Yu for his indulgence and on his wife for her negligence. We shall bear no responsibility. Let's return to the city. A mere impoverished scholar, what of it? He is not a strong character." Even Jiang Qianli, upon his arrival in the capital, was forced to drink and had his poems stolen from him. However, Jiang Qianli, with his firm resolve, not only rebuked them, but also threatened to report them. The outcome was that they broke his bones and nearly blinded him in one eye, casting him out into the streets, and the matter faded into obscurity. Curiously, When Jiang Yihuan later rose to prominence, he not only refrained from vengeance, but also treated them with utmost courtesy. As their carriage rolled along, a sharp object suddenly pierced the lantern. Before the coachman could utter a curse, a burly man seized him and hurled him into the ditch. He then called upon several companions, who violently overturned the carriage. Cui Jingji and Luo Changfeng felt as though the world had turned upside down and tumbled out of the vehicle. "Who are you?" "Do you know I am?" Before he could finish, he was yanked by his hair, face down, a foot pressing brutally upon his back, as if to crush his spine. Luo Changfeng suffered a similar fate. The pain rendered them voiceless, their stomachs churning in distress. Not far away, Chu Lingzhu suggested, "Yihuan, should we not eliminate these two?" "Not just yet. One is the son of a chancellor, the other the son of a minister. Their deaths would cause too great a stir. Let us first teach them a lesson." Several cousins swiftly rendered Cui and Luo unconscious. Jiang Yihuan approached slowly, producing the dagger gifted to her by Chu Lingzhu. She severed Luo Changfeng's right ear, remarking, "You have a fondness for melodies, do you not? Losing an ear shall not hinder your enjoyment." She then targeted Cui Jingji's right hand, declaring, "You delight in poetry, I see. Rendering one hand useless shall not impede your craft. In the future, when you compel others to sing or seize their works, perhaps you will weigh your actions more carefully." Both men jolted awake in agony, their vision clouded, rendering their surroundings indistinct. Chu Lingzhu swallowed hard. Jiang Yihuan's movements were swift and decisive, betraying no hint of being a novice in such grim deeds. "Yihuan, will they bleed to death? Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. What shall we do next? Will we abandon them here? Let us place them in the carriage. The coachman will awaken soon and escort them back to the city while we proceed to enjoy you. She has sent Zhu Xian to the other courtyard. I wonder how things are faring there." After Master Cui departed, Jiang Yihuan offered water to her husband, yet he would not part his lips, nor even emit a sound. She nudged him, but his head drooped limply. The bowl in her hand toppled as she trembled. "Husband, husband, what has befallen you? Please do not frighten me." Zhu Xian slipped in, checking for breath and listening for a heartbeat. With a sigh, she said, "Grieve in peace. Your husband has departed this world." Jiang Yihuan could not accept this truth and collapsed to the ground. When Jiang Yihuan finally arrived, she had already lost consciousness. Zhu Xian rose and asked, "Miss, how shall we handle Madame?" Jiang Yihuan pondered briefly. "Let us take her to Green Willow Alley. As for Enjoyu, we shall not disturb him for now. We will leave him here. Fetch some water to cleanse his face, and then we shall depart." Zhu Xian complied, using cool water from the basin to wipe and Banyu's face, murmuring a prayer for his soul's repose. The group boarded the carriage and headed towards the city. The carriage bounced along, and Jiang Yihuan gradually stirred from her slumber. She grasped Zhu Xian's sleeve. "Where's my husband? Where is he?" Chu Lingzhu responded with sympathy. He drank excessively and suffered a few blows. He could not catch his breath and has passed. "Impossible. He cannot be dead. Stop the carriage. You must stop. I must find him. You must believe me. In our southwest, every year during the spring festival, there are those who perish from excessive drinking. I can understand." Jiang Yihuan cried out hoarsely, "I will not listen to your nonsense. I must find my husband. I must find Master Cui. Release me. Help." Her impression of Cui Jingji was exceedingly favorable. He was so gentle, and they had exchanged verses. He had said that her husband had simply fallen asleep due to intoxication, which must be true. These people were deceiving her. Behind their carriage, another vehicle was in motion. Inside sat a man and a woman. "Sister, did you hear the young lady's cries for help? It seems to be from the carriage ahead. Indeed, could there be robbers? Stay inside the carriage. I shall take the guards to investigate. Brother, do not act rashly. We have important duties in the capital. What if they harm you? Do not worry, sister. They cannot harm me, nor will it delay your marriage." He took his men to pursue, and a group of guards intercepted Jiang Yihuan's carriage. In the night, the cousin could not discern the man's face, only noting that he was a dandy. He waved his iron fist. "Hey, who are you to block our carriage?" Jiang Yihuan, seeing his stature akin to a towering iron tower, felt a secret dread. What a tall and robust man. Hearing the term dandy, Jiang Yihuan mistakenly thought it was Cui Jingji and hurriedly called out, Master Cui. Cui. Jiang Yihuan knocked her out and jumped down from the carriage. She spoke softly. On this late evening, why does the young master block my carriage? Is it to rob me? Jiang Yihuan took the lantern from the guard, his eyes lighting up at the sight of such a beauty, radiant as the moonlight. From within his bosom, he produced a jade fan and, with an air of elegance, remarked, "My dear lady, do not be alarmed. Just a moment ago, I heard cries for help emanating from the carriage. What has transpired?" Jiang Yihuan cast a glance at the guards behind him, noting their considerable number. Chu Lingzhu also alighted from the carriage and whispered, "Yihuan, this obstructive man is truly detestable. Shall we first seduce him and then dispose of him?" Jiang Yihuan cleared his throat, contemplating. He did not seem deserving of such a fate. Chu Lingzhu concurred, "I too believe so. Allow me to engage him in conversation. I excel in the art of communication." Addressing the young gentleman, she continued, "Just a moment ago, my sister was engrossed in a tale, and, upon reaching a critical juncture, she began to mimic the characters. Sister, do it once more." Jiang Yihuan cast her a mournful glance, and, with no other options, reluctantly echoed her previous words with remarkable precision. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihuan chuckled and said, "Ah, it seems I have misjudged the situation. I am Jian. May I inquire your names, esteemed ladies? I see you're also heading into the city. Might we accompany one another on this journey?" Chapter 70. How to Reveal the Princess's True Heritage. Jiang Yihuan expressed her agreement, saying, "Very well. We are somewhat apprehensive about traveling at night." Chu Lingzhu was even more eager. She affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Yihuan's and said, "Come, young Master Jian. Let's share a ride together." "What is it called? To share the same carriage? To share the same bed?" Jiang Yihuan looked at her arm in horror. No. That is not what I meant. I cannot. I understand. You do not wish to ride in our carriage. That is fine. I shall go in yours instead. Let us converse as we walk." Jiang Yihuan was pulled onto her carriage. Jiang Yihuan felt helpless. She still had words to share with Chu Lingzhu. Once back in the carriage, she instructed the driver, "Let us depart for Green Willow Alley." The Su couple was still tallying accounts under the lamp when they saw Jiang Yihuan and several sons return, hurrying to greet them. Yihuan, upon noticing Zhu Xian carrying a young woman, she inquired, "Who is this girl?" "She's a helper from my bookshop, surnamed Jiang, also from Wuzhou. She has an elder brother at home. It seems we share a connection. She has encountered some troubles recently, and my aunt is kindly looking after her. So please ensure she does not wander off." Madame Su was taken aback. "What has transpired? A false niece has delivered a true niece to our doorstep?" Su Sanling was both excited and pleased. Good. He had long felt remorse for not lending grain in the past, and now, with his actual cousin visiting, they ought to care for her. Madame Su was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The Su family was thriving alongside the false niece in the capital. But seeing her in such a situation, did she perhaps learn something? Will they sever ties with them? They could not afford to lose this support. Jiang Yihuan said, "Uncle, Aunt, I must return now. Wei Zhao is still waiting for me. Please do come to witness my engagement ceremony when it is arranged." Madame Su let out a great sigh of relief. "Very well, we will certainly be there," regardless of whether the false niece was aware of her lineage. At least she was willing to acknowledge this familial connection for now, and that was enough. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince enthusiastically imparted his wisdom to Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao felt dizzy. "Your Highness, we are merely becoming engaged, not consummating the marriage. There is no need for such detailed discussion." "What is wrong with being detailed? Do you not plan on consummating the marriage in the future?" "Surely not. Scholar Shao, does your Highness have any official matters to discuss?" "Indeed. After the incident at the horse grounds, my third brother has been much quieter. I find that quite reassuring. In truth, I knew during the Bamboo Grove incident that he harbored ill intentions, but I am not afraid, for I have you by my side." He was aware that his third brother sought to usurp him, and that their father was not particularly fond of him. Yet, he was not overly concerned. He was confident that Wei Zhao would safeguard his position in the Eastern Palace. Wei Zhao rose. "Your Highness, I must take my leave. I know you are eager to accompany Miss Jiang. How did you manage before her arrival?" Wei Zhao ignored the jest and returned to the Jiang residence, where the soft glow of candles illuminated Jiang Yihuan's room. His heart warmed at the sight as he quietly entered. However, He found Jiang Yihuan in her nightrobe, leaning against the headboard, her eyes wide open. "Yihuan, why are you still awake?" Jiang Yihuan pointed to the outer robe thrown on the ground, and Wei Zhao looked over. Noticing it was conspicuously stained with blood, panic surged within him. Where did this blood come from? "Are you injured?" "It's Luo Chongfeng's blood. It splattered when I cut off his ear. And then there's Cui Jingji. I severed the tendons of his wrist." Wei Zhao was momentarily speechless. "What did you just say?" Jiang Yihuan sniffled and recounted the events in detail. "Wei Zhao, do you find me particularly terrifying? Not only am I strong, but I am also ruthless." Wei Zhao was taken aback for a moment before embracing her tenderly. "You did nothing wrong. In such cases, the authorities would only impose a charge of negligent homicide. They merely need to pay a fine and would not face imprisonment. Without consequences, they would only grow more brazen and continue to harm others. Do not fear. With me by your side, you can walk boldly in the capital." Jiang Yihuan tightly returned his embrace, feeling grateful for Wei Zhao's kindness. When she first took a life years ago, she wasn't truly afraid. She was merely overwhelmed with anxiety. Although others cheered at the demise of the wicked, no one comforted her, and she could not confide in anyone. She bore the weight of her emotions alone. Clutching at the sleeve of Wei Zhao's garment, she pleaded, "Will you stay with me tonight?" "Of course, I will sleep beside you." In the middle of the night, she awoke and reached out to touch Wei Zhao, relieved to find him still there. Wei Zhao grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, "I am here. No one can harm you." Jiang Yihuan sighed contentedly, realizing that few could offer her the same sense of security as Wei Zhao did. While she found solace, the Cui and Luo families were in turmoil. Cui Jingji had lost the use of his wrist tendons, and Luo Chongfeng was missing an ear. After the coachman transported them home, witnessing their bloodied state, the families were filled with fury. Upon questioning the coachman and the guards, they discovered that their son had killed a scholar at Tingyan Pavilion, leaving his body at a private residence outside the city. The Cui family hurriedly dispatched servants to the private residence that night to dispose of Zhou's corpse at a mass grave. Following Jiang Yihuan's orders, Xian Yi trailed the Cui family's servants, retrieving Zhou's body and placing it in Wei Zhao as private residence outside the city. With these tasks completed, dawn broke as Xian Yi returned to report. Jiang Yihuan rubbed her eyes and instructed, "You go to Green Willow Lane and fetch Miss Jiang. Let her bid farewell to her husband for the last time." Yes, Mississippi Xian Yi mused that last night's actions of Miss Jiang had a certain audacity, making her increasingly well-matched with the general. At the Wei residence, daylight illuminated the surroundings. The Jian siblings paid their respects to Wei father and Hung mother. Hung mother smiled. "You have traveled far to the capital. There is no need for excessive formality." Jian Yihuan, brimming with vitality, inquired, "Uncle, Aunt, where is Shiguang? The last time we met was a decade ago. He has been busy with official duties and is staying outside. Once he finishes, I will invite him back." Hung mother assessed Jian Yihuan, noting her serene elegance and clear, resolute gaze, and expressed joy. "What a wonderful child. Such demeanor far surpasses that of my Lawner." Jian Yihuan smiled humbly, replying, "You flatter me, Aunt." The siblings then retreated to the courtyard. "Brother, thinking about what lies ahead makes me somewhat nervous. I too am anxious, uncertain of the appearance of Princess Ping Yuan. However, I earnestly hope that her temperament is not akin to that of Miss Chu from last night. Chu Lingzhu shared a carriage with him last night and did not shy away from making clandestine advances. She even took advantage of the carriage's swaying to fall into his embrace, her hands wandering upon his chest. Should Princess Ping Yuan exhibit similar tendencies, he must carefully consider whether to pledge his allegiance to her. He can remain loyal to her, yet he cannot compromise his own integrity." Jing Yuning remarked, "Uncle's son advised that when we disclose her background to His Highness, we must first gauge her reaction. If her response is overly intense, we must pause our plans. It cannot be too forthright. Imagine yourself in a rural setting, enduring hardships with an unreliable brother. After much difficulty, a man of high status offers you a life of tranquility. Suddenly, someone informs you of a tragic lineage. How could you remain composed? What a tremendous blow that would be. Indeed, what if His Highness were to disclose this, and Wei Zhao became aware? Would Wei Zhao seek to eliminate her or exploit her. We cannot allow this matter to be mishandled. Chapter 71. Your Highness, we consent to this marriage thus. We must test her character and resolve. If she proves incapable of handling great matters, we cannot compel her. At present, the most crucial task is to avoid arousing suspicion within the Wei family. Brother, they will surely insist I perform on the lute again, and I fear I might grow weary of it. Jiang Yihuan sighed heavily. You are not alone. I too may be compelled to compose poetry, and I too am nearing exhaustion. Outside the city, within a private residence of the Wei family, Jiang Yihuan knelt on the ground, weeping heart-wrenchingly over her husband, who lay beneath a white shroud. Her in-laws, living frugally, had sacrificed everything to support their son's arduous studies, only to see him meet his demise in the capital. Madame Su sighed beside her. Do not grieve so. The dead cannot return to life. It is hot now. We must hasten to lay him to rest. The power of blood ties is formidable, just like her aunt. Her niece has married a scholar. Upon seeing Jiang Yihuan arrive with Zhu Xian, she hurried to greet her. My dear, what brings you here? It is sweltering outside. We shall take care of everything here. Fearing her niece might grow suspicious, she refrained from addressing Jiang Yihuan by name. Jiang Yihuan looked towards the kneeling woman and said softly, Madam, and how did my husband pass? He succumbed to excessive drinking and had injuries to his chest. He expired at Tingyun Pavilion. It was only when Shui Jingji saw him take his last breath that he hurried to send you back to the estate. That cannot be. Young Master Chui is not that sort of person. He appreciated my husband's talent and treated us with great consideration. Zhu Xian interjected. Young Master Chui is nothing more than a flowery pillow. He often flatters scholars and abuses them at will, even plagiarizing their poetry. Being the son of a prime minister, the scholars endure this for the sake of their careers. I refuse to believe it. He is not the person you describe. Who was it that forced my husband to drink? They are the true culprits behind my husband's death. I must confront young Master Chui to seek justice. Jiang Yihuan crouched down. My uncle and aunt will assist you in laying and Zhou Yu to rest. For now, you should live with them. In the future, I will. Jiang Yihuan reacted vehemently. I do not require your arrangements. I must confront young Master Chui for clarity. I cannot allow my husband to die in vain. Madame Su hesitated. Yihuan, you must consider, very well, uncle and aunt, assist her in burying scholar and let her seek young Master Chui. Shui Jingji is as cunning as a sack, having deceived even the daughters of the Wang family. How much easier it will be to ensnare the naive Jiang Yihuan. Let her witness his true character, so she may relinquish her hopes. Meanwhile, the Grand Princess prepared to visit the Jiang residence to propose marriage. According to custom, a matchmaker must bring at least 4 individuals of respectable standing, preferably including the suitor himself, to demonstrate respect and sincerity. The Grand Princess, unhesitating, brought her husband, her eldest and second sons, along with Wei Zhao, to the Jiang household. The procession grand and conspicuous. Zhu Xian stifled a laugh, noting how the general had left the Jiang residence early to visit the Grand Princess's estate before returning to the Jiang household, making a complete circuit. Uncle and Aunt Jiang, filled with trepidation, greeted their guests. After bowing to the Grand Princess, adorned in purple robes and a phoenix crown, they dared not utter another word. The Grand Princess cast a glance at them, her heart aching. Good heavens, what kind of life is her niece leading? Not only does her younger brother commit serious crimes, but her uncle and aunt are also frail and aged, lacking the standing to support her marriage. She ought to be enjoying a life of grandeur. Without hesitation, she decreed that Wei Zhao should move into the princess's residence. It goes without saying that when she marries, it will be 2 impoverished elderly people sending her off, which is far too pitiful. In a moment of impulsiveness, the Grand Princess rose. Yihuan, have you truly considered this marriage? Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. Your Highness, you are indeed the matchmaker sent by Wei Zhao, are you not? Why are you suggesting a separation? Wei Zhao's expression shifted as well. Your Highness, I invited you to propose a marriage, not to disrupt it. What is your intention? Jiang Yihuan's uncle and aunt widened their dim eyes. Having lived for decades, They had witnessed both the groom and bride retracting their vows, but never had they seen a matchmaker withdraw from a marriage proposal. It was truly an eye-opener, a testament to the uniqueness of the nobility in the capital. They hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, we consent to this marriage. We have no objections. Wei Zhao is such a fine match." The Grand Princess shed tears, lamenting that on such a significant day for the young lady, Yihuan's parents were absent, and she felt sorrow on her behalf. Jiang Yihuan pouted, her eyes glistening. "Your Highness, I too feel regret for my parents' absence today, but if I were to exhume them from their graves, that would hardly be realistic." The Grand Princess was left speechless. Her eldest son, the Marquis of Yong'an, interjected, "Indeed, Mother, marriage refers to the union of a man and woman in the bridal chamber. The formalities are not of utmost importance. Miss Zhang's parents are no longer with us, and there is little she can do." "You insolent child, be silent." The Marquis of Yong'an shrank back. Even at his age, he still faced his mother's reprimands. The Grand Princess wiped her tears, declaring, "Wei Zhao, should you take advantage of Yihuan's orphan state and offer her a meager betrothal gift, I shall not allow it." Wei Zhao solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I am preparing a generous betrothal gift, so you shall not be disappointed." The Grand Princess finally relented. "Very well. This marriage shall proceed." Wei Zhao was baffled. Why did it seem as though he had become the simple-minded elder in this scenario? The following day at court, Wei Zhao announced his engagement, with the Grand Princess as the matchmaker. The courtiers congratulated Wei's father. "Your son truly has accomplished much. We eagerly await the wedding feast." Even the once crippled Chancellor Cui managed to smile to offer his congratulations. Inwardly, he felt a mix of darkness and satisfaction. Compared to Wei Zhao's audacious engagement to a girl of humble origins, his own son did not seem so wretched after all. At that moment, Cui Jing was in a room, his wrist heavily bandaged, furiously kicking at objects. "Wei Zhao, I will not let this go." Although he had not seen the assailant that night, he was certain it was Wei Zhao. Who else could possess such arrogance? Just as he was venting his fury, Luo Changfeng, with his hat pulled low over his ears, approached him. "Brother Cui, I suspect this matter was instigated by Jiang Yihuan. The moment I saw her that day, I knew it would lead to trouble." Cui Jing retorted angrily. "Who else could it be? Do you think Jiang Yihuan knows about our past dealings with Jiang Qianli?" Impossible. Jiang Qianli, filled with pride, would never divulge the matter of his humiliation. Wei Zhao, with his formidable influence, is beyond our reach. However, the third prince has long harbored intentions to eliminate him. Shall we seek an alliance with him? I share this sentiment, for His Majesty dotes on my cousin and grows increasingly discontented with the Eastern Palace. Once the crown prince is deposed, can Wei Zhao continue to bask in glory? At that moment, a servant entered, bowing deeply, and presented him with an invitation. "Young master, this is from the Wei family." Cui Jingji unfurled the missive and erupted in angered laughter, for it revealed that members of the Jian family had arrived in the capital. How dare Lord Wei extend such an invitation? Is he oblivious to the deeds of his own son? Which Jian family, you may ask? Surely, it can only be that Jian family. Jiang Yihuan sat in the courtyard, savoring grapes, and said, "Zhu Xian, enlighten me about the origins of the Jian family." Chapter 72. How did Chu Lingzhu end up wearing Jiang Yihuan's clothes? Zhu Xian remarked, "The Jian family is a prominent clan, descendants of founding ministers, known for their loyalty through generations. The grandfather of the Jian siblings served as a grand tutor in the previous dynasty, and their family has been educators for emperors for many generations. Why have I not heard of the Jian family while in the capital?" After retiring, the old grand tutor returned to his hometown, establishing a school that many noble youths attended. Did Wei Zhao study at the Jin Academy? No. The general deemed education a waste of time. He relentlessly pursued power and military authority. Jiang Yihuan sincerely praised his efforts, for what he ardently sought was also my passion. "We are quite compatible," Zhu Xian interjected. "If one day the general were to rebel, I suspect that Miss Jiang would not only refrain from stopping him, but would likely support him wholeheartedly." The Wei family hosted a welcoming banquet for the Jian siblings, inviting many, including Wei Zhao and Jiang Yihuan. It was only at the behest of his father that Wei Zhao decided to come. having not returned to the main residence for quite some time, and he brought Jiang Yihuan along. Upon arrival, Jiang Yihuan lifted the carriage curtain and exclaimed, "Wei Zhao, Qingyan Street is truly beautiful. Qingyan Street is spacious and riverside, paved with large, smooth cloud-patterned bricks, providing a stable ride for carriages." Wei Zhao replied, "If you like it, we can move back here." Jiang Yihuan hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. "I wouldn't want to be a burden to your father. Perhaps they should move out instead. But I cannot bear such a thought." Wei Zhao's lips twitched slightly. "With me around, you need not feel troubled, as long as you don't provoke him." "All right, Wei Zhao, to be honest, I find the East Palace the most splendid. Just look at you." As they entered the Wei residence, a servant called for Wei Zhao from beside his father. "Young master, you have finally returned. The master is waiting for you." Wei Zhao nodded and said to Jiang Yihuan, "You may amuse yourself. I shall see you in the banquet hall." "Very well, go ahead." Chu Lingzhu had also arrived at the Wei residence, excitedly saying, "Yihuan, do you recall the day we acted on behalf of heaven and encountered a young master of the Jian family?" "I do. What of it?" "I entered the carriage with him and discovered that another young lady from the Jian family was also inside. Do you think it is possible they are the Jian siblings of today?" "Indeed, it is quite possible. There aren't many with the surname Jian." Chu Lingzhu was eager. "If so, then?" She touched Jiang Yihuan's vibrant outer robe, saying, "Your attire is truly dazzling, and your crown is beautiful, adorned with a circle of golden flowers." "Sister, I wish," Jiang Yihuan boldly declared. "What a trivial matter. I shall take it off for you to wear." Chu Lingzhu was delighted. "Then what will you wear?" "There are still my clothes in Wei Zhao's courtyard. Let's go change." On the male side of the banquet, Cui Jingji discreetly concealed his right hand with his wide sleeves, fearing that if the Wang family learned of his situation, they would insist on breaking off the engagement. The Crown Prince was composing poetry with Jiang Yihuan. The Crown Prince's verses were nonsensical, while Jiang Yihuan's poetry was remarkably beautiful, to the extent that Cui Jingji wished to claim it as his own. He overheard the Crown Prince asking Jiang Yihuan, "Your poetry is truly exquisite. Where do you draw your inspiration from?" Jiang Yihuan replied, "I enjoy night excursions. I am most fond of nighttime wanderings. On the night of my arrival in the capital, I encountered a beautiful maiden named Chu, who offered me a dagger adorned with gemstones. I'm not one to be easily swayed, so I declined her generous gift. That evening, there was also a lady, radiant as the moonlight, whose name eluded me, leaving a lingering impression in my mind." Cui Jingji was taken aback and inquired, "When did you arrive in the capital, Jian?" Jiang Yihuan recounted the approximate time of his arrival, and Cui pondered whether he too desired to encounter a beauty under the night sky. With a focused demeanor, Cui Jingji asked, "Should you encounter her again, would you recognize her?" Jiang Yihuan replied affirmatively, stating that it would be difficult to forget Chu Lingzhu, who had persistently troubled him. Lost in his thoughts, Cui Jingji contemplated the alignment of time and surnames. The court physician had mentioned that his wrist bore a wound inflicted by a dagger, and on the day at Tingyuan Pavilion, Chu Lingzhu had brandished a dagger towards him. Was it possible that Chu Lingzhu had attacked him that night? How else could one explain her venture outside the city under the cover of darkness? An unsettling turmoil enveloped him. Jiang Yihuan too felt the weight of unrest. Has she descended from the palace? What does she look like? What is her temperament? 5 years prior, Sun Junshin had sought them out, and they had been preparing for this day ever since. Wishing to cool his mind, he strolled by the lakeside pavilion, where he overheard whispers. Look at Jiang Yihuan, dressed in a riot of colors, adorned with her crown, a full circle of golden flowers. She is skilled at ensnaring men with her beauty. Your brother has fallen in her clutches. It is a lost cause. The speaker was Pain Yinfang, while Wei Zhao listened with evident discontent. Do not speak of my brother in such a manner. He is not of that ilk, she retorted. Jiang Yihuan chuckled softly, recognizing that a princess would naturally have a penchant for opulence. The banquet commenced, and he took his seat, observing the ladies at the banquet. A lady approached with graceful steps, her attire of vivid palette reminiscent of spilled paint, crowned with a dazzling circlet of golden flowers. He felt a surge of excitement, only to be taken aback upon closer inspection. Was this not the very Chu maiden who had once toyed with him? Chu Lingzhu exclaimed upon seeing him, Jian Lang. It truly is you. I was just searching for you. Jiang Yihuan stammered, You are? Indeed, it is I. Lord Wei specifically requested my presence. I knew we would meet again. Such is the marvel of fate. Jiang Yihuan's legs felt weak. No, this must be a mistake. Surely, the heavens would not be so cruel. Lord Wei arrived alongside Wei Zhao, addressing the assembly with a polite bow. I apologize for keeping you waiting. He proceeded to introduce Wei Zhao to the Jian siblings. Jiang Yihuan performed a graceful curtsy. I have met Lord Wei Xiaofu. Jiang Yihuan, distracted, offered a hasty greeting. Wei Zhao, with a detached expression, nodded and took his seat, his gaze drifting toward the ladies' table. He was taken aback to see Chu Lingzhu clad in Jiang Yihuan's attire. Where was Jiang Yihuan? Chu Lingzhu smiled and waved at him, her large eyes sparkling. Yihuan will arrive shortly. She is with Giru. Wei Zhao, unable to decipher her gaze, furrowed his brow. He needed to find her. To Jiang Yihuan, their exchange appeared to be laden with unspoken sentiments. No wonder Wei Zhao had fallen under the spell of the princess of Pingyuan. She certainly possessed an uncanny ability to entangle others. Princess Pingyuan is neither timid nor lacking in ambition. When the moment calls for action, she does not hesitate to seize it, proving herself a remarkable woman. However, the words of Wei Zhao echo in his ears. Miss Chu, where is Yihuan? I must find her. Chu Lingzhu responds to Wei Zhao's inquiry. Young Master Wei, do not fret. Did not Yihuan just arrive? At that moment, a young lady enters. She is clad in a pomegranate red gown, her raven black hair adorned with a headband. Her oval face is soft and fair, accentuating her starry black eyes, which illuminate the entire room. Wei Zhao promptly steps forward. Yihuan, please join me. Jiang Yihuan's heart, which had sunk, now soars. He suddenly rises, his eyes shining. You are Jiang Yihuan? The surprise is overwhelming. She is the delicate beauty he encountered that evening. Wei Zhao, disliking the way Jiang Yihuan gazes at her, coldly remarks, Young Master Jian, is it not rather impolite to address a young lady by her name? She is my fiancée. Is this the manner in which the Jian family conducts itself? Truly an eye-opener. He turns to his father, stating, Father, is this the guest you invited? The onlookers are perplexed. Addressing a young lady by her name is hardly a grave matter. Yet Wei Zhao's reaction seems excessive. Nonetheless, it is not surprising, for he allows no one to be impertinent before him while he maintains his own arrogance. Chapter 73. Wei Zhao, I find myself timid and cowardly, suffering grievances in silence. The guests presumed that with such merciless reproaches from Wei Zhao, Jiang Yihuan would be utterly humiliated. Little did they know that at this moment, Wei Zhao appeared colossal in Jiang Yihuan's eyes. He was a savior. After narrowly escaping disaster, he bowed deeply, saying, I am unworthy. Dear Wei, please do not take offense. Miss Jiang, please do not blame him. Wei's father could not help but admire Jiang Yihuan's composure, demonstrating grace and dignity, truly befitting a disciple of the imperial teacher. As they took their seats, Jiang Yihuan's gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Yihuan. She elegantly inclined her head. Greetings, Miss Jiang. I am Jian, here at the invitation of Uncle Wei. Jiang Yihuan scrutinized her in return. The young lady before her, around 18 or 19 years old, possessed exquisite brows and an air of scholarly elegance, truly unparalleled. Greetings, Miss Jian. I have often heard my uncle and aunt speak of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Jiang Yihuan suppressed her excitement. Is that so? I have also heard my aunt mention you. She resolved to ensure that while cooperating with the Wei family, she would not incite the princess's ire. Pain Yinfeng, however, eagerly anticipated a commotion. Miss Jian, I have heard you excel in the art of the guqin. Might you grace us with a tune? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihuan inwardly cursed. Play? I would rather strike you on the forehead. With the attention of Wei's father and Lady Hung upon her, she could not decline. Smiling, she said, It is better to comply than to refuse. A servant brought forth the guqin, and she lowered her eyes to play. When the piece concluded, the crown prince applauded, exclaiming, What splendid artistry! It possesses a profound, ancient charm. Pain Yinfeng clapped vigorously. Sister Jian is remarkable. Casting a glance at Jiang Yihuan, she inquired, Miss Jiang, what tunes can you play? Jiang Yihuan replied with a hint of sorrow, Yinfeng, we are friends, yet you addressed me as Miss Jiang today. Have you grown distant upon meeting Miss Jian? Pei Nianfang retorted, what nonsense. At the last grass duel, you caused me to be confined. Ah, I forgot we were friends. Let us start anew. What melodies do you play, Yihuan? Jiang Yihuan's eyes glistened with tears. Nianfang, I am so impoverished in the countryside that I have to forage for wild vegetables. How could I afford a guqin? You are mocking me. She turned her face and buried it in Wei Zhao's shoulder. Wei Zhao, since I met you, I've only just managed to fill my belly. Guqins are so costly. I cannot afford one. Woe is me. Wei Zhao, flustered, exclaimed, do not cry, please do not cry. Nianfang, aware of my poverty, yet asking such questions, must be in collusion with your sister. Perhaps Miss Jian is also in on it. They are conspiring to embarrass me. Jian Yuning interjected, Your Highness, it is a misunderstanding. Did you think I wish to play? I would sooner smash the instrument on their faces. Wei Zhilian, in a panic, exclaimed, Yihuan, I truly did not. Pei Nianfang's eyes widened. Jiang Yihuan, just because you cannot afford a guqin does not mean others cannot play before you. Wei Zhao shot her a glance. Wei Zhilian, let it be known that your circle of friends is henceforth forbidden from setting foot on Qinyan Street. Wei Zhilian opened her mouth. Jiang Yihuan continued to weep. And what of young Master Cui and young Master Luo? At Tingyan Pavilion last time, their insults were nothing. Cui Jingji was engrossed in analyzing whether Chu Lingzhu was indeed the culprit behind his injury when he was unexpectedly called out, inciting his wrath. Jiang Yihuan, what is the meaning of this? Damn it, my right hand's tendons are severed. I do not know if it can ever heal, and your trifling grievances are of no consequence. Yet, from this, it is evident that the act of breaking his wrist may not have been committed by Wei Zhao, but rather by Chu Lingzhu herself. He preempted Wei Zhao, declaring, do not speak further. I, Cui, have no desire to associate with your Wei family. Jiang Yihuan continued, Wei Zhao, I am timid and frail, and though I endure grievances in silence, you need not defend me. I merely wish for a place in your heart. Although my uncle and aunt have slightly wounded my pride, I hold no resentment towards them, for I am fond of you. Wei's parents were taken aback. The Jian siblings were rendered speechless. A princess, timid and frail, enduring grievances without a word. Jiang Yihuan wiped her tears and addressed them. Miss Jian, Master Jian, I am aware that your visit to the capital was intended to separate me from Wei Zhao, yet you must first seek his permission. Will he acquiesce? The Jian siblings felt their blood run cold. How could the princess know of their scheme? Did she intend for Wei Zhao to eliminate them? But how could she possibly know? Jiang Yihuan then stated, Miss Jian, my uncle once suggested that we serve one husband together, yet you are both beautiful and virtuous. How could you possibly settle for being a concubine? Thus, your intention to remove me and monopolize Wei Zhao has been laid bare. The Jian siblings exhaled in relief. So that was the situation. Jian Yuning sincerely replied, Miss Jiang, we harbor no such intentions. Yet, she refrained from elaborating, as she still needed to remain within the Wei household to enact her plans, and thus turned to Jian Yiyun, brother, do lend your voice. Jian Yiyun cleared his throat. As for this matter, it is actually I, Jiang Yihuan interjected, Master Jian. It is you who wishes to monopolize Wei Zhao. If my brother possessed your level of awareness, he would not have been exiled. Hiandun, Hodifash, exclaimed. No, I did not. Wei, you must not believe him. Wei Zhao felt a shiver run down his spine. Though he knew the fool was spouting nonsense, he still contemplated sending Jian Yiyun to Lingnan to accompany Jiang Qianli. The guests sighed in wonder. Such excitement had not been witnessed since the banquet welcoming the king of the Southwest. Noticing the darkening expression of Wei's father, the crown prince attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Master Jian possesses a talent for poetry. Dear friends, let us compose verses together. Heng's family forced a smile, inviting the guests. The flower tea and pastries are delightful. Please do not hold back. The guests expressed mild disappointment. What restraint do we have? We merely wish to observe the spectacle. The Jian siblings hesitated to approach Jiang Yihuan again, but they had preliminarily discerned. The princess was certainly not a weakling to be trifled with, yet her thoughts remained inscrutable. Wei's father, holding his forehead in exasperation, retreated, while a servant approached with tea. My lord, a young master seeks an audience. Wei's father, sipping his tea, thought, does he come and make amends? Let him in. Wei Zhao entered and bowed. Father, where is our family's treasure Guqin? I cannot locate it in the private treasury. Guqin? What Guqin? Jiang Yihuan peeked out from behind Wei Zhao. It is that renowned Guqin, the Tian Shengyin, passed down through the Wei family for a century. Wei's father's expression stiffened. Tian Shengyin? Shiguang, when did you develop an interest in the Guqin? Father, it is not I, but Yihuan. She wishes to possess a fine instrument. Wei Fu replied, I searched with Wei Zhao in the storeroom for a long while, but we found nothing. The steward mentioned that this Guqin was personally preserved by my uncle, who certainly knows how to conceal things. Wei Fu, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, that is the sacred sound of Tian Sheng. Indeed, that is precisely what I desire, the sacred sound. Wei Fu slammed his hand on the table, demanding, you must give it to me. Jiang Yihuan giggled joyfully. Wei Zhao, let us go. Uncle wishes to take us to retrieve the Guqin. Uncle Wei Zhao hurriedly approached, his expression anxious. Brother, I have just returned from the palace. A grave matter has arisen. What has happened? Uncle Wei Zhao gasped, unable to articulate, for there were outsiders present. Jiang Yihuan, displaying her thoughtfulness, reassured, you may speak freely. There are no outsiders here. With a hint of mystery, she added, Uncle Wei Zhao, you seem so anxious. Could it be that the emperor has passed away? Wei Fu admonished sternly, mind your words. Such a statement is a profound disrespect to the emperor. What if it were to spread? How could that be? Wei Zhao, and I shall never divulge this. Would Uncle and Uncle Wei Zhao wish to disclose it? Wei Fu was at a loss for words, while Uncle Wei Zhao's expression grew peculiar. The incident occurred unexpectedly. The emperor fell from the Qingliang pavilion and lost consciousness. Chapter 74. You need only consider whether you wish to become the king of the Southwest. Wei Fu was taken aback. What did you say? Is that true? At the time of the incident, I was near the Qingliang pavilion, where the emperor and the king of the Southwest were. I heard that they rolled down the steps, and the palace attendants rushed over. Were they gravely injured? The king of the Southwest is unharmed, but the emperor lost consciousness from a fall. I didn't dare to linger and hurried back to deliver the news. Consort Shui should have informed the third prince as well. Wei Fu paced the room. Shiguang you. Jiang Yihuan shoved Wei Zhao. Quickly take the crown prince to the palace. If the emperor passes away, you must support the crown prince's ascension. However, it is also possible that the emperor intends to scheme against you, so prepare your forces. Wait here. I will summon the crown prince. Additionally, have Zhu Xian keep an eye on Shui Jingji in case the minister is involved. We still have his son as leverage. With her skirts lifted, she dashed away. Wei Zhao pondered. Where did she acquire such cunning strategies? Wei Fu felt a pang in his heart. Should Wei Zhao ever rebel, this girl would undoubtedly be a willing accomplice. The crown prince, upon hearing of the emperor's fainting, hurried back to the palace with Wei Zhao. Wei Fu spoke solemnly. Miss Jiang, who taught you the word you just spoke? Jiang Yihuan replied, bewildered. Oh, does it need teaching? It's a simple matter to deduce. I cannot believe you hadn't considered it, uncle. Wei Fu furrowed his brow deeply. Indeed, she was the sister of Jiang Qianli. One specialized in assassination, the other in strategy. Both possessed quick wits. Jiang Yihuan performed a courtesy. Uncle, I shall not take the Tian Sheng remnant melody today. Wei Zhao wishes to present it to me personally. After her departure, Wei Fu's uncle could not restrain himself. Brother, the Tian Sheng remnant melody is a family heirloom of the Wei family. You intend to give it to her? Wei Fu replied, that is not the case. It is her own desire. A thought crossed his mind. What a Wei Han and Wei Kuang's illness. They should be heading to Liangzhou. Wei Han and Wei Kuang were supposed to leave the capital days ago, yet they had fallen ill with severe vomiting and diarrhea just before their departure, preventing them from traveling. Wei Fu's uncle implored softly, they are young and naive. Could you not forgive them? I will surely discipline them more strictly in the future. Wei Han was his own son. How could he bear to see him suffer in Liangzhou? It was said that heavy snow would fall there in August and September. If I grant them this opportunity, it would harm the Wei family. Regardless of whether their health improves in 3 days, they must be sent to Liangzhou. Even if I have to force them into a carriage, this matter is non-negotiable. Wei Fu's uncle sighed. Brother, if one day Shiguang were to harm the family, Would you not show him mercy either? Wei Fu remained silent. In the palace, Wei Zhao and the crown prince rushed to the emperor's chamber, breathless. The third prince and Minister Chui arrived shortly thereafter. The emperor lay on the couch, his face pale, having just taken a sedative. The king of the southwest sat in a chair, grumbling. When the emperor accompanied me down from the Qingliang pavilion, he lost his footing on the steps. Fortunately, I acted as a cushion for him. It was nothing serious, merely a fright. The crown prince anxiously inquired of the physician, "Is father truly unharmed?" The physician replied, "Your Highness, the emperor is indeed not in grave danger. He merely requires rest." The crown prince grasped the emperor's hand, sincerely expressing, "It is a relief to hear that father is well. You have frightened me to death." The third prince lamented, "I am terrified. If something were to happen to father, how would mother and I survive? Father dotes on me the most." The king of the southwest, harboring resentment over the prince's involvement with his daughter at the horse grounds, replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? What about burial companionship? Should his majesty meet an untimely end, you and your mother could accompany him in the afterlife, fulfilling your profound father-son bond." The third prince retorted, "How dare you? Why not accompany Crown Prince Jiang to the netherworld instead?" The crown prince addressed the crowd, "You may all leave. I shall tend to his majesty." As the heir apparent, he was the first to attend to the emperor's ailments, prompting everyone to withdraw. Once outside, the third prince confided in his uncle, Minister Chui, "Today was perilous. Should father pass away, will the crown prince spare me? Will he spare the Chui family?" Minister Chui concurred, recognizing that if the crown prince ascended, the Wei family would dominate, making it challenging for the Chui lineage to thrive. They needed to devise a plan to prompt the emperor to choose a successor soon. After all, he had labored extensively not to elevate the Wei family. Jiang Yihuan returned to the banquet hall, where Zhu Xian approached her. "Miss, young Master Chui and Miss Chu have gone outside. It appears they are about to fight." Jiang Yihuan gasped, "Quickly find them. We cannot allow Ling Zhu to harm Chui Jingji. He is still of use." By the lakeside, Chui Jingji pointed his right wrist, exclaiming, "Was it you? Did you do this?" Chu Lingzhu scoffed, "Indeed, it was I." Chui Jingji seethed with rage. "Why would you do such a thing? You wield your power to force the death of Scholarin. Am I not justified in seeking justice? Justice? Who do you think you are? I shall inform my uncle and have you imprisoned in the Dali Temple. I merely injured your wrist. I did not take your life. My father and I are departing for the southwest soon. What can you do about it?" Although Jiang Yihuan orchestrated the incident, she was willing to take the blame. Chui Jingji's forehead throbbed with fury. "I will make you pay." Chu Lingzhu, recalling Jiang Yihuan's tearful state, felt a surge of anger. "You wretched man." Just as she raised her hand to slap him, Zhu Xian called her away. "Miss Chu, my lady is searching for you. Please follow me." Reluctantly, she retracted her hand and accompanied Zhu Xian to find Jiang Yihuan. Jiang Yihuan grasped her tightly. "Lingzhu, I just received news that your father had an accident with his majesty in the palace." Chu Lingzhu panicked. "Is my father all right?" "He is unharmed. However, his majesty has fainted." Chu Lingzhu placed a hand over her heart. "That's good. That's good. As long as the dying emperor does not take my father." "Do you think my father sought vengeance against Crown Prince Zhongde? If his majesty truly passes away, your father cannot evade the charge of regicide. He would not take such a risk." Changing the subject, Jiang Yihuan inquired, "Do you have any ideas on how to reduce the cost of salt?" Salt itself is abundant, but the costs of extraction, refinement, and transportation are high. If we can address these issues, we can lower the expenses. Jiang Yihuan silently took note. Chu Lingzhu added, "Had I known the Jian siblings were targeting Wei Shaofu, I would have ensured young Master Jian was thoroughly subdued that night." Jiang Yihuan tactfully responded, "Lingzhu, you certainly toyed with him that evening. In the dead of night, he approached us, inviting us to join him, especially with his striking looks. Can you blame me? Who can resist the allure of a charming fox?" Jiang Yihuan parted her lips. "Well, you always have a point." She leaned closer to her ear. "Lingzhu, with your remarkable intelligence and capability, you must not let them go to waste. Would it not be splendid for you to inherit your father's throne in the future?" Lingzhu's eyes sparkled as she whispered, "Yihuan, with such a question, are you implying that your man is planning a rebellion?" Jiang Yihuan replied softly. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply ponder whether you wish to become the king of Southwest. Ling Zhu's mind raced swiftly. Who goes there? Zhu Xian bellowed. Wei Zhao timidly stepped forward. What? It is I, Jiang Yihuan inquired. What brings you to seek me? Chapter 75, Ling Zhu. I shall make an effort to send talents to you. Wei Zhao steadied herself and said, Yihuan, I truly have not colluded with Nianfang and the others. You must not suspect me without cause. Ling Zhu scoffed. Why would Yihuan doubt you? Surely it is because you have a history. Otherwise, why would she not suspect me? Wei Zhao was at a loss for words and turned to Jiang Yihuan for help. Ling Zhu adjusted her headpiece and remarked, Yihuan, what you mentioned earlier has left my mind in a whirl. I must return to ponder it more deeply. Very well, I shall escort you to the door. Please convey my regards to your father. After sending Ling Zhu away, Wei Zhao summoned her courage and said, Yihuan, after you marry my brother, do come back to reside here. It would be beneficial to have someone to look after you. Jiang Yihuan expressed her surprise. Your enthusiasm raises my suspicions regarding your motives. Wei Zhao was taken aback. Yihuan, I harbor no animosity towards you. My only resentment lies with Wei Han and Wei Kuang. Once they recover, my father intends to send them to Liangzhou. Jiang Yihuan was astonished. Shouldn't Wei Han and Wei Kuang have already been dispatched to Liangzhou? Have they resorted to tricks to evade punishment? Meanwhile, in the old matriarch's chamber, Wei's father and an uncle were keeping the elderly matriarch company. The old matriarch was gradually improving. Her fingers could occasionally move, and the doctor assured that it would not be long before she could speak again. Upon entering, Jiang Yihuan saluted the old matriarch, her face radiant with joy. Seeing her expression, Wei's father felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, he should not have allowed her in. Miss Jiang, please excuse yourself. Uncle, you dealt with Wei Kuang and Wei Han decisively. They have committed wrongs and should suffer in Liangzhou. The old matriarch's eyes widened. Liangzhou? Is that not a place for exiling criminals? Why must my precious grandsons go there? She expressed her strong discontent. Ah, does the old matriarch find the punishment too lenient? I agree. Oh, by the way, I am already betrothed to Wei Zhao, with the eldest princess as the matchmaker. How splendid. Zhao mentioned she hopes we will move back, at which point I shall attend to my duties and request the old matriarch to guide me in etiquette. Wei Zhao. Old matriarch. Wei Zhao is engaged, and the eldest princess, my rival, played matchmaker? Why has no one informed me of such significant news? What am I to her? Her face turned purple with indignation, her throat constricted with rage, gasping for breath. Wei's father, both shocked and furious, exclaimed, Miss Jiang, is this your intention? Are you trying to provoke the old matriarch into distress? Jiang Yihuan disagreed with this assertion. Uncle, her anger stems not from the matter itself, but from your concealment of it. Before he could respond, Jiang Yihuan shouted, Nanny, quickly summon the doctor. The old matriarch must not be upset. The room was thrown into chaos just as Wei Zhao returned. Wei's father, with a stern expression, approached and inquired, How is His Majesty? Wei Zhao replied, His Majesty is unharmed. The crown prince is with him. He then curiously asked, What is wrong with grandmother? She is prone to temper. A little incident can set her off at her age. Wei's father interrupted, Enough. Do not say another word. Take her away. He instructed the nanny beside the old matriarch. From now on, keep a close watch. Miss Jiang is not to set foot in the old matriarch's chamber again. The nanny complied. Jiang Yihuan grasped Wei Zhao's sleeve and implored, Wei Zhao, please speak on my behalf. Uncle will not allow me to see your grandmother, which is most unjust. Wei Zhao, the father, displaying remarkable composure, was incensed to the point of agitation. He lifted Jiang Yihuan into his arms, declaring, You must be weary today. Let us return home to rest. Upon hearing the word home, Wei's father felt a pang in his heart. Wei Zhao hurriedly caught up to him, exclaiming, Brother, I have something to say. Since her brother's departure, their encounters had been scarce, and today presented a rare opportunity. Jiang Yihuan was right. One must apologize when one is erred. Wei Zhao paused, and sensing his reluctance to listen, Wei Zhao urged, I am sorry, brother. In my youth I was naive, but if I hadn't acted as I did, they would have tormented me. At that time I believed you were not. When her cousins bullied her brother, they had asked her to join in defending the Wei family's honor and to teach the little bastard a lesson. In her desire to please them, she chose to comply. Moreover, she genuinely thought her brother was not of the Wei bloodline. Jiang Yihuan understood the unspoken words that lingered in the air. Did you truly think your brother was not your own flesh and blood? Even if he were not, that would not justify your cruelty. They are inherently wicked, especially the ringleader, and do not use age as an excuse. When I was 2, if anyone dared to bully my brother, I would bite them and gouge their eyes out. Light filtered through, casting a sheen on Wei Zhao's face. His gaze clouded. Though Jiang Qinli may be impoverished, he has you. Jiang Yihuan lifted her head, gently brushing her lips against his. Enough, Wei Zhao, let's depart. Wei Zhao cradled her as they exited the courtyard, just as the guests began to disperse. Observing their intimate exchange, the guests averted their eyes, whispering about Wei Xiaofu's recklessness. Jiang Yihuan remarked softly, "Brother, observe the way they look at each other. She cannot bear to part from him." Jiang Yihuan suggested, "If necessary, we should have Uncle Sun personally intervene. We can stay in the capital and find a way to draw closer to her." Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Wei Zhao carried Jiang Yihuan into the yard, intending to indulge in tender moments. However, Jiang Yihuan dashed into the clothing room. "Wei Zhao, you attend to your affairs. I have matters to address." Wei Zhao rested his chin on her shoulder, kissing her earlobe. "Let Zhu Xian handle it." Jiang Yihuan felt a rush of warmth. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. "Wei Xiaofu, stop teasing. Ling Zhu is set to return to the southwest, and I must choose some new clothes for her." Feeling slighted, Wei Zhao retorted, "If you are so idle, why not inquire where fine instruments can be found?" Zhu Xian murmured, "What is there to inquire? The finest instruments are right in the main estate storeroom." Wei Zhao remained silent, knowing that his father cherished the legacy of Tian Sheng's melodies. Who knew where he had hidden them? Back at the CE pavilion, Chu Lingzhu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. She had always assumed that even if her father's throne were preserved, it would belong to her brother. She had never considered it for herself. However, after hearing Jiang Yihuan's words today, she felt a stirring within her. Her capabilities were commendable, and she commanded a loyal group of followers. As she drifted into slumber, she dreamt of her followers kneeling at her feet, chanting, "Long live the king of the southwest." Just as she reveled in her happiness, her brothers approached with knives, causing her to awaken abruptly. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she resolved to wait until their return to the southwest to deliberate further on the matter. Seeking to gauge her brother's sentiments first, on the day of their departure from the capital, the crown prince, representing the emperor, came to see them off. And Jiang Yihuan was also present, gifting her several boxes of exquisite garments. "Lingzhu, are you heading southwest? I hear that Sun Junshan is there." "Que Lingzhu replies. No. Jiangzhou is an entry point to the southwest, but it is not the only one. We have decided to take a detour to avoid any conflict with Sun Junshan." The king of the southwest boomed, "Miss Jiang, do visit the southwest when you have the time. Mention my name, and I assure you, you will have free reign there. Thank you for the herbal medicine. It has proven quite effective." Jiang Yihuan responded enthusiastically, "Rest assured, I will definitely visit the southwest." "Que Lingzhu ambassadeur titre, Yuan. I truly cannot bear to part with you. Have you really considered not sending your cousins to the southwest? I could greatly use talents like them. They are indeed of value to me, but do not worry. I will find a way to send some talent your way." As Wei Kuang and Wei Han's carriage passed by and encountered an obstruction, they couldn't help but curse under their breath. The prince, in good spirits, chuckled. "Gentlemen of the Wei family, where are you headed?" Wei Han replied with a stiff expression to Liangzhou. Jiang Yihuan's ears perked up. "Wait. Wei Kuang and Wei Han are also strapping young men, perhaps." Chapter 76. The two young ladies, let's go to the southwest to mine, salt-grasping Chu Lingzhu firmly. "Lingzhu, will you request talented individuals for me?" "Huh?" Jiang Yihuan pointed towards Wei Han and Wei Kuang. Chu Lingzhu's heart trembled. "Is this happiness? Can you truly make such decisions? They are members of the Wei family, your husband's cousins." Jiang Yihuan offered her a reassuring glance. The crown prince recited a farewell poem, shedding 2 tears, and then handed a fresh willow branch to the king of the southwest. Your Majesty, I send you this solitary willow. May you take care of yourselves. The king of the southwest patted him on the back, exclaiming, Your Highness. Well done. The crown prince nearly stumbled. The king's strength was overwhelming. He was, after all, a scholar. Miss Jiang, return to the city with me. The crown prince said, I wish to accompany Lingzhu a little further. You may head back. The crown prince nodded. Very well. I shall visit Xiao Shaoqing, who has taken sick leave. Jiang Yihuan was taken aback. What? Xiao Qingtian is ill? Could be due to my actions? About 10 miles outside the city, Wei Han and Wei Kuang's carriage trailed behind the king of the southwest's entourage. Jiang Yihuan and Chu Lingzhu leaped from their horses to intercept them. Observing their bandit-like demeanor, Wei Han rolled his eyes. Jiang Yihuan, have you followed us this far just to witness our misfortune? Did Wei Shiguang send you? No. Wei Zhao is too occupied with affairs of state to concern himself with you. I speak the truth. You are not significant enough to warrant his attention. Wei Han sneered. So you act on his behalf? Are you satisfied now that you have led us to Liangzhou? Jiang Yihuan sighed. Please, do not be angry. How could I bear to send you to Liangzhou? I am escorting you to the southwest. Wei Han was dumbfounded. Southwest? What southwest? Que Lingzhu grinned, dire gentlemen. How about going to the southwest to mine salt? I am in need of talents, such as yourselves. Wei Kuang shouted. Who would want to go to the southwest with you? Are you speaking nonsense? Jiang Yihuan, do you dare to make us mine salt? Jiang Yihuan replied with a cold smile. Dear young ladies, what is the matter with mining salt? I have even mined riverbanks, and I said nothing about it. You were born a farmer. How dare you compare yourselves to us? Chu Lingzhu chuckled. Do not be agitated, my dear young gentleman. If you are unwilling to mine salt, I can send you to extract iron, or instead. Wei Kuang and Wei Han drew their swords against Chu Lingzhu, but they were quickly overpowered by her subordinates and soon found themselves bound. The servants of the Wei family panicked. Young lady, we are ordered to escort these young masters to Liangzhou. We truly cannot go to the southwest. Jiang Yihuan kindly said, The southwest is abundant in resources and has a temperate climate, far superior to Liangzhou. Do not act foolishly. Lingzhu, please look after Wei Kuang and Wei Han. They have previously cared for Wei Zhao. Chu Lingzhu understood the implication of taking care and smiled. Leave it to me. You need not worry, sister. Seeing that they were serious, Wei Kuang exclaimed in terror, Jiang Yihuan, you dare? Do you know Wei Ming? He will not spare you. Wei Zhao cannot contend with him. Jiang Yihuan's eyes flickered. Wei Ming, could he be the ringleader? Chu Lingzhu stuffed them into the carriage. All right, young masters, let us depart. The scenery in the southwest is breathtaking. The ladies there are all quite intriguing. She embraced Jiang Yihuan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Good sister, you should return. Jiang Yihuan wept as she lifted her high, spinning her around several times. Take care of yourself. She rode away on a horse with Zhu Xian, leaving Chu Lingzhu dizzy and disoriented. Who is she? Where is she? What has transpired? At this moment, in the East residence, Wei Zhao finished attending to military matters at his desk, tapping a smooth copper wood. The sound melodious to the ear. Jiang Yihuan had once been truly pitiful. Although she adored the guqin, she could not afford one. The treasured strings left by her father were securely hidden, and she could not find them for the time being. Therefore, he resolved to craft one for her himself. Xian Yi interjected, General, if I may be so bold, making a guqin is quite challenging, and your creation may not meet Miss Zhang's expectations. Visa posit, Wanyi. Do you understand why you remain single? Zhu Xian is so fond of you, yet you have lost her heart. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so bluntly in the future. Xian was taken aback. What? Zhu Xian actually likes me? But isn't she fond of Liang Jian? Or perhaps she prefers women. Liang Jian, who had just entered, interjected with seriousness, General, Xiao Shaoqing is ill at home and seems to be at odds with Chancellor Cui. The Cui family are the protectors behind the Wu prefecture examination case. Although he has solid evidence, he has been suppressed by Chancellor Cui and has taken sick leave. He is a man of integrity, and I have asked the Crown Prince to visit him. Xian Yi was puzzled. Can Chancellor Cui really interfere with the Dali Temple's proceedings? He shouldn't have any authority over legal matters, should he? This is the Emperor's intent. His private treasury is not abundant, and the Cui family often presents tributes to him. Hence, he dotes on Shui Guifei and the third prince, naturally aiming to protect the Shui family, which indirectly supports the third prince. Chancellor Shui, including his own father, is still somewhat satisfied with the emperor. In the past, everyone revered Prince Zhangde, but if he were to ascend the throne, he would likely not indulge the aristocracy. During his lifetime, he endeavored to support the common folk. The death of Prince Zhangde was not solely due to the eunuch slander to the late emperor. The witchcraft incident was too brutal. The late emperor executed many prominent figures, leading to a descent into madness, and the matter was never thoroughly investigated thereafter. Returning to the city, Jiang Yihuan went to the bookstore, her face covered with a narrative as she pondered. Wei Zhao, I have esteemed guests, with virtue echoing like a bell. May the gentleman endure for 1,000 years, bright as the sun. When Wei Zhao was born, he must have been held in high regard, for Zhao is like the sun in the sky. Wei Ming. Ming suggests sunset and dusk, connoting a less favorable meaning. Why would one choose such a name? It seems to oppose Wei Zhao in some manner. Susher entered the bookstore and whispered, Yihuan, and sure has gone to find young Master Chui. I could not stop her. Though she was reluctant to acknowledge Jiang Yihuan, she did not wish for her to act foolishly. I understand it. Let her go. She secretly dispatched someone to follow her, ready to intervene should anything amiss occur. Susher sighed in relief. Recently, our goods have not been purchased by the palace. Is something wrong? Jiang Yihuan replied calmly, Aunt, do not worry. The business will not vanish. Just wait for the deliveries. Susher's face lit up with joy. Then I shall rest easy. The next day, Jiang Yihuan stretched and hurried to the copper mirror to groom herself. Zhu Xian hesitated. Miss, there is something I do not know whether to say or not. Jiang Yihuan applied her lip balm. Then do not speak of it. Zhu Xian. Perhaps I should say it after all. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy. Last night, the general returned home in the dead of night. Upon his arrival, he immediately retreated to the study, emerging only just before dawn, seemingly deprived of sleep, cradling something enigmatic in his arms. Jiang Yihuan was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Regardless, it was imperative to meet with His Majesty in the palace. I must discuss procurement matters with him further. In the imperial palace, the emperor was in the midst of an audience with the Jian siblings, accompanied by the third prince and concubine Shui. The Jian family had long served as imperial tutors, making them a coveted association for the third prince, who seized this rare opportunity now that they had come to the capital. He assumed the demeanor of a sagacious ruler, engaging with Jiang Yihuan, who responded with composure. Meanwhile, concubine Shui grasped Jiang Yuning's hand, noting the young lady's impressive demeanor, which surpassed that of the noble women in the capital, particularly since her son lacked a formal consort. Has Miss Jian been betrothed? Jiang Yuning lamented inwardly, wondering if concubine Shui had taken a fancy to her. The emperor, with a cheerful countenance, received a report from a palace servant. Your Majesty, Jiang Qianli's sister, Jiang Yihuan, seeks an audience. The expressions of those present varied, each pondering, what could she possibly want? Concubine Shui's delicate features betrayed a hint of anger. Was she not the very girl who had caused her son considerable trouble on multiple occasions? Chapter 77. I am aware that your Majesty harbors many secrets with my brother. The emperor inquired, is she alone, or is Wei Shaofu accompanying her? Miss Jiang arrived with her maid and awaited by the palace path. The emperor straightforwardly declared, not to be seen. At the onset of his reign, many were discontented. Even Jian Taifu had removed his entire family from the capital. Today, with the Jian family's direct descendants present, what significance does Jiang Yihuan hold? Concubine Shui raised her vibrant red lips and said, Your Majesty, allow me to meet her. I have my own methods to ensure she endures some hardships without resorting to violence. The emperor nodded. Very well. I appreciate it, my beloved consort. You're most adept at managing women without shedding blood. Jiang Yihuan is likely to weep upon encountering you. Jian Yuning smiled softly. Might I accompany your highness? Concubine Shui nodded in agreement, delighted by Jian Yuning's closeness. The sun blazed overhead. Concubine Shui, somewhat plump, ordered her palanquin to be lifted, inviting Jian Yuning to share a seat. Jian Yuning gracefully declined. I am grateful for your highness's kindness. As a noble and elder, I dare not and cannot sit with you. To accompany your highness is already a great blessing. On such a hot day, were it not for the concern of troubling the princess, she would have preferred to decline. Concubine qui grew increasingly pleased, recognizing the propriety and decorum of a lady from the Jian family. Along the palace path, Jiang Yihuan lamented, "Zhu Xian, the sun is so fierce, I shall turn dark. Will Wei Zhao still cherish me?" Zhu Xian replied, "As long as you do not darken to the point of blending with the night, and the general can find you, he shall still favor you." Jiang Yihuan. A voice suddenly called from behind, my lord, do not act impulsively." Jiang Yihuan turned. Qiao Shaoqing approached briskly in his crimson official robe, his expression stern, with Zhao Jijia following closely behind. Jiang Yihuan greeted him with concern. "Qiao Shaoqing, I heard you fell ill. Why are you not resting at home? I had intended to bring you something." Qiao Shaoqing paused in surprise. "What brings you here?" "I came to discuss matters with the emperor." "Are you heading to the government office?" "But isn't the Dali Sea located elsewhere?" Zhao Jijia wore a pained expression. "Do not mention it. My master insists on resigning. He has been tirelessly traveling to Wuzhou, laboriously gathering evidence for the provincial examinations, and has not had a full night's rest for months. Yet what has he achieved? Chancellor Cui has ordered him to cease his efforts." The emperor merely remarked lightly, "Qiao Aiqing, I am aware of your hardships, but this matter ends here. My master, infuriated, fell ill after a few days of recuperation. He intends to coerce the emperor into investigating those involved in the case." Jiang Yihuan hastily interjected, "Qiao Qing Tian, you must not. The bureaucracy is so dark. You are the only light. You cannot resign." Qiao Shaoqing recalled his previous words in her presence. "The law is light. The law is the cornerstone of the nation. I must enforce the law and my duties." His face felt as though it had received several slaps. "Jiang girl, do not mock me. I shall resign from this post. I will recommend Zhao Fucheng as the Shaoqing." Zhao Fucheng was momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto his lips. "My lord, this is quite embarrassing." Jiang Yihuan expressed her dissatisfaction. "Zhao Fucheng, kindly adjust your expression. I do not consent to Qiao Shaoqing's resignation." Zhao Jijia hastily concealed the smile that had crept upon her lips. "Ahem, I cannot agree to my esteemed family member's resignation from office." One could hardly blame her. Upon receiving the unexpected news of a promotion, her lips expressed their own sentiments. Qiao Shaoqing, perspiring under the sun, raised his sleeve to wipe his brow. Jiang Yihuan also dabbed at her sweat, exclaiming, "Qiao Shaoqing, I told you that rainy days are far superior, right? They do not scorch one, and the coolness is so much more pleasant." Qiao Shaoqing retorted, "Are you referring to those cold, lifeless bodies?" Gazing at Jiang Yihuan's innocent and radiant smile, he felt a jolt of awareness. It was best to temper his impulses, lest Miss Jiang find delight in his misfortune. Even His Majesty could not interfere with his exercise of judicial authority. The rural examination case must be pursued to the very end. "Jijia, I shall not resign. We are returning to the Dali Temple." With a flourish of his sleeve, he departed. Zhao Jijia, who had almost secured the position of junior minister of the Dali Temple, followed with a tangle of emotions. At that moment, Consort Cui arrived, accompanied by Jian Yuning. Upon seeing Jiang Yihuan, Jian Yuning could not help but smile. Addressing her as Miss Jiang, Consort Cui, seated gracefully in her palanquin, spoke in a melodious tone. "So, you are Jiang Yihuan?" A maid beside her commanded, "Why are you not quick to pay your respects to Her Highness?" Jiang Yihuan, flustered, stammered, Your Highness, I did not expect you to come see me in person. I am quite overwhelmed." As she prepared to bow, her foot stumbled, and she gasped, Zhu Xian, why is everything turning black before my eyes? I feel so dizzy. Wei Zhao, where are you?" With her eyes closing, she collapsed into Zhu Xian's arms. Zhu Xian held her tightly, exclaiming, Miss, please awaken. You cannot be in peril." Consort Cui, bewildered, inquired, "What is happening?" "She has fainted just like that. I have not even employed any of my methods yet. She is not giving me a chance at all." She hastily instructed a palace attendant to discreetly inform the emperor. Upon hearing the palace attendant's whispers, the emperor felt a surge of irritation. How was the consort managing affairs? Is she so blatant in her dealings with Jiang Yihuan? What foolishness! The unpleasant visage of Wei Zhao floated before him as he cleared his throat. San Lang, I have matters to attend to. Please keep Jian Gongzi company. The third prince bowed with a smile. I shall obey your command, father. Jian Yuning, however, felt a twinge of unease. Had something befallen the princess? In a side chamber, Jiang Yihuan clutched tightly at Consort Shui's flowing robe. Your Highness, when you appear before me, it was as though I beheld the Bodhisattva. I feel so dizzy and nauseous. Could you please hum a calming tune for me? Consort Shui glared, her eyes wrinkling with irritation. Release me at once. This garment is newly tailored. You are wrinkling it. They must not appear overly intimate. She still had accounts to settle with her. The palace maids and matrons rushed forward to assist in prying her away. Yet they found it impossible. Jian Yuning stared in disbelief, exclaiming, wow, the princess possesses quite a bit of strength. Upon the emperor's arrival, Consort Shui perceived a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, please assist your humble servant. I cannot move. She was desperately holding back her urge to relieve herself. Her face contorted in discomfort. The emperor, exasperated, noted how Consort Shui had set out with such spirited confidence, as if she could easily manage Jiang Yihuan. Yet now, what had transpired? With a stern expression, he addressed Jiang Yihuan. I have heard you wish to see me. What is it regarding? She replied. It pertains to that batch of goods. Why has no one from the palace come to collect them? The emperor huffed. I have not agreed to continue procuring from you. Your Majesty, you were clearly moved at that time. I had promised to assist you in dealing with Wei. The emperor hastily interrupted her, declaring, I do not comprehend your words. He gestured for everyone else to withdraw. In a low voice, he admonished, Miss Jiang. You stated at the horse grounds that remaining by General Wei's side was for the purpose of avenging your brother. Yet you swiftly turned to exonerate the Wei family. How am I to trust you? He had nearly believed her then, only to be jolted back to reality by a resounding slap. Jiang Yihuan fidgeted with her hands. Your Majesty, to rely solely on beauty is hardly enduring. What exquisite beauties has Wei Zhao not encountered? I must prove my worth to him. My standing has significantly improved in the eyes of Uncle Wei since the incident at the horse grounds. Do not presume that I am unaware. Minister Wei has not consented to your union. Thus, Your Majesty, you must lend me your support. I shall serve as your pawn. My brother has conveyed every command you issued to him through clandestine letters, which are now in the possession of Qiao Shaoqing. The emperor's expression shifted. What? Those letters are beyond Qiao Shaoqing's comprehension. I am aware that your Majesty shares many secrets with my brother. The world underestimates you. They presume you are merely content with indulgence. Yet you possess grand ambitions. Have you merely instructed my brother to eliminate Wei Zhao? Have you also directed him to dismantle the legacy of the late emperor from years past? Chapter 78. General, I must say, you surprise me with your innocence. The veins on the emperor's hand throb. What do you truly know? I am aware of everything my brother has done for your Majesty. Before the late emperor passed, he left behind a decree which my brother found and presented to your Majesty, who ordered its destruction. The emperor, shaken, recalled how this woman had foolishly exclaimed at the banquet welcoming the king of the southwest. Your Majesty, it was you who commanded my brother to slay Wei Zhao. So she indeed knows everything. It cannot be allowed for her to speak freely. He must protect the reputation he has painstakingly cultivated. He paced within the hall. How can your brother? My brother is loyal to your Majesty. Every reward bestowed upon him is used to recruit daring men, leaving him with no wealth to spare, and he pays no heed to my impoverished existence in the countryside, where I am frequently bullied and forced to seek refuge in the deep bamboo groves. He feels guilty towards me and confided these matters, urging my understanding. Today, I speak out in hopes that your Majesty will grant me an opportunity. I require funds for upon my brother's return to the capital. He cannot be left to squeeze into a crowded dormitory, can he? The emperor's chest heaved with emotion. He said hoarsely, although your brother is of humble station and impoverished, his spirit is filled with fervor. Unafraid of heaven or earth, he resembles me in my youth, which is why I shall grant him the chance to rise above. In truth, considering age, he is the late emperor's eldest son, and his ambitions rival those of anyone. Yet the late emperor completely disregarded him, nurturing Prince Zhang instead. Because of this, despite the current prince's maternal family being of no great standing and his character weak, he still conferred positions upon him, driven by his obsession with ensuring his eldest son's ascension. My brother understands your majesty's intentions. He said that your majesty wishes to prove to the world that you are not inferior to Prince Zhang. Your majesty has shown favor to my brother. He is willing to serve you loyally, even to the death. The emperor paused for a long moment. Well, what a noble sentiment to serve your lord until death. I shall immediately restore your supply of essentials, and should you have other ventures in the future, I shall lend my support. I will also communicate with the third prince regarding this matter. But you must rest assured, your majesty, I shall speak of this to no one. Earlier, I encountered Xiao Shaoqing in the palace corridor. He seemed agitated and expressed a desire to resign, but his subordinates persuaded him otherwise. The emperor rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of having to soothe this and that. It is all the late emperor's fault. In his later years, he ruled with erratic cruelty, becoming increasingly confused, leading to turmoil within the realm and leaving behind a mess for him to manage. Even in his final days, he showed little regard for himself, knowing that Prince Zhang had a surviving heir. Yet he left behind a decree that took much effort to locate and destroy. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yihuan, he went to see Princess Pingyuan. Princess Pingyuan still resided in the palace of concubine Shui, who had just vented her frustrations from Jiang Yihuan upon her, scrutinizing her every detail. Upon seeing the emperor, Princess Pingyuan's eyes were red-rimmed. Uncle, may I move out of the palace? I have heard that upon turning 15, I can have my own princess's residence. She had heard that General Wei's marriage was settled, and with no hope left for herself, she thought it better to leave the palace sooner to avoid being ground down by concubine Shui. The emperor could not help but feel exasperated. Does establishing a princess's residence not incur expenses? The treasury is hardly abundant, yet she remains of value and cannot be treated with excessive severity. Vaguely, she remarked, I am constructing something for you. Just wait in peace. Princess Pingyuan responded joyfully, Thank you, dear uncle. The emperor did not break his promise. He not only resumed purchasing goods from Jiang Yihuan's shop, but also multiplied the quantity several times. Su Shi grinned broadly, for Jiang Yihuan was no mere niece. She was clearly a golden goddess, to whom everyone wished to offer daily tributes. Jiang Yihuan, too, breathed a sigh of relief, as her finances had improved considerably, allowing her to pursue other endeavors. She invited Wei Zhao and Wei Zhilan to the Jiang residence. The hall was adorned with crystal curtains. Fragrant incense burned in the Basan furnace, and the table was laden with fruits and pastries, all favored by young ladies. Wei Zhilan felt anxious, uncertain of Jiang Yihuan's intentions. Wei Zhao reassured her, Do not fret, Zhilan. Yihuan means no harm. Zhilan managed a smile, acknowledging that while Jiang Yihuan was not malicious, she had a knack for making complaints. A single tear from her would prompt her brother to defend her without discernment. Zhilan, Zhiru, may I inquire who Wei Ming is? Wei Zhilan's expression shifted dramatically as Jiang Yihuan pressed on. Is he the one who leads? I'm not entirely certain. He is quite formidable, she stammered. Wei Zhao nodded in agreement, stating that apart from their cousin, his capabilities were the most remarkable. The names of the Wei men carry auspicious meanings. Yet why is he called Ming? Do you know? Wei Zhao shook her head. Zhilan, do you know? Please share with Yihuan if you do. In a hushed tone, Zhilan replied, I have heard my mother mention that his original name was Wei Su, meaning the rising sun. Why did he change it to Ming? Our grandmother said Su signifies the morning sun, and Zhao represents the midday sun, which family can accommodate two suns. Thus, he was renamed. Jiang Yihuan inhaled deeply. Before those rumors spread, how did your grandmother treat Wei Zhao? Wei Zhao eagerly answered, I know this. Mother often said that grandmother once favored our cousin the most, reserving all good things for him, while others had to wait their turn. And where is Wei Ming now? He is serving as an official in the local government. I have heard that he is set to return to the capital this autumn for a reporting session, and it will be soon. Jiang Yihuan fell silent, recalling that Wei Ming had been aware of the rumors that led to Wei Lao Furin's harsh treatment of Wei Zhao, and he had grown into someone not to be underestimated. As evening fell, a shadowy figure from the Qingzi camp reported, "Miss, Lady and his sought-out young Master Chui." He treated her coldly, claiming she had not cared for Enjoyu properly, and that was why he perished. He then dismissed her, and fearing she might be overly distressed, we rendered her unconscious and returned her to Green Willow Lane. "You have done well, but I fear my aunt will be troubled again." She was initially concerned that Shui Jingji, drawn by beauty, might deceive Jiang Yihuan. Perhaps his recent injury has made him less inclined towards romance. A thought struck her. Isn't Miss Wang eager to break off her engagement with Shui Jingji? Let us inform her of this incident to stir some discord for the Chui family. In the east courtyard, Wei Zhao was meticulously carving flowers on the surface of the Qin. "Just arrived in the capital," General Chao remarked. "I didn't expect that, General. You seem rather innocent. I had thought you were the type to win over ladies with silver. Huh, how amusing." Wei Zhao's expression darkened as he threw down his knife. "Have you accomplished your task?" Yes, it is done. Sun Junshan, that scoundrel, has to bring forth the orphan of Prince Zhongde. Otherwise, he cannot provide an explanation to the people of Jiangzhou. Although Sun Junshan has not proclaimed the matter of the prince's orphan in Jiangzhou, it matters little. His own general will announce it in Jiangzhou, where the populace reveres Prince Zhongde as a deity. They will undoubtedly clamor to see his bloodline. How can Sun Junshan keep this hidden? Wei Zhao murmured softly, packing away the unfinished Qin and returning to Zhang's residence. Gently pushing open the door to Jiang Yihuan's chamber, he beheld her face illuminated by the moonlight, smooth and radiant, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Unable to resist the urge to caress her, he quickly withdrew his hand. Having spent several days crafting music, his hands bore scars from the tools, and he feared injuring her delicate visage. Leaning down, he pressed a tender kiss upon her, lingering for a moment, but upon seeing she remained asleep, he could not help but cover her with the quilt. Jiang Yihuan stirred awake, exclaiming, "Who is this rogue?" Her hands deftly reached for the porcelain pillow. Alarmed, Wei Zhao recalled his past experiences of being struck and hurriedly pressed down on the pillow. "Do not smash it. It's me." Chapter 79. Young Master. "You are being excessive," Jiang Yihuan, in a daze, could not conceal her delight as she softly inquired, "Wei Zhao, you have returned? Why did you not wake me?" Her voice was gentle, imbued with an unconscious sweetness. Wei Zhao felt a rush of warmth envelop his heart, his fingertips tingling with anticipation. He captured the delicate lips of a young lady beneath him, savoring the moment with tender caresses and lingering kisses. The sensation was warm, fervent, and intoxicatingly moist. Jiang Yihuan found herself slightly breathless, instinctively seeking to retreat, yet Wei Zhao was unyielding. He pried open her pearly teeth and continued to kiss her for what felt like an eternity before finally relenting. With her dark eyes glistening and a gentle breath escaping her lips, she took a moment to compose herself, her hand slipping beneath his garment, tracing the smooth, firm contours of his skin, inching ever downward. Wei Zhao's gaze darkened, and he awkwardly protested, "Please, it's too late today. I must take my leave." The sensation of their bodies pressed together stirred a yearning within him that he feared he could not contain if they continued. Jiang Yihuan pouted, "Wei Zhao, I shall prepare nourishing soup for you tomorrow. My aunt is right. Men need to be fortified." Irritated, Wei Zhao let out a cold chuckle, lifting his hand to draw the bed curtains, allowing his garments to cascade to the floor. He pressed his lips against her skin, which felt as if it had been kissed by frost. After more than half an hour, the curtains were finally lifted. Wei Zhao placed a tender kiss on her damp forehead, gathering his discarded clothing. "Yihuan, I truly must leave now." His principle was clear: before marriage, he would not consummate their relationship or spend the night with her. No matter how late it was, he would depart. Jiang Yihuan pouted, "Wei Zhao, you are so domineering and possess just a smidgen of a moral compass, though it is hardly substantial." She had initially believed they had already consummated their relationship, but after perusing her cousin's romantic tales, she began to grasp that Wei Zhao was resolutely adhering to his principles. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, she seized the opportunity to explore his abdomen. Wei Zhao caught her wrist, his voice husky, "I truly must go," immediately regretting her boldness. Jiang Yihuan noted the unusual warmth of his palm against her delicate skin. Wei Zhao, why your hands feel so prickly? Are you injured? She turned to examine his hand, only to find it marred with numerous tiny wounds, crisscrossing one another without a single unblemished spot. Jiang Yihuan's eyes widened in horror, tears rolling down her cheeks. Wei Zhao hurriedly soothed her. Do not cry, do not cry. I was merely experimenting with a new sword technique. It was an accident, and I shall recover in a few days. What a wretched sword. Melt it down. How dare harm you? Did I consent to this? Jiang Yihuan cried, her heart aching for him as she gently blew on his wounds. Wei Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Very well. I shall melt that wretched sword upon my return. He needed to finish crafting the chain and present it to her. Back in his study, he worked diligently on the chain's surface, sacrificing sleep until dawn broke. When Xian arrived to find him with dark circles under his eyes, a sense of responsibility welled up within him. General, while it is commendable to handcraft a chain for Miss Jiang, it would be prudent to prepare a second one, just in case your creation turns out to be rather unsightly. At least you would have a backup to save the day. Wei Zhao shook his wrist. In Xian, he remarked that Jiangzhou was indeed a fine place. He expressed admiration for Sun Junshin, suggesting that they should. Xian quickly interjected, General, let us return to the matter at hand. I have received news that Chuzhou has been beset by torrential rains for several days, severely impacting the salt production. A band of ruthless bandits has plundered the entire salt reserve of the Chuzhou Salt Administration, causing public outrage that may soon lead to chaos. Although sea salt possesses a pungent odor, the process of boiling seawater to obtain salt is the most ancient and convenient method. The nation relies heavily on sea salt, and these brigands daring to seize official salt are akin to treason. Wei Zhao's expression shifted as he made his way to the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince had just concluded his morning court session and, upon hearing this news, managed a bitter smile. Setting aside the likelihood of recovering the stolen salt, he feared that the salt merchants, known for their keen sense of opportunity, would likely capitalize on the situation. While his father and the southwestern king had collaborated to mine Wells salt, such distant resources could not quench immediate needs. The most pressing concern remained the impending turmoil in Chuzhou. Who would the emperor dispatch to quell the unrest? The crown prince hesitated, then said, Minister Xiaofu, I urge you to be realistic. My father will not send you. In the early years of the emperor's reign, when rebellions erupted across multiple provinces, Wei Zhao had been notably proactive in suppressing dissent, consolidating military power in his own hands, and refusing to relinquish it to the Ministry of War. Given the chaotic circumstances of the time, the emperor had no choice but to turn a blind eye to Wei Zhao's actions. Even now, Wei Zhao's military authority remained unchecked, and the emperor would hardly grant him the opportunity to restore order again. Noticing Wei Zhao's disappointment, the crown prince sighed. Allow me to share some good news. The consort is with child. Wei Zhao responded, Indeed, that is splendid news. But why the forlorn expression, Your Highness? The crown princess had wept for 2 nights upon learning of this news. Yet I am powerless in this matter, the crown prince lamented. She has been married to me for several years without bearing child. If the consort does not conceive soon, how shall I navigate my own feelings? He had grown up alongside the crown princess and naturally wished for her to bear a child first. Yet fate had other designs. Wei Zhao nodded sympathetically. The crown princess will undoubtedly feel distressed. However, as the heir apparent, your offspring will attract considerable attention and must not be taken lightly. The crown princess has shut herself away these past few days and refuses to see anyone, even myself. Could you speak to Miss Jiang and invite her to keep the crown princess company? Recalling Jiang Yihuan's admiration and praise for the crown prince, Wei Zhao reluctantly replied, I shall inquire, but she often wishes to accompany me and may not be inclined to come. The crown prince expressed his dissatisfaction. Minister Xiaofu, you are being rather excessive. In the bustling East Market, Jiang Yihuan accompanied her uncle and aunt, reveling in the sights. As they passed the official salt administration beside the drum tower, her uncle's eyes widened at the sight of the barrels of white salt. My dear, look at all this salt. Yihuan, let us purchase some to take home. I've been consuming salt lately, and it has greatly improved my eyesight. Salt is a precious commodity. Even in the countryside, wealth does not guarantee its availability. During inclement weather, Salt shortages are commonplace. There was a time when he went half a year without salt, and even nitrate salt was unavailable. Jiang Yihuan felt a pang of sadness, knowing her uncle and aunt had long suffered from a lack of salt, which had adversely affected their health, causing swelling in their limbs. Their condition improved only after arriving in the capital. "Let us buy. Wei Zhao has plenty of money." Her uncle boldly requested 5 pounds, and with the funds Jiang Yihuan had, she found no better use than to purchase salt. The salt had yet to be weighed when, unexpectedly, an official arrived to announce that the price of salt had surged by 30%. Uncle was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is happening? A price increase in the blink of an eye?" The official shouted, "We are ordered to raise the price. Buy it if you wish. If not, step aside. Tomorrow's price is uncertain. Each person may purchase no more than 2 pounds. His proclamation incited a frenzy among the townsfolk, who, despite their initial reluctance, scrambled to buy, fearing further price hikes or even a salt shortage. Observing the commotion, Uncle exerted himself to push through, declaring, "Let us buy. We shall buy too." Zhu Xian remarked, "There's no need for Uncle to rush. Even if salt becomes scarce in the capital, it will not be at the expense of the young ladies." Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, suggesting impending rain. Zhu Xian urged, "My lady, let us return. The general does not lack for your salt." Just as Jiang Yihuan was about to speak, a group of officials in pursuit of several elegantly dressed men burst onto the street. Zhu Xian gasped, "Did I see that correctly? Isn't that Xiao Shaoqing and Zhao Fu's deputy? Are they personally apprehending someone? Who could it be?" Xiao Shaoqing wielded his sword with fervor, though it was evident his strength was waning. He was visibly exhausted, his face pale as parchment, bent over and gasping for breath. The individuals being pursued shouted in protest, "Xiao, are you out of your mind? The emperor has let us be. Why are you still pursuing us?" Just then, Cui Jingji dashed over, calling, "Uncle, Uncle, what are you doing? Put down the sword." He was followed closely by Miss Wang and the Jian siblings. Chapter 80. Rainy days are my domain. Jiang Yihuan chuckled and called out, "Xiao Shaoqing, you must act swiftly. The rain is about to fall, and soon it shall no longer be your domain. Your domain thrives in the sunshine." Xiao Shaoqing turned his head, glaring furiously at Jiang Yihuan. In a moment of distraction, he was pushed by a member of the Cui family, nearly stumbling to the ground. Zhao Jijia steadied him, exclaiming, "My lord, are you all right?" He brandished his sword, declaring, "How dare you push my lord? I shall fight you." Xiao Shaoqing took a deep breath, praising, "Jijia, well done. Once this case is resolved, I shall petition His Majesty to appoint you as the Deputy Minister of Justice." Zhao Jijia responded with a hint of sarcasm, "My lord is merely painting a dream to stave off hunger." Jiang Yihuan waved her hand, exclaiming, "Jijia, well done. Once this case is concluded, I shall certainly petition His Majesty to appoint you as the Deputy Minister of Justice. Your lord will not make empty promises." Xiao Shaoqing rolled his eyes, feeling that while he had not exhausted himself, he might very well be driven to his wits' end by Jiang Yihuan. How could she, a notorious criminal, presume to arrange positions for him? Zhao Jijia's calves trembled as he engaged in combat alongside several constables from the Dali court against the members of the Cui family. Jiang Yihuan turned to Cui Jingji, urging, "Do not just stand there. Go assist Xiao Shaoqing. How can you bear to watch your uncle being assaulted? This is intolerable." Cui Jingji retorted angrily, "Mind your own business." On that day, at the Wei family estate, Chu Lingzhu had admitted to having crippled his right hand, prompting him to seek out his uncle for an interrogation of Chu Lingzhu. However, his uncle had scolded him mercilessly, telling him to keep his distance. Now, witnessing his uncle in a brawl with their own kin, he was uncertain whom to assist. Moreover, his right hand was incapacitated. What could he possibly do? Jiang Yihuan glanced at the Jian siblings, inquiring, "What about you two? Master Jian, are you not the zealous type?" Jiang Yihuan, startled and delighted that the princess was addressing him, still retained a semblance of composure. "I apologize, Miss Jiang, but I have ventured out today without my servants. Blades are unpredictable. It is best to exercise caution. We must preserve our lives to follow the princess, to avenge Prince Zhangde, and to assist you in your endeavors." Jiang Yihuan praised, "Caution is indeed wise. is far better than recklessness. Jiang Yihuan exchanged a glance with Jiang Yihuan, feeling flattered by the princess's commendation. Before Jiang Yihuan could speak further, Miss Wang stepped back repeatedly. Miss Jiang, I have come to annul the engagement. After receiving Jiang Yihuan's letter, she had asked her parents to propose the cancellation to the Chui family, who then sent Chui Jingji to persuade her to stay. Little did she expect to encounter this scene. Jiang Yihuan smiled. Sister Wang, as a delicate maiden, I merely wish to advise you to keep your distance and avoid being caught in the crossfire. The Zhao family's minister was no match for the multitude from the Chui family, and his sword fell to the ground. The Chui family members pummeled him mercilessly, while also not sparing Qiao Shaoqing, shouting, Qiao, do you dare to insult the Chui family? Do you think us mere commoners? Qiao Shaoqing winced in pain, exclaiming, Stop! How dare you strike an official? Huh! Who told you to disregard the imperial decree and apprehend us first? Observing the chaos, Jiang Yihuan cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to passers-by in the street, Help! The Chui family is attacking Qiao Shaoqing. Quickly, we must not allow Justice Qiao to be beaten to death. The onlookers merely gathered to watch the spectacle. Upon hearing that it was the Chui and Qiao families in conflict, they dared not intervene. Who could afford to provoke either of these powerful clans? The fists fell upon Zhao Jijia and Qiao Shaoqing like relentless raindrops. What did Chui Xiang tell you? To mind your own business. Yet you insist on sticking your neck out. Do you think that with a few useless Yamen runners, you can kidnap us? Kicking him several times, they trampled on his official robe. When I call you Qiao Qing Tian, do you truly believe yourself to be a figure of justice? Can you afford to provoke the Chui family? Even the head of the Qiao family would not dare treat the Chui family in such a manner. Qiao Shaoqing, having grown up in privilege and enjoyed a smooth career path, found himself utterly unprepared for such an ordeal. Witnessing Zhao Jijia still being beaten, his anger ignited, and despite the pain, he exclaimed, Have you all had enough of the spectacle? Who will come to lend a hand? Upon hearing that someone might die, the onlookers retreated even further. In despair, Qiao Shaoqing closed his eyes. He had no strength left to resist. To be bullied without the ability to fight back was a bitter experience. His elderly uncle implored, Yihuan, please save Qiao Shaoqing. Though he may be naive, he is a good official and must not perish like this. Yihuan was capable. She and her partner had repeatedly assisted her in upholding justice. The rain fell, drenching her face. Snatching a whip from a bystander, she lashed out at the Chui family members one by one. Their weapons fell to the ground, and the stinging pain spread swiftly, as if the whip bore immense strength. Before they could comprehend what was happening, each was seized by Jiang Yihuan and forcefully thrown onto the bluestone pavement, lining them up in a row. The liberated Zhao Jijia and Qiao Shaoqing stood in stunned silence. The rain fell in strands, mingling with the bloodstains on the bluestone, creating a hazy blend. The onlookers awakened to the reality and began to flee, shouting, Murder! Murder! In an instant, the street was half empty, and the salt shop shut its doors. With the whip in hand, Jiang Yihuan smiled and said, Qiao Shaoqing, there's a reason I enjoy rainy days. It is my domain. Zhao Jijia pointed at her, stammering, You, I am merely a commoner. Committing violence in public is a crime. You and Qiao Shaoqing witnessed my wrongdoing firsthand. The evidence is irrefutable, and you can condemn me. She stepped forward to Miss Wang and declared, Let us annul the engagement. This marriage must be called off. Chui Jingji is certainly not a suitable match. It is best to discard him at once. The gruesome scene nearly caused Miss Wang to faint, but her maid supported her. Terrified, she nodded, even if it meant death. She would never marry into the Chui family. Chui Jingji stood in shock, sensing that if he dared to utter a word against Jiang Yihuan now, he would surely find himself on the ground beside them. Turning on his heel, he ran away without a backward glance, disregarding Miss Wang entirely. Jiang Yihuan blew into a stone flute, and the undercover guards of the Qingzi camp appeared. They bound all the Chui family members and transported them to the Dali Temple. Yes, miss. Qiao Shaoqing, unable to walk, was kindly carried by the guards of the Qingzi camp. Come, Qiao Shaoqing. Zhao Jijia, barely able to walk, trembled as he spoke. Miss, you possess such great strength. Jiang Yihuan chuckled. Zhao Fu, It won't be long before you sit in the position of the Dali Temple's Shaoqing. Your family will become the Dali Temple's minister. Zhao Jijia, in fear, exclaimed, could Wei Zhao truly wield such influence over the emperor's will? Jiang Yihuan remained silent, for no one could sway the will of the divine, which was immutable by nature. Even if the members of the Cui family were apprehended today, the minister Cui would undoubtedly find a way to extricate them, both to placate Qiao Shaoqing and due to the secret missive in his possession. The emperor would elevate him to the position of minister of the Supreme Court. The depths of Qiao Shaoqing's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, as he recalled telling Jiang Yihuan, "The law shall deal with offenders. How dare you interfere?" The rain wove a delicate curtain of crystal droplets, leaving the streets eerily desolate. Jiang Yihuan sheltered with her uncle and aunt beneath the eaves of the Salt Administration, while Zhu Xian gently wiped the beads of water from her face, exclaiming how remarkable she was. The Jin siblings were filled with impatience. Their princess possessed immense strength, wielding the whip with both ferocity and precision. Yet, they still dared not act impulsively. Jiang Yihuan cast a glance at them. "Are you two wishing to have a word with me?" Chapter 81. May you perish in Lingnan. Jiang Yihuan shall attend to you. The faces of the Jian siblings glistened with beads of water as they stood momentarily stunned. Was His Highness addressing them? Had they misjudged the situation, perhaps harbored disdain for him? Jiang Yihuan suppressed his excitement, gazing intently at Jiang Yihuan's visage. "No, no, fair maiden, your beauty is enchanting, and our fates are intertwined. How could I possibly look down upon you?" Before entering the capital, they were fortunate enough to encounter a princess, clearly a twist of fate. Jiang Yihuan shielded her face with her sleeve. "Young Master Jian, do my eyes appear overly affectionate? Is that appropriate? Perhaps I should inquire of Wei Zhao if he favors the color green?" Jiang Yihuan quickly averted his gaze. "No, such trivial matters need not be conveyed to Master Wei. I apologize for my rudeness, dear maiden." Seeing her brother stumble in his words, Jiang Yihuan inwardly chastised him for his ineptitude but smiled sweetly. "Miss Jiang, my brother's eyesight is rather poor. He squints when observing others, so please do not take offense. Your whip skills were indeed impressive. May I ask if you have undergone training?" Jiang Yihuan replied, "Indeed, I have learned, taught by my brother." Jiang Yihuan coughed lightly. "The bond between you and your brother is truly commendable. However, I have heard that your brother attempted to assassinate Master Wei and was exiled 3,000 miles away. Yes, my brother currently resides in Lingnan. Does he not feel remorse for leaving you to endure hardships alone in the countryside?" At the banquet, it was said that the princess struggled to satisfy her hunger, which troubled her deeply. "Jiang Qianli is utterly useless." Jiang Yihuan expressed her confusion. "Why should I blame him? My brother is wholly devoted to acquiring power. He is resolved not to indulge in excess, hence he cannot attend to my needs, which I can understand. And what of Master Wei? He is your brother's adversary. Do you hold any animosity towards him? My brother has made numerous attempts on Wei Zhao's life. Were I in his shoes, I would undoubtedly have him cooked in 5 cauldrons. I know not what schemes he employed to merely be exiled. He's gotten off lightly." Jiang Yihuan's expression was filled with righteous indignation, seemingly lamenting her brother's escape from a dire fate. The Jian siblings fell into silence. The princess's thoughts were quite remarkable. The uncle and aunt, having listened intently, could no longer restrain themselves. "What? Qianli has attempted to assassinate Master Wei? Good heavens! And yet Master Wei remains so considerate towards our Yihuan? He truly is a splendid man." Jiang Yihuan supported her chin with one hand. "Upon first meeting Wei Zhao, I found him handsome and wealthy, with an impressive stature. I would go to great lengths to marry him. Hearing you speak, he is also kind-hearted and magnanimous. He is utterly flawless." Jiang Yihuan felt a lump in his throat. "Is Master Wei truly that exceptional in your eyes?" "Indeed, he is the very best." The siblings could not help but feel a headache coming on. The princess's inner strength was commendable, yet her profound affection for Wei Zhao was not something they welcomed. Wei Zhao represented the entire Wei family, even the broader aristocratic faction. Should he discover the princess's true identity, what decision would he make? Jiang Yihuan took a deep breath. "Miss Jiang, would you be willing to teach me how to wield a whip? I could teach you to play the lute. I am a disciple of my father." who learned his musical prowess from Prince Zhang to himself. If you are willing to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Today, the princess's maidservants, along with their uncle and aunt, were present, making it impossible to address matters candidly. A change of venue was required. Jiang Yihuan exclaimed with delight, "Splendid! I adore learning without expense." The rain had just ceased, and the sun emerged, casting its light upon the towering Sizitai. The Jane siblings bid farewell to Jiang Yihuan, who responded, "Miss Jiang, until we meet again." Their elderly uncle expressed his regret, lamenting, "What a pity, I failed to procure any salt." Zhu Xian smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, the general will not lack for your salt." Jiang Yihuan remained silent. With Wei Zhao present, her salt supply was secure. But what of the common folk? In a matter of days, the capital and its surrounding areas were in the throes of a salt shortage, with the price of illicit salt soaring. Executing salt traffickers would not alleviate the dire situation. The emperor harbored a deep disdain for the bandits who had hoarded salt. These brigands were former soldiers and local tyrants who had retreated from the battlefield during the rebellion, proving difficult to subdue, and they incited the people of Chuzhou to revolt. It would seem fitting to send Wei Zhao to address such a perilous matter, yet he feared the loss of military authority. The third prince implored, "Father, allow me to go. Even if I meet my demise, I shall relieve you of your burdens." The emperor, however, could not bear to let him go and outright refused. The third prince did not genuinely intend to depart, but proposed a solution. "I recommend someone who can quell this unrest." "Who might that be?" inquired the emperor. "Wei Zhao's cousin, Wei Ming. His current post is not far from Chuzhou." The emperor recalled Wei Ming, a well-rounded individual with both literary and martial prowess. However, he pondered the implications of permitting Wei Zhao's cousin to gain further influence. The third prince interjected, "Father, you are unaware that this man and Wei Zhao have never been on good terms. There exists only animosity between them." He divulged the hidden grievances between Wei Zhao and Wei Ming. The emperor was taken aback. "Is this so? How do you know of such matters? Have you conspired with him?" The third prince hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Father, you exaggerate. I merely wish to alleviate your concerns." The emperor squinted, contemplating the third prince's cunning. It was preferable to have the Na'vi crown prince embroiled in this affair, potentially pitting Wei Ming against Wei Zhao. He promptly issued a decree for Wei Ming to quell the turmoil in Chuzhou. Upon hearing the news, Wei Zhao, while delicately crafting a guqin, chuckled coldly, hoping that Wei Ming would perish alongside the bandits, for he deemed him of little use alive. Setting aside his weapon, he initially intended for Jiang Yihuan to visit the crown princess in the Easter Palace. However, a message arrived from the main residence, reporting that Lady Heng was bedridden, prompting his return. The matron by Lady Heng's side remarked, "The eldest son has not returned to the main residence for quite some time. Not only does the lady miss him, but even the lord is concerned for his well-being." Upon learning of his mother's illness, Wei Zhao invited Jiang Yihuan to accompany him back to the main residence. Jiang Yihuan, playfully uplifting herself on tiptoe and clinging to his face, said, "Wei Zhao, I am more than willing to return with you, but they won't allow me to see the old matriarch. It makes me a bit uneasy." Wei Zhao chuckled, "Oh, you silly child. The grandmother had been bedridden for several months, unable to move, so there was no need to concern oneself with her." Upon discovering that Lady Heng had summoned her son back to the main residence, Wei Zhao's father quickly instructed, "Station someone at the old matriarch's door to prevent that girl from approaching. Given his character, he will likely bring Jiang Yihuan along, and that girl is intent on provoking his mother." As anticipated, Wei Zhao indeed brought Jiang Yihuan with him. Heng raised her head. "Shiguang, Yihuan, you have arrived." Coughing softly, Jiang Yihuan knelt before the couch, gently massaging her back. "Madam, you must take care of your health. Wei Zhao will soon propose to me." Heng responded with a cough, while Wei's father spoke in a calm tone. "Miss Jiang, are you aware that you are to marry Shiguang? Have you not considered his feelings?" Jiang Yihuan replied in confusion, "It is I who shall marry Wei Zhao. Why must I take his feelings into account? I never imagined my uncle would be so concerned about other sentiments." Wei Zhao then took Jiang Yihuan's hand earnestly. "In response to father, I've already informed Jiang Qianli." After receiving Jiang Qianli's provocative letter in Lingzhou, I replied to him. You may perish in Lingnan. Jiang Yihuan will be under my care, and I hope that after your demise, you can bless her from the underworld. Of course, you may have to endure endless suffering, and it is uncertain whether you can truly protect her. Nevertheless, it suffices that she has me. Wei's father remained silent. Chapter 82. What comprehensionability? Whose position is truly unstable? He waved his robe, radiating brilliance. Follow me. Wei Zhao complied. Once inside the room, he took a deep breath. Do you truly intend to marry her? Indeed. What if I oppose it? That would not hinder my intentions. Wei Fu pressed his forehead, realizing his son was still young and unaware of the significance of familial power. The emperor tolerated him not merely for his military might, but also for the formidable influence of the Wei family behind him. Wei Zhao recalled Xian Yi's words. Since he had come this far, he thought, Father, Yihuan is quite exceptional. You will come to appreciate her merits. Are you referring to her beauty and her ability to infuriate others? She even claims that the Dali temple requires talents like her. Wei Zhao chuckled. She is jesting. Cool. Father, let us share a drink. Restraining his irritation, Wei Fu ordered the servant to fetch some green plum wine and simmer over a gentle flame. Are you still harboring resentment towards Wei Han and the others? I no longer resent them. Little did his father know. They had been sent by Jiang Yihuan to the southwest to mine salt. Since Jiang Yihuan's arrival, his previous grievances and humiliations seemed to have dissipated. Observing the gentle radiance on his son's face, Wei Fu couldn't help but reflect on the years he had delayed his son's official appointment to nurture him at home. And now it had all reverted back, as his son was consumed with thoughts of that girl. It is often said that daughters grow up and leave, and sons are no different. After several respectful toasts from his son, Wei Fu felt a bit lightheaded. Wei Zhao, ever considerate, said, Father, allow me to assist you back to your quarters. Wei Fu permitted his son to guide him